juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar,
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita dan juga diraikan bersama Nescafe bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan juga rakan setengah saya Syamilo. Yang penting Syamilo, kita bukan berdua.
Bukan berdua, bukan bertiga, tapi kita berempat.
Selamat datang Aiman, Wafi dan juga Lafel.
Oh, kat mana belajar tu?
Kita ada dua Aiman. Satu Aiman Lafel, satu Aiman Wafi.
Tolong spesifik. I macam Aiman. Ayah saya.
Kita panggil dia Lafel.
Hari ni bagi Lafel dengan Aiman, okey?
Dengan Aiman, boleh.
Okey, so disebabkan Aiman Wafi sebagai tetamu kita, apa khabar?
Alhamdulillah, sihat.
Ya, okey.
MPL
Sebab
jemput.
sebelum kita start kita punya interview kan, kita kena tanya khabar orang dulu. Lafil okey?
Saya okey. Saya bila nampak Aiman, saya ada satu perasaan dekat hati saya di mana saya rasa tenang sangat. Tengok muka awak Aiman.
Oh my god.
Tenang sangat.
Tiba-tiba saya nak letak nama saya Aiman Syamil lah.
Okey. Jangan terlampau merepek. Okey, Aiman Wafi. Okey, Asyik ada soalan tau. So kita dengar RSG ada buat perubahan sejak 2 menjak ni tau. Jadi Asyik nak tanya lah, apa proses rebuilding RSG Malaysia kita?
Proses rebuilding kita orang actually untuk season ni specifically sangat panjang. Sebab kita tahu for a fact that majority of RSG team daripada season lepas dah pergi ke Karakal. That one is natural because I think it's just a contract ending. And then we are left with Zakus, TikTok, Izanami. So to build around, because these three also is still quite a young group of people. So kami berfikir macam, this next season, season 9, kita nak buat team yang orang kata we want to go M4. So this season is actually, I'm not saying it's experiment season, but season of yang orang kata kita kena belajar banyak.
Ini season nak develop.
Yes, sebab kita nak tengok the next line of generations. Because you see from our side, Izanami, TikTok dengan Zacus baru start season 7.
Yes.
Betul.
So we want to bring in, but kita try to balance out dengan membawa Jason yang dah, I think for daripada MPL season 1, season 2, dia dah 2 kali champion juga. He's been players and coach for RSG Singapore. Dia tak pernah lagi tak pergi M series. Yes. So I think it's the right fit. Memang, so dia lah yang lead actually project ni. So rebuilding process starts when kita buat open qualifier. Even Izanami, TikTok and Zakus pun must go through that qualifier to follow Jason punya plan. And then after 1 month, 2 minggu online, 2 minggu di gaming house, kita buat the rebuilding process and finally kita ada final 8 tu lah.
Wow.
Banyak sebenarnya
informasi.
Yeah.
Dia sebenarnya kalau kita nampak, kita dengar banyak info-info yang menarik boleh kita dapatkan daripada seorang manager sendiri. Jadi saya rasa di luar sana ramai nak belajar untuk jadi manager yang baik seperti Aiman Wafi. Jadi untuk tahu, untuk lebih kita kenal, kita nak teruskan perkataan ataupun perbincangan manager, kita nak tengok apa yang berlaku untuk hari ni, di mana kita lihatkan jadual untuk hari ini. Jadual hari yang terakhir, minggu yang keempat, di mana match yang pertama pasukan SUHAZ Esports menentang pasukan MLBB. Match yang kedua HomeBois menentang SMG, Red menentang RSG. Jadi saya nak tanya kat sini, saya bagi keutamaan untuk Aiman Wafi lah ya, Aiman Afel.
Yep.
Jadi di mana kat sini of course lah kita nak tengok Red dengan RSG. Tapi selain daripada match yang terakhir ni, antara dua tu yang mana lagi menarik minat Aiman?
To be honest, because HomeBois dengan SMG, I think it's gonna be a fair game. Tapi saya nak tengok MLB juga sebenarnya. Sebab dalam rebuilding proses kita orang suka tengok player-player muda. So MLB, I'm not sure, okay, I think I can share this. Because ramai orang tak expect MLB sebenarnya boleh perform macam ni dekat stage. They say mungkin team ni tak kuat and what not. Tapi there are for a fact yang ada satu team, this one I cannot say from who. Dia memang buat, dia memang tak akan miss training dengan MLB on daily basis. I cannot say which team. It's an MPL team, but diorang memang make priority yang diorang kena lawan MLB. There's one period lah whereby I have to face MLB for their training because their mechanical is so good. So it's just that they need maybe experience, and like if let's say they can maintain their slots throughout and even go playoff for next season, I think they will be better and better lah.
Saya tertarik dengan cara percakapan Aiman tu. Sebab dia punya cakap lembut je. tapi itu yang Aisyah suka. Sebab apa? Satu lagi, Aiman berikan informasi yang sangat padat dan tepat. Tapi Aiman sebagai macam sekarang kan, Aiman sebagai position dalam RSG adalah general manager. Macam orang lain tahu coach adalah training player. Tapi general manager, apakah responsibility general manager dekat sesuatu team?
Okay, macam saya sendiri dulu, saya ialah manager kepada PUBG Mobile team untuk RSG. But recently, tahun ni, specifically RSG nak expand. So, I was given the, orang kata, amanah untuk, okay, last season, masa MPL season 3, MPL season 7, Alhamdulillah we got very good results lah. We got, like, for Mobile Legends, PUBG Mobile, Alhamdulillah, champion in one season. So, they feel that I can do more. So after grooming the players, kita dah set the right culture. Why not Aiman next you groom managers? Sebab dekat Malaysia ni guys, tak banyak manager yang betul-betul orang kata yang betul-betul up to a professional, or orang kata level yang sangat-sangat minimum untuk kita, okay, I need you to manage players, tapi set expectation kita kena betul-betul set kat budak-budak. So it's my job dalam RSG untuk manage and groom my managers and up and coming managers lah. Kalau ada game lain yang kita akan masuk, ya.
Maksudnya dekat sini yang apa yang you try set is untuk managers dekat Malaysia as of right now still tak ada proper structure. So dekat sini RSG akan try untuk letakkan the structure for the managers.
Correct.
Tapi berbalik kepada kita punya match hari ini, di mana match yang pertama kita adalah SUHAZ Esports berlawan dengan MLBB. Jadi itulah macam mana ni mereka masing-masing perlawanan mereka untuk merebutkan kedudukan tempat yang kedua. Ya,
sebab kedua-dua pasukan bawa masuk player baru. Jadi untuk tahu perkara tersebut, kita akan lihatkan player line up terlebih dahulu untuk pasukan SUHAZ terlebih dahulu, di mana kita nampak semalam Z bermain dengan sangat-sangat baik. Kat sini saya akan bagi tahu ataupun kita akan tanya kepada Lafel sendiri. Untuk player yang baru masuk boleh menunjukkan prestasi sebegitu rupa. Adakah ini satu perkara yang menakjubkan bagi awak?
Pada pendapat saya, ini satu benda yang menakjubkan, dan sebab tu bila tengok antara kesemua match hari ini, saya nak tengok SUHAZ Esports kerana yes, mereka berjaya untuk menang lawan dengan HomeBois 2-0, which is very impressive sebab HomeBois 100% win rate, tak pernah kalah. Tapi I juga nak tengok, adakah orang boleh katakan beginner's luck, di mana okay, first time you main, you nampak okay. Kita nak kena tengok dia punya consistency sebab you bagus case skala, great. Tapi kalau you boleh bagus selalu, itu yang saya personally nak tengok. Jadi untuk pasukan SUHAZ, kalau hari ini, seperti mana Aiman Wafis ni cakap, MLB adalah pasukan di mana mechanical skill mereka adalah tinggi. Kalau Z masih boleh kekal dia punya way of play lawan MLB, itu adalah sign yang bagus yang Z might be the future.
Ya, tapi sekarang ni kita saksikan player daripada MLB Esports.
Ya, kalau kita lihatkan X/Ren, Nova Escobar, Alif, Zak QT dan juga Amir, ini dah player ataupun pemain baru. Zuto lah, Fel.
Ui, ada Zuto! serius tau. Tapi ya, bila kita tengok untuk pasukan MLBB Esports dekat sini, mereka punya playstyle ada berubah sikit daripada masa awal-awal masuk dalam MPL. Sebelum ni mereka ada satu win condition, iaitu diorang just pergi kepada Zakuti, mereka punya mid laner, untuk deal the late game damage dengan dia punya Sicilian. Tapi kebelakangan ni kita boleh tengok Alif juga makin lama makin confident dengan dia punya own play. Sama juga dengan X-Slash. So saya nak tengok sama ada mereka boleh ke tidak untuk shutdownkan Z daripada pasukan SUHAZ.
Oh, tapi terbaik sebab Zuto ni sebenarnya siapa?
ini kepada kita caster semua, kita selalu nampak dia dekat semi pro punya scene, and setiap kali kita nampak dia punya play, to be fair kita sebenarnya agak impressed lah. Kita nak tengok dia boleh translate ke tak kat MPL.
Dan lagi satu, kalau kita nampak dekat dia punya simbol tu adalah role jungler. Dan kalau kita nampak Alif juga bermain dengan sangat baik. Adakah Zuto boleh menunjukkan prestasi yang lagi cemerlang daripada apa yang Alif tampilkan? Kalau kita nak tanyakan sikit selaku atau pandangan daripada manager kepada Aiman Wafi sendiri, Alif bermain jungler dengan sangat baik juga kan? Jadi adakah ini peluang ataupun situasi yang baik di mana pasukan MLBB Esports bawa masuk player yang baru?
Depends sebenarnya, sebab throughout the season kita ada season yang panjang and kita berlawan dengan different type of teams. So macam it's a happy problem to have. Macam kami ada Iris dan kami ada Mutalala. Sebagai player yang baru, we didn't expect that Mutalala akan perform up to that level. And then when Iris come back later after SPM, so I have a problem. Okay, two players EXP lane different style. Same goes to MLB just now. Tapi kita akan tengok, okay, let's say coach kata, okay, against this team this week, we're going to play this certain type of game style. Then maybe we're going to prioritize siapa. Contoh macam Iris a bit aggressive. Then okay, this week, okay, let's say for example, okay, RSG against Loda, okay, we might want to play safe a bit because they also play sometimes quite safe for me. It's the best lah. I think it's objective based. So we might want to early aggression, then okay, Iris go. This week maybe we want to put you.
Wow.
So
Okay.
yeah, same goes to Mutalala and those different type of. It's actually a good it's a problem, but it's a good problem to have lah.
Terbaik dengar tadi. Okay. Tapi match yang pertama ni kita pun tahu dua-dua team pun bawa masuk player baru. Tapi sekarang ni kita nak saksikan dulu key to success untuk SUHAZ Esports. Di mana tempat yang pertama Z wins the laning phase, yang kedua lockdown hero for the Ace, ketiga dictate the tempo, keempat content Lilia or Sicilian.
Ya, dekat sini saya rasa untuk kesemua key to success, yang paling penting sebenarnya adalah nombor 2, di mana lockdown hero untuk DAs, ataupun kalau saya nak ubah sikit kat sini ialah hero initiation untuk DAs. Dia tak semestinya kena lockdown satu hero, asalkan dia boleh start any kind of team fight, itu adalah satu benda yang bagus. Di mana untuk pasukan SUHAZ, kalau kita tengok cara mereka bermain, Z kalau dia berjaya untuk menang dia punya laning phase, saya rasa itu adalah benda yang bagus. Tapi kat mana dia betul-betul shine adalah pada bahagian team fight. Walaupun dia dikejar, walaupun ada assassin lawan dia, di mana marksman lawan assassin, biasanya kita nampak assassin menang, tapi dia still boleh menang that 1v1. So saya rasa untuk pasukan SUHAZ Esports, yang paling penting adalah DAs. Kalau DAs dapat hero yang boleh membawa impact besar lagi kat team fight, saya rasa SUHAZ Esports mereka akan ada peluang yang lebih cerah untuk menang game ni.
Kalau saya nampak kat sini, dictate dictate the tempo pasukan MLBB Esports. Jadi kat sini apa yang sepatutnya pasukan SUHAZ Esports ni lakukan untuk kacau tempo?
Untuk kacau tempo MLBB, kita kena tengok mereka ada dua style of play, di mana yang paling popular adalah mereka akan main kepada bahagian late game. Dan kalau nak kacau tempo pasukan late game ialah kacau dia punya farming. Kalau nak kacau farming, you kena control map.
Ya, tapi sekarang kita nak saksikan untuk MLBB Esports kita key to success pula, di mana disiplin in wave control, kedua beware of early invasion, ketiga harass and disrupt Z, keempat choke out marksman staples.
Ya, marksman staples kat sini, di mana kita tengok ada a few marksman yang kita dah selalu nampak. Popoli Kupa kita selalu nampak, Beatrix kita selalu nampak. So ikut key to success untuk pasukan MLBB Esports dekat sini adalah fokus untuk kacau win condition pasukan SUHAZ, di mana kita nampak semalam kalau Z dibiarkan seorang, dia langsung tak mati. Bukan saja farm dia bagus, tapi dia juga boleh keluarkan damage yang besar sambil pastikan dia tak disentuh. Jadi dekat sini key to success MLBB, kalau kita nak round up semua sekali, pastikan win condition SUHAZ, diorang akan terkacau. Z jangan keluar damage, Z jangan hidup, Z jangan main game ni.
Kita tahu bagaimana pasukan MLBB Esports mereka datang daripada qualifier. Mereka adalah pemain-pemain daripada bahagian semi profesional, dan boleh katakan Z juga pemain semi profesional yang dibawa masuk oleh pasukan SUHAZ. Jadi adakah ini sebenarnya memberikan advantage kepada pasukan MLB lah, Fel?
Yeah, actually Z dekat sini, dia datang daripada SUHAZ Academy. Macam patut ada MDL. Tapi anyways, I rasa ini some kind of advantage untuk orang lah. Saya nak cakap tu je.
Tapi sebelum kita teruskan perbincangan kita, tak rasa ke perut tengah lapar sekarang ni?
Wah, saya lapar.
Ya lapar. Lapar. Aiman lapar.
Lapar aku.
Sebab
Saya akan
itulah
puasa.
kita duduk sini je diam-diam, tak payah nak pergi mana-mana, kita just buat McDelivery, masukkan voucher MPL Rewards dengan spend serendah RM50. Saya tengah fikir serendah RM50 dan dapatkan 6 ketul nugget dan juga skin MLBB eksklusif.
Saya ambil nugget, saya akan bagi kat Lafel skin tu. Boleh tak Lafel?
Kenapa
awak nak?
bukan Asyik? Kenapa Asyik Lafel je?
Sebab semalam saya dah order, awak dah ambil. Hari ni kita kena kongsi, tak apalah, saya tak nak bagi kat Lafel, saya bagi kat Aiman Wafi lah.
Aiman Wafi lah. Bagi Aiman Wafi.
Lapar.
Dia tengah lapar. Jadi
Okey, kita balik kepada perbincangan kita tadi kan. MAB okey, tapi sebelum tu kita nak pergi ke topik yang paling penting sekarang ni, iaitu coin toss untuk kedua-dua tim ini. Sebab kita paling penting kita nak tengok perlawanan mereka. Tapi coin toss ni yang menentukan siapakah yang first pick dan juga second pick.
ya, kita akan lihatkan terlebih dahulu di mana Head Marshal Lim Yenze akan mengetuai coin toss di sini untuk melihatkan pasukan SUHAZ memilih Heads dan juga MAB Esports Tails. Kita akan lihat siapakah yang akan mendapatkan balingan shilling ini, dan Tails adalah result dia. MAB Esports akan mendapatkan pilihan terlebih dahulu dan first pick adalah pilihan mereka.
Ya, kita nampak banyak pasukan mereka suka mengambil first pick, dan untuk pasukan SUHAZ, kita lagi sekali perlu ingatkan yang mereka dalam keadaan yang tak sihat, jadi mereka akan main dekat rumah masing-masing. Tapi seperti mana kita nampak performance mereka semalam, ia tak kacau mereka punya style of play.
Tapi mungkin kan seperti kata Arta, mereka akan tampal lagi koyok menggunakan meta koyok. Tapi itulah tu, sebab kita pun dah tahu first pick dan second pick sekarang ni. Tapi permainan selalu second pick ni orang cakap counter attack. Tapi now inilah masanya kita akan teruskan rancangan kita kepada caster English dan bahasa Melayu kita. Saksikan perlawanan di MPL musim ke-9.
Thank you so much, Sleepy, Godzillas, and the rest here from the pre-show. That was an amazing segment here, especially with the manager coming from RSG, Aiman Wafi, giving us some really, really insightful moments. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are currently watching the English broadcast of MPL MY Season 9. My name is ICB12. Joining me is going to be Gideon Q, as we are going to be talking to you what is going to be happening for today. However, before we begin, I would like to shout out to our amazing sponsors here, our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, Partner Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Chart, EGG Network, and our co-organizer, ESI. Now, Gideon, this is going to be the final day for this week 4 in the regular seasons, and we've kind of roughly saw a lot of transfer windows between all those teams. This final day here how's it going to be?
Honestly, I think especially when it comes down to SUHAZ Esports and as well as MAB, a lot of exciting things are happening, and you guys can be part of these exciting moments as these teams continue to rise. All you gotta do is help the stream out by sharing it to everybody that you know on all platforms. We have 500, 800, and 1,000 share milestones. We were able to hit the 1,000 yesterday, so let's see if we can do it here today once again. You guys know the drill. Farm the MPL, get your in-game rewards, everybody's happy. And don't forget about the lucky draws that happen at the end of the show. Every single time we hit those milestones, another name is added to that list. But speaking of today's matchup here today, yesterday, we did see SUHAZ Esports really step up in terms of their gameplay, and especially with a more stable gold laner, marksman, which helps out their draft in Zed. I think things are looking good for SUHAZ Esports. However, as we've heard it, MAB, the Scrim Gods, ooh, I can't wait to see this happen.
Exactly. We're going to be walking in with MAB Esports as well as SUHAZ Esports as they walk through the aisle. MAB Esports! Well, MAB Esports, SUHAZ, they're pretty much not the only team with the new bloods. This is comprising of new bloods coming in from the qualifier, and MAB has showcased their new jungler. Is going to be Zuto coming in for their performance so far. And can Zuto, as well as that new coach Jurong, help MAB retain as number 2 in group number 8?
With the new faces here, MAB continue to try to prove themselves that they belong in this league here in Group A. Can they pull it off with the new faces? We're gonna just have to find out, because their opponents are no slouches in their own right. But we've seen some of them, and hopefully it's not just experience, but mechanics that help them pull through.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how MAB Esports is going to be playing as well. Their opponent, SUHAZ Esports, they have been looking very, very dominant as well, considering ever since they brought in Zed coming from yesterday's games. And we kind of, there was a lot of talks here and there for a long time about how SUHAZ is one of the dominant teams and also veterans coming to MPL, but they kind of lacked in terms of their goal laner, which arguably they had HY kind of perform that, but this time replacing him with Zed, hopefully things are going to be better so far. And in yesterday's games as well, we did see a strong performance coming in, and look at this, his stats is pretty good for an up-and-coming star.
Absolutely. They managed to get a 2-0 against the HomeBois, which is not an easy task because HomeBois, halfway through the season, 100% win rate throughout all their best of threes, and especially on blue side. Yes, SUHAZ Esports had an advantage on first pick on red side, and then after that, had to deal with the HomeBois on blue. Ooh, what a beautiful game that was. But now, let's see whether this is, maybe it's a one-time thing. Maybe Zed was just really feeling himself. He really wanted to make a good game because they're up against MAB.
Yep, MAB Esports. We have X/Nova Escobar, Zupto, ZQT Espo. Ranked going to be starting off for today's match. We've seen moments coming from X/Nova Escobar, ZQT as well as Ren, but there has been a lot of rumors circulating about Zuto. This guy is kind of freakish because for me, I haven't not exactly seen too much about him, but rumor has it this is an up-and-coming rising star or jungler.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's why we're hearing so much, and especially since Wafi is back in the sub when they're talking about MAB being these absolute scrim gods. They can't seem to translate that result in scrims onto the stage, and maybe Zuto is what they need to rebuild that confidence.
Yep, and I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. However, here's going to be some stats between both of these teams here, featuring SUHAZ Esports as well as MAB Esports. And overall, the stats, they seem kind of balanced out, and so far, MAB Esports has one game advantage over SUHAZ Esports. And back then, it was HY playing instead of Zed. So this time, hopefully, SUHAZ Esports is going to be looking for the revenge. But I definitely agree with your point, Gideon. MAB Esports is a Scream God for multiple seasons. We've tried to bring it up a couple of times now, hearing rumors here and there. But Ayman Wafi, earlier in the pre-show, he pretty much sealed the deal and gave credential that MAB is a team that every single team must be watching out for.
But at the end of the day, it's about the results, right? That's what's going to get them up in the points, up into the playoffs, and better yet, into the upper brackets. And when you look at their general play style, they like siege compositions, and they may not necessarily have the best Lord rate. Well, look at that first tower rate. They are smashing turrets every single time.
Yeah, they prioritize their objectives really well, especially coming from Alif as well for objectives. So they have the tendency to try and push out one of the towers earlier on and then transition for objectives, which gives them a little bit more map control and room to work with in terms of flank. So this is something that both SUHAZ Esports as well as MA Esports is very experienced. But the difference is they didn't exactly have a uniform team to actually perform. And with this roster change coming from both these teams, this is going to show them whether or not do they have what it takes to take on each other.
Yeah, it's so important right now, especially for SUHAZ Esports. If they need to rise up in the groups, they need to be able to collect as many points as possible before the inner groups are done, before it gets into the inter groups. Now, let's look at the current predictions so far, and I think after yesterday's performance, it's understandable that the majority of us is going to be leaning towards SUHAZ Esports' side, but it's going to be Sleepy Godzillas and as well as Karakuri going for MAB. Now, after this transfer window, things have been quite shaken up, and nobody was expecting SUHAZ's performance yesterday, and today we're just riding off of that momentum, but for all we know, we could be wrong, especially with MAB.
That's the thing, right? Karakuri has been a big MAP fan for the longest of time. He's definitely know things that we do not know, and multiple times. Sometimes I hate to admit it, but he is 70% right when it comes to decisions like this, and seeing him vote like this, I'm a little bit afraid.
I mean, I'm a little afraid too, but let's see what you guys at home believe is going to be the winners, with an overwhelming majority going to be leaning towards SUHAZ Esports' side. Let's see if these predictions are going to be correct or expectations subverted by MAB.
Yep, and speaking of which, this is not surprising, right? Considering how SUHAZ Esports kind of dominated the competition in yesterday's game. They went head-to-head with teams as well, with HomeBois, which is arguably one of the strongest team coming into the entire regular season. And I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they continue with that momentum. However, to my surprise, I'm looking forward to see whether or not if SUHAZ Esports and MAB Esports, are they going to contest Aulus?
Yeah,
We've
that's the
heard
thing.
Aulus a lot. We've seen it happen for multiple teams. MAB was supposedly having Aulus as a pocket strat for themselves, but we haven't exactly seen it perform really that well yet.
It's tough. I mean, all this is awesome, but we've also gotten an awesome gaming experience, you guys, that you could earn here today. It's the Galaxy A52s5G.
Yep. The official smartphone, Samsung here, you can get an awesome gaming experience with the brand new Samsung Galaxy A52s, right? So it's just an amazing gaming experience that you can actually perform while checking out this phone.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that you want to be like, you know what? I got a sleek design looking phone. I got a phone that's brand new, a flagship, a staple in this market, and you guys could earn one here today. All you got to do is head on over to the Facebook or Instagram account of MPL Malaysia, like the weekly predictions post, and more importantly, put your predictions in that comment section, and you could be walking away with an awesome gaming experience. But with 15 seconds on the clock here, it's going to be SUHAZ against MAB. I can't wait to see what the draft is, because you mentioned Aulus here, and I think MAB might think otherwise. With Zuto, we could be seeing a good assassin performance.
Oh yeah, Lancelot and Hayabusa is going to be something that will progress. But without further ado, the drafts will be on its way. And starting things off, we are going to see the Phovius first ban as well as Lancelot. Cho as well going to be highly contested, as both teams do play a pretty sick Cho. However, MAB Esports is one of the very few teams that prioritize on Edith tank. So do you think that Edith is going to be a priority here coming from both the teams?
I don't think Edith is going to be a big standout for either one of these sides here. I think as of yet, the meta has kind of predetermined that, oh, hey, SUHAZ Esports, now that they have this new gold laner that's kind of stable, he's able to play some of the typical meta champions, meta heroes in that gold lane matchup. And I think it's important that they are able to champion that lane through, because a lot of that meta is dependent on whether or not you can farm that early game energy shield. That's the important part. That's why we're seeing Brody, Clint, and more importantly, Popo and Koopa being so prevalent. Beatrix even.
Yes, definitely. These are definitely heroes that have very good sieging potential as well. And it's definitely something that is very underlooked to a certain degree. And as soon as said as well, the Brody will be banned off from the side of MAB Esports. However, let's talk about heroes that is actually off the first phase bans here. Is going to be heroes like Selena, Fanny. Is this going to be the contested ones? And we've kind of saw SUHAZ Esports box play the Fanny before, but it's been a very long time. So do you think Zuto is a Fanny player, or is this potentially, based on this bans, a setup for Zuto?
It's a little hard. We don't have enough information to actually predetermine it yet. And I think, especially for SUHAZ Esports, I don't think they're expecting to get Fanny for a large percentage of the games. And I think even they themselves are like not 100% sure whether they can actually let it through. So it's better just to get rid of it, make it a non-factor, stick to the game plan, stick to the draft plan.
Now, let's talk about junglers here. Hayabusa as well as Aulus matchup. We've talked about really annoying assassin junglers. Considering that Lancelot has been taken out, will MAB prioritize on that, or are they going to play maybe an Esmeralda or even their Selena pickup right now?
I think Selena is definitely a high consideration for MAB. Nova is very capable of playing it. I'm pretty sure Zach QT can also pick it up. And notice that it's only been picked up 9 times in the league so far, with a 67% win rate overall, especially with how often it's banned. People really do believe that Selena is an absolute nuisance to deal with.
Yeah, 67 times banned throughout the entire regular season just shows you how much annoyance it can be. Even though it's been there for the longest times here, its vision control and setups can be extremely annoying. And when you least expect it, here comes the arrow, it just causes disasters. I would say Selena and Franco is kind of in the same category zones. If you land those really sick hooks or arrows, you can immediately turn the tide for the entire game.
Well, depending on what SUHAZ is feeling today, I don't think Franco is going to get picked up just yet. First, they lock in the Eve as well as the Beatrix. Beatrix just highly contested all the time. Everybody wants to get a piece of the pie, and more importantly so, getting the biggest advantage in the gold lane possible. But we've seen how teams usually respond to this. Either you get a lane bully who's able to shove that Beatrix out, or you get a slightly worse matchup and have a support that can actually protect you. In this case, we're not sure whether the Selena is going into the support section just yet. Could be the main mage, but MAB, they they still have that second out, which is getting a lane bully.
Yeah, this is going to be very important up for ZQT to actually make sure that Beatrix doesn't get super out of hand, considering that it's one of the very few marksmen that has a very strong level 4 ultimate pre-4 in this fight. Seems like their response is going to be the Ling here, which is amazing when it comes to cutting back line. So this Beatrix is going to have a pretty rough time. MAB, however, will respond with the Franco Selena, which we did see Orange Esports during week 3 play this out.
Yeah, no, personally, I'm kind of into it. However, it's about lane priority, right? Eve should be able to kind of shove out that lane, so you can expect that the mid lane firm MAB is going to be very proactive at, you know, hiding in brushes, walking up, shoving their opponents on the lane, using that kill pressure to push them away to get that priority, and it can be highly contested here. But as you mentioned before, all is going to get picked up straight away for SUHAZ.
I'm a little bit surprised by this pickup coming from SUHAZ Esports. Like, if they force the Diggy pickup right here, every arrow, every hook coming from MLBB Esports might be kind of a little bit useless to a certain degree, that you won't be able to set up for this amazing plays unless they mess up their formation. So we kind of saw SUHAZ Esports kind of play this before by DAs last week. But this time, you know, coming into the bands here, seeing how the setup is pretty much predetermined coming from MLBB Esports, they're missing their marksman their goal laner as well as the XP laner. In this case, they are going to be removing the marksman. So that is going to be Popo and Koopa out, which leaves, I think, Melissa up for grabs left, maybe from MLBB Esports.
It means that the Melissa, Brody...
Brody's gone.
Oh yeah, Brody's already gone.
Clint left, yeah.
Another lane bully that can actually, you know, deal with, at the very least, deal with the Beatrix in lane. So it's really like what you're willing to give up here at the end of the day. Edith gets banned out for the side of MAB, which I think is understandable at this point because you don't know what the ace is going to play just yet.
Oh, yeah.
Cho is not too bad because he's, at the very least, with the Shinpo, you can dodge the iron hooks. You're able to kind of absorb these arrows coming in from ZQT. But I think there should also be a consideration for Lolita here. At least she'll be able to block the Abyssal Arrows, and that Numenor Blast gives a second guarantee disengage or re-engage if you have Flicker.
It's funny, right? When it comes to Lolita, we kind of saw it during the M3 series where a lot of teams prioritize on the Lolita pickup, and so far in the regular season, I think only Toad pretty much plays it really well to a certain degree, but yep. Okay. Wow, good call there, Gideon.
Sorry, my nose is killing me. I don't know if the weather is changing or something.
Oh man, you smell something spicy.
Oh yeah, I can smell it. I can smell it for sure.
Your sixth sense comes from your nose, man.
Yo, look, my ancestors were a bunch of pack of wolves. That's the only reasoning I have to actually go for this. But other than that, the fact that they banned out, I got wolf blood.
Maybe Roger.
Nah, I'm just an alpha. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
SUHAZ banning out the Yuzong does kind of give an indication that they want to make sure that the backline is safe. And as we see, SUHAZ Esports wants to kind of build this general siege composition. Right now, they have a guaranteed way with Beatrix, with Renner. They're able to kind of sit outside the tower to continuously harass it, right? But they're going to need a support that kind of helps build that pressure. And as well as Uranus, which is a really good pairing with both Aulus and as well as Yve, it's just a great way of just peeling off your opponent. So now, for SUHAZ, it's about peel. For MAB, it's about dominance. Kimmy is going to help clear those waves fast. Khalid is going to make sure that no matter what matchup, whether it is Esmeralda or the Uranus, he'll be able to get that pressure and push out the lane, maybe even jump into the back line.
Yeah, I was expecting maybe they would go for Esmeralda on the goal laner, considering that there have been teams that kind of experiment with X-Fighters or tanky heroes on the sides, or maybe even the Hylos coming from MLBB Esports. But I like the decision that SUHAZ Esports, they opted to pick the Aulus rather early, because MLBB Esports loves this AoE control where they brought the Hylos as well as the Aulus by just using their ultimates to stack each other into and making it into a playing field that favors them. So I like the adaptation coming to draft from SUHAZ Esports, but MLBB Esports, they're bringing something new. Kimmy as a marksman and a mage, this is going to be very, very interesting, considering that Uranus won't be able to go super out of control if they send the Kimmy to match up with Uranus.
Yeah, I think at this point, now that we're seeing the Atlas pick coming out of SUHAZ Esports, I feel like the Atlas was a little overkill. Really, really overkill. I think they just need a peel at the end of the day, something that can absorb the pressure and match up with the mid lane supports, who are generally going to be shoving it out, or at the very least using their kill pressure to threaten AJ. So if AJ goes 50-50 in the lane, he's going to be useful, but Atlas is a very big weak point. If he gets into the later stages of the game, big wombo combo, SUHAZ Esports have got it in the bag. But if you look look at the composition coming out of MAB. Generally, it's about pickoffs, it's about stopping the ultimates, it's about looking for those counter engagements, which is hard because they've got so much on the side, so many tools from SUHAZ. The Unyielding Fury going to be #1 on top of the real war manipulation.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into its game #1 between MAB Esports versus SUHAZ Esports. Game #1 here, seeing how MAB Esports opening up with a very, very risky and high technical draft of both DeFranco and also Selena to have a very, very cliche condition to win their fight. So this is going to be an interesting one. Whether or not can they pull off this difficulty?
Well, it's time. MAB Esports on the blue side with SUHAZ Esports on the red. I'm excited to see, especially for MAB, because as you mentioned before, this is a high technical draft. It's all about execution. It's all about getting the results, right? If they cannot mechanically perform the abilities to pressure SUHAZ Esports, this game is going to crumble very quickly.
Exactly. And seeing how things is going here, interesting fact that both Box as well as Zuto are going to be going for the Demon Slayer. However, bottom side, they trade a 1-for-1 between Ren as well as eBay. That's actually a good sign for MAB Esports.
Yep, this is really worth it, especially for Ren because he is going for Festival of Blood. So as long as he's able to stack that up early, he's going to have some extra sustain against someone with natural sustain in the Uranus. So that's first blood bounty achieved so far. It's looking good. 45 more seconds until Turtle comes up. And this is what you want to see from MAB Esports, right? Controlling that mid lane as much as they can. Nova just needs to slow down the Box and more importantly, try to punish the ace. Oh, Box! He's immediately going to get iron hooked here, but they don't get the reset on that purple buff. Now Nova is in some trouble, but here comes Zuto to try and punish the ace, looking for any kind of quick executions. Oh, and Blade Tempest is already coming out. There we go. Perfect play. Orange buff is going to burn him down.
Well done coming from Zuto. MAB Esports. Things looked a little bit iffy there, considering how out of position the tank as well as Nova was in. Nova as well as ZQT was. But fortunately for them, the Zuto was there to salvage the fight. So that was a big W coming from MAB Esports, considering that they do slow down this momentum that SUHAZ Esports is trying to garner. And unfortunately to say, now Turtle is still going to be forced out coming from Box. They pop out the Unyielding Fury, and MAB, this is waiting patiently for the right moment to strike. Do they take it? Unfortunately, no.
No, Zuto still didn't have his retribution in time. If they wanted to coin flip it, Zuto would have started making his way, but he didn't have that purple buff as well. So I think giving it over to SUHAZ Esports, sure, it should have been expected for the side of MAB Esports, but at the end of the day, they didn't want to risk it, which I think is a much better decision because now they're looking a little bit further ahead, saying orange buff, let's shove Box away.
Exactly. Now they are going to try and force this issue as well. Here comes the real elimination. They go in for the hook as well, but it seems like it is a bait to pull it away from AJ as they focus on towards the ace, as MAB Esports gets a very easy kill as well as the reset on the orange buff to slow down Box's farm.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It's all about punishing the supports very early on into the game, and if you can bleed your lead in towards the jungle and slow Box down, that's a very big win for MAB Esports. So keep your eyes on the ace because that's where MAB Esports is going to look to try and punish as collateral for the jungle.
Wow, what a steal coming from Zuto as well. MAB was just lurking there, making sure they want to waste Box's time, and Box didn't even get the orange buff. They sacrificed Nova for that vicinity, but the one that needed to kill was none other than Box. However, here comes the retaliation coming from ZQT. Nothing crazy, but it will force SUHAZ to play very defensively because of this play.
MAB needs to have some foresight here, right? They're making these really good plays. Like, whenever they predict, okay, he's going to be on orange buff side, that's where we're going to punish. There isn't... Oh, Zed, he's almost got that kill onto X-Slash, and it's great that he didn't die there, but here comes Nova to try and make that difference. Maximum impact from X-Slash?
Yeah, that's dead. There's no way he survives that. Zed is pretty much a dead deal as well. They walk out. They know that he's going to be down as well. MAB Esports got this in the bag. Rotation-wise, on point. However, Box has not been killed yet. He's been slowed down in terms of farm. Ren, however, is going to try and make a run for it. He does have the tower protection, so that's not going to be the dive coming in, but we do see the arrows coming from the middle side, so SUHAZ Esports is a little bit spooked out as they back out.
Yep, 4 more seconds in fact, for the Turtle to come out, and the Ace actually using his ultimate on the wave. That's not going to be good for SUHAZ. Do they have any outs? AJ's got his ult, Box has his ult. Okay, they can still coin flip this if they want to.
Yeah, definitely. But seems like MAB Esports this time, they are going to secure the Turtle very easily. They call in X-Slash for a quick one. SUHAZ Esports is in the vicinity. However, no retro available. AJ shows himself. Zuto makes a dive. Goes for the Tempest Blade. However, he's a little bit out of position as he spots out 4 members coming from SUHAZ Esports. Will let them retreat. However, they are going to look to chip the gold plating up top with the Kimi.
With 105 more seconds, you can see MAB, this is the siege that they want to do. They want to try and punish Zed or Day3, but a large majority of the members of SUHAZ Esports going to defend it. And you can tell MAB don't want to commit too many resources to this, but the longer the box stays around, the better it is for MAB. 5 more seconds, 4 more seconds in fact, for his purple buff. He needs to make sure that his farm is consistent.
You could see from the play up top from MLBB Esports, they're so disciplined. You know how difficult it is to land those hooks as well as the arrow. As soon as they miss it, they didn't get anything out of it. Immediately disciplined plays, they back out. However, Nova has been lurking around. He will find a pickup onto his Ace. It is only a tank, but it does hurt SUHAZ that much yet.
This is what I was talking about in the draft. The Ace is just a big point that MAB can continue to punish until the later stages of the game. So as of right now, SUHAZ Esports, they don't mind dragging this game out as long as possible. MAB just does not scale as well. So it's up to MAB to continuously put the pressure and apply pressure on SUHAZ Esports to try to make them crack.
Yeah, slowly but surely, the point of interest is going to be taking down Box. Like, they've got a kill onto Zed, but somehow they need to further slow down Box's farm. And currently, Box has not died a single time. He's got slowed down, but eventually they need at least one death of Box if they want to try and have a better game. However, SUHAZ Esports looks like they will scout out Zuto. Zuto with the link is going to back out. The arrow does connect. Looks like they are going to make the dive onto the Ace again, and that's a big pickoff. But Box will be forced to use the Unyielding Fury potentially soon to actually clear up the minions. He's holding it for a long time, but looks like MAB, they don't want to continue.
Yep, they don't have to. At this point of time, when the Turtle is coming back up, they're prioritizing these neutral objectives. They've given one too many over to SUHAZ Esports. Eevee, he is making some good rotations, but more importantly, he is Uranus, so he's never going to die. He's got Purify and Concentration, but now seeing the solo kill onto X-Slash on that top side. Well played to Zed.
That is huge coming from SUHAZ Esports. That was a very, very important kill for them, as they are going to be trading top tier 1 for the Turtle in the hands of MAB Esports. So SUHAZ Esports is looking to open up the map a little bit more to help Box farm efficiently. Meanwhile, bottom side, Eevee doing a fantastic job just gaining so much zone control over MAB Esports.
No, they're wasting too much time down here. They could have easily gone towards purple buff side, but instead SUHAZ Esports try to punish the mid lane. X-Slash manages to make it in time, knowing he can catch that second top wave. So I think at the end of the day, it's about, understanding what is priority for each of these members. And I feel like, unfortunately for MAB, they are wasting a little bit of time and opportunities and windows to actually steal gold away from SUHAZ.
SUHAZ just has the bigger picture in mind. Play the macro game as smart as they can. If they are coming, we just need to buy time. And look at this, Zed also making so much space for the team, and this is actually helping SUHAZ Esports. MAB Esports, they're slowly starving, even though they've got a little bit of a lead. But based on their drafts here, as the game progresses, this is not helping them at all.
Well, I mean, honestly, when you're seeing the Ace die up topside, Zed and AJ is going to try and do their best, but it's expected that the Ace goes down here. The fact is...
arrow.
Oh, no, it's not going to get a kill. SUHAZ Esports are allowed to play passive, so even if they make general mistakes, they know they have a guaranteed like 12, 13 minutes into this game.
As long as Box doesn't die. However, looks like MAB, they're not too happy about this. They got the kill onto the Ace again, and they're looking to transition from middle turret. However, a little bit too hard to do it, as Zed is going to be here to clear out the minions very quickly.
Yeah, I think MAB Esports at this point, the clock is ticking against them. They've got about, what? I would say about 6 minutes, less than that. 5 minutes until SUHAZ Esports are ready to fight. Box 2 levels away from level 12. The first Lord is coming up in about 16 seconds, and now you see MAB increasing the tempo.
Oh, he almost got AJ as well as ZQT. Going to be forced as well, but Zuto is going to try and salvage the situation. Does he have one more HP? No, Zuto does not have the orange buff. He could not burn him down in time. However, they will settle with the Ace once again, and MAB Esports is looking to secure the Lord. ZQT is going to try and fight this fight as well, as Eevee trying to make space, but the damage burst coming in from X-Slash a little bit too much, and Ren will secure the kill with that, and MAB Esports, they win the kills, but they're not transitioning to Lord immediately.
This is a little unfortunate. I really thought Zuto could almost guarantee the kill onto AJ, but I think he understood he didn't have the purple buff at the time. He wouldn't have enough energy regeneration to kill AJ and then jump back out. He still had his ultimate, which begs the question, right? Zuto, could he have gotten both of those kills? Because they almost guaranteed that death onto the Ace. I'm not so sure. The micro is a little tough to predetermine it.
I guess, in this case, I like how that he's not taking unnecessary risk, considering that they have a little bit advantage as of yet. But now they are going to make the play. They pull in ZQT, and that is huge. They set up for the Redders, and they take him apart, and this might be crumbling here. But looks like MAB Esports, they are going to send Zuto to lurk around and potentially go in for a split push. However, Uranus is going to be sent up top. Lord is going to be contested here. 4v4 down bottom without the Uranus. Are they going to force the issue? MAB a little bit scared as of yet.
They just have to drag out this fight. SUHAZ Esports don't have to do anything. They are waiting for their ultimates to come back up to look for that big wombo combo. And I don't think MAB realize this. They're dragging out the Lord to make sure that they're a full 5-man squad before fighting once again. And once they have ZachQT in position, he can start opening up the map, especially when it comes down to these mid rushes.
Yep, speaking of which, AJ and the Ace is going to have their ultimates up very, very quickly. And this time, they are going to try and bait the Lord again, as MAB Esports just wasting a little bit too much time trying to find an opportunity in this situation, which is actually very beneficial for SUHAZ Esports. As you can see, Box slowly chunking away. They are going to force the issue. Ren is going to open up the map. Zuto is going to be here, but he doesn't have his purple buff, so he needs to be very careful. But SUHAZ Esports taking a little bit too much damage. He goes for the wombo combo. He catches 3 of them, and Zed completely obliterates MAB Esports. He loses his life, but SUHAZ Esports gets a big fat 3-man, and X-Slash is going to be the next to fall. MAB Esports, they secured a lot, but they've lost all their members.
That's a maniac coming in for Box. He's playing this well. He understands the micros, and unfortunately for MAB, they fell right into SUHAZ Esports' trap. They don't care about the Lord. They want MAB Esports to get nice and close and toasty before the full combo. There's no way he dies.
Yeah, no, he's fine, right? He's fine.
He's totally fine.
Eve. Oh! A little bit close, a little bit close.
Okay, a little too close for comfort.
Okay, he gets punished for it, so does he surprise? Nah, there's no way he survives. It's gone. Great bait though, but still, damn.
I think it's just one of those situations where it's like, you know, EV dies. It's kind of whatever. SUHAZ still have plenty of time to kind of scale in towards this game. Box, he probably doesn't have max items just yet, but he's the only one really getting a large amount of gold. Zed, naturally, his kit has a lot of damage, so with one item alone, he's able to shred. If he gets a Malefic Roar, that's just a plus point.
Exactly. However, with that play coming from SUHAZ Esports, they finally gain back a little bit of momentum, but MAB Esports is not looking to let him slide here as well. Zuto is going to try and challenge Box, but it's a little bit too low, but Arrow comes into the Ace to actually stop him from using the Fatal Link, and that's going to be a full back off coming from MLBB Esports. But the middle turret, once again, SUHAZ Esports putting very, very big emphasis on making sure that the turret does not fall.
I think this is one of those slow burners here for MAB Esports. The only way they win this is if they can bait spells out of SUHAZ. And if SUHAZ are, you know, a little trigger happy with their ultimates, it's going to be so good for MAB to look for the re-engage.
Here comes the pull. Nova Explorer gets pulled back. Here comes the remobilization as well. ZachQT is looking to try to fight a fight, but the crits and the damage coming from Zed is a little bit too much as Nova as well as ZachQT gets bursted out. Zuto nowhere to be found at all in that fight.
Yep, Zuto, he jumps right in. He sees Zed. He wants Zed. He's going into the Blade of Tempest to try and jump on him. He finds that kill to Ace, and AJ now hit very, very low. Maximum impact not up from X-Slash. He used it to open up the map. That's a little sad. 3v3 and MAB Esports, they know their win conditions, but it's just really hard to achieve.
So close, yet so far. Very, very nail-biting kills coming from MLBB Esports. However, SUHAZ, they still prevail. They are buying a lot of time. Now, let's take a quick look on the itemization real quick. Box is almost close to his final items, and he's slowly starting to hurt. But the hook coming from MLBB Esports, this is huge. They punish the Ace again, but Zuto, he's looking to apply the pressure. Can he get the kill on AJ? No, he cannot. But his life is a little bit low. One fat crit coming from Box might be enough to take him down and scare him off, but looks like it's not going to happen as SUHAZ is going to play this slow once again.
Yes, SUHAZ needs to remember that even though their wave clear is really, really strong, they need to play for these bigger objectives, which is going to be Lord. So now they're taking a more passive approach until Lord is back up, and this is the perfect time to try and punish MAB.
Nova going to be bullied out of the fight. Eve is going to force it as well, but he pulls him back to the turret, but he doesn't have the bite. However, they are going to dive on the box again. Zuto goes in for the play. The Kimi does have the damage to take him out, and that is huge coming from MAB Esports. They need a box down, and this is going to be them securing the Lord. But SUHAZ Esports, they still have the Renner on Zed. Are they going to force the issue? Eve is going to be here to open up the map, but MAB, they're conceding the fight again.
Yep, they're technically, their members are a little low here, and especially from the backline. Nova wants to flicker on top of Zed specifically. Box is already down, and yeah, they should be able to coin flip this no problem, but they can't afford to fall into the Aces combo. They still have AJ and Zed ready to go into Beerus Passion and the real world manipulation, which is more than enough damage.
Yep, they have a lot of time as well. Here comes the snipe coming from Zed. Does he connect? Nope. Looks like he will back off. However, Noah X Mobile will throw his life for the cause as they secure the Lord. Meanwhile, Ave consistently clearing out the middle lanes to make sure that the middle turret is jeopardized. But with that play, MLBB Esports, they finally gained back the momentum, which they lost a little bit in the hands of SUHAZ.
Yep, and you can tell that SUHAZ are playing a more passive game, especially since, yes, they could have pulled that combo off 4v5, but notice that MLBB Esports still have a majority of their flickers. So for DeAce to make that catch, he has to time it really, really well and would rather not play the 50-50.
Yep, and as of yet, Ren is also going to be hitting his 15 soon, and this Khalid is starting to get a little bit annoying, and one big fat out is going to completely shred Zed to pieces. And he just needs to wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, the Ling is going to consistently split push as well. But here comes the bite. They finally take out the Uranus. And a very, very annoying player coming from SUHAZ Esports. And this is going to give them a little bit more room. But so far, everyone from SUHAZ, they're just playing it very defensively because of this.
Yep, you can see MLBB continuing to press their advantage. As long as they keep getting pick after pick after pick, it's going to work out well. It's all dependent on Selena as well as Nova. Iron Hook does not connect on anybody just yet, but you can see that SUHAZ are playing it very carefully. They're looking for opportunities for MLBB to kind of group up together. And despite that 5k gold lead, SUHAZ very comfortable in their own skin right now.
Yep, and this is going to be a very, very difficult defense coming in from SUHAZ now, considering that one nice hook or one nice arrow could smell defeat in their hands in this situation. So they just need one good fight and SUHAZ will bounce back. However, MLBB, fantastic position. Arrow comes in, but it's only attack. Once again, it's only attack. It's only DAs.
Yeah, I think they need somebody who's able to kind of protect themselves. I think Eevee, at this point, should consider getting an Ice Queen's Wand and purposefully getting hooked by Nova. If he purposefully gets hooked, it might spark an initial engage from MLBB Esports, but the retaliation from SUHAZ Esports is going to be more than enough, and Eevee can protect his life. With Purify, Consecration, as well as a Winter Truncheon, he can buy more than enough time through all the chain CCs that MLBB Esports has.
Yep, currently AJ from side SUHAZ Esports, he's got the Ice Queen, he's got the Glowing Wand. He is a big threat when it comes to mobility against MLBB Esports. However, that's the thing. I like how AJ is extremely smart in his positioning. He's always aware that whether or not ZQT's arrow has been expended before he decides to pop his real-world manipulation. And that's a very, very underrated decision, but hopefully he can maintain it up or it doesn't cause problems for the team.
Yeah, let's see how long it's going to take here. With 20 seconds on the clock, Lord is about to spawn, and now SUHAZ Esports, this is an ideal condition for them to actually take this fight onto MLBB, who only have one extra situational item on SUHAZ at this stage of the game, which personally I don't think is going to matter too much because the combo is just that devastating despite the immortalities you're expected to see from MLBB Esports.
Yep, this next Lord fight is going to dictate and help out SUHAZ Esports. They need to win this one. However, here comes the bite again. They punish Eevee, and this is huge for them, but looks like they will force the issue. The Ace pulls them back. Immediately, MLBB Esports says, I don't care. They force out the Renner, and this is not looking good for SUHAZ Esports. They catch Box, Red, sustain it through all. They can't kill off the Khalid as they give chase, and everyone from SUHAZ Esports is taking a little bit too much damage. Zuto gonna get chunked away as the Wind of Nature from Zed will save his life, but the arrow from ZQT connects the dot. The Ace is down, and ZQT escapes the wrath of SUHAZ Esports.
Oh, no, Nibiru's passion. It just came up. He was not able to protect or even look for a trade kill. This is perfect for MLBB Esports. They catch off Eevee, who cannot get past the suppression from Nova X Kobar, and just the raw damage coming in and consistent DPS from X Slash on this Kimmy is making it absolutely impossible for Eevee to actually get the Consecration or even the Purify off in time.
Yeah, that is huge coming from MLBB Esports. Like, Eevee is doing a fantastic job just making sure the lanes are always shoved up. Taking it out means they are taking out a big portion of meat shield away from SUHAZ Esports. And because of this, they are in a very difficult spot. Here comes the Lord.
Now they're going to look for this last potential fight and yield.
Oh, the hook!
The hook already landing on a perfect target, taking Eevee out again. Zuto cracking open the bottom inhibitor so far as Box absorbs and dies straight to Zuto's increased 100% crit at max energy. Even Zed will not be able to dish out this damage. MLBB looking to close out this game with a Raging Sandstorm to end to Ace's life, popping his immortality. Zed now at risk as the inhibitor falls. MLBB take game one.
Oh, what a game coming in from MLBB Esports. Bring it on! And wow, to my surprise, they pulled out a very, very difficult composition against SUHAZ Esports in game number one and made it look so seamlessly. But looks like it is going to be back to the drawing board for SUHAZ Esports for game number two. But MLBB with Zuto's first appearance, based on his decision plays, his discipline on his lane, seems to be the right choice coming in week number 4.
Yeah, personally, I think that's just overall very well done by Zuto. Extremely comfortable and more importantly, a confident jungler. That's what you need to have, especially when he knows what the damage output is, and especially when you're not questioning yourself too much whether or not you're going to get the kill. You're just telling yourself, I will get this kill, rather than maybe?
Yeah, definitely as well. I really like how Zuto, even though it's his first appearance, he does not get super aggressive. He's very disciplined and he's always making sure that based on the team's position, what does the team right now? Shoving the lanes. Oh, making sure that I can match your Eve's shoves from the other side of the map. So that kind of put both SUHAZ Esports and MAB Esports at a stalemate for a number of time. And I liked how they shifted their direction coming from MAB Esports, saying that, hey, getting either box, getting either the B-Tricks is going to be extremely difficult to do. Why not we take out the most annoying person, and that's going to be Eve. And when they started doing that, things completely went wrong for SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they were translating their lead after punishing the ace multiple times. They could look for the core targets, or more importantly, they could protect themselves from the engage. And more importantly, the peel here. Eevee unfortunately can't do anything about the Bloody Hunt. It is a suppress ability, and that's something you can't purify or concentrate out of, unfortunately for him, and he dies. And it works really great because let's say, you know, we had, instead of a Kimmy, it was a Beatrix, right? Nibiru's Passion comes out. I'm pretty sure in most situations, let's give it 8 out of 10 times, Eevee actually survives. But with Kimmy, that's where you have a little bit of a change, right? You have the Berserker's Fury on top of the magic penetration from the Genius One and Holy Glaive. He's dishing out so much more damage than a regular, I don't know, traditional attack damage build from a marksman.
You know, it's really interesting considering that how quickly SUHAZ Esports is getting peeled off by this Kimmy, considering that but at this stage game, I was expecting maybe a early Radiant Armor to deal with this magical damage coming from X-Slash, but seems like they didn't even purchase it, which cost them, which kind of enabled X-Slash to actually do his job very easily, even though it's not supposed to be that way.
Exactly. Radiant Armors were supposed to be the key to actually taking this game, and I think even the Ace realized it a little bit too late. He goes for the Athena Shield, he realizes he needs to protect himself from people like Zuto, and I think there should have been a consideration for getting Athena Shield and letting Zuto have the crit that he wants, because at the end of the day, you just need an anti-Cuirass or at the very least a Juggernaut armor to protect yourself.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that they might need to go back to the drawing board. However, SUHAZ Esports, they bang on the fact that they underestimated the Kimmy. So I'm not gonna lie, X-Slash, he's got 7 kills, and they were more focused onto Zuto consistently pushing out the lanes, and that is a very good diversion tactic coming from MLBB Esports. And I felt like SUHAZ Esports was constantly being pressured for the fact that where's the hook gonna come? Where's the arrow gonna come? And there were just multiple layers coming from MLBB Esports. So well done to them. And let's take a look at who the MVP is. It's going to be none other than Zuto with a 6-0-9 on his link with his disciplined plays and his calculated participations with a match KP of 68% and match GPM of 893. That is just... what a good way for him to start out.
Now that's what you want to see from the transfer window. These new rookies coming in, really showing off what they got and showing that it's well deserved to be here on the main stage.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. You know, MLBB Esports, they've shown that, hey, why they deserve to be in MPL, and they perfectly took advantage that, hey, this transfer window is going to help us win, and they did exactly that. However, it's a little bit too safe. You know, it's still too early. It's only one game. Things can go a little bit different considering on how yesterday's games kind of went.
Yes, that's true. I mean, for all we know, SUHAZ might be able to bounce back, but you can tell that the performance of Zed as well was also really, really good. It just came down to how the draft was getting played out, and unfortunately for SUHAZ, they got a little too comfortable and started to disrespect the Iron Hook as well as the Selena Arrows, which work in tandem with each other. You get hit by one, you're guaranteed to get hit by the other.
Yep, and now that is going to be it for the MVP. Let's take a look at the highlights in case you missed out in terms of the action. In game number 1, MLBB Esports, they took advantage of the situation that DA's doesn't exactly have a strong frontliner. It is a very strong not really a strong frontliner in the early stage game, and it just took advantage that Selena is going to be able to punish that. And look at the constant invades from MLBB Esports to make sure that they can penetrate into the jungle, taking down maybe DA's or even slow down Box as well, which exactly went according to their plan.
I mean, I kept telling you during the draft, like, that's their biggest weakness. The biggest weakness is not the player itself, but this hero. I mean, there's no strong quote-unquote engagement without your flicker, and I think that's a very big liability for the side of SUHAZ, and I think it was overkill to try and get this combo off the ground. Like, look at this, especially after the combination is done, if it gets disrupted, if somebody gets cancelled out, that's when you see SUHAZ slowly kind of crumble out. But if they get the combination down against multiple targets, instantly they get popped out, and they can actually layer their ultimates to make sure they can stop a delayed push coming in from MLBB Esports.
I like this layering coming from the highlights as well. You immediately see in this 3 slides so far, ever since that combo went out from SUHAZ Esports, everyone from MLBB Esports are so aware of where the ace is. If he pops his fatal links, they are going to dive in. But if he doesn't, they are very, very spread out with each other. But as soon as he pops it off, everyone from MLBB Esports is like, you know what? I am going to swarm in, and they completely take him out. So well done to MLBB Esports for game 1.
Yep, that's only game 1. We still have a second game to kind of think about it, to kind of talk a little bit more, because I think with both teams, they see what the general game style is. MAB not looking to hard counter it, but in terms of the scaling, they do have backup plans. Not a lot of teams we see actually pick up that Kimmy.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The Kimi, I felt it was a little bit forced, but I feel like they played it really well in a sense that they were looking to apply pressure and wave clear as quickly as they can. And in terms of macro gameplay, I feel like SUHAZ Esports, they have a good idea of what to do, which is buy time for the Aulus. But from MAB's side, is like, I want to close out this game. So it was very two different mindsets coming from both SUHAZ Esports and MAB. And I felt like game 1 is a big slap to SUHAZ Esports' face. They might have underestimated MAB a little bit too much.
Well, I think at the end of the day, when I look at the draft, it's just 2 siege compositions with 2 slightly different ways of achieving their win conditions. And at the again, it really comes down to who was able to pull it off a little bit better. This time it was MAB, and especially with those rather good hooks. Eevee was playing perfect early to mid, but that late game was definitely, I don't know whether he was burnt out, but you can't always expect to not get hit by that iron hook. At some point, when it does land, it will make the difference.
I think when you bring up the point about SUHAZ Esports kind of burnout, I feel like SUHAZ Esports deserves a little bit of a free pass considering that they are kind of sick as well. So would you say that that kind of seeped in and affected their gameplay?
For sure. I definitely think that it does. I don't think... Well, I mean, think about it. The people who are actually performing the game, who is making the calls, who is making those big shot calls, because they were playing a lot more passive than they should have been when they got that first initial combo and start developing a lead. Immediately, they should be thinking about objectives and having a little bit of future sight. MAB, would I say they played the absolute best? No. Early to mid, they could have done much, much better and done so much more, but towards that later stage, right, that's when they started to pop off, and I think everybody knows why. They've been celebrating with Nescafe, of course.
Exactly, celebrating moments with Nescafe with a 30% discount off with no minimum spend, capped at 20 ringgit. You can use the promo code right now with NESMPL30 to get yourself a pretty sweet drink here, and I'm not gonna lie, I love it all. They have the luxury to drop us a couple drinks, and they keep us up and caffeinated to give you guys energized as well as entertained throughout the entirety of the cast.
Yeah, so make sure you guys, if you are starting to feel, oh man, these long grindy games where both teams are just kind of stalemating against each other, how are we going to stay awake to get that lucky draw? Well, Nescafe has got you guys covered. So scan the QR code while you still can. Let's talk about the adaptations in the draft here, because personally I think, it was interesting. I would say it was kind of interesting from MAB Esports' side, but it was a great way to kind of like deal with this combo-oriented lineup here. So let's look at the recap and you'll get a much better idea.
Okay, like imagine this, based on the drafts here, if you just straight up look at the hero picks right now, it's pretty clear that MAB Esports has a very difficult win condition. And what I mean by difficult win condition is that you need to be able to land your hooks, you need to be able to hit those arrows in order to set up for a lot of kills. And most of the times, SUHAZ Esports, they were very aware about this situation. And when a good hook comes in, things kind of go completely south. Whereas from SUHAZ Esports side, it's pretty easy. If they stick up too close, they just one-shot them, which we did see during the recap as well. And that was pretty much the win condition that SUHAZ Esports wants. However, MAB just a little bit smarter. We just don't give it to them. Why do we need to force a fight? We can always play the pick-off game.
Yeah, I don't know. Personally, the one thing that annoys me about SUHAZ Esports' draft is the fact that the Ace wanted to play this Atlas so badly, right? I understand that your teammates may not necessarily be in the right place at the right time to get the ultimates off, but things like Kufra, things like Cho definitely could have replaced Atlas here and probably would have done a much better job to help transition early to mid at the very least, because the Ace unfortunately had not a lot of presence, and you would expect him to start applying a lot of pressure or at least contesting for these turtle fights a lot more often when he hits that level 4. But I think MAP had a very good idea of how SUHAZ plays this draft, so you just play on the opposite side of the map. Oh, I take a turret, you take a turtle. I take a turtle, you take a turret. Really, you just want to play opposites until you can catch the mid rotation.
Agreed, but as of yet here, it seems like Franco does have a very, very good win rate thus far here in MPL MY Season 9, so I'm looking forward to see whether or not the Franco is going to be the point of interest for this time, and hey, look at that. He's a little bit shy, but you know, this is the beauty of having an audience on a live event. We are going to be looking forward to see some amazing games, and so far they are having a good time, and looking forward to see how Game 2 is going to go. But as of yet, the draft is on its way, and SUHAZ Esports is going to be on the blue side this time. First pick, first ban is going to be the Selena. They are going to respect Zach QT from how he played in game number 1.
Yeah, the Selena is just really frustrating because now Box continuously feels that pressure. Every single time he walks to the river, he is going to be seen. So it's better this time to eliminate that extra bit of vision and extra bit of information that MAB was playing so well with.
Yeah, and considering that it does have one of the highest win rates on the Selena in here in MPL, with the highest amount of bans as well, seeing it slip into hands at MLBB Esports just kind of shows you why it's just so annoying, and they just don't want to take the risk this time.
Personally, I find it shocking because like SUHAZ Esports before this had 100% ban rate on the Selena, so why let it slip now?
Underestimating them, maybe prioritizing on drafts that they want, which is the Matrix.
I suppose it's one of those things where it's like, I'm feeling good today. And also getting rid of the Franco. Fair enough. I guess it's one of those days where they're feeling like, oh, I'm not gonna get hit by it. I've got the schmovement. I've got the the jukes to dodge these hooks and arrows.
Okay, now here comes I wouldn't say $1 million question. Here comes the tough one. Which OP heroes are gonna let them off the hook? In this case, MAB says, you know what, you're too comfortable with the Matrix, we're gonna take it out. However, Lancelot up for grabs. Hayabusa up for grabs. What else? Fanny also potentially up for grabs.
I don't think Fanny's gonna get through from either side.
Yeah.
If SUHAZ...
But Lancelot though.
Lancelot might actually get slipped through the draft this time around.
You know,
to be fair, Box is alright with it. Zuto, I have no clue whether or not he can actually perform at a high level.
I feel like playing it safe by banning Lancelot from MLBB Esports is going to be good, considering that Nova Esports does play a pretty sick Kufra if SUHAZ Esports decides to go for the Fanny in first pick. But looks like SUHAZ Esports, they just straight ban it off. Alright.
They got baited into this one. I think SUHAZ Esports should have stuck to one of their own draft, and MAB would have naturally banned out the Fanny by themselves. Or at the very least, maybe SUHAZ Esports has scrimmed with MAB before and know that Zuto is capable of playing Fanny. So either way, it's no real loss.
Wait, they're banning off the Helker? No way, right? Like, they should ban off the Lancelot. This is a Box Lancelot we're talking about from SUHAZ Esports, unless they have a way to deal with it.
I don't know. I think Zuto might just feel comfortable to be like, you know what, deal with the Box Lancelot. You know, we get Nova to play Kufra, something he's comfortable on, or at the very least play Cho. It feels like more teams are being a little bit more lenient with Lancelot players in general, because nobody has hit that like ridiculous, I don't know,
they got
level sort of Lancelot. Oh, well, there we go. And maybe they ban out Lancelot themselves.
Like they just can't. There's no way they would allow a first pick Lancelot. Like, it's just so difficult to handle considering the current meta. So that's something that they do need to take note of. However, good call coming from MAB, but however, Glue is also going to be up for grabs if SUHAZ Esports decides to go it. Earlier this season, they were one of the few teams that prioritized banning off Glue. Well, who do you want to go for it this time?
Nope, I don't think they're going to go for Glue here. I think SUHAZ Esports, at the very least, they could try to flex Paquito, but so far, the way the Box has been playing throughout the season, he's been kind of leaning away from it, trying to be like, you know what, I want to be able to get something that can actually make an impact. Dairoth has come up a couple of times, and especially on the blue side as well. I'm hoping to see that again. Lilia gets first picked by SUHAZ.
Are we potentially going to see a Yin pickup coming from SUHAZ Esports anytime soon?
No, I don't think so. I think Yin generally isn't that great, especially if you don't have the right conditions. Like, if the enemy has ways of iframes, or more so to kind of delay time in the domain, it's just a little tough.
All right, seems like MAB, they are going back to the comfort picks here. Cho is going to be their safe pick coming in from Nova Explorer, potentially flexing it on Ren, potentially, but I feel like that's going to be a safe one. However, are they going to prioritize on their jungler? Yes, that is going to be the higher booster coming from MAB Esports. Pretty safe pick coming in. SUHAZ Esports, how are they going to respond in this jungler? Do they just force pick all us again, or do they go for a Kufra for the ace? Which, I don't know. Is it a good choice?
I think they could go Ling if they're still looking for junglers. Oh, well, what's the thought? Tell us.
Obvious is up for grabs.
Ooh.
MAB first banned it in first game.
They did ban it out first game, but they also don't know what the EXP matchup, and Esmeralda is still on the table. It depends on whether they respect Esmeralda as the counter matchup in lane or not, and I think that's a big question here. Some teams are like, yeah, sure, I don't mind having a losing matchup because at the end of the day, Phoveus is going to dish out damage, while other teams are like, yeah, I'd rather not.
What's it gonna be, SUHAZ Esports? They've gotta decide right now, and that is gonna be the Uranus again, as well as the Brody. So it looks like we are not going to be seeing the Phoveus coming from SUHAZ Esports. So from MLBB side, they can pick however they want. But considering that the Brody was banned in first game from the side of MLBB Esports, SUHAZ Esports, they are going to try and secure this, which is kind of surprising for me, but all right.
I think it's all right. They're really, really safe lanes overall. Since Beatrix is on, the only other option MAB have, and I think for X-Slash, is to actually go for the Popo and Koopa, which isn't too bad. I think this it's pretty good for them, and that's going to put a big question mark on what SUHAZ Esports, what their support is going to be. If they want Raph, absolutely doable, but instead it's going to be Eve getting picked up by MAB. So that's a good read from SUHAZ Esports, picking up the Uranus very early on in the draft.
I'm a little bit worried coming from MAB Esports, just for the fact that if you were to compare the Ling as well as the Hayabusa, Ling's split push potential is just slightly a little bit more annoying compared to the Hayabusa. And
your team is
yeah, for a Hayabusa to try and go into the backlines and kill off the Lilia almost seems nearly impossible because of the Black Shoe. You just physically do not have enough damage unless he's super underfarmed. But seeing how MAB is going to go with this, they are going to be banning off the Ruby, another hero that can be very disruptive against the Cho as well as a Eve.
I mean, that explains. I mean, if we're talking about Lilia, right, all assassins are going to generally struggle against her because if you don't have some form of crowd control, the Black Shoes is a free escape. That's like driving into a car, crashing into the wall, and hoping that your airbags save you. And then if you choose a Lori that doesn't have airbags, it's like, I got a bigger car, but I got no airbags to save me. You're still gonna die on impact.
Dude, if a lorry crashes into you with or without airbag, if you do not have a really, really tough car, that's gonna be a
crash into a wall, bro.
Okay, fair. All right.
Why would I say crash into me?
You know,
at that point, I'll be like, airbags won't save me. No matter what automobile is gonna knock into my way, bro. I don't think that's the way to go. But MAB, speaking of automobiles, and making sure that they don't hit like a truck on the engagements, Kufra and Ruby get banned out.
I like this decision coming from MAB Esports. Like, I don't know if this is true or not, but it feels like they're just asking Zuto, what hero can mess you up? And Kufra and Ruby can perfectly annoy this Hayabusa. So currently SUHAZ Esports, they have a problem. How do they shut down this Hayabusa? Do they force a Kaja? Do they force maybe, I don't know, a Saber, which I highly doubt they will, just to one-shot it. But as of now, their biggest problem is going to be deal with Zuto. When it comes to their next hero picks, but it looks like they will ban off the Popo and Koopa in terms of marksman, considering that they don't have marksman yet.
Now, you can definitely... honestly, I think Clint is okay, but it's a 50-50 matchup against Brody. I've kind of turned my opinion on this. Before this, I would say it's highly Clint favored. The more I play the matchup and the more I understand it, the more you can actually utilize the timing, the cooldown timings to actually get bigger punishments, especially since battle spells are considered, right? So now, MAB, they still want to... They're looking at Ren, they're like, I want you to win your lane. And Ren's like, okay, thumbs up, let's do it again. SUHAZ Esports, on the other hand, you can tell by the bans alone where they're placing their priorities, right? They're placing priorities over the gold side for SUHAZ Esports. And I think if Box decides to go for Paquito to actually double down on the early to mid game, it's actually very much doable to snowball Brody out of control in comparison to MAB, who still need items, and their own biggest, quote-unquote, biggest issue is if Zuto gets ahead in terms of gold, or at the very least one kill, or Ren dominating his lane.
Yeah, I think the Paquito, it's okay coming from SUHAZ Esports, but I like for a fact that MAB, they're just keeping up the gold lanes up for options. They could flex it by going for another fighter. If they decide to go for it. So SUHAZ Esports, they have to make it very, very carefully on what they want to do. And it seems like you are right, it is going to be the Paquito and the Edith, and that is going to be a tank Edith.
I like it because now they're doubling down on the early to mid stages of the game. I was thinking more along the lines of Raph, but I think Edith actually fulfills the role a lot better because now you can kind of push your momentum on your enemies without having to, you know, substitute a Flicker Holy Baptism. Instead, you can just have the onwards and basically does the same job. Utilizing the Divine Retribution and then getting the long range stun off even better when it comes down to dives, especially since there are moments of iframes.
That's pretty crazy as well, considering that if the Edith gets a very, very like lucky catch, it's pretty much a near guarantee one-shot if you pair it with a Paquito. Whoever gets catch will get immediately bursted down. And MAB, oh my goodness, 1-1. The perfect pickup to deal with this. If you get catch, I just completely Purify out of there without the Purify skill.
No, that's really, really dirty here because now Brody's matchup is a little bit more difficult because a lot of Brody's early game damage, his auto attacks hurt, yes, fine, but he doesn't have any attack speed. He needs to charge up and shoot again. By then, 1-1 is able to get 2 auto attacks off, and with Weakness Finder, it makes that lane hard to play, especially since you're not going to be able to land that first ability as easily as you would compared to other marksmen.
Well, the drops has been set. I'm really liking how MAB Esports is responding and the way they drafted out. Well done indeed, coming from their decision making. And SUHAZ Esports seems like it is going to be a really, really rough one for them. Can they bounce back from game number 1's defeat with this time the Edith up on the ace to set up the plays with AJ's Lilia, or will MAB Esports continue to get away with whatever they can, but this time with X/Slash's 1-1 and also Zuto's Hayabusa. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into this game number 2 between SUHAZ Esports versus MAB Esports.
We're going to have SUHAZ once again trying their very best to actually even up the score against MAB. SUHAZ Esports on the blue side, MAB on the red. I'm very excited to see how X/Slash is going to play this lane. He is expected to actually win this lane out early on at level 1, but once we get to level 2, that's where things get a little bit more 50-50-ish, right? Now, SUHAZ Esports, the general game plan, they're going to get mid lane priority, instantly start pushing their lead up towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, here's a little bit fun fact as well. MAB Esports now, for 2 games in a row, Zuto going for the Demon Slayer on the jungle, despite whatever hero it was. Previously, it was... what was it again? The Ling. Now this time it was the Hayabusa. So interesting fact, not many teams still prioritize on the Demon Slayer on every single hero, but seems like Zuto is going to double down that this might be the new meta. Jungle should always go for jungle emblems.
I think the thought process is actually way more important here because I think Zuto realizes there's no way I'm killing box in the early game. There's no point taking assassin emblems or even killing spree at this point because if I get a kill, look at the members from the side of SUHAZ Esports. The movement speed really isn't going to matter at the end of the day. So he wants to get ahead. He wants to focus on pushing his own lead by farming.
I guess if you put it that way. Seems like that's going to be the game plan. Seems like MAB Esports, they're playing a bit slow, not going super crazy. They need those farms up on both Zuto as well as X/Slash to get a hit. Nova Scoreboard going to try and threaten AJ. He's taking a little bit too much damage. He might actually die. Nope, he's going to be fine. ZQT just showing him that he does have more damage than an early stage. SUHAZ Esports looking for the dive on Ren. He's going to be A-okay.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Box actually misses the KO strike. He tried to push Ren outside of turret range. Now look, unfortunately for the Ace, his early recall may have costed Zed a lot of pressure in lane because now Zed is struggling against X/Slash. He's going even in terms of EXP, but even MAB Esports are reasoning it out very well. First blood already achieved onto Uranus, no less. A good counter engagement from MAB Esports, distributing the resources across the map.
Yeah, that is big, and on top of it all, because of that dive down bottom, top side, free control coming in from MAB Esports. They take the full chunk of gold plating for both Zuto and X/Slash. But Zuto getting a bit feisty. He's gonna die. Total bottom memories. It's just gonna be enough. Flicker forward to get the kill from Zed. So SUHAZ, they're not gonna give it to them for free.
Beautiful play coming out of Zed. Very greedy coming out of Zuto for one, to go back into that to get a little bit more damage onto the turret, but Zuto punishes it very, very quickly. Very fast hands here. Now Eevee, he's going to struggle in this lane. Now Ren has a little bit of a lead on his side with a bit of an assist to get that Festival of Blood off the ground. We're going to see the exact same situation as we did in game number 1.
X/Slash going to be in a little bit of trouble. He gets pulled back and he will get focused down as SUHAZ Esports sets it up really, really nice as MAB not going to be able to respond to that. So that is a big pickup for them. bottom. However, Zuto will redeem themselves by taking the turtle. Eve is going to try and apply pressure, but Ren is going to be there. He's going to have his execute very, very soon, but unfortunately, that is not going to be any plays down bottom as the top side. SUHAZ Esports will trade the tier 1.
Yep. I mean, this is what we needed to see out of SUHAZ much earlier on into the game, but instead they chose their timing. Instead of pre-level 4, they wanted it to be at level 4 so that Zed had something to do. It was a good time for MLBB to punish, and they got the punishment off, but SUHAZ at the end of the day still thinking ahead of time. Now, Eevee, bit of trouble. He has to pull on back as Zuto is looking for potential kills.
Yeah, it's funny, right? While SUHAZ Esports is doing that play, MLBB was on the other side of the map. ZaQT was actually secretly killed off by SUHAZ Esports. So, like it or not, SUHAZ Esports got the better trade-off overall in general.
Yeah, I mean, MLBB Esports are distributing their resources across the map. When SUHAZ Esports makes a decision on where they want to be, they are going to get punished on the other side. Now, Nova, he's not going to die here, but the Raging Sandstorm is going to get on top of him. A good kick from Nova as well. Flickers on out of there as AJ a little slow on the trigger finger, but now Zuto is going to try and bait out that Black Shoes. Oh wait, no, AJ, he doesn't have Black Shoes no more. ZaQT, his real wall manipulation gets canceled, but Box can't press his lead.
Oh, that is huge coming in from MLBB Esports. They understand the situation, but a big outplay coming from Novo X Crowbar to outplay SUHAZ Esports. That was huge coming in from him. Instant flicker over the wall, right at the minimum edge as well. 1 pixel off, he might be stuck on the other side of the wall instead.
Yep, and now ZaQT now in some trouble here. Ooh, forced that flicker out. Good play coming in from Box. Now, as you can tell, the Ace in a lot of trouble. Once again, getting contested, and a very, very good catch coming in from Nova X Crowbar. He just manages to find the right kick at the right time.
Yeah, and why was the Ace in the wrong side of the wrong woods? Like, he was all by himself and no one to actually provide any sort of assistance. And this is him for a second game in a row dying unnecessarily.
Yep, I mean, you got to give it to Nova. His kicks have been on point for the large majority of that game. And now, ooh, wait. So, RNG?
Does he get
RNG? Okay. Nicely.
No, he got it. He got it.
Why did he go back in? Why did he go back in? He was a little greedy there. He thought for sure Zuto is going to take the quad shadow, his last shadow, all the way back towards his turret. But no, Zuto outplays it, slightly delays the quad shadow because he has the HP and punishes. Zuto now ends up dying to the Ace, but Box trying to move on forward as Eevee trying to slow down the real world manipulation. Ren matches the push, making sure that ZaQT stays alive. AJ gets kicked, and it's going to be a Black Shoes being expanded.
Oh my goodness. Zuto got a little bit overconfident. Box was able to punish that, and that is going to be a little bit of redemption points. But MLBB Esports, they immediately fixed the mistake. Zuto kind of dropped the ball there. It's okay. I got you back coming in from Ren as he pushes the tier 1 down bottom.
Remember that the majority of the damage is going to be dealt by Box in the early to mid game, but Zed as well. So Zed is the only thing they have to have some form of scaling damage, and even then, it's not going to compare to X-Slash. Okay, Nova's taking way too much damage here.
Okay, that's a little bit too much. Like, Box is starting to come up online. This is his go time. He's been looking for an opportunity for the longest of time, and MLBB, they have been dodging it left, right, and front and center. However, while all this is actually happening, X-Slash on the 1-1 has been secretly farming. And a little bit fun fact, he opted not to go for Aegis, Flicker, or even Purify. He opted to go for the Inspire instead. Yep,
he's going to greed out, and I think it's fair for him to greed out because a lot of the lineup coming in from SUHAZ Esports, if he isn't able to kind of kite around the general damage, and I think he's got plenty of peel on his side with the help of ZaQT and as well as Nova, if Box isn't able to get into the backline, X-Slash should be able to kind of just dodge around him and dance around him for a long period of time.
This is interesting coming from X-Slash. He doesn't have shoes as well. He's going for the full damage glass cannon build instead of having a little bit more mobility. And
it's greedy.
Yeah, it's so greedy. I think the Inspire might pay off. If he actually gets the proc, he's going to be able to get the crossbow tags off. So I think he's going to be banging on that win condition, which is very risky. But hopefully it pays off. However, SUHAZ Esports, I don't think they realize it yet.
Yeah, no, it's important to remember that X-Slash currently is a level up on Zed right now in terms of EXP, but now the fight begins. Zuto immediately gets taken out by Box, but the real world manipulation is doing so much work to that backline here. Ren tries to breathe, but the crossbow of Tang now to execute the rest of the members as Eevee tries to hold on. He survives. Luckily, X-Slash not able to get more. Box gets a good hit on towards Nova, and as you mentioned before, go time for Box. This is his moment.
Oh my goodness, I hate to see it. Like, they don't even realize that X-Slash win condition is trying to set up for the crossbow attacks, and as soon as it happens, it completely turned the tides. But still, great catch coming from DAs to actually catch up Zuto. But like I said, their bigger picture coming from MLBB Esports is way bigger. Sometimes they just have better diversion tactics.
Yeah. I mean, the fight was kind of 50-50 there. It could have gone either way, but luckily Zach QT was able to kind of, you know, dish out enough damage to put them into lethal range for X/Slash's crossbow of Tang. And I think now it goes back to even, right? SUHAZ, they're looking for ways to get a lead. MLBB Esports very comfortable with the position that they are. And as long as they kind of distribute the resources across the map, they're going to get something.
Yep, hopefully it's going to be okay, but middle turret is going to be point of interest again. Lord is going to be upset up as well. MLBB Esports, they're hoping that Nova goes for the pickoff, and just now DA's kind of caught them off surprise, but as of yet, that's going to be a very, very long time before that actually happens because the flicker cooldown is still not available. However, on the other side of the map, Eve is going to be cutting the creep waves for MLBB Esports, so this is not a good time for MLBB Esports to actually bait out the Lord. But looks like he's going to try and make a bait out the Black Shoe. AJ going to force it out, and Zuto will back out. Real World Malaysia comes in. AJ will be bullied out. And here comes the kick from the sides. They catch out Box, and he might actually die. And the Real World Malaysia, the Box is just boxed into his ultimate, and he will get taken out. Big plays coming from MLBB, and they are going to continue with the pressure.
That was actually genius coming in from MLBB Esports. Truly a work of art when it came down to decision making here. Black Shoes, knowing that it only pulls it towards the last position that Lilia was, pulls him back into the real world manipulation, and same thing goes for Box as he gets kicked back into the real world manipulation from Nova. Truly an incredible play coming in from MLBB Esports.
Yeah, that was sick. That was so unexpected as well. We thought the real world manipulation would be completely useless in that scenario, but surprised enough, ZQT actually hold out a couple of charges and did not move away from his spot. And as soon as the kick came in, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna get a kill on Box, and now Nova Escobar is gonna get bursted down, and this is good for SUHAZ Esports, but the Lord is gonna be pushing from the top side, so it's only a tank. The bigger picture here is gonna be at Zuto as well as Zach QT coming from SUHAZ Esports.
Notice where the rest of the MLBB members are working towards.
Oh no, Box
going to go into the Oki Shadow kill form. He's not going to be able to get the Chaos Strike on.
Wait, he didn't go back!
Onward here, it's not looking good at all as SUHAZ Esports and not able to stop. Oh my goodness, Zach QT is able to go off just in time. His crossbow attack trying to even out the score. What was looking to be an absolutely perfect engage from SUHAZ Esports turns around. They end up losing the ace. They're forced backwards, and now they're going to lose tier 2s for no reason at all.
Oh, no.
The timing is just good. Oh, can they actually get rid of it? No, the tier 2 still goes.
Oh my goodness, Zuto got so greedy with the quad, the OK Shadow kill, and he mistimed his quad shadows. He could not go back in time. That is so unfortunate, but SUHAZ Esports was able to capitalize it because of that play, and because of that, MLBB Esports didn't actually benefit too much from the Lord push.
Nope, not at all. I mean, he tried to do the exact same play all over again. Bait them into a fight, fall back into the real world manipulation, let Zach QT do the rest. But unfortunately here, they still have to remember the win conditions. Box is generally going to be a problem for Zuto.
Yeah, so that's going to be the case. However, AJ is going to be pushing up the lanes. The middle turret is still relatively healthy coming in from MLBB Esports. Looks like on the top side, they are going to try and set up with the Edith Paquito combo, but the rest of MLBB Esports, they're just not in the top side. They are going to try and take the tier 2 instead, though.
Yep. I think SUHAZ at this stage of the game is feeling themselves a little bit more. They're waiting for MLBB Esports to make bigger plays and then look to punish.
Oh, Nova gets the kick on the DAs, but just in the wrong angle, so MLBB will be forced to disengage from that situation. Great read, but Box says otherwise. He's got the KO punch, but doesn't seem to connect every hit, so they are going to need to play this a little bit slow. Eve will try and clear off the minions before he back out of the situation. MLBB not looking to fight as well.
I don't think they have to do much, but now Zed, he could be in some trouble here. He takes a full hit of that Void Blast. It kind of shows you that his stat line isn't exactly too great, especially against magic damage. So he's got to be extremely careful of Zach QT, especially in the real world manipulation.
Agreed. Zuto going to be has been struggling a little bit this particular game. He's been getting a little bit over aggressive. Seems like DAs goes in for the push. He forces out Flicker. He misses the mark, and they are going to be completely surrounded as MLBB is what box them out, punishing them, and they get not just one, they get potentially a second kill as the crossbow attacks comes in. Ren will survive the brunt of it all. Box looking for the opportunity to strike, but MLBB, they will get the better trade out of this to a certain degree. They hold on the middle turret, but they will lose Zuto for being aggressive.
Now, Box could have gone and tried to go for the kill, but unfortunately, he's got his eyes set on these objectives. Lord is going to fall very soon, and the rest of the team is going to have to zone out the rest of MAB Esports. They're trying to get in, but they don't find the entry, and that's going to be Lord for SUHAZ Esports as the rest of MAB back away.
Oh my goodness, that MAB Esports, they really thought they won that fight. Oh, Suhas Esports just completely outplayed them. And Box now gonna look at Chung towards Ren. Do they have the damage? No, they do not. AJ is just extremely annoying in this team fights. MAB Esports, they've got to be a little bit more careful in this next fight. But Zuto dying a second 2 times in a row in the last 3 minutes, not a good sign for this new jungler.
He can't really do too much. I think Zuto at this point, at this stage of the game, the lead is with SUHAZ Esports, and with a Lord on their side, it's going to be even harder to come back into this. But it's just about opportunity and timing. They still have scaling on their side.
This is going to be a very, very difficult one. How are they going to defend against this? Lord's going to be pushing from the top side. As you can see, AJ constantly zoning the Bob Nova, trying to look for the Wave of the Dragon. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to connect. So that's going to be turrets being taken out. But no way, Zuto, he got caught out again. He's going to shred in the pieces. They lose the ace, but is a jungler for a tank. Zac now going to run for his life, but eventually takes down X-Dash with him. And the rest of SUHAZ Esports are going to clump up towards MAB Esports. As they dive the turret, they take him out. Can they finish off Ren as well? Yes, that is going to be a maniac for Box as he goes out of control and destroy him. Can he get the Savage? He gets the Savage for SUHAZ Esports. Everyone from MAB Esports has been taken out by this jungle Paquito.
Box does it again, clutches a fight for his team, and Zed buys more than enough time for his jungle to end it all for MAB in game number 2. The score is 1-1. GG, well played to SUHAZ Esports.
Oh my goodness. They were able to find that opportunity, and Box completely goes out of control for SUHAZ Esports. Looks like MAB Esports celebrating a little bit too early and is back to the drawing board as they tie the series heading into its game number 3. Can they bounce back from game number 3? But what I do know is that SUHAZ Esports, they did it.
Well done. Well done indeed. MAB, unfortunately, was not able to kind of crack them open, even though there were some really good plays coming out of both Zuto as well as Nova. But unfortunately, SUHAZ was able to adapt in time, reading these patterns.
Yeah, and I think overall, in general, SUHAZ was just playing what they're normally playing, kind of very similar to Game 1. They had a very clear objective, but they are very, very smart when it comes to punishing mistakes. And Zuto has made one very, very huge mistake, which is overextending a little bit too much. And his quash arrows were kind of burned off. And ever since that play right there, SUHAZ Esports said like, hey, you know what? Box is pretty strong. As long as we kill Zuto, things are not going to look good for MAB Esports.
I mean, the play worked the first time, but it didn't work the second, and especially when it came to the third one, no. SUHAZ already had it under wraps, and I think this is the big issue here. Whenever you're dealing with that Paquito, most people kind of disrespect, thinking, oh, it doesn't really scale, but if you greed out on the build, you know, you go, I'm pretty sure we're going to see it later on, so we'll talk about it when it pops up on screen. Greed out on that build and be able to look for those big one-shots, because marksmen can't stand Paquito's damage with only 2 damage items as well.
Agreed. And I don't know, it feels like MAB just did not expect Zuto to be picked off that easily as well. But yeah, like you said as well, let's take a look at the itemization real quick coming from Paquito, coming from Box, as he does have max items in that situation, pretty standard coming from a jungle Paquito. But I'm more concerned at what is going through Zuto's mind, because like he had a very, very strong early start from MAB Esports, and then one death led to another, and he kept on going. Is it because SUHAZ Esports was able to catch him off guard, or was it the ace, or is just him making mistakes?
Well, I think for Zuto, he definitely had the right idea initially. Once he made that bait work the first time, he was trying to say, hey, we need to get SUHAZ Esports in a position where we can actually punish them with the help of the real-world manipulation. Centered around the core of their damage, X-Slash needs a little bit of that peel. ZachQT can provide it, and once X-Slash has the space created by ZachQT, that's their win condition. And Nova, Ren, and Zuto are just pawns to make these 2 players stand out and dish enough damage out to win these bigger team fights. But unfortunately for them, Box has a lot in that Paquito's kit. One of them being the KO strike, able to knock up ZQT out of the real world manipulation. The fact is that Paquito is extremely good at dishing out with low max HP targets like marksman's. Wan being some of the lowest high max HPs at level 15.
Yeah, that's why I was a little bit skeptical. Why not Aegis? Why not Flicker if you want to extend the crossbow and tanks? But it just didn't work out. The Inspire kind of worked in the first two items before he actually got his Swift Woods later on from X-Slash. But as of yet, I'm actually more looking forward to see how the highlights is going to be later on. But as of now, the MVP for game number 2 coming from SUHAZ Esports is going to be none other than Box himself, getting the Savage for this game. He's got the Maniac in first game. Game 2, he missed out on it. This time, he will secure it.
Yep, with a 9-1 and a 3-match KDA, SUHAZ Esports' Box comes back into form. It's good to see him hard carrying games once again. His team provided him a lot of support and opportunity, but once the cooldowns are done and he has the full combo ready, Box jumps right into the fight.
You know, I like how the Ace has been very, very patient as well here. He trusts his Box is going to be near behind him. He catches one Box, immediately goes for the one shot. I'm looking forward to see how it all went down later on. But overall in general, Box just played a pretty crazy game. He found a small window of opportunity. He took it, he pressed the advantage, and punished MAB Esports multiple times. And to get a Savage and the MPL regular seasons, that is not an easy thing to do. Well done for Box.
Yeah, he did a great job in this fight, and I think he really made the difference for his team there, because as you can tell by AJ, he was not having a fun time at all. He was just like, I'm gonna try and peel as much as I can, but like they're really hard targeting me, and it really sucks.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like we can see Zuto consistently focusing on AJ multiple times, and most of the time, only once that Zuto was successfully able to one-shot him just because he did not have his black shoe. But now, let's take a look at the highlights real quick. In case you missed out game number 2, early on we saw MAB kind of winning their lanes a little bit. The Ace was struggling throughout the entirety of the game, and we could see like the Ace was just getting a little bit too, I would say passive, but eventually all he needs is just one really, really sick play, and MAB Esports would have just fallen. And in this case, you can see MAB just completely winning out the competition. And once again here, this play, they focus on Zuto, which seems to be the way to actually shut him down.
Yeah, I mean, Zuto, unfortunately in this fight, Zuto was not able to get his ult off in time here. And to be fair, the Ace, he's looking for the right targets, right? Box paints a big red target on somebody's head. The Ace comes and tries to save him from these tough situations. But if he gets caught out by someone like Nova, for an example, then it's a problem. So at the end of the day, it's about the Ace mirroring Nova and making sure that Nova isn't able to find those bigger targets on his team, so that Box has that space that he needs to kind of play the game. And once that happens, it becomes so much easier to play, because look at these combos. They work out really, really nicely, especially when Ren goes for the big engages. He's able to sustain that damage. Now Zuto gets caught out once again. The Ace, he's like, look at me, I need you to look at me now. He gets the stun off of ZQT, and now Box has all the tools and the space and the resources to take out the rest of MAB.
Okay, I'm not sure if you noticed this during the mid fight in the first tower middle fight before, where Zuto got caught on by Box. What was really crazy about that play was that logically MAB would have won that fight because it was a hard dive coming from SUHAZ Esports, but Zuto came in with 45% of his HP, tried to jump onto Box. As soon as it go in, and just so happened Box was casually trying to pop a jab, and that jab one-shotted Zuto, which is so unfortunate, and it's crazy.
But mechanical mistake does happen in these situations here. But with that being said, oh boy, I can't wait to see how Game 3 is going to play out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see whether or not they bounce back. Could it be luck? Could it be a mistake? It's all comes down to game number 3. Winner takes the series, and maybe they lead 1 against them throughout the previous weeks. But can they bounce back, or will SUHAZ Esports tie the series 1-1 into the regular season? But before that, we are going to be taking a very, very short break here in MPL MY Season 9, and right after this break, we'll be back with game number 3.
I love you, cutie, kitty, best party, happy journey. Hello, hello, we are bodies, cutie, friendly, we are bodies. It's kitty and bodies, be together, be forever. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill! What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Lauren's support is always on time. Let's create some miracles! You have slain an enemy! Guess what's in my bag? A homemade monster kill! Cinnamon is no ordinary husk. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Welcome back, everybody. The score is 1-1 between SUHAZ Esports as well as MAB. It's been tough, and both teams are wanting to end this week with a win. My name is Getting Q. This is Icy Baby 1-2 here at the MPL MY Season 9 English broadcast. And before we get into and start talking about game number 3, we have to thank our sponsors for making this happen. To our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, thank you so much for making us see these seats very, very comfortable, especially with the MPL logo on the background. But don't forget about our partners in esports, TikTok, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and also our co-organizers, ESI, for making this event possible, even with a live audience.
Yep, and ladies and gentlemen, you guys are going to be watching match 3, decider match between SUHAZ Esports as well as MAB Esports. And coming to this match here, will MAB Esports bounce back? Because game 1, it seemed to be a little bit close between both SUHAZ as well as MAB, but MAB, they felt like, hey, this is going to be a great morale booster for Zuto, considering that they actually won a pretty good game in Game 1. Game 2, they kind of fell off a little bit here. It seems like now the question for me is that can Zuto regain his tilt? Because he felt like he kind of tilted a little bit maybe, you know, just because he got punished by Box a couple of times here and there and being focused from SUHAZ Esports, or could he be actually the weak link that SUHAZ Esports need to actually clutch out game number 3?
Well, I definitely don't think he's the weak link there. I think it's definitely frustrating, especially for Zuto, because especially with the draft that he was given, Hayabusa doesn't really do so much against SUHAZ Esports. So the most that he can do is not make that impact, but bait out these plays, which yes, you can make an argument that it is a very big role to play, but it's a very frustrating thing to do.
Now, let's talk about the damage real quick here. Box, he did get the Savage coming from game number 2. He did play a pretty big play coming from SUHAZ Esports with a 59,000 damage as compared to Zuto, who's only got 28,311, which is no surprise considering that an assassin is his only job is to kill people. Unfortunately say, everyone from SUHAZ Esports is a little bit too hard to kill, even AJ as well, with the courtesy of the Black Shoe.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about targets of who Zuto can actually take on in that 1v1, it's pretty much only AJ and Zed who are his priority targets. But AJ has Black Shoes, and Zed unfortunately is getting covered by Eevee half the time. And you can even see D-Ace, he's taking the job of Eevee's role of creating that space and, you know, dying for the sins of his team on purpose, knowing that he may get out with breaking open his Phalanx armor using that ult.
Yep, and on top of it all, let's take a look at the damage real quick from Zach QT. He's been doing his job really well, coming from MAB. First 2 games, his first game, Selena was something that they were so afraid here. If you pay attention to the bans coming from SUHAZ Esports, they hard-targeted Zach QT as well as Nova's bans with Selena as well as the Franco. So it might be a one-off thing coming from game number 1. Hopefully, game 2, they are going to be able to do a little bit more. But as of yet, Nova and Zach QT has been very consistent in 2 games in a row.
Yeah, I think Nova and Zach QT have been doing some really good work overall. I think if Zuto had a better draft, I think he might be able to do something. But unfortunately for me, X-Slash was a bit unfortunate in this particular game, because could he have mechanically outplayed SUHAZ Esports? I definitely think he could, especially since a lot of the resources get expanded before he's even remotely near the fight. So I don't know. Personally, for me, I think X-Slash needs to find something, needs to simplify things and not be so greedy with his item build or even his battle spells.
Yep, without further ado, we are heading into his game number 3 as the drafts is going to be on its way. MAB, they will have the first pick at this time, very similar to game number 1. They will ban off the Phobias, and this time they will add Edith to the mix, as the Ace kind of caught them off guard with an instant flicker catch setup combo, which MAB Esports had no way to respond in time. And I think Zuto, it feels like, based on the drafts as well, if you guys notice the drafts coming from game number 2, MAB during the second phase of drafts, they were heavily banning off heroes that can prove to be annoying against the Hayabusa. In this case, Zuto's hero pool. Is this going to be the case? I feel like maybe it could be MAB's priority to just straight up ban off all of Zuto's arch nemesis, potentially.
Well, they tried it in game number 2, but still SUHAZ Esports had a very relevant draft of minimizing his impact here, right? So I think at the end of the day, MAB, yes, they are pretty good mechanically, but I think they need to simplify their game plan so far, because it feels like SUHAZ Esports, they've got a very clear idea of what kind of a draft they want before the game even starts, and MAB are kind of reacting to what SUHAZ has to offer.
Yeah, I definitely agree based on the drafts as well. 2 games in a row, they have been reactionary in that sense, but SUHAZ Esports this time, they are going to go for the Fanny as well as the Valentina, nothing crazy yet. That means the Selena and also the Franco is going to be up for grabs. So this time, do they want to let the Selena off the hook again, or do they just straight up ban it? I feel like it's a no-brainer to not ban it. But if they let the Franco slide, it's okay because the Ace can still play it. But looks like that is going to be the case. They are going to ban it out. However, Lancelot is going to be up for grabs for MAB Esports. Lancelot or no? Yes, it will be Lancelot.
Okay, so this is really going to be a good test to see the mechanical skill of Zuto. Can he make the play? Because Lancelot has an extremely high skill cap ceiling, and more importantly so, that even when the odds are stacked against you as Lancelot, if you've got good enough mechanics, you can really turn the tide. So, SUHAZ Esports, they take Ruby, natural counter, as well as Beatrix, something that Zed is very comfortable with.
Yep, I like this adaptation coming from SUHAZ Esports. They adapted from Game 1's draft as well. Ruby was banned out in second phase of the bans coming from MLBB Esports, and this time they will pick it up instead before it's gone. However, the Franco is going to be up for grabs if they decide to go with. MAB says we are going to take the Lilia away from AJ. So Yeef is going to be the natural pickup coming from SUHAZ Esports next turn, unless they let it slide for the second phase, which they could potentially make it as a pocket strat. But Cho is going to be the priority instead for MLBB Esports.
Okay. So Cho, Lancelot, Lilia up against SUHAZ Esports is Ruby, Beatrix, as well as Yves. Yep, it makes sense. It feels like a little bit of a similar draft in game number 1 for SUHAZ's side, with the exception that we haven't seen Aulus within first rotation. So I think that's fine.
No, I think this is something that MEB kind of understood as well from game number 1. They understood that to make the Aulus work, they needed somebody to actually go for the wombo combo, which kind of makes sense if the Ruby was banned off from MLBB Esports, which I think SUHAZ Esports kind of adapted with forcing out the Atlas on game number 1. So this time, they can opt to go for it, and I think it's a good shout from you as well. SUHAZ Esports might just pick up the Aulus, so maybe MLB Esports, they've got to ban it out in this rotation.
I think they ban out Paquito. I think they also ban out Aulus as well.
Oh yeah.
It's worth getting rid of both of them, especially since we don't know what Eevee is going to have access to. For all we know, Ruby could go into the EXP lane. If, you know, it so happens to be where DAce needs a better style of support, but I'm fairly confident that this Ruby is going to go into DAce's hands.
I was expecting whether or not do you want to ban the Hayabusa, but considering the heroes coming from MLB Esports, these are heroes that can actually deal with the Hayabusa compared to an Aulus. So I think banning off the Aulus would be smart, but seems like Popo and Koopa will be banned off from SUHAZ Esports as they deny the marksmans away from MLB Esports. So what's the marksman here? Clin? Yeah, I guess they're going to force to play the Clin then.
Yep. I think this is great.
Since the Kimi has been banned? Yeah, alright.
All of this is just pure adaptation coming in from SUHAZ Esports after game number 1. What caused them the most amount of problems, right? That's Lina, and they weren't expecting MAB to be capable of playing Kimi. So now that they are aware of it, they're like, okay, we got to axe it straight away, readjust our drafts a little bit here and there. We're going to have to sacrifice on the mages, which is like not that big of a deal at the end of the day, especially since we are going to be playing for the later stages and for this big wombo combo team fights with the real world manipulation. So I like the way SUHAZ has kind of pivoted themselves after learning from their mistakes in game number 1.
Yep, looks like they are hovering on towards Aulus. Yes, they will ban the Aulus. And I think based on how their fingers on the movements keys as well, they're debating whether or not to ban the Derov or the Aulus. I think Box did play a Derov one of the games. I don't exactly remember how well he did, but
100% win rate.
It could be the case here coming from SUHAZ Esports. Do they want to force it? That's going to be a question.
I don't know if forcing it is going to be worth it. It'll be interesting to see, but no, Hayabusa is going to be the pick here. At the very least, you can bait up some spells coming out from MAB Esports, and now that kind of tells you that there's a bit of a role swap, right? In game number 2, Zuto had to utilize that Hayabusa to be like, oh yeah, I gotta bait out these bigger fights, and the same thing is gonna be happening here with SUHAZ Esports, especially for Box, which is a little awkward to see because he is usually that playmaker.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Yuzhong is also up for grabs if they decide to go for it, considering that they may or may not flex it for the side of SUHAZ Esports. It can be a little bit too disruptive for MAB Esports. However, MLB Esports, they've got to decide now what are they going to do. Is Esmeralda going to be the go-to? But nope, they are going to go for the Hylos. We kind of saw this before, and they will pair it up with the Claw. A little bit of a wombo combo AoE coming from MLB Esports.
Okay.
Okay, here's some fun stats, right? Ren is pretty much a very, very underrated XP laner, and one of very few XP laners that's played a Hylos and successfully won a game with it.
Okay, here's the logic. Well, here's the logic. Despite the stats, here's the logic. I think MAB is making a hard read saying that they're expecting Eevee to actually play Esmeralda, which is something I was thinking of as well. It's like, yeah, Esmeralda makes sense for SUHAZ Esports, kind of fulfills the criteria. MAB making that hard read, but more importantly so, it really helps out X-Slash. Like, they're going to be saying, yo, X-Slash, your lane is going to suck. You're going to have to deal with it. You need to get 2 items, and when you do, we're going to give you as many resources as possible to get you into the middle of that fight and to keep you alive. So that's the general idea. It's a hard dive. It's a hard team fight comp where it's going to be, you know, back to front for the side of MLBB Esports. And SUHAZ, I don't know. This is AJ is gonna have a tough time during mid to late game.
Yeah, I can see where this is going as well, but I definitely agree that the high loss is a great response in case SUHAZ Esports decides to flex it up and potentially go for the Esmeralda. One of the very few heroes that can actually hard counter the Esmeralda as well as the Kufra is pretty much a high loss. So I'm liking the decision making coming from MLBB Esports, but will it be enough? As we are going to be heading in towards the tunnels of both game number 3, SUHAZ Esports as well as MLBB Esports. Who's gonna get it? The drafts has been spent, the Claude has been picked, the Lancelot is going to be the way to go coming from MLBB Esports. Will this high loss carry them to victory? Whereas SUHAZ Esports, they are going to be bringing the Hayabusa for the junglers with the Uranus, with the Ruby, the Ace. This is going to be a game to be watching out for. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into game number 3 for MLBB versus SUHAZ Esports. Who's going to take it?
Oh, one of these teams are going to be ending the week very, very happy, and the other is going to be left wanting here. MLBB on the blue side with SUHAZ Esports on the red. Now, my biggest issue right now is that MLBB Esports' biggest issue is the Ace, right? That Ruby is such a nuisance, and it's going to be a big problem.
Nova?
No, he's fine. He's got Flicker. But I don't think the Ace is going to be able to catch up to him or kill him in the...
Nova? Nova?
Ed.
Nova?
Wow.
What?
Wow.
Okay,
Wow.
they're going for a box as well. Seems like MLBB, they are going to be able to trade him off and they will get the kill onto his box for Zuto. So Nova overextending here kind of just lured the Ace away out of the situation. Might have gotten the kill. However, Zuto, he's pretty much stranded. Can he survive this? I don't think he will. As MLBB Esports got a little bit too over-aggressive with that play.
Wow. Wow, I didn't expect it.
Aren't you?
I mean, what do you expect to see out of that? Like, Nova actively said, I'm gonna dive. Boys, we're gonna go and go for box. I'm gonna dive for this. Just don't trade back. And it didn't work out that way. They did steal away the buff from Box's side, which is great. But at the end of the day, Box isn't the issue here. Your gold laner is still in trouble, and the Ace is your #1 problem.
Exactly, and on top of it all, MLBB Esports, you know, they got the kill for this fight, but Zach Cutie, he's gonna get caught out alone in middle. What is going on? Like, what am I seeing?
Why? Zach Cutie took a bad trade against the AJ.
Did game 2 kind of seeped in for MLBB Esports? What happened?
No. It didn't seep in just yet. It's just like an awkward decision made by MLBB, and they're trying to recover from the recoil of the effect. They get punched in the throat, and they're trying to breathe right now. They're trying to get that deep breath.
I guess if you put it that way, you know, but Zuto now, he's going to be deciding whether or not can he go for the turtle, but considering that Zach Cutie has died, he needs to go in for the lane control. This time they are going to call in red for the fight. Looks like here it comes. Real Woman comes in. Do they get the turtle? Yes, they will from MLBB Esports, but now it's all about the disengagement, and red is going to be stranded as the rest of SUHAZ Esports completely chunk him out.
Wow, very confident coming out of Zuto. He was like, nope, I'm going to get this. I'm not even going to try to bait out a fight. It's not in my favor in terms of numbers, so that's okay. So, okay, pretty good from Zuto. He gets the objective. SUHAZ get a kill in return. An early lead for SUHAZ, but still, Nova, he's realizing now with that turtle, he's going to be ahead in EXP compared to the Ace. So he's going to hit level 4 first, and let's see what happens when Nova hits level 4. Where is the play going to be made?
Agreed, but this time MLBB, once again, they are going to be invading the jungles once again. Seems like they're just making sure that Box doesn't have a good time. Game 1 was very similar to this. Game 2, not so much, but game 3, MLBB, the Ace, do you not know there's someone there? Oh my goodness. Did he not check it?
No, the Ace wasn't... the Ace was definitely... This is interesting. The Ace is going to be walking by. He sees the buff is gone. He's assuming, okay, there could be somebody in the bush, but more importantly so, I have nobody to support me right now. And if Nova decides to go for the kick, at the very least, Box is not going to die, right? At the end of the day, Box is going to be the Ace's priority because that's where MLB's punishment is moving towards to, and that's what MLB is indicating. If Nova just waited a couple more seconds, he would have found a pick onto Box.
Well, as of yet, Nova will be able to force out the flicker from AJ, so that's going to be a big sign. Box, however, a little bit of a danger zone, but seems like their objective is going to try and go in for the catch onto the top side, but looks like the kick comes in. Box is going to be melted down potentially. Okay, Shadow kill is going to be not going to be able to keep him alive as he gets first down, but the snipe coming from Zed will not be able to finish off Nova, but MAB will be able to trade Box's life for X-Slash.
Sad. Very, very sad indeed. But now you can see that SUHAZ are like, okay, Box has done his job. He's going to be behind in terms of jungle. Doesn't matter. Now we can start focusing on our main priority, who is Zed in the gold lane. He's got a great matchup, and we need to get him out of here and farm. Nope.
He doesn't have
patience. Look at the patience. Oh, finally the snipe coming out. Nicely played coming out from SUHAZ, but now AJA is going to feel the brunt of the damage from X-Slash. That's going to be a blaze.
Oh, no.
Zed, the AC finds that pick onto Nova, but Zed's like, yo, bro, I'm kind of low.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. X-Slash needed that kill to actually rebound from that, and Nova just took it away. However, it's still a win-ish coming from MAB as well. They get a couple trades. Zuto, however, getting a little spicy. He's going to get caught out. Here comes the Gorge Pop here, kind of slow things down. He's going to be able to escape this. Okay, Shadow pops out. Box not going to be able to do too much, so that's going to be the stop coming from SUHAZ Esports. But Zuto, he's getting a little bit greedy. He wants his gold crab. Can he get it? Yes, he will. He will retreat it away as Box will clear the minions. eBay now going to be a point of interest, but do they have enough damage?
Oh!
He's going to force the issue. The Torn Blows doesn't connect, and eBay will sidestep it, so that's going to be full retreat for MAB.
Zuto's so bold. He's so bold. He knows he can actually get this kill onto Eevee's side. He's already landed the puncture on him. He's already landed his passive on him, so he knows he has reduced armor. So he tries to go for the kill anyway onto Eevee's side, knowing that Box doesn't want to re-engage in case he gets caught in the middle of it. But well played. At the end of the day, MAB is still slightly behind despite the kill score in SUHAZ's favor. It's a very minor lead.
Yeah, I like how SUHAZ is just parrying all these plays. Even managing to sidestep it all is just insane to watch. However, now Nova, he's looking for the kick. Can he get it? He will get on the DAs, but he will not connect it. However, Zuto is going to be left stranded. They're all by himself. There's no way he survives this, right? The turret will be enough to chunk him out as a killing spree heads into a Z from SUHAZ Esports.
I mean, you like to watch the Lancelot just kind of dash between targets. It looks cool, but at the end of the day, if you have nowhere to run, you really got nowhere to run.
Exactly. However, looks like Nova is going to try and salvage the situation by his only attack. Meanwhile, Zach QT going to be forced a black shoe by Box. So that is a big W for him as they continue to pressure the top side. So that's going to be a tier 1 taken from SUHAZ Esports as Zed is currently 3-0-0 on his Beatrix.
I like the call coming in from MAB. They're like, okay, X-Slash top side, it's gone. You're going to rotate early down to bottom side and expect to fight here because in about 8 seconds or so, that's when we're going to see the next turtle spawn.
Yep, and SUHAZ, they're looking to continue with the pressure down middle as MAB, they need to find a way to make sure that X-Slash can come back into this game. Currently, both Zuto and X-Slash not having a great time so far. As the turtle is going to be pressured from side SUHAZ Esports. Nova going to get pulled back. Can they get the fight? ZQT going to provide a little bit of existence. Box will back out, but they are trapped in. The Renner comes in. They will bait it out. So that's going to be MAB forcing a major ultimates against SUHAZ Esports. So this is go time for MAB if they decide to re-engage. And it looks like SUHAZ Esports, they realize this is a bad time. They are going to back out. However, bottom side, Blazing Duet comes in. Zed getting dropped pretty low, but they can't seem to finish him off.
This is so worth it for the side of MAB. They're winning across in terms of just not only, I'm not even talking about economy, just the raw resources that they have. Nova looking for a potential way to actually catch on towards the ace, but it just isn't worth his time. He's going to back away. Turtle falls into the hand of MAB, and all this is just due to wasting the ultimates coming out of SUHAZ Esports.
And as of yet, you know, I like how SUHAZ Esports, they immediately respond like, hey, you know what, we're not going to win this fight. They immediately trade on the other side of the map to get a little bit of economy and also invade the jungles of MLBB. Bottom side, they get a trade, they get the kill on towards the Cho, but that is not going to be good because they overextend coming from MLBB. Zuto a little bit too low to actually survive this, and he might actually die to the towers here, and he knows he's overcommitted, and that is going to be MLBB Esports losing out a little bit too much.
Did they really lose too much though? I mean, they got the turret, they were able to get 1 kill, they trade 2 in return. In terms of gold, yes, but if you look at the lead, it's so negligible at the end of the day. It's all about like maintaining this pressure, and I think MAB, the follow-up is my issue here as X-Slash will not be able to save that bottom tier 1 and end up giving that tower over to SUHAZ Esports. That's the main issue with MAB. They have a really well thought of initial plan, but the follow-up afterwards is something that they don't consider.
Yeah, I guess if you put it it that way, that's going to be the case. But as of yet, you know, I feel like SUHAZ Esports, they're very happy about this situation. They trade a tank for a jungler and a tank.
Oh,
but
no.
As of now, here comes the pullback. Oh my goodness, the burst coming in from Zed. A little bit too much for ZachQT to handle. So great timing coming from him. And just like that, MLBB Esports, they got to give up core pressure. This middle tower is going to be in a very dangerous situation now.
Yeah. The tier 2 Zuto is on the run as SUHAZ now going to enact how their siege composition always works. They just chill, sit right in front of your turrets. If you walk up, we can harass you under the turret. And if you get too low, we're going to go for a dive. Until then, these structures are ours.
Yeah, SUHAZ Esports playing a very similar game to game number 1, but Eve constantly pressuring the lanes. Likewise coming from game number 2, but MLBB Esports, they can't seem to match up Eve's clearing speed as Ren. It needs to join the fight, but at the same time, SUHAZ Esports just doesn't want him in the fight at all. So it's all up to Zuto to make the plays, and for him to die 3 times in a row, not a good sign for MLBB Esports. They need their backup plan, and currently, this next Lord is very important for them. However, Zed is looking to chunk at the middle turret against MLBB. Zuto will chunk it down low. Can he get the kill? No. He will back off.
Doesn't have the perfect execution. If he did have the perfect execution, Zed would have been forced to flicker here. Zed's playing a good game so far. Perfect 4-0 and 2. But as you can tell, X-Slash, he's got the 2 items that he needs. Eevee doesn't stand a chance. Doesn't matter how fast you can run, boy. X-Slash has more than enough to chunk him out.
Yeah, this is big for MLBB Esports. They force SUHAZ Esports to be out of position. Here comes the kick from Noah Esports. Do they have the damage? No! He misses the Phantom Execution, but is it going to be enough to finish the 8? He survives, and Zuto pops up all his spells, and this is not looking good. But as of yet, SUHAZ Esports, they will be able to buy enough time for Eve to come online to contest this. Box is also going to be here. Nova doesn't have to wave the dragon, so MAB, they are going to retreat and concede control over the Lord Pit.
Yeah, they're waiting for the wave the dragon, or at the very least, ZachQT to get his ultimate as well. Once both their ults are up, that's when they're going to recontest for this Lord. But look at the way the waves are currently positioned, right? Bottom side is getting shoved in favor of SUHAZ Esports, top side as well. So MAB have to kind of settle down with the waves before even considering getting on top of this Lord.
Nova looking for the kick. Eve going to be face checking all the brushes here to make sure where MAB are. They have a rough idea. Box trying to bait out reactions before they commit to this fight. Zuto pretty much revealing himself down the bottom side, and they, not on top of it all, they didn't exactly push out the lane. So this is actually working in SUHAZ Esports' favor, but Zuto has no choice but to regroup with the team. Eve taking a little bit too much damage. They force out the Purify rather early. No, not Purify, the ultimate coming from Eve, so that is going to be a little bit slow. X-Slash will be clearing off the minions on the bottom, so that's going to be a little bit go for MAB. Ren has to run for his life. He's going to get caught out. He forces the flicker. Glorious Pathway is there, but he's eventually will fall. But here comes the kick from the side. Nova, he finds Zed on the sides as well, and that is huge for MAB. Zuto, we're going for the snipe, but can he get more? Box is looking to clean him out. Can this National survive? No, he cannot, as AJ slows down his retreat, and he will get picked off.
Oh, that's a feels bad. Zuto was literally one puncture away from actually surviving that, but unfortunately he was tapping the button too quick and accidentally got the mark onto Eevee, so he couldn't use Eevee as a stepping stone to hitchhike over the wall. Feels bad moment right there. Literally, it was playing it perfectly until the very end.
But still, all things considered, Eve taking a little bit too much damage. X-Slash is starting to hurt a lot. So SUHAZ Esports, they have to play this slow. They gotta bait out X-Slash's stacks here. As long as he doesn't have stacks, is all good. But it seems like here comes the concealed fight. They want to catch on X-Slash. The Ace looking for the target. Nova doesn't want to throw this as well, but Box, takes a big fat shadow bomb by ZachQT.
Yep, waves still not exactly in MAB Esports' favor. That bottom side is building up. 2 waves are going to start crashing into that tier 2, and it's something that they're going to have to deal with. MAB have some choices to make. Either they engage now or clear that bottom side, and I think they're going to clear that bottom side with either Zuto or X-Slash.
Yep, and you know, they're slowly baiting now. SUHAZ Esports is going to try and bait reactions, but like you said as well, they are going to clear the minions from Zuto, but Zuto is a little bit too far off. NAB, they might be caught out as well. Ren gets pulled in, they force the fight. Here comes the Glorious Pathway. They somehow sustain, but X-Slash from the back, he pops the Wind of Nature. He gets a big fat blazing duet, and everyone from SUHAZ Esports dropping half HP, but he will actually fall in the hands of AJ as AJ survives the brunt of it all. Zuto is going to try and salvage the situation, but he cannot find any pickups. Eve consistently zoning off the tanks coming from MLBB Esports, and there's nothing they can do about it. Here comes the kick. Eve still very, very tanky, while the rest of SUHAZ Esports is going to focus on the Lord. Eve making so much space for the team to secure the Lord, as MLBB Esports will lose out out this trade.
And now this is the point where SUHAZ Esports have outscaled MAB Esports. This is unfortunate, but if MAB take prolonged fights against SUHAZ, they will lose. Zach QT, he's got a limited number of charges, so that means his DPS is going to fluctuate a lot in comparison to someone like AJ, who will out DPS him over a longer period of time. If we look at the win conditions here, Claude, 2 items, he's got a Winsome Nature as well, but notice that Zed also has that Winsome Natures to protect himself from that Blazing Duet. And this is the big problem here, that Winsome Natures is more than enough to stop X-Slash from getting too far ahead in terms of damage with his Blazing Duet.
Exactly. He's gonna try and figure things out as well. He needs to find a perfect opportunity to go for the Blazing Duet. I like that they're trying to open up the map, but MAB Esports, they are in a very awkward situation. But here comes the pull coming in. They catch on Nova. Nova needs to Jikudo out of there. And that's going to be MAB disengaging as well. Here comes the Real Woman Invasion. Forces Zach QT to use the Purify. So the Lord is going to be up for grabs. And the Real Woman Invasion will continue to zone MAB. Glorious Pathway comes in to try and get into the fight. They focus on Lord. The Ace will be the point of interest, but he's so tanky. But Kick comes in. They take down the tank. But he's got an Immortality. Not the right target. Finally, Box comes in. They go in for the fight. The Ace still surviving it all. And they manage to shut down X-Slash as he keeps him in check. What a play coming from the A's, as SUHAZ Esports will get a freebie out of that.
They've taken all the inhibitors. Sorry, they've taken 2 inhibitors and all the tier 2s, and right now the Ace, just his presence alone is deterring Zuto from jumping into that fight. Box being annoying as always as Eevee gets into that backline as they want to get this last inhibitor down. AJ, he's walking close, but not close enough to be a threat. SUHAZ Esports has done more than enough damage onto MAB Esports' base.
Agreed. Eevee now going to be trying to building up his stacks, clear off the minions of all that's happening here. But Zach QT taking a bit too much damage. Glorious Power kind of slow them down. Can they get the kill? The Ace eventually gets finished off by Zuto. Zuto, he needs to make more plays than this. They dive onto AJ, but eventually they're just a little bit too low as Eevee slowly chunks them out with those stacks and trades a couple of kills. And Eevee still survives, but MAB, they hold on, but it was still too close to be called comfort.
They traded 2-4-4. What a big win for MAB Esports and finally stopped the ongoing onslaught of their base. Even their last inhibitor has 50% HP. I'm not sure what Zach QT and Zuto are hoping here. They cannot kill Eevee. Nobody can really kill Eevee.
There's no way they can do anything about this as well. I like how Eevee is just making sure that Zuto doesn't have enough damage to clear off the minions as well in case the Ionic Shield just comes in. But overall, in general, MAB, they're forcing out big spells as well. Zuto force the Phantom Execution. Can he get the purple buff? Yes, he will. SUHAZ will be not able to do anything about this. And as of yet, SUHAZ Esports, they still lose not that much in this trade-off.
Well, yep. I mean, they're still in the lead, but at the end of the day, MAB Esports have drastically reduced the gold lead that SUHAZ Esports has made. As Eevee continues to open up the map, SUHAZ Esports now very comfortably can wait for MAB Esports to go on towards this Luminous Lord. Yes, come, group up together, fall into my real-world manipulation.
Yeah, and currently, right now, MAB, they've got to figure it out. They need, does X-Slash focus on the backlines or do they chunk out this Uranus? Because he's pretty much the only one with the Demon Slayer, or in this case, the Tank Slayer item, to actually have enough damage to kill him off. So make their choices here, but seems like the Ace will have to anti-Cuirass. The Blazing Duet will be a little bit deterred because of that in this next upcoming fight.
I think what they have to do for MAB is just rush SUHAZ Esports down. Find a traditional front-to-front and run past Eevee. That initial Ionic Edge isn't going to mean too much, especially with the Glorious Pathway. And I think even SUHAZ Esports have recognized that that Glorious Pathway is the only way MAB Esports can kind of get in towards that backline and try to chase AJ down.
Agreed, but now look at the zone wars coming from SUHAZ Esports. They're just so confident. They're making sure that they try and make enough space for them to contest Lord. MAB has no choice but to force the issue. Nova slowly edging away, trying to see how much HP it is. Down to his 2 bars. They are going to force the Glorious Pathway. The Ace taking a little bit too much damage. Zuto says, I'm going to kill off the Ace. Can he kill him? No. The Ace says, come and play with me. Don't take the Lord. It seems like they are going to force the issue. While that's happening, Eevee says, hey, I don't care. Take the Lord. We're going to take the Crystal. And Zed is at the base of the MAB Esports. And they completely ignore him. They recall back. But do they have enough damage? Eevee slowly hitting the Crystal. And finally, they take the Crystal. What a bait from SUHAZ Esports. What a bait. Well done.
GG. Well played to SUHAZ Esports, outwinning MAB in the final moments of that game. And Zed, I don't know who made the call, but at the end of the day, Zed is ending up to be a great player and a great addition for SUHAZ Esports.
Oh, what a call coming from SUHAZ Esports, realizing the bigger picture. Take the Lord, it's okay. You know, we're just here as bait, and they bait out the perfect play. However, well done to SUHAZ Esports. Let's take a look at what they have to say in their mic check.
2-1 untuk SUHAZ Esports. Anda bersama saya, Sleepy Godzilla. Bersama saya, analis Lafel, dan juga tetamu undangan kita, Aiman Wafi.
Oh, kalah macam tu, man. Bila dia kalah tu sakit, tapi kalah macam tu, man. Macam mana,
I don't know, because like there's a lot of fights going on. Banyak sangat unnecessary fight, I think. But then again, SUHAZ has had it enough and just try to end it lah. I think because RSG also did that last time. So it felt sangat-sangat tak short, but it's just something that you have to do to win lah, I think. Because if SUHAZ continue, then I think they kena come back ni lah, confirm.
Asya paling suka bab yang masa split pushing masa final tadi, di mana selalunya tim-tim akan fokus kepada Lord. Tetapi disebabkan mereka nampak ini adalah peluang, jadi SUHAZ Esports terus maju dan mendapatkan turret yang terakhir di bahagian basement. Okey, kemenangan SUHAZ Esports ni, apakah penyebab mereka menang level pada game yang ketiga sebentar tadi?
I would say penyebab mereka adalah pasukan MLBB. Mereka punya decision making. Tapi kita akan tengok itemization terlebih dahulu untuk tengok apa yang dilakukan oleh kedua-dua pasukan dekat sini. Tapi untuk jawab apa yang Syah tadi tanya, di mana ini adalah kekalahan MLBB Esports lebih daripada kemenangan SUHAZ Esports. Kerana seperti mana Aiman Wafi ni cakap, ada banyak fight yang mereka ambil memang unnecessary. Tapi kenapa benda tu unnecessary adalah mereka punya coordination. Sebelum tu kita akan tengok itemization untuk mereka berdua. Untuk pasukan SUHAZ Esports, kalau kita tengok itemization daripada box, tak ada benda yang special, tetapi dia fokus kepada bahagian penetration and fokus dia kepada target mana yang dia nak dapatkan. X-Slash, daripada segi damage, dia memang ada. Dia dah ada Dimata Sword, dia ada Golden Staff, dia ada Malefic Roar. Kita boleh nampak, bila dia lawan dengan EV, dia boleh dapatkan kill. Tapi, mereka punya silap paling utama adalah bila X-Slash masuk sorang-sorang, kerana dia cuma ada satu defensive item. Walaupun technically Wind of Nature defensive item juga, dia boleh tahan damage physical. Tetapi hanya dengan Brute Force Breastplate, bila dia masuk sorang-sorang, nanti bila kita tengok kat bahagian highlight, ini apa yang saya tak suka. Di mana MLBB Esports, dorang tunnel vision. Dorang nampak satu benda, dorang fokus untuk benda tu. And seperti mana Aiman Wafi juga cakap, banyak pasukan dah exploit mereka punya tunnel vision. Okey, kita tarik perhatian semua. Semua fokus Lord, satu dorang pergi buat benda lain. So dah berkali-kali MLBB Esports laku benda sama, dan ini sentiasa terjadi pada bahagian late game. Bila MLBB Esports, mereka macam mana mereka nak start fight, 3 ataupun 4 kali sama saja. Diorang akan kacau sikit, tiba-tiba X-Slash masuk seseorang. Pada pendapat saya itu adalah salah. Kena masuk dalam 2 orang, 3 orang supaya semua tak fokus kepada X-Slash. Macam mana sekalipun sekarang kita akan tengok kita punya post-game stats untuk tengok damage numbers untuk kedua-dua pasukan. SUHAZ Esports, yang paling ketat dekat sini adalah damage kepada bahagian tower, di mana SUHAZ bila mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan kill, mereka akan translate kill tersebut kepada objektif. Manakala MLBB Esports, mereka cuba tetapi tidak berjaya disebabkan EV berkeliaran dekat map, pastikan yang semua minion dikontrol. AJ dan juga Z juga memastikan tak ada minion yang boleh masuk ke dalam mereka punya tower, menyebabkan MLBB Esports, walaupun mereka ada marksman dekat sini, X-Slash yang menggunakan quad, tetapi fokus mereka bukan kepada turret, fokus mereka adalah farm, dapat item and then menang team fight. Itu adalah masalah utama MLBB Esports. Mereka tunnel vision, menang team fight and then pergi kepada tempat lain.
Okey, tapi kalau kita tengok game yang pertama, MLB lebih agresif di dalam permainan dan ada kejatuhan sedikit di game kedua dan ketiga. Adakah disebabkan penggunaan hero yang luar zon selesa mereka?
Saya rasa daripada segi pemilihan hero, ini mungkin adalah hero yang mereka okey nak pakai. Nak kata selesa, too early to tell. Tapi dekat sini saya rasa untuk pasukan MLBB Esports adalah mereka ada plan A, mereka tak ada plan B, mereka tak ada plan C. Untuk game pertama, plan A terjadi, teruskan. Game kedua, plan A tak jadi, mereka tak sure apa yang seterusnya mereka perlu lakukan. Sama juga dengan game ketiga. Ini adalah pasukan baru dan kita boleh nampak daripada segi mekanik, hebat. Tapi mereka punya experience masih belum develop lagi untuk tahu, okay, kita tengah kalah dalam situasi ni, apa step seterusnya untuk kita pastikan kita dapat kemenangan.
Okey, Asha tahu ini mungkin soalan yang terlampau general ataupun terlampau macam sebenarnya boleh fikir je, tapi sebenarnya dalam sesebuah tim berapa plan yang sepatutnya mereka prepare, Lafel?
Sebenarnya itu bukan general question, itu adalah satu soalan yang bagus kerana masih setiap pasukan mereka struggle kerana banyak sangat plan, tak tahu plan mana nak ikut. Sikit sangat plan, nanti mereka kalau ada apa-apa jadi tak ada step seterusnya.
Ya, tapi sekarang ini kita nak saksikan MVP untuk match yang ketiga sebentar tadi, iaitu SUHAZ Esports AJ dengan match KDA dia 4-2-13. Wow. Match KP dia adalah 94%, match GPM 550.
Ya,
Oh, AJ.
Dekat dalam game ni memang AJ control the game kerana kita boleh nampak dia punya positioning. Kalau kita tengok pada bahagian highlight, X-Slash banyak kali cuba nak membunuh AJ kerana dia yang menyebabkan susah untuk Nova Escobar yang menggunakan Cho untuk engage ke depan. Jadi idea mereka mungkin nak bunuh AJ, tapi AJ hanya mati 2 kali dekat dalam game ni. Spacing yang bagus, zoning yang bagus. Bila dia dah selamat, baru dia gunakan dia punya real world manipulation dan dia juga berjaya untuk dapatkan counter kill kepada X-Slash. Ini yang menyebabkan dia menjadi MVP kerana dia control game dengan dia punya ultimate, dan setiap kali pasukan MLBB cuba untuk bunuh dia, dia pastikan MLBB yang akan mati dulu.
Asha suka kebangkitan SUHAZ Esports sebenarnya berbanding dengan match yang pertama. Mereka seakan-akan macam lebih berjaga-jaga instead of push to red and lebih kepada objective game.
Betul.
Ya, jadi melihat daripada situ, adakah mereka sebenarnya perasan yang mereka membuat kesilapan di situ dan terus bangkit?
Ya, saya rasa memang dekat situ mereka sendiri perasan mereka punya kesilapan, dan kita akan tengok highlight yang dibawa khas oleh Samsung untuk tengok apa yang terjadi dekat dalam game ini dan kenapa saya kata pada bahagian late game MLB Esports mereka melakukan kesalahan. Untuk kedua-dua pasukan, saya boleh katakan pada bahagian awal dan pada bahagian mid game mereka masing-masing lakukan apa yang mereka patut lakukan. Fokus kepada bahagian highlight sepanjang game ini sememangnya adalah X-Slash. Bukan saya memang nak macam kecam dia ke apa. Sebenarnya dia punya mekanik bagus, tetapi decision making MLB Esports sebagai satu pasukan adalah kalau X-Slash adalah damage dealer yang paling besar, apa yang mereka perlu lakukan untuk pastikan dia kekal selamat. Dan pada hujung-hujung game kita boleh tengok dia punya positioning memang tak selamat. Dia pergi ke depan, dia damage ada, tapi kalau dia mati awal itu akan jadi problem. SUHAZ Esports mereka yang mengambil keputusan bila fight akan terjadi. Ini antara team fight di mana kita tengok X-Slash kat bahagian belakang, dia cuba untuk dapatkan AJ. AJ berjaya untuk selamatkan diri sendiri. Dia buka dia punya reward manipulation, fokus kepada X-Slash. X-Slash tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa. Dan kalau kita tengok lagi sekali kat sini, Nova Escobar dapat pick off. Nampak macam perlawanan dah habis. X-Slash pergi lagi sekali kepada bahagian belakang dan dia kena tangkap lagi sekali. Benda ni berulang berkali-kali dan ini adalah problem MLB Esports dekat dalam game ini, di mana mereka dah tak tahu cara kedua ataupun cara ketiga untuk menang game dengan team fight ataupun split push.
Jadi bagi pendapat Aiman pula daripada kedudukan SUHAZ Esports dengan MLB di permainan pertama, kedua dan ketiga sebentar tadi. Jadi macam mana pergerakan mereka dan apa improvement yang dibuat oleh SUHAZ Esports sebenarnya?
Itu kita dapat lihat daripada perbezaan antara tim yang ada experience dengan tim yang baru nak naik. Sebab kita tengok kalau SUHAZ tadi tak buat short call to split push, diorang akan kalah if the match continue after 5 minutes, because you can see from the stats also MLB punya stats is makin naik. So if they choose to team fight that, dia akan kalah.
Ya, tapi inilah dia kedudukan kumpulan untuk grup A, di mana tempat yang pertama Team SMG masih lagi mendahului dengan 12 poin. MLB Esports di tempat yang kedua 10 poin. SUHAZ Esports tempat yang ketiga 9 poin. HomeBois tempat yang keempat 3 poin, berkongsi mata bersama Orange Esports di tempat yang kelima.
Ya, dekat sini juga menunjukkan kalau kalah sekalipun pasukan kalah 2-1 kerana masih akan dapat poin dekat sini. MLB Esports masih kekal tempat kedua. Kalau mereka boleh kekalkan mereka punya position dekat sini, mereka ada peluang yang sangat cerah untuk pergi kepada upper bracket. Dan HomeBois walaupun mereka banyak kali menang, tapi mereka masih tempat keempat. Tetapi kali ini SUHAZ Esports berjaya untuk securekan markah lagi sekali, 9 poin total. Kali ini SUHAZ Esports nampak jauh lebih selesa, di mana sebelum ni ada juga persoalan adakah SUHAZ akan masuk playoff atau tidak. Dengan 9 poin nampak lebih cerah untuk masuk playoff.
Sebab kejap lagi pun kita akan saksikan permainan daripada HomeBois dengan SMG. Mungkinkah ada pertukaran di dalam kedudukan ini, Level?
Ya, rasanya tak akan bubar dekat sini. HomeBois kalau mereka dapat full point sekalipun dia akan 6, so mereka masih kekal ke-4. Dan SMG kalau mereka menang lawan dengan HomeBois, mereka just akan heavily secure mereka punya tempat pertama dan almost securekan mereka punya upper bracket playoff.
Ya, macam kita balik-balik kepada permainan tadi ya. Seperti yang kita tahu, kita dikejutkan dengan Zuto sebagai pemain baru untuk MLBB Esports. Dari pandangan Lavel sendiri, macam manakah performance Zuto pada hari yang pertama dia muncul?
I suka. I sangat suka. This is the kind of player yang I nak tengok, di mana dia main. Buat mistake bukan masalah pada saya. Asalkan dia berani, dia tunjukkan dia punya skill dan dia buat opponent ingat, dia buat fans semua ingat yang dia bagus main Hero Assassin. Dia cuma nak kena belajar balik untuk tengok apakah step seterusnya untuk grow as a player.
Tapi macam kita tahu, bukan setakat player, tapi MLBB Esports juga ada buat penukaran coach.
Ya.
Jadi bagi pendapat Aiman pula kan, bagus ke atau apakah pro and cons menukar coach pada saat-saat yang genting ini atau dalam masa yang sangat singkat?
I mean, itu terpulang kepada saya rasa apa yang organisasi nak, sebab pada saya pertukaran itu sometimes perlu. So mungkin mereka realize that sebab season pun panjang, so better bila dah nampak mungkin ada kat mana yang tak kena, maybe there's, I don't know, kita tak tahu sebab ini mungkin isu sensitif, adakah ada isu antara coach dengan player atau tak. Tapi for me, it's better to detect benda tu awal, so that then we can make the changes, because that's the unique thing about MPL where you have 2 transfer window in between the season. So kalau diberi peluang, organisasi kalau perlukan perubahan, ya kita akan ambil lah peluang untuk perubahan tu. And saya rasa macam kami last season dan season sebelum ni, kami mengambil peluang itu dan alhamdulillah it goes well. Tapi it's still a gamble lah sebab bila buat perubahan pertengahan season, kita tak tahu juga final result dia. Jadi you have to take that chance very careful lah.
Boleh dikatakan setiap pertukaran ini sebenarnya mengambil risiko yang sangat tinggi, sebab kita tak tahu lagi result yang akan ditunjukkan kepada daripada player-player kita. Jadi untuk Lavel pula kan, sebab kalau kita dah tengok dah permainan SUHAZ Esports daripada minggu 1, minggu 2, minggu 3. Jadi sebenarnya permainan mereka agak berbeza. Satu, mungkin kita tahu ada kemasukan player baru. Tapi sebenarnya adakah mereka lebih selesa bermain di rumah ataupun sebenarnya kurang selesa di bahagian stage?
Ya, soalan yang bagus dekat situ. Ada banyak faktor yang kita boleh tengok bila mereka dah sihat, mereka main balik on stage. Kalau nampak mereka dah start drop, mungkinlah sebab rumah kita, syurga kita kan. Jadi dia punya keselesaan tu lain sikit. Tapi dia adalah professional player, nak tak nak diorang kena main atas stage. And kita pun tahu diorang suka jerit-jerit. So I rasa main dekat rumah selesa. Tapi kalau dengan performance mereka sekarang kat rumah ataupun stage, pada saya akan jadi sama. Z tu adalah utama kenapa mereka berubah.
Tapi ada sesuatu semasa permainan tadi, caster ada sebut pasal emblem Demon Slayer. Aisyah sebenarnya nak tahu sangat apa benda kah itu, apakah hero yang sesuai untuk bermain untuk Demon Slayer?
Okay, Demon Slayer ni kalau kita nak cerita dengan sangat-sangat mudah, di mana kita punya jungler, dia ada 2 style of play. Di mana satu, cuba untuk dapatkan kill, dan nombor 2, cuba untuk dapatkan objektif. Yang dapatkan objektif, dia nak lebih pada bahagian late game. Yang nak dapatkan kill, dia nak dominate early dan juga mid game. Jadi, kalau nak dapatkan banyak kill, ambil Assassin Emblem yang ada penetration lebih tinggi. Demon Slayer senang untuk kita securekan turret, lord dan juga turtle. Jadi dekat situ, kalau mereka nak farming terlebih dahulu, mereka nak control map, lagi bagus menggunakan Demon Slayer.
Wow, so maknanya yang menggunakan Demon Slayer ni adalah kekalkan untuk objektif game.
Betul.
Okey, tapi sebelum itu jom kita pergi ke key to victory untuk SUHAZ Esports, di mana mereka memenangi game match yang pertama pada hari ini, iaitu manakah key point yang mereka gunakan utilize sepenuhnya Lavel.
Untuk game yang mereka menang, kita memang kena cerita di mana nombor 2 dan nombor 3 adalah yang paling besar, di mana DAs. Dan lagi pada game kedua yang dia menggunakan Edith, dia yang setkan tempo, dia yang berjaya untuk tangkap, dia yang memberikan keyakinan kepada SUHAZ Esports untuk pergi ke depan, dapatkan kill, memberi savage kepada boss dan juga dictate the tempo. Kita boleh tengok di mana pada bahagian late game MLBB Esports mereka tak pasti nak lakukan apa, dan pasukan SUHAZ mereka yang memilih nak team fight ataupun tak nak team fight.
Oh, jadi SUHAZ Esports sebenarnya memegang game itu sendiri dan membuat decision untuk meneruskan ataupun tidak. Dan itulah kemenangan untuk SUHAZ Esports untuk match yang pertama tadi. Tapi sebelum ni, match pertama kita dah habis. Sekarang ni kita nak move kepada match yang kedua, iaitu HomeBois berlawan dengan SMG. Jadi bagi pendapat, sabar. Jangan pendapat lagi. Sebab kita tahu HomeBois sebelum ni pun dikekalkan win rate dia 100%. Tetapi sayangnya semalam ada kejatuhan untuk HomeBois. Jadi untuk sebagai general manager lah, untuk sebuah tim, kalau ada kekalahan yang berlaku untuk satu pasukan, adakah mereka punya motivasi dan juga momentum tu akan berkurang ataupun itu menjadikan motivasi untuk mereka untuk naik?
Itu sangat-sangat bergantunglah kepada player, manager dan coach tu sendiri. Sebab kadang-kadang bila dia kalah tu, there are mistakes that yang kita rasa throughout the whole game kita okay, but then because of one mistake they lost. Tapi semalam nampak gaya macam SUHAZ, the fight is still 50-50. So I don't think they are that motivation diorang tak jatuh sangat, because sometimes peranan luck itu ada di situ. So I think they give a good fight. Hari ni because of nak lawan SMG and the motivation untuk mendapatkan lebih lagi point, I think HomeBois will be okay. It's just that kita lawan SMG, so it's gonna be a tough match for them. But they won't go without a fight. Diorang akan lawan sehabis baik lah, because saya rasa the 100% and the -8 tu actually memberi motivasi kepada diorang untuk bermain setiap match tu ialah final.
Ya, perjuangan harus diteruskan. Tapi ini personal soalan daripada Asha lah kan. Jadi untuk RSG kan, sebab ini adalah satu perlawanan. Jadi jatuh naik tu perkara biasa. Tapi bila saat jatuh, pernahkah RSG punya mental breakdown and apa yang perlu dibuat oleh Aiman sendiri kepada player?
Biasa kalau bab mental side, coach dengan manager akan assess dulu kenapa actually kita kalah. Sebab sometimes kalau kalah berlawan itu like contoh seperti kes RSG season ni lah, kami tak pernah kalah 2-0. Every time kami kalah 2-1, there are something that we learn. So it's either you win or you learn. Kita kena set mindset tu dekat player, so that bila kita kalah, dia tak down sebegitu-begitu down.
Semuanya bergantung kepada player dan juga pasukan, sama ada nak terus jatuh ataupun nak terus naik.
Betul.
Tapi sekarang ni paling best sekarang ni kita nak tahu macam mana MPL learning shout out. Jadi kepada anda di luar sana, siapakah kawan baik Yin, Wan, Nana ataupun Chow. Jadi scan saja QR code dan gunakan capital besar saja.
Ya, pastikan semua huruf besar, sebab kalau ada besar kecil salah. Kalau semua kecil salah. Salah satu kecil pun salah. Semua kena besar. Tapi kawan baik Yin
Asha, kalau personally
Ciao.
janganlah bagi jawapan.
Tak tahu jawapan.
Ya,
tekan saya.
Kita teka je.
Teka je.
Kalau teka betul, teka betul. Nama dia berulang-ulang. Apa nama berulang-ulang?
Oh no, why?
Chow.
It's too obvious.
Chow. Mana Chow? Di antara Wan tak pun Nana lah.
Guys, sebenarnya jawapan telah pun disediakan oleh mereka. Jadi korang just scan QR code, terus berikan jawapan dan menangi random one skin daripada kami. Tapi sekarang ni pula, banyak betul shout out. Saya tak bolehlah duduk sini. Saya terlampau excited. Sebab sekarang ni TikTok campaign shout out. Sebab daripada hari pertama saya kat sini, kita kena shout out hashtag ini gaya kita. Jadi tunjukkan semangat anda untuk MPL Malaysia season ke-9. Sertai hashtag ini gaya kita dengan video TikTok paling kreatif dan menangi telefon pintar rasmi Samsung A Series, Cruci Secret Lab, M3 eksklusif ataupun MLBB Diamond setiap minggu. Hanya melihat dan join dan buat video, anda dapat semuanya. Bukan semua, tapi salah satu. Ikut luck lah dengan kreativiti mereka. Aiman dah buat ke belum?
Dah. Saya every week saya buat.
Every week? Ada menang tak nak satu?
Belum menang lagi. Belum pernah kena lagi. Ramai yang masuk, sebab tu belum kena. So bagus lah ramai.
Bukan lapas ni ada buat tak?
Kita cuba, tetapi macam mana Aiman sendiri cakap, unsur-unsur luck tu kita tak dapat. Nak macam mana? Mungkin sebab nama kita Aiman kot.
Sebabkan dia Aiman, jadi saya apa? Aiman Shah. Okay guys, kita baru saja saksikan permainan pertama dan kita akan teruskan dengan permainan yang kedua di mana HomeBois berlawan dengan SMG. Saya dah tak sabar dah ni. Jadi tapi sebelum itu kita break terlebih dahulu.
And a pretty decent lineup from Blue, but how will A?
Ceko! Cuba tolong makan game! Ceko! Tak ada tambah balik! Toda!
Jadi Misri, apa khabar? Dah makan?
Dah makan. Saya begitu semangat untuk menyaksikan perlawanan pada hari ini.
Ya, seperti yang kita tahu, perlawanan pada hari ini adalah
Hello. Oh, tengok MPL. Jom.
Stand by, I'm coming in. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star.
Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala demi negara, ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Stand by, I'm coming in. I'm a rock
Ombakku tidak pernah meleset.
Bahagian tengah kita dapat saksikan adakah mereka mampu untuk melakukan serangan. Anda infui terus saja digunakan oleh Haji Khusus, tapi Neo terus saja menjadi dijatuhkan. Momo berdaya mendapatkan double kill. Sekarang ni Gomez lihatlah di manakah kedudukan beliau. Triple kill diberikan kepada Momo. Satu kemampuan pun tidak Lolias untuk melakukan pertahanan. Lolias. Ya, sekarang ni Lolias cuba untuk melarikan diri, tapi Moon berjaya mendapatkan aim. Fokus kepada Crystal. 2-0.
Stand by, I'm coming in. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
I love you, cutie, kitty, best party, happy journey. Hello, hello, we are bodies, cutie, friendly, we are bodies. It's kitty and bodies, be together, be forever. Hello, hello, arigato, pretty, friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, pretty, friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, cutie, friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, happy cutie, happy journey. Heidi, Heidi, guys, Heidi, Heidi, Heidi. Come to kitty, higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, higher bodies. Friends to the Heidi, Heidi, guys, Heidi, happy journey. Come to kitty, higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, happy cutie, happy journey.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree.
Second skill, go Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra cursed needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go Muddles is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by Go Muddles.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to needles.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies, and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to Muddles using Go Muddles, and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind Muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells, Inspire is a great choice to further boost Melissa's burst damage. Finally, one friendly reminder for all Saber, Hayabusa, and Layla players. Always keep an eye out for Melissa's position and do not try to barge into her field of protection. You just can't. Well, that's all for our new hero, Melissa, the Cursed Needle. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Time and tide wait for no man nor girl. Monster kill. An enemy has been slain. Airgun enemy has been slain. First blood. Time and tide wait for no man nor girl.
The sweet adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Lauren's support is always on time. Let's create some miracles.
You have slain an enemy.
Guess what's in my bag? A homemade
Monster kill.
cinnamon is no ordinary husk.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mas. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh orang kata istilah fat untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Take legendary! Take my royal station! Take my royal turret under attack! Imperial justice! Imperial justice! Leave it to me! Take the frostbite! Take my royal station! Killing spree! Imperial justice! Take the frostbite!
I love you, cutie, kitty, best party, happy journey. Hello, hello, we are bodies, cutie, friendly, we are bodies. It's kitty and bodies, be together, be forever. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, cutie, friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, happy cutie, happy journey. Heidi, Heidi, Bryce, Heidi, Heidi, Heidi. I'm a dookie, higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, higher bodies. Then to the Heidi, Heidi, Bryce, Heidi, Heidi, journey. I'm a dookie, higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, happy cutie, happy journey. Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
The rock star. rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by.
HomeBois bertemu dengan Team SMG di match yang kedua. Assalamualaikum dan selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9. Dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita dan juga diraikan bersama Nescafe. Anda bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan juga Syamilo, dan tak lengkap kalau kita berdua saja. Kita jemput analis kita Lafel dan juga tetamu khas kita Aiman Wafi. Yes, permainan tadi yang pertama tadi memang menakjubkan Lafel.
Betul tu Syah Sleepy Godzilla ya. Tapi kalau kita tengok daripada match tadi, I suka sebenarnya kita tengok improvement yang banyak daripada pasukan SUHAZ dan juga pasukan MLBB, di mana ramai juga orang risau kan untuk kedua-dua pasukan kat sini. Mungkin cakap, oh mungkin diorang tim yang biasa-biasa, dan pada pendapat saya itu yang paling bagus bila kita ada tournament yang panjang. Improvement tu penting.
Improvement tu sangat penting. Jadi kalau kita nampak tadi, saya nak tanya sikit kepada Aiman Wafi sebagai seorang manager. Penting tak sebenarnya untuk mencari pemain-pemain bakat baru? Sebab kita nampak tadi Zuto bermain dengan sangat baik. Walaupun mereka tewas, tapi masih lagi mempamerkan prestasi yang cemerlang. Begitu juga dengan pasukan SUHAZ, di mana adanya Z bermain juga dengan sangat cemerlang. Dari daripada persepsi sudut manager sendiri, nak cari player tu macam mana sebenarnya?
Itu di Malaysia specifically antara challenges yang sangat-sangat susah sebab we have enough because usually kita akan cari daripada tournament kecil ataupun tim-tim akademi. Jadi mencari player-player baru tu dia sangat-sangat susah sebab bila kita try out, kadang-kadang dia punya level of competitive dengan chemistry antara player baru dengan player yang dah solid dekat MPL jauh skill gap dia. Sama sangat-sangat rare. Sebagai contoh, masa mula-mula kami bawa Izanami lepas I think after minggu ketiga, dan Lolias kita bawa masuk. Ini semua dulu antara orang-orang yang hebat lah mencari orang kata bocah-bocah ni ialah Kuja, Ciwing. So selalu kalau kita nak pergi cari, kita akan tanya diorang sebab because they play a lot of rank games. Sebab daripada rank leaderboard pun kita boleh tahu juga macam mana nak cari player-player baru yang sangat-sangat berbakat. Jadi macam kami juga, kami jumpa Mutalala di situ. Rank leaderboard, come in, Kuza, not just because of MPL, tapi dia punya stats dekat in-game sangat-sangat. Jason cakap, I die need this guy. Then when we try out, it happens. So these new players memang ada cara dia. But when you try it out, kena betul-betul nilai mereka lah.
Sebenarnya mencari player ni, boleh katakan kat Malaysia ni agak sedikit sukar. Tapi dengan adanya
ada MDL.
Kalau lah ada MDL tu lah. Dah banyak kali dah kita sebut. Kalau lah
dekat Indonesia, there's a lot of talent there, and MDL actually helps lah.
Actually I rasa like the main issue is the development. Kalau ada just a way to development, much better.
Menarik. Tetapi kalau kita balik kepada match yang kedua di mana HomeBois berlawan dengan SMG. Jadi sekarang ni kita selalu tengok permainan dorang. Tapi saya nak tahu juga daripada Lafel sendiri, daripada kedua-dua tim ini, HomeBois dan juga SMG, di manakah player yang sebenarnya bukan duri dalam daging, diam-diam ubi berisi?
Okay. Actually itu satu soalan yang bagus. Lagi kalau kita tengok untuk pasukan SMG, di mana kita selalu dengar orang cerita pasal Sasa, Zain Sempoi, Smooth. Tapi sebenarnya player baru mereka, rookie Stormy, perform dengan sangat bagus. Di mana kalau tak silap saya, dia antara pemegang KDA tertinggi dekat dalam MPL season kali ini. Dan untuk pasukan HomeBois, not the flashiest player, tapi Saiful, dia bila kita tengok daripada segi KDA, tak impressive. Tapi macam mana dia punya shot call, macam mana dia control 4 player yang lain, pada pendapat saya itu adalah satu kualiti yang kita tak nampak dari segi numbers, tapi in game sangat penting.
Peranan sebagai seorang kapten dan juga ketua, di mana kalau kita nampak daripada segi ataupun dengar daripada segi mic check, setiap kali kalau nampak macam Chibi jauh sikit, dia akan jerit, Chibi, objektif. Itu yang seronok bila nampak, bila dengar mic check setiap pasukan. Maknanya shot caller masing-masing ada tanggungjawab, dan itu sebenarnya yang penting. KDA, nampak anda tu hebat, tapi yang paling pentingnya bagaimana anda memberi komunikasi kepada pasukan lawan. Itu yang penting sebenarnya ketika ini, betul tak?
Ya, betul.
Betul
Cakap saya mesti betul. Semua dikatakan oleh Syamilo dan Lafel betul. Tapi balik kepada Aiman Wafi. Okey, Aiman Wafi, tadi ada sesuatu yang menarik perhatian Aisyah, tapi Aisyah dah terlupa sedikit. Okey, sebenarnya antara untuk memilih pemain ni, antara skill dengan experience, mana satu menjadi keutamaan untuk satu pasukan memilih player itu?
Kena balance. Dia tak boleh semua terlalu muda, dia tak boleh semua terlalu experience. So the best recipe that we have, I think last time masa kami menang season 7 ialah the mixture of Lolias, Izanami, campur pengalaman of Kaiser, even Zaraki actually help a lot. and Chiwing Logan was always behind there to support. And then who else? Lexia. So it's pengalaman campur pemain muda sangat-sangat. It's the secret recipe to become champion lah. I think last season also SMG did the same thing. You have Sasa from Indonesia, very experienced. Then bukan nak cakap Zain Sempoy atau even Sif last time. They are really good players. Tapi memang the combination of good experience and young talents is the best recipe to become champion lah.
Ya, setiap bila kita ambil pemain baru, dia mesti ada cabaran yang tersendiri kan, Aiman. Jadi Aisyah nak tanya lagi soalan kepada Aiman, how you grow your player?
It really depends on how the chemistry work antara coach, manager dengan player. One guy cannot do everything. One very good player cannot do everything. Coach also cannot do everything. So you have to be able untuk split the job. Coach apa fokus dia, manager apa fokus dia. Tapi kita kena make sure player dia hanya fikir pasal that game itself lah. Dan kita tak adalah rasa berat. Because there's a reason why coach buat analyst and draft. Dan ada team yang ada different, coach lain, analyst lain. So the distribution of task, benda tu yang kalau kita lagi ringan, then kita akan dapat fokus kat salah satu atau dua job yang kita boleh fokus lah.
Sebut pasal pemain dan fokus, kalau saya nak tanya kepada ML Lafel pula, bagaimana kita lihat lepas ni HomeBois lawan dengan SMG. So kita tahu banyak player-player yang perlu diberikan fokus. Dan untuk Lafel sendiri, match up lane mana yang paling awak rasa macam wah ini nak kena tengok sebenarnya, ini nak kena berikan perhatian?
Kalau daripada segi fokus, saya rasa kita tak boleh nak elak. Kita kena tengok Irfan dan juga Smooth, di mana kedua-dua player pegang role yang sama, tapi cara mereka bermain sebenarnya sedikit berbeza. Di mana untuk Smooth, dia boleh slowkan game itu dengan invade jungle pasukan musuh dan control mereka punya farming. Untuk Irfan, kita boleh tengok dia directly kejar damage dealer untuk pasukan enemy and try seperti mana kita selalu nampak control dekat pada bahagian turtle dan juga Lord.
Dia boleh curi Lord.
Curi juga.
Role yang sama tapi identiti yang berbeza. Jadi, tapi sebelum itu jom kita saksikan key to success untuk kumpulan HomeBois terlebih dahulu. Di mana HomeBois di tempat pertama secure mid lane at all cost. Yang kedua, get creative with rotation. Ketiga, discipline in map control. Keempat, constant pressure on Sasa. Boleh terangkan sedikit tak Lafel tentang key to success untuk HomeBois?
Untuk key to success dekat sini ada beberapa, pada pendapat saya, HomeBois juga kena buat adjustment sedikit sebab mereka pressure kepada Sasa pada pendapat saya itu adalah satu benda yang okey, tetapi ini akan jadi satu benda yang boleh makan diri kalau mereka hanya fokus kepada satu player, kerana kita boleh nampak untuk pasukan SMG boleh dikatakan roster mereka sangat-sangat stack. So walaupun Sasa fokus kepada dia, tapi jangan lupa Stormy, jangan lupa Zaim Sempoy, dan dekat situ ialah kenapa mereka kena disiplin dekat map control. Kalau mereka lepaskan sedikit sahaja Zaim Sempoy, dia akan pastikan HomeBois tak ada bush yang mereka boleh masuk. Sebab tu mereka kena secure mid lane at all cost, kerana kalau Vince berjaya untuk control kat kawasan mid, mereka akan pastikan yang bush akan kosong supaya Saiful boleh control dan bukan Zaim Sempoy.
Ya, sebab kita dah nampak juga macam mana ada satu pasukan di mana mereka punya key to success adalah jangan abaikan Smooth. Tapi bila mereka cuba untuk berikan fokus kepada Smooth, mereka pula yang kena damage yang besar. Jadi kat sini itu satu pasal Smooth. Dan untuk Aiman Hafiz sendiri, dekat sini boleh katakan disiplin dalam map control. So macam mana, apa boleh katakan disiplin seperti mana?
Disiplin dalam map control ni kita tahu HomeBois dia more focus on objective part. So once you read the pattern, ada team yang akan we know that first turtle, second turtle diorang akan fokus kat turtle, we do other things. Macam mana pun they are so good at objective, if you try to even contest diorang akan menang lah. So map awareness tu you have to really understand the macro part of things. Macam mana nak tahu, you have to watch replays lah.
Okey, so itu baru saja daripada HomeBois. Jom kita ke SMG pula, di mana yang pertama provide cover for Sasa, kedua set their own pace, ketiga Smooth must contain Irfan, keempat beware of Diggy Pig. Wow. Diggy menjadi fokus.
I hate when HomeBois pick Diggy.
So
annoying man.
So annoying lah lagi sebenarnya. Saya rasa memang Diggy adalah antara hero yang bagus untuk lawan dengan pasukan HomeBois. Tetapi selain daripada itu juga, kita kena tengok macam mana yang nombor 3 Smooth kena contain Irfan. Dekat sini walaupun saya sendiri cakap ini adalah lane yang kita kena beri fokus, Irfan dan juga Smooth, Tapi saya rasa mereka berdua macam tak nak lawan sesama sendiri. Of course depends pada hero. Tapi kalau kita tengok macam Uranus lawan dengan Esmeralda, sure boleh lawan. Tapi most probably kita akan tengok diorang kejar orang lain. So untuk pasukan SMG dekat sini, pada pendapat saya yang mereka betul-betul kena hati-hati adalah diorang kena set their own pace. Kerana pasukan SMG, pada pendapat saya, antara pasukan kalau mereka berjaya untuk control map, mereka dapat manipulate segala objektif yang ada dekat dalam game untuk mereka punya advantage sendiri.
So kalau kita lihat kat sini, pasukan SMG perlu cari mereka punya situasi sendiri, tempo sendiri, nak main early game, nak main mid game ataupun late game. Jadi kalau kita boleh katakan untuk pasukan SMG, berdasarkan analisis awak, Lafel, adakah SMG ni kuat di fasa awal game ataupun sebenarnya mereka ni tunggu sahaja farming supaya perform balik di bahagian late game?
I would say di mana pasukan SMG sama seperti most professional players yang kita nampak dekat world stage, mereka bermain mengikut mereka punya level dan juga mereka punya item. Mereka boleh gerak agresif awal kerana Sasa dan juga Smooth boleh dikategorikan sebagai players lane bully. Mereka suka menang mereka punya lane, tetapi mereka takkan overextend melainkan mereka dapat sama ada level yang mereka perlukan ataupun item yang mereka perlukan. Apa yang mereka kena hati-hati adalah HomeBois juga technically cara yang sama sebab diorang suka main objektif. So menang lane lagi senang untuk diorang secure objektif.
Okay, faham, maknanya menangkan objektif sebanyak yang mungkin supaya boleh pasukan SMG lakukan sesuatu dan maintain mereka punya pace terlebih dahulu dan pastikan SMG dapatkan kemenangan. Kalau kita lihat kat sini, pasukan kita borak pasal pasukan SMG perlu dapatkan mereka punya momentum lebih awal lagi. Dan pasukan HomeBois pula, pada hari semalam mereka tewas 2-0. Adakah hari ini akan sedikit mengganggu sebenarnya mental pasukan HomeBois?
I don't think so. Like I said just now, diorang nak menang. Diorang perlukan lagi banyak mata. Sebab lagi berapa match? Okay, wait. First game diorang menang dengan SMG, right? So SMG is up there. So tapi saya rasa pada HomeBois diorang masih memerlukan lebih banyak mata. So lepas 100% satu kalah, I don't think it shows that they are weak. 100% throughout that mentality, and after the first round, I think they still can do it lah. It's just that kita tahu Harpies main kali ni, I think. I'm not sure yet. So there might be a difference. It's still a fair game because HomeBois and both SMG and HomeBois very strong.
Tapi kepada Lafel pula, untuk ESP lane matchup Smooth dan Irfan, apa yang kita akan expect di dalam perlawanan match yang kedua ni?
Kalau kita ingat balik di mana mereka pernah berlawan, SMG lawan dengan HomeBois, ini antara first surprise saya di mana kalau kita tarik balik masa, kita fikir history. Smooth antara player yang orang letak title Lord Smooth sebab dia ni tak kuat, dia 1v1 dia kalah. Tapi sekarang dia punya development, hari tu kalau tidak silap saya, dia lawan dengan Irfan 1v1 dan dia berjaya untuk menang. Dan selepas dia berjaya untuk menang kat situ, satu map dikontrol oleh pasukan SMG hanya dengan satu 1v1. Jadi kalau daripada segi experience lane matchup dekat sini, again, mereka punya fokus berbeza. Jadi mungkin mereka tak akan lawan sama sendiri selepas laning phase. Selepas turtle kedua, mereka akan controlkan the map. Tapi untuk pasukan HomeBois, apa Irfan akan lakukan? Irfan akan kejar sama ada mereka punya gold laner ataupun mereka punya jungler. Manakala untuk Smooth, dia akan kejar dia punya mid laner ataupun gold laner.
Tapi kalau kita nampak bagaimana permainan Smooth, dia macam fokus kepada buang skill terlebih dahulu kan. Tapi kalau untuk Irfan sendiri, dia more tu macam nak pergi dekat lot, dia boleh cuba untuk curi lot. Jadi adakah itu menyebabkan bahawa perbezaan kedua-dua gameplay player ESP ni? Kalau kita lihat yang lepas ni, drafting, apa yang akan berlaku? Kalau pendapat Lafel sendiri daripada segi drafting, hero apa yang akan diberikan fokus oleh kedua-dua pasukan?
Kalau kita nak tengok daripada segi fokus kepada bahagian draft, kita tahu di mana Irfan, almost kita meme kan, dia suka Pakito, dia suka Esmeralda. Dan kalau kita tengok pada Smooth, impact hero yang paling besar dia gunakan adalah Uranus. Tetapi untuk Smooth dan juga Irfan kat sini, kalau mereka fokus kepada EXP punya matchup, kita mungkin akan nampak perbezaan hero seperti Khalid di mana dia boleh menang 1v1, lagi kalau dia pakai execute punya spell.
Cakap pasal hero, macam yang kita tahu SMG mengikut history, dia ada menggunakan hanya 25 unique hero saja berbanding dengan tim-tim yang lain. Jadi adakah ini persoalannya adalah kenapa mereka tak menggunakan hero yang baru ataupun hero selain yang mereka selesa?
Ya, dekat sini I rasa it's about concept of cara diorang nak bermain. Kalau hero baru tu sesuai dengan konsep mereka, mereka mungkin berani untuk cuba. Tetapi kalau hero tu jauh sangat konsep dia. Saya bagi contoh yang senang. Uranus, apa yang dia boleh lakukan? Dia boleh zonekan enemy keluar disebabkan susah untuk membunuh dia. Apa lagi hero yang boleh buat benda yang sama? Esmeralda boleh buat benda sama. Kalau Badang boleh buat benda yang sama, mungkin Badang akan dikeluarkan. Tapi Badang punya style bukan macam tu. Dia nak farm, dia keluarkan damage yang besar. Jadi pada pendapat saya, kenapa mereka tak ubah hero adalah kerana hero lain tak sesuai dengan strategi mereka.
Satu info yang menarik sebenarnya dikatakan oleh Lafaz betul tadi, kalau Badang boleh lakukan perkara yang sama, jadi mungkin dia akan menjadi pilihan. Tapi kalau dilihatkan ketika ini, saya boleh katakan atau boleh ramalkan yang pengambilan hero seperti Esmeralda akan menjadi kontes, tapi kita akan lihat terlebih dahulu. Wow, seronok betul nampak Irfan tadi. Macam tu.
Dia okey lagi kalau Moy, lagi lah.
Kalau Moy tu saya nampak tadi dah paragoi kat show. Tapi kita katakan HomeBois nampak daripada riak wajah mereka sendiri, nampak walaupun mereka tewas, tapi no problem.
Itu cerita semalam, bukan hari ini.
Ya, bukan hari ini.
Sebab kisah semalam jangan diingati. Ia hanya untuk pengajaran. Dah rasa macam novelis pula kat sini. Tapi yang paling panas sekarang ni, tak lengkap kalau kita tengok MPL, ya Allah, tiba-tiba hilang. Kita tengok MPL kalau tak ada McDelivery. Yes, tengah-tengah petang macam ni sedap kalau makan McDonald, guys. Jadi gunakan voucher MPL Rewards dan spend minimum RM50 dan dapatkan 6 ketul nugget secara percuma dan juga skin MLBB eksklusif.
Ya, saya RM50 tu memang makanan saya seorang je.
Ya, saya dah tahu. Kita tengok perut.
Kita dekat Bangi ada satu McD dekat situ. Senang setiap kali datang, drive-thru, lepas tu dah. Lepas tu, bila dah tak nak drive-thru, McDelivery, kita lepak, Muhammad tahu.
Dia cakap pasal perut, tapi dia tengok awak, saya rasa macam dia silap tengok.
Jangan macam tu. You still...
Tapi sebenarnya McNugget memang sedap.
Sedap.
Itu masalah. Tapi itu apa yang berlaku. Kan jangan lupa untuk gunakan MPL Reward. Jadi lepas ni kita ada apa sebenarnya?
Sekarang ni kita nak buat coin toss antara kedua-dua tim ini, iaitu HomeBois dan juga SMG. Siapakah yang akan mengambil first pick dan siapa yang mengambil draft second pick? Di mana di sini sekarang ni kita ada Lim Yanzo, head marshal kita. Di mana di bahagian kanan kita ada kiri kita ada Saiful daripada HomeBois, Sasa daripada Team SMG. Saya keliru sebentar sebab lapis di depan mata saya.
Kalau seat keliru lelaki dan perempuan, Syah keliru kiri dan kanan. Tapi kontas kita akan lihat ketika ni pasukan HomeBois memilih head dan juga Team SMG tails. Kita akan lihatkan balingan shilling akan dilakukan terlebih dahulu. Milik siapakah shilling ini dan kepala telah pun dapatkan. HomeBois memilih sebagai first pick terlebih dahulu ke sini, Rafael.
Ya, satu statistik yang agak pelik. Saya tak tahu macam mana nak ceritakan. Tapi HomeBois kalau mereka first pick, dalam 80-90% mereka punya win rate. Dan kalau mereka second pick dalam 30-something,
Manager sebab tu dia first pick.
Saya double check, the coach is Kadaga, right?
Ya, Kadaga, ya.
So actually, I work with him during season 7 yang kita orang champion tu. So, I really want to watch this game sebab it's like a strategy, because I'm not saying they don't have strategy, but they are more towards a feeling kind of team. That's why I think their heroes, they have the feeling punya thing, plus they have the objective part. So I think it's balanced. So last time, Ibas or Skadaga actually works to the strength of dia punya players instead of ni. But James have different opinion whereby I believe dia ada strat dia sendiri. And he try to execute through gunakan player dia lah.
Suka dengar penjelasan daripada Aiman Wafi. Tapi sayangnya sekarang ni kita nak saksikan perlawanan match yang kedua pada hari ini, iaitu HomeBois dan juga SMG. Jadi sekarang ni tanpa melengahkan masa, let's go kepada kasta kita. Woo!
Thank you so much, guys, at the pre-show. And of course, feelings is a very, very important factor when it comes to the teams. It could be the vibes, it could be the morale. Most importantly, it's all about those emotions. Once again, you guys are currently watching MPL MY Season 9, and you guys are watching the English broadcast. My name is ICB12. Join me, Gideon Q, as we are going to be your commentators for today. Hope you guys enjoy a great day. But of course, we'd like to shout out our amazing sponsors, because without our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partner in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and our co-organizers ESI, we will not have all this available for you guys to enjoy the show. So thank you guys very, very much. Gideon, what are your thoughts on Aiman Wafi's comments there? Feeling the vibes coming in from HomeBois.
Honestly, I think that's actually a pretty good way to explain it, because again, a lot of coaches kind of go around this, wait a minute, I'm feeling the vibes. Are you feeling the vibes here? It looks like 500 of you have already shared the stream, and our first milestone has been achieved. So claim the code down below while you still can. And speaking of vibes here, I think a lot of coaches has this preconceived idea that like my way is the best way no matter what. Others kind of have a little bit more empathy and understand where the players are coming from and draft around their strengths. And I think there is some good and bad between both of them. At the end of the day, are you going to let those players, depending on their mood, predetermine the strategy of the day. I think there is a little bit of that inconsistency when you really think about it.
I think to put it in the simple terms, right? We've got a balance between emotions and balance between the strats, correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You gotta be a yin-yang in both ways. So in this case, can they yin-yang their way? Seems like Kagura might be a very contested hero coming from HomeBois. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not are they gonna play it. But as of yet, this upcoming match, SMG, is James gonna be the James factor again for SMG? We've seen SMG kind of perform overall very strong all around the team coming in from the entire week, but there are also some moments where we kind of saw a slight hint of weakness coming from them.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the HomeBois did drop a game yesterday against SUHAZ Esports, so there might be a little bit of an advantage in terms of just momentum coming into this towards this game. But as you heard from Sleepy Godzilla just now, well, yesterday was in the past. Today is all about the present. It's about getting those results. It's getting about that performance. And I think even Team SMG, currently on the rise, they didn't take advantage of the transfer window. They still have the same lineup.
Inspirational coach coming in from Gideon, guys. Forget about the past. Don't dwell in it. Look towards tomorrow. Stay in the present. Focus on what's happening now. Thank you very much.
Well, you're welcome very much. You can contact me at this. Just waiting for the lower third to pop up. It's just like, you can pay for my services right here.
You should be like a therapist, aren't you?
Well,
maybe we should take it up a notch. We have got the analyst, we've got the coach. We need the physician, the therapist,
yes.
psychiatrist,
totally
yeah, mental coach.
Yeah, totally on the same page here for sure. With that being said, it's time to bring out both the teams here. They're here live on our stage. Get ready, because this is Team SMG versus the HomeBois. Bring him out. HomeBois. No longer undefeated, the spell has broken, and the fans are here today to support the boys here up on stage. But with the loss against SUHAZ yesterday, fume their motivation to win today. Can they bounce back?
Yep, they have had a pretty solid track record throughout the entire first 4 weeks. Can they maintain a good track record to actually bounce back? This is going to be their proving grounds coming in from HomeBois. And I'm looking forward to see how their opponents is going to do about this, because HomeBois, they have taken them out before. However, their opponents...
Team SMG!
Speaking of bouncing back, I mean, Team SMG is eager to redeem themselves against the HomeBois. Their first matchup was exhilarating as both sides refused to give each other ground. It was intense, but more importantly, is it going to be the same story here today?
Yep, SMG, they have been showing signs of weakness and also strength, but Stormy, being one of the most consistent majors coming in, an up-and-coming rookie being brought out by SMG, can he continue to do so for Team SMG? This is going to be his proving grounds once again. Can they take the dubs against HomeBois? So, as of yet, we are going to be looking forward to see how this first match is going to go. But as of yet, let's take a look at some stats to give you guys a little bit more details on how both these teams are. As of yet, this is going to be HomeBois.
Yep, looking at the HomeBois so far, I mean, look at that stat line. It's been looking great. The averages are equaling out as average assists continue to rise for Vins. And even Seifel, his average KP, 74.2%, and overall damage taken over in the 70,000s. Seifel has been a big forerunner for the team.
Yep, I definitely agree. Saifu as a tank has been setting up a lot of amazing plays as well. He has the flexibility to play a defensive role as well as an offensive role. But now, I want to talk a little bit more about Chibi. We've seen Chibi for multiple seasons now. He's been very objective driven, right? He was crowned multiple times as one of the Lord Slayers over the seasons. Even now in the stats, he is still considered the best Lord Terminator does that too now. And he's also tied #1 as in-game MVP rankings with Link Aza.
Ooh, I mean, it seems like a little bit of repeats happening for Season 8 when it comes down to the junglers, but their opponents here, Team SMG. We got to talk about Smooth. I mean, Stormy, definitely an up-and-coming rookie, having one of the best KPs and overall average assists, but Smooth, look at that KDA, 8.7 KDA.
I'm okay. I'm shaking a little bit when I when I talk about Smooth, right? He is one of the most excellent EXP laner coming in towards Season 9. Like, on track record-wise, I believe Lafayette did bring it out as well. Once upon a time, he was crowned as Lord Smooth, as a meme-ish, but no longer a meme because it is a reality now. He is one of the strongest XP laners coming in towards MPL. And the stats don't lie. He's got one of the highest average damage taken, highest KDA, and highest damage throughout the entirety of the overall matches that he's played so far, and he's playing it as an XP laner with a tank.
It's ridiculous, it really is. And now when you're looking at the total damage dealt, overall, it's still 200,000 in terms of difference between the two, but in terms of match win rate, Team SMG has finally got him beat.
Exactly, but now based on the stats here, you said as well, SMG is looking for their revenge matchup, and even with it was an experimental phase coming from SMG to test out their pros and cons. It wasn't exactly super one-sided for HomeBois, so this might be the potential comeback coming from them. But let's talk about the real stats coming in from SMG. Top bans coming from SMG is usually Phobius with a 75% ban rate coming from them out of all 9 games.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a little bit of change of tune for Team SMG with a large majority of week number 3, almost 100% of the time they had to get rid of that Phobius, but now they're kind of letting it through, opening it up a little bit more.
And on top of it, HomeBois has got 100% ban rate on Fanny as well. But before we get a little bit more stats here and towards the drafts, let's take a look at what the predictions coming in from all the teams, all the talents as well. Who's going to win this match? It seems like it's going to be 3 of us siding SMG and 4 of you guys siding on towards HomeBois. So this is a match that is kind of split into its 50-50 between all of us.
I think it's really tough here at the end of the day. I would agree that it is a 50-50 match, but I do think HomeBois have a slight edge in comparison to Team SMG, because I feel like when Team SMG plays, it's a slow roll. They have the experience to kind of like take on the later stages of the game, but if we look at how the audience predicts this, they're going to believe in the HomeBois too. It's about having that competition experience, knowing how to play that late game, which both HomeBois and Team SMG have.
Yeah, I definitely feel that HomeBois does have a little bit more on the sidelines in this battle here, just because on track record they do have a lot of wins here. However, is that who I think it is?
No, right? Could be. I mean, the man's wearing a HomeBois jersey. You know who he's supporting for sure.
Definitely. Of course. Let's take a look at our amazing sponsors as well. If you want to play Mobile Legends Bang Bang using the brand new smartphone with slick design with MPL Malaysia Season 9's official smartphone, Samsung, you can get an awesome gaming experience with the brand new Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G. You can always check it out at the nearest stores, and it's one of the best phones out there to actually play some amazing games.
A flagship phone coming out from Samsung Galaxy A series. Hopefully you get cop one for yourselves today, because one day hopefully you get to make it on this stage to play against these players yourselves. Now it's time for the draft.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be the drafts coming in from HomeBois versus SMG, game number 1. To start things off, HomeBois has selected their coin toss with first pick in their bag, and this time they will be helping SMG by batting on Furfius as their first pick.
Valentina is going to be the quick follow-up coming in from Team SMG. No surprises there, but a fast ban phase coming in for the HomeBois as they ban out, I was about to say Esmeralda, but Selena themselves.
Yep, and on top of it, it is a pretty clear cut what they're going to be banning off later on as well. They do have a 100% ban rate on the Fanny for HomeBois, whereas SMG, what did you want to do? Do you want to ban a Lancelot? Yes, they will. Pretty standard out of both teams so far. Nothing super crazy yet compared to the earlier game we had today, which is MAB versus SUHAZ.
Now SMG baits out HomeBois to say, hey, you could go for your original pick, or are you going to ban out Fanny? And HomeBois, they always ban out Fanny. Doesn't matter whether it's blue side or red side. So they've done their research. Fanny, the follow-up ban coming in from HomeBois, and now Team SMG has a bit of flexibility.
Well, they will continue their 100% ban rate, but seeing how like SMG, I don't think they would ever give Lancelot to Chibi, considering that he does have one of the best experience here in MPL MY as the best Lancelot player, because he's played that hero for multiple seasons, even though it was off meta, and still made it work.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see about that. Team SMG, on the other hand, What are they going to be? They're hovering over Paquito as of right now, and I think that's definitely something that we should keep in mind here because Irfan, so very oppressive on this hero. Big playmaker for the team, but it does give me an idea that Team SMG generally want to have a marksman that isn't going to get one shot.
Now, here's going to be a question here as well. We kind of talk about how Irfan as well is smooth off the table as well, where who has the bigger hero pool. So far, I feel like we kind of had a split decision, but Smooth does have a bigger hero pool in terms of XP laners as compared to Irfan, whereas Irfan, he does play it, but he's the one that stood out the most was his Paquito. So I think they are going to try and put this to the test. However, HomeBois, they will deny the Beatrix away from Sasa instead.
Well, I think, you know, Beatrix definitely a pick that everybody in the MPL can respect and love. Absolute bonkers hero. But I think it's about what the answers are going to be. I think for Team SMG here,
Uranus.
It could be a Uranus. That's the problem. And I think there's not a lot of options to deal with from the side of HomeBois when Beatrix is already locked in.
All right.
Hayabusa, on the other hand, I feel it's a bit early for it, but hey, I guess they're just waiting for HomeBois to get their pick. And now, once again, we are seeing that Chibi, in particular, actually doesn't mind this Ling versus Hayabusa matchup.
Yeah, this is so much better coming from HomeBois as well. Like, Chibi did flex out his Ling and also his Lancelot during the previous seasons. This is no stranger for him. So this is going to be HomeBois going to be stomping out the competition potentially, but so far SMG, they need to figure a way to match this thing. But fortunately for them, they have the Uranus to kind of go in for a split push. But when it comes to setting up ganks or even rotations or even backup, Chibi is going to be a little bit faster than Smooth unless SMG sets up the tempo. So they need a way to actually play around this. But HomeBois, they are going to play the Esmeralda versus Uranus matchup.
Yep, and I think Smooth very comfortable with it. It's probably going to go into his favor as we've seen many times before. Team SMG with their final pick of the very first phase here. What else do they need? They can go for their mage, gold laners. They can give Sasa a decent matchup here against Anib. They can go for Popo and Koopa, or they can completely stray away from the gold lane and look to kind of shut him down when it comes down to the supports.
I would really like a Sicilian pickup coming from SMG, but at the same time, they need a way to deal with this Link. Do you try to fight him or do you try to dodge him? In this case, do they want to force the Lilia pickup for SMG?
Well, I think it lies where the priority is. Are they playing for Stormy's matchup or Sasa's matchup? And as we can tell right now, SMG will be locking in the Franco for themselves.
Very, very smart. Like, instead of deciding whether or not to go for the mage, going for a Franco that is going to be a sure deal, instant lock, if the Link gets a little bit too aggressive. So it's going to be up to Zyme Sempoy to set up those ganks, and we've seen SMG kind of pull it off with him as well. So I'm looking forward to see how it goes, and they are aware of this Diggy pickup. We kind of saw Orange Esports had this issue as well. They forced the Franco, but HomeBois picked the Diggy.
Yep, I think HomeBois here, they start banning out things like Yi, Popo, and Koopa, gold lanes, and yes, now they're making sure that Anip is going to have a decent lane. Vince is confident in his hero pool, so at least you know the priorities for HomeBois.
Yeah, and what is Sasa gonna play? That's the thing. Like Popo and Koopa is something he plays a lot. Beatrix is also he plays a lot. Clint is gonna go for sure. Is he going to be forced to play a Farsa, which I don't really like, but we've seen SMG kind of do it in week 2, and also I think during season 8 they kind of forced him gold lane on the Farsa as well. So not a big fan of it, but it may or may not happen.
I think...
Or are we going to see the Melissa marksman?
I would like to see Melissa.
Oh, they went for the Brody. Okay.
They banned out Brody.
So Clint is up for sure.
Yeah, I do think it's pretty certain for Team SMG that Sasa is going to play Clint, unless they've got another plan in mind, which we don't know. We don't know how the coaches are taking this or what angle they're going to be looking for. So expect to see Clint get picked up here and then looking for what that last matchup, unless Team SMG is like, okay, we already see their gold laner, we can lock in the Yve right now, and then it doesn't matter what matchup, at the very least we have the real world manipulation and no Diggy to kind of protect them.
Kind of hard. Are they going to go for the Eve? Nope, they are going to go for the Lilia instead. They just don't want to risk Chibi going out of control. But that's the thing, right? When we talk about gold laners for a setup, HomeBois, like you said as well, they can go for the Clint coming for SMG. Is it intentional that they want Sasa to play the Clint, or they do not want to? So HomeBois right now is in a position where, like, I think 70% of the chance that they will think like that. I don't think Sasa will play anything else to that degree. But if it is a Clint, then that is going to be the interest for Chibi to actually punish, considering that the rest of heroes are kind of hard to kill.
I guess. We're first seeing the Lolita come out first from the side of HomeBois. I think they want to make sure that even though Sasa can win that lane, it's really predetermined by the supports that actually support the gold lane in terms of how they survive the early game, how they can transition into the mid game, right? So this Lolita is kind of great because it actually blocks a lot of the auto attacks coming, the penetrating auto attacks that comes out of that Clint. Yves gets locked in for the side of the HomeBois, and this works out for Team SMG, right? If let's say Vince decided to play Kagura instead, I would assume that Team SMG might kind of shift their gold lane priorities and start playing for a better mid lane matchup.
Yeah, I think I like the Lolita just because it actually works against the Lilia as well. Because if the longer Lilia is in the foot, the Black Shroom will eventually be somewhere in the range of the Numen or Blast. So it's pretty much a no-brainer to actually go for it. And considering that SMG, they don't exactly have a lot of stuns besides the Franco to actually disrupt him, they need some sort of stun or setup to actually deal with this. And Sasa, knowing that there are not a lot of marksmen that do so, I think they need something that can actually disrupt the Numen Blast. Moskov might be something that they may consider, but I highly doubt so. But looks like they will force the claw, so this is going to be a pretty nice game coming for Saifu on the Lolita.
Oh, this is really interesting. Really interesting indeed. I'm not sure why Claude decided to get a non-dominant matchup, but I guess he's playing for the overall team comp, realizing that, hey, we don't necessarily have a lot of damage, and Lilia can only burst out so much. So to back it up, have more DPS, we're going to take Claude instead. I think it's okay. I think I'm okay with the draft. I do prefer HomeBois a lot more.
Yeah, I definitely like HomeBois more as well. In terms of team fight, they're just so much stronger, whereas SMG is a little bit more on the dodging fights, but all things considered, they are the pros. We are going to be heading in towards the land of Dawn, and I'm looking forward to see who is going to be the ones coming out on top. Is it gonna be HomeBois, who has a very strong lane control as well as wombo combos in terms of team fight composition with this Lolita? Are they gonna be able to shut down the boys in SMG? Whereas SMG, they've got a composition focused on shutting down Chibi on that link as well as a lot of split push potential. Is this gonna be the game to watch? Yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading into game number 1 with HomeBois versus SMG.
Let's get this show on the road here. Second best of 3 on today. HomeBois on the blue side. Team SMG on the red.
Yep, and seeing how things are going here, seems like SMG, they are not looking to go in for the invades as they want to secure Sasa's farm on the top side. And we are going to see a little bit movements up top as Zyme Senpai is looking to go for the invades, and Anip is going to be there to actually disrupt him in case he goes in to disrupt Link. It seems like that is going to be a good read from HomeBois, so Chibi will secure the purple buff very easily.
As you know, Anip generally has an advantage in this lane against Sasa, right? He's already got his Nibiru ready to go out, and now Little wanted to make Claw Stormy to end up giving first blood over to the HomeBois. Very good play coming in from Irfan with a very fast level 2 rotation.
That was a good punish coming from HomeBois, knowing that Zyme Senpai is looking to set out a play up there. He's no way to actually open up the map for Stormy, and not exactly sure what Stormy was thinking, but immediately goes for the punish. So great read from the rotations coming from HomeBois.
Yep, and I think, you know, especially since Lolita was on top side, this definitely allowed a quick, fast movement coming in from Irfan to punish. Now, Harpus, he's going to get attacked by Saiful very early on in towards this lane here. Unfortunately for him, Sasa is getting bullied out.
I was expecting Saiful to actually go for the objective steal, considering that his stuns deal a lot of damage to neutral objective. However, Saiful, not exactly sure what he's going to be able to achieve, but seems like he is trying to freeze the lane so that Anip can get those gold plating. But First Blood Bounty is already on its way.
Yeah, no, this is great. This is a great start for the HomeBois. They get First Blood Bounty. They're also able to force Sasa to recall in lane. Now he's a full level down. Zyme Senpai is about to die here as the Blade Tempest does come out. Chibi does chase him. Ooh, Divine Blade doesn't land, but the auto attacks is more than enough.
Yeah, there's nothing much he can do. Chibi doesn't have the energy, but he does have the protection of Irfan trying to zone this out smooth. He's trying his best to salvage the fight, but the rest of HomeBois is going to be focusing on him. Can he survive it? He's got the sustain, so he's going to be A-okay. But as of yet, HomeBois, they are taking the lead with 2-0 with a almost near 1k lead, as SMG is going to be playing this as passive as they can, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they can't really do too much, right? It's all based on whether Zyme Senpai can set up the hook, and HomeBois are clearly avoiding him as much as they can. As soon as you see Franco on one side of the map, you play for the other. Real World Manipulation already out, and Chibi already finding a quick second kill. A scout for information. They made sure that they killed their messenger.
Yeah, there's nothing much they could have done in that situation here. There's no way Stormy can do anything about this, and Harp is getting shot with the sniper as well, coming in from from Anib. That is some serious damage. Forced to back out, and once again, SMG is going to lose even more control of the map. And seems like their backup plan is going to be all up to Sasa. As long as Sasa comes online, he's all good, but that is going to be a lot of pressure on him.
See, this is why lane priority is so extremely important in pro player matchups. Like, bottom side, Irfan is able to get a leg up onto Smooth. It's a little difficult, so he uses that early game to do so. Seifel ends up getting iron hooked by Zyme Senpai, but who's going to get the orange buff? Who's going to get the orange buff? Is it Harpus? Is it Chibi? Looks like Chibi manages to get out of the Oki shadow kill just in time. Harpus does win out in that 50-50 coin flip of the orange buff and make sure that he maintains his farm.
Oh, that's a little bit more annoyance as well. That is big coming from SMG. They got the objective. They were able to slow down the aggression coming from HomeBois. So that's a little bit of a breathing room for the mid lane as well as Harpus to come online. However, interesting fact is that Harpus is going for high and dry coming for SMG. Means that SMG, they are not looking to go for 5v fights. They are looking to potentially go for 1v1 pickoffs or maybe even split push. So this is going to be a dodging game coming for SMG, I guess.
It's a 4-on-1 split. They're going to have 4 of their members stick together, and Harpus is going to be the opposite side of the map, looking to gain these these objectives from the HomeBois in terms of structures. But yeah, as you can see, very good motions from the HomeBois, utilizing the priorities of the side lane to help the mid lane out. And whenever you see like Harpus show up into the mid lane, Stormy tries to go out. And more importantly, when you see Zyme Senpai make motions, he is going to get punished.
Yep, HomeBois now going to try and isolate the fight. Irfan is going to get caught out. Saifu is going to be there as well. The Eve goes in with the real win Malaysia. He's going to try and stop Zyme Senpai, but they've got the kill. Lord, however, going to be in a very, very difficult spot. Chibi will time the retribution and steal it away as Smooth tries to force them back. So they get a 1 kill for a turtle. So HomeBois still looking to get a little bit more pressure as Ani bullies Sasa out of the fight. Chibi looking to go in for the kill, and he knows he needs those farms. Does he have the blazing duet? He doesn't. Sasa is going to get focused down, and Chibi will abuse the turtle buff as he chunks him down and takes the gold plating from the top side.
Looks like this might just be a fast game coming out of the HomeBois. Continuous punishment, and even Sasa there, he could have taken the battle mirror image back, but he knew he didn't want to give the kill over to Anip. So do you want somebody who scales, or do you want an assassin that's only going to be relevant till mid game?
It's so unfortunate for Sasa based on the timings, right? The minions were there. You need the minions for gold, but if you don't go for it, you are going to be under farm. If you go for it, you are going to die, and that is a very risky play. However, they do catch on towards Chibi down towards the top side out of nowhere. They get some redemption points, and they will get 2 kills. And talk about sacrifice. SMG, they bounce right back.
Team SMG, they have the foresight. They gave up 1 tower knowing that HomeBois is going to continue to press their advantage, and they managed to get some pickoffs for themselves.
Oh, the hook!
And now Anip should be the next to fall here. Real war manipulation from Vince to save his life, as Stormy cannot do anything else about the situation.
Ooh, Stormy was a little bit too afraid to actually overextend, so that's going to be them playing safely, but that is going to be relieving some pressure away as they push HomeBois back. So as close as it gets, somehow SMG, they managed to bounce back with this aggression.
No, I don't think Stormy could do anything about it. He used the black shoes to get his charges back, and by then the fight had already been disengaged and de-escalated. So I think for Stormy to gain priority, he had to sacrifice a lot of his burst damage to clear that wave.
Zyme Senpai now still looking for the catch as well. They are looking for pick-off potential. Conceal comes in. I don't think HomeBois realize they've re-rotated. Anip is hiding the bush, but one random arrow is going to be able to hook him out. But instead, they will focus on the sides as the Eve gets caught out. Nice catch coming in from him. Zyme Senpai is going to be focused out as well. Chibi tries to redeem himself, but the damage has been done. Smooth is going to slow them down damage as well. Irfan also going to try and stop the aggression, but seems like SMG will get another hook as Saifu is out of position. So that's going to be a little bit more pressure heading on towards HomeBois, but the turtle will be secured from SMG. Irfan try to get a little bit cheeky, but there's no way he's going to get it.
Look at the cross-map play. As we can see, HomeBois, they immediately say, okay, we can't get Turtle. We don't want to coin flip it. We don't want to risk Chibi's farm, but at least we're going to get a push on top side and a little bit of a steal when it comes down to jungle farm as well. However, Team SMG looking to play on the bottom side. Seifel doesn't get hit by the Iron Hook just yet.
Does he go for the bite? Yes, they do. He doesn't have the shield. Seifel might actually chunk down, and that's going to be freebie in towards Sasa as the pickoff continues. As SMG, they have to back off. Zyme Senpai doesn't have the ultimate here. Chibi is going to get dived on. Real Evolution is there. The flicker comes in. Eventually will get taken down. Harpy tries to make the play here, but Chibi is going to be forced to back out as the purple buff has kind of wear off.
Nothing he can do there, and I think Chibi making sure that they could punish. They are calling each other's ultimates out. As soon as somebody doesn't have their most relevant spell, they can immediately look to punish. And now Smooth on the other side of that map needs to pull attention to himself. He is starting to get to a level where he is unkillable, and even Irfan is starting to struggle.
Agreed, but now Smooth going to be opening up as well, making sure that purple buff is going to be in check, as Chibi will review his position, while Team SMG also going to be looking for a setup. Zyme Senpai looking for the hooks again. Everyone from HomeBois, they know exactly where he is. Smooth a little bit overextended. He's going to back out. He's down to the last health, but he forces a position, and guess what? It was a bait! It was a setup, and Zyme Senpai goes for the hook. However, the response coming from Cypher will catch him off guard, as SMG will be caught up with a big Numinum Blast as they get chunked away. SMG, they have to make a run for it, as the rest of HomeBois will slap them in the face. Do not underestimate, but Harpist is going to try and redeem himself as he takes down Wiz with him. So it is a pretty bloody map, a 50-50 treats overall, as HomeBois has to defend this. Meanwhile, Chibi is on the other side of the map, pressuring their way through, and Irfan actually gets chipped away by Harpist and Smooth.
A good play coming in from Team SMG. Now they're up in terms of that trade. It used to be 3 for 3. Now it's 3 for 4 in favor of Team SMG. Chibi, on the other hand, has the split push. He's utilizing his rotations to get these structures very early on. So the early lead from HomeBois has now dwindled down, and Sasa, very comfortably so, can take Chibi on, especially if Chibi is below 50% HP. I'm guessing Sasa has already completed 2 items.
This is crazy. Considering the draws coming from SMG, this went down as 50-50 as it gets, and my goodness, how can they continue to do so? But as of yet, Smooth will continue to open up the map for the team and hopefully set up a bait for Zyme Senpai. And SMG, they need another hook, but as of yet, Sasa's gotten his farm. He is slowly starting to hurt a lot. But the first Lord is going to be up for grabs here, as SMG in no position to contest yet, as they try and bait it out coming in from HomeBois.
Smooth is going to open up the map right here. He needs to do so knowing that HomeBois probably wants this first initial Lord. He sees one. Okay, where's the rest? Zyme Senpai comes in with the conceal to take his position, and now the coin flip. Nope, it's not even going to be close. Chibi immediately starts as Harpist jumps into the backline to bait out for the rest of the team. Real War Manipulation is out, but Sasa comes blazing on through, knowing that the Numinum Blast is gone. He takes his Battle Mirror image back. A good engagement from Team SMG, but they just don't have the items to finish them off. Harpist, he finds one unstoppable onto Vince so far, and Smooth cannot keep up with the pace that HomeBois is running at.
That was huge coming in from SMG. They gave up the Lord, but Sasa pulled the biggest play, forcing HomeBois back. Even though they've got the Lord, but SMG is still looking to press their advantage. However, here comes the push as well. They catch Chibi Zyme Senpai managing to bite him mid-air, and that is another big catch coming from SMG. HomeBois, can they press their advantage? I don't think they can, but looks like they will try and secure the orange buff for Anip instead. Zyme Senpai's attempt on resetting not going to be successful, but the damage has been done. And SMG, my goodness, they've lost the Lord, but they are going to be able to do something about it. Zyme Senpai gonna see where Irfan is. Do they want to connect? No, they do not. They will quickly clear out the Lord from the side of SMG.
All right, let's pull up the item list real quick to see where everybody is currently at. Sasa, 2 items. Oh, 3 items. He's already completed his Winds of Nature, which is really important for him to have. Stormy, 3 items. 2. Harpist, very comfortable, starting to build up to that Hunter Strike. So far, so good from both sides. The only person who's a little bit behind here is Vince.
Yeah, but aside from that, Smooth continued to harass his way through, but he's taking a little bit too much damage. SMG, they're going to be able to respond to this. Yes, they will. HomeBois a little bit afraid that that bait might be true, as Zyme Senpai is already ready for the Iron Hook. So, looks like they're not just taking the bait, and it's starting to get into the minds of HomeBois, I guess.
Yeah, I think HomeBois are starting to realize that they might not be able to get through that front line as easily as they thought they would. Anip is going to be heavily dependent here, but look at how much of a game Harpist is having. He's currently 6-0 and 4, level 15, a full level ahead of Chibi so far, and Chibi's lead has kind of dwindled down. Like, Team SMG with a 3.5k lead will now continue to look for these picks, and Zyme Senpai's Iron Hook is so valuable.
Agreed, but as of yet, HomeBois, they need to find a way to set up for the Numinum Blast, and currently it's extremely difficult to do so, as he does not have the mobility to catch up with Chibi oftentimes, and Chibi might need to play this a little bit slow. But the Iron Hook comes in. Do they get the orange buff? No! No! SMG, they stole it away! Sasa blasted it to smithereens, and HomeBois, they will have this next fight without the orange buff. That means Team SMG is gonna have the advantage in this regards. However, here comes the hook. They catch Irfan, and that is a big catch for SMG as they slowly pick him off.
Chibi. He's looking at the situation, realizing that his team direly needs him for these next 11 seconds as the Lord is about to come out and Team SMG setting up a perfect situation. Bot side wave is going to naturally push. Top is naturally pushing as well. Purple buff is about to be taken away, which is going to put Chibi at a disadvantage at the cost of his level 15. Now Team SMG will set up for a Luminous Lord take.
Yeah, this is goal time coming from SMG as well. No purple buff for Chibi means he's not going to be able to join the fight. Whereas HomeBois, they might have to go in for the split push here if they need to survive. SMG going to start the bait out with the Lord. Smooth opening up the map. HomeBois not going to be able to do too much, but looks like they will try to go for the 50-50 coin toss. But the hook comes in. It catches on the Chibi. Forces a very early Tempest Spade. He needs to back out, but SMG, they're not too worried about this as well. Okay, Shadow Kill from the side of Harpies. Going to zone them up. Zion Saber looking for the hook. Doesn't connect, but the Lord dropping a little bit too low. Urfa going to open up the map, but he's taking a little bit too much damage. But seems like SMG, they don't care. They're going to back up. Chibi down towards 1 HP. But SMG say, hey, you're 1 HP. You tried to retreat. It's okay. We're going to kill you. We're going to reset the Lord. And we're going to take you down. And SMG wins the 50-50 plays.
Beautiful play coming out from Team SMG. They purposefully deny and slow down their initial take on the Lord, knowing that Chibi is willing to try and go for the coin flip, seeing whether his retribution is going to beat Harpus. And the fact that they're both level 15, it's at its max damage. Harpus, on the other hand, calls the team, hey, stop doing the Lord right now. We can punish Chibi. We just need to bring it a little bit lower, and Chibi falls for the bait.
Yeah, that was sick here. I don't know it was intentional or not, but because of that reset, Chibi was forced in a very awkward situation. Now, SMG, they are going to press the advantage here with Smooth in the back, in front lines, trying to soak damage and debate a couple of spells, but he doesn't really care. I'm a Uranus. I'm going to be able to regenerate out of this fight as the Lord is going to be knocking down in towards this side. Zion Sembo is just showing his presence, making sure that this Lord is not going to be easily taken out as he is looking for some punishes. Finally, they will focus on Lord, but SMG, they will get not one but two inhibitors looking for the turn. Can they go for more?
A perfect Luminous Lord push here. They've cracked open the base of the HomeBois, and now they can look to finish, but they need to get some picks. Hopefully, HomeBois overextends here. Chibi now in some trouble, has to use Tempest of Blades, and Harpus not even using the Oki Shadow Kill to bait it out.
Oh, the amount of damage. Chibi is just so afraid as of yet, but here comes the hook from Zion Sembo. They catch her, but the Numinomla comes in, but he's not going to be doing enough damage. They chunk him out to split the rings. Sasa goes in for Blaze into it, and everyone from HomeBois, they've got to run for their lives, but they can't. They just get completely wiped out, and another hook from Zion Senpai comes in. SMG cleans up game number 1. What a game coming in from SMG. My goodness.
Tactically beautiful team fighting coming out from Team SMG. GG, well played to them as they take all the ultimates and important spells out of the HomeBois before engaging and finishing it off quickly with a blazing duet. Truly a work of art from Team SMG.
What a game from game 1 coming from SMG. They're just so much better now compared to the previous weeks against HomeBois, but seems like, I don't know, based on the drafts, SMG may not look like one of the best drafts, but the way they planned their fights was just extremely brilliant. They just played around Zion Boy, hoping for the hooks to win them the fight.
Yeah, no, they knew that the early game was going to be a little bit difficult considering that they already gave that first blood, so they pivot and adapt their game plan to see and try and wait for that 2-item power spike coming out of Sasa. And they realize, okay, we didn't have enough damage, but it works. And they keep on repeating the process until finally they crack open a Luminous Lord.
Exactly, and I really want to replay later on to see, was the Lord reset intentional or was it unintentional? Because of that play, Chibi actually risked his life with 1 HP to try and secure the Lord to buy time for another fight, which was ridiculous if you think about it, right? But it was a very risky, bold move. But all in all, now, here comes the question. Did yesterday's loss coming from HomeBois sip in this match? What do you think?
No, I don't think it did seep into this match. I think definitely there was a lot of confidence getting built up by the HomeBois, especially with that early momentum. Let's look at the item build. We can talk about this a little bit more because immediately the first thing you need to identify is the fact that Anep, he's building extremely aggressively, right? He's trying to get these cheap, efficient items. Instead of Blade of Despair, he went straight away for that Hunter Strike to get the extra bit of movement speed, and he knows for a fact he's got Sasa beat in lane. However, the first initial death onto Claude, Sasa was able to turn it around later on with a bit of future sight with the help of his team punishing the enemies on the orange side of their own jungle as HomeBois continue to overextend. Saiful, unfortunately, when his cooldowns are down, he is not much of a tank.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I know where you're getting at as well. And I like the fact that Saiful is very aggressive in opening up the map. And one underrated move that SMG kind of did was taking advantage of the conceal. Ever since Zyme Senpai had his conceal available, what they did was so small, but it definitely threw HomeBois off guard. Because if you think about it, the positioning coming from HomeBois was mirroring SMG, but because of the conceal, they were able to re-rotate from the other side of the map, and HomeBois got hooked by Zyme Senpai because of that small little play, which I think caught, it was catching Vince in the early stage again. Later on in the replay, was a very small play, but that detail completely threw off HomeBois' momentum.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the items being built by Irfan, just having to give respect over to Claude. No matter what, he did get the initial blade armor, but it just didn't matter at the end of the day. The true damage coming in from Sasa was more than enough to cut through, especially when he has Demon Hunter Sword. The more HP you have, the better it is for him.
The beauty about Team SMG comms as well here, as long as Sasa doesn't die, he's got the average from both Smooth as well as Sasa. As long as they do not die, they will somehow scale in terms of items. And to my surprise, Sasa was able to carry the team. So I'm looking forward to see who the MVP is from the side of SMG. Is it Harpist? Is it Sasa? Seems like it is going to be none other than Zyme Senpai, because his hooks was really, really on point. And yes, I am very, very happy with this decision. He is undeniably the MVP for SMG.
With a 2-4 and 10 match KDA, his role was extremely crucial when it came down to HomeBois trying to disengage with the Numenon Blast. He says, no, I'm going to hook you right back in as soon as it's over because you're not going to move anywhere during the channel.
Yeah, I really like this as well. The first play was the conceal play. The second play was using Smooth as a bait. During the confusion of HomeBois trying to chase Smooth, he got a pretty sick hook, and on top of it all, he's hooked Chibi multiple times, catching him off guard mid-air ultimate to allow his team to kill him off. So that was a pretty good round coming from Team SMG. And fun fact, he's undeniably one of the strongest tanks here in MPL.
Yeah, so far, I mean, the Franco has been making waves here in the MPL meta here in Malaysia so far, and I think, you know, Zyme Senpai continuing to prove that he is getting more and more accurate. I guess all his time on throwing Selena arrows has made his, you know, the skills have transitioned over to the Iron Hook on Franco.
I definitely agree, Fun fact as well here, we do have some stats that Zyme Senpai has one of the highest stats coming into in terms of KDA damage taken, as well as assist ratio throughout the entire tournament. But now, let's go replay real quick here. Starting off, you could see that HomeBois, they had full control of the situation. Zyme Senpai wasn't really able to do too much about all these fights. And even in this fight as well, they got a couple of skirmishes from the first turtle, but they didn't exactly have the utilities to actually fight against HomeBois, just because their heroes are just not based off taking 5v5 fights. But instead, they focus on pickoffs. And yes, this was the bait that I was talking about. Using Smooth as a bait comes in the surprise hook, catching Anip. It was a very sick play.
Yeah, and you can just see that, you know, this is the early stages where Sasa does not have enough items, and even Irfan himself is able to, like, chunk out Sasa and 1v1 him, no problems whatsoever. But as soon as Sasa gets his 2 items, that's when things start to change in terms of pacings, right? Team SMG, focus on these objectives. Focus on, you know, evening out the gold score as much, even though that they were losing out early team fights. And then finally, when things get really, really tough, yep, they get the reset onto the Lord, and notice Chibi, he's already down to 1 HP.
SMG. Okay, so the reset on the Lord wasn't intentional. Sasa came back to try and re-engage it, whereas the rest of the team was focusing on Irfan, I believe. And so, okay, it wasn't intentional, but still,
it was intentional.
It definitely still threw Chibi off guard. So that definitely still is a big W coming from Team SMG. So well done indeed for game number 1. Back to the drawing board for game number 2, HomeBois. Now, seeing how that thing went down, was it momentum? Was it something? Is it just Franco things? It seems like Franco is making a lot of waves here in week 4.
No, but it's just decision-making coming up from Team SMG. They understood where the power spikes was going to be, and more importantly, after that one play where they were trying to coin flip the Lord and purposefully making sure that they punished Chibi for trying to go for the 50-50, even though it's not in his favor. I think it worked out perfectly for the team, for Team SMG, once they had the recipe for HomeBois' disaster.
Yeah, I definitely liked how it actually went down coming from SMG. But for now, HomeBois, they have to figure out what is going to be the comeback plan coming from them. And to see how that went down in game 1, I'm really surprised that SMG was able to pull off that draft. Like I was talking about, if they force a 5v5 fight, there's no way they should be win. And we saw that 50-50 trade in the middle where the Numeron Blast came in. SMG was able to trade 50-50s because they took Anip right from the they took Anip out of the picture right from the get-go. So it was super risky, but it bought enough time for both Sasa as well as Harpies to come online. So I like that it was super risky, but I'm glad it paid off.
Well, I mean, it's high execution, and I think this narrative is going to continue on with Team SMG. They are good at these longer, grindier games, and they're looking sharper than ever compared to when we saw them during Week 1, Week 2, where, as we've seen before, long, grinding games. You have to use your abilities, and then we'll come in and use our abilities, but we're not going to use any of our abilities until that happens. But with that being said, congratulations to you guys at home. You have heard the next milestone here at the MPL MY. Claim your codes while you still can. And a big thank you from us to you here at the English broadcast.
Exactly. Thank you guys so much for sharing here. Hopefully we will be able to achieve the next milestone, and that is going to be 1,000 shares. But seeing how that game went by just now, you must be sharing here. You got to tell your friends what is up, because this is going to be insane. Can HomeBois bounce back, or is it going to be a clean 2-0 from SMG?
I think it's going to be a hard take here, because now Team SMG is going to be able to choose which side that they want to be on, and they're going to be able to celebrate it with Nescafe. Guys, if you haven't heard about it yet, Nescafe has a QR code down below where you can get a quick discount on some of your favorite flavors.
Exactly here. Use the promo code up on Shopee app for Nes MPL 30 and get yourself 30% off with no minimum spend. They capped at 20 ringgit. Get yourself a cool, sweet Nescafe for you guys, and keep you guys caffeinated and also energized for this upcoming match, because we've got a lot more matches to go here in MPL MY Season 9.
Yep. Now, coming on to game number 2, what do you think of some of the adaptations that are expected from either HomeBois or especially from Team SMG? Because I think now where HomeBois, they ended up losing again on the blue side after yesterday's loss, right? Coming into this, they probably think, oh, we're going to be on red side. Do they have a prepared draft for it?
Okay, so this is a pretty interesting one, considering that just before we head to the show, we had a couple of stats here discussed with our producer, etc. HomeBois has a pretty good win rate on the blue side, but on the red side, it's gonna be a little bit low, because it seems to me they pretty much have a 30% win rate on red side, and I feel a little bit worried for them. Hopefully they are going to be okay. The fans are still supporting HomeBois, hopefully hoping that that 30% win rate is not that low. Potentially making a comeback is going to be the way to go.
I mean, the way that HomeBois has been playing their games throughout the season, it's always 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, and the only time they lost is a 2-0 against SUHAZ Esports. So, with that being said, the only way I see Team SMG actually winning this is if they 2-0 HomeBois. If not, HomeBois is going to turn this around. But just in case you are tuning in, here is the previous match recap.
Yeah, let's talk about the ban picks here so far. You can see that based on the drafts as well, they were super aware of HomeBois' way of strategy to deal with the Franco. And eventually, SMG banned it during the second phase. So, we saw how impactful Zyme Senpai was in game number 1. Will Franco be first phase banned or first picked from HomeBois in this regards? Because that is going to leave up a lot of open holes as well. Do they want to let off potentially the Lancelot or even the Hayabusa out for grabs for themselves and then secure the Franco, or they do not? So there's going to be a lot of A, B, C, D, rock, paper, scissors. Which one do you want to choose?
I don't know. I think for Team SMG, they're extremely intelligent here. My natural instinct would tell me that, you know, Harpers can play Lancelot. We saw it before. They're probably going to let Lancelot through. I'm not sure if HomeBois is going to let it through, but the biggest question so far out of all of that is going to be the Franco, like you mentioned, right? Both Seifel and as well as Zyme Senpai continuing to prove themselves that, yeah, Franco is extremely relevant here and can make such big impact towards the mid and later stages of the game. Well, I mean, to be fair, he's relevant throughout the entire game. Iron Hook is just so good of an ability.
Yeah, I really like the decision coming from Harpies compared to the earlier rounds between HomeBois as well as SUHAZ. The way they played the Hayabusa was very different. One was to start the fight as the bait, one was to actually go in for the finisher. And SMG, they relied on Sasa opening up the fight and then him going for the pickoff. So it's a very different approach of playing the Hayabusa. And I really like how they actually won game 1, because that was not an easy game for SMG to win with their drafts, but they still pulled it off really, really seamlessly, especially coming from Zyme Senpai. And I agree, Franco needs to be first phase banned or picked, but I don't know. Is it first pick material if HomeBois decide to let it go?
I don't think it's first pick material for sure. I think it's definitely within second rotation within the first phase, but first pick is asking for a little too much. That means it's like, oh wow, I'm willing to give 2 power picks over the red side rather than, you know, thinking that Franco can deal with both of them, which is not entirely wrong, but
okay, sorry. I'm sorry, Gideon. I'm laughing because, you know, HomeBois, they're terrified with Zyme Senpai with their play. Like, first ban right from the get-go. Goodbye.
Fair enough. I mean, you got to give it to them. I don't think that was going to be the priority pick for Team SMG, but you got to give respect where respect is due.
No, I like how Zyme Senpai's reaction is like, oh, he banned my Franco. Okay. Is it confused? Is it like, okay,
He doesn't mind. He does not mind. That means other things are going to be open because remember, HomeBois always bans out the Valentina as well as the Fanny.
Oh, yeah.
And that just means that, oh, if Franco is gone, Lancelot is wide open for us.
Well, considering that Zyme Senpai has one of the biggest hero pool coming here in MPL, he's played 2 different roles throughout the entire his entire career here in MPL MY, both mage as well as tanks. So, I don't know. Is it that much of an issue for him to play other roles? I don't think so. He can still play Matilda. He can still play, Raphael if he wants to.
It depends on how far you want to dig up information here. Because if we're talking about like big hero pool, Smooth, he used to play in the EXP lane. He used to play in the gold lane. And previously, he used to play jungle as well.
Oh, yeah. That was like season 3, right?
Yep.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Very long time ago. A lot of transitions for a lot of these players. But at the end of the day, they always end up finding their spot. And same goes for Sasa. He's played plenty of roles himself. Now, Lilia gets banned out here, which I think is extremely notable because now it's about Yve, it's about Kagura, it's dependent on which side and what combos that they want. Wow, okay. So HomeBois, they get rid of Selena, opening up Fanny.
All right, this is kind of scary here. Fanny, Lancelot, and Hayabusa up for grabs. SMG, they're going to be very happy. Hey, Harpist, here's your favorite hero. Here's a Lancelot. HomeBois, however, they have the option now. Do we want to show the Hayabusa or do we want to show the Fanny? So SMG, they have to keep their options open. The Fanny may be up for grabs unless, and I mean unless, someone decides to go for a Fanny tank. Wink, wink, starts with a T.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think they're going to copy them, right?
I feel like both sides is just going to let Fanny through. Unless, I don't know. The fact is that Harpist is like, you know what? I could play Fanny, but who am I going to pass this Lancelot to? Am I right? So, for Team SMG, it feels like invalid for them. For HomeBois, on the other hand...
I mean Fanny tank. I'm playing Fanny.
I mean, he could, but I don't feel like he's going to. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't feel very SMG. But if it does, like, hey, I think it'll be a surprise for everybody.
Here comes the question. Do they want to pick up the Kufra right from the get-go for Zyme Senpai? So is it inside his capabilities just as a safety net in case, and I mean in case, HomeBois decides to go for it? But seems like that's not going to be the case. They are going to pick the Lolita and Uranus instead. So a little bit more shield protection to deal with the Renners here in case things get out of hand.
It's about neutering Irfan here. It's trying to take away his playmaking capabilities because Smooth is very good at controlling that lane and starting to press his advantage and feed that information to the rest of his team. A coordinated team is very, very effective rather than one big playmaker.
I really don't like what SMG is in right now, just because of the fact that they pretty much double down the fact that, hey, this is my tank, hey, this is my XP lane, and hey, this is my jungler. And if they have a Fanny coming into this pool, they are kind of messed up. I don't think they have a real answer to deal with Fanny if they decide to go for it. But it seems like HomeBois, they're not going to go for Fanny. They are going to go for a Yin. This is a jungle Yin coming from HomeBois. All right, Fanny completely ignored. All right.
Could this be a jungle yet? Actually, I'm going to hold my speculations for now until we see the second half of the bans. For all we know, it could actually go into the EXP lane. It'll be interesting to see because at the very least, Yin can actually clear waves decently okay, but against someone like Uranus, I feel like it's an unwinnable matchup anyways. Now, HomeBois, they immediately going to start focusing down on the gold lane. It seems like their drafting patterns are always quite similar.
That is, all right. You know, once again, they are going to be focusing on Sasa, but Sasa does have a big hero pool, but I wouldn't be surprised the Brody is going to be next as well from HomeBois. But Sasa, he has showed that himself that he can play almost all the marksmen. Cloud was something that kind of threw them off, but it actually worked out. Meanwhile, SMG will ban off the Esmeralda. Not exactly the best matchup for him, but I'm surprised considering that, you know, Smooth is doing okay against it. But seeing how that they have a Lolita, they don't exactly want this Esmeralda to benefit from the shield. So good call on banning it away, but what is Irfan gonna play in this situation?
Yuzong, I guess. I guess
no choice, Yuzong.
It's tough to say. It's really tough to say. I feel like it should be Yuzong, but it needs something. It needs to be impactful in these team fights because they're gonna, generally when you have Yin on your side, you're expected to play 4v4, right? So the 4 composition has to work in tandem with each other, and you already have a Beatrix, which helps kind of glue together any bits and pieces that you have.
Alright, seems like that's not going to be the case. They are going to let the Yuzong slide, I guess. Do they pick it up is going to be the question. Mage-wise, they are going to be forcing Wiz to play the Kagura. Meanwhile, Stormy, what are you going to play? Yeef, I guess?
No, Yeef's banned out.
Oh wait, Yeef is gone. So what is he going to play? Kadita? No, Kadita's...
Kadita's not too bad.
Yeah, 1v1 against Yin. Kadita's pretty good. I like it.
I mean, it's not only... The only problem is that if they go for Kadita, she's not exactly going to win that lane against Kagura. Kagura's pretty aggressive. So I guess Team SMG, what else can they... I mean, they can go for Lunox. Low Yi is also not too bad at the end of the day, but if she gets hit by Yin, it's big problems. So far side, Melissa!
Oh! Okay, I like the Melissa. The Melissa is amazing going for 1v1s against the Yin. But I'm surprised they decide to go for it coming in from SMG.
Yeah, me too. This is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be very, very interesting.
Wait, is this the first Melissa?
No. This is definitely not the first Melissa.
Okay, this is kind of interesting. But all right, I'm looking forward to see how it goes. Farsa. I'm honestly not really liking SMG's draft. I'm not gonna lie, but HomeBois, they've got so much more win conditions. But now, Yuzong's ultimate penetrating in towards Melissa. They are gonna bang on it.
No, personally, I think it's really, really good, right? Melissa is great, and I would love to see how she actually deals with this lane, especially against someone as oppressive as Beatrix.
Yep, and ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, they are going to be having a very, very interesting play here as they are going to be poking off a couple of Melissas. But without further ado, we are going to be heading in towards this game where HomeBois as well as SMG has pretty much set up their drafts. SMG picking the Uranus as well as the Lolita, playing their first ever Melissa coming in. I'm looking forward to see how they are going to tackle against HomeBois, where HomeBois, they adapted to the new playstyle, forcing Chibi to play the Yin as the jungler to control the tempo, and also the Yuzong to penetrate the defense coming to Melissa. Is it going to be the comeback game for HomeBois, or will SMG snuff them out? Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching game number 2 of SMG versus HomeBois with Smooth now playing on the XP lane. This is going to be a pretty insane round. Meanwhile, Chibi, does he go for the jungle emblem? That's going to be my question. Now, is he going to be able to match his tempo against Harpist? But nope, looks like he is going to go for high and dry, hoping to isolate the fight in a 1v1. In this case, it's going to be extremely difficult to do, considering that everyone from side SMG, in terms of 1v1, can still fight against Chibi.
That's the problem, right? I think that's the big problem with Yin. They always struggle once they get sent into that domain, and then Yin is just hopefully trying to hold on for themselves. Lethal Wanderer going to be contested here so far. Who has it right now? Oh, it's blue side. Team SMG managed to get it.
Yep, and SMG, currently, they are going to be playing it slow, I guess. They are going to try and make sure Sasa gets his farm. However, it looks like they are going to go for a little bit of aggressiveness here. Cypher almost getting taken down. Zion Senpai also a little bit too low, but fortunately for them, they do have the shield protection, and there's nothing Vince can do about that. So, lane control, HomeBois has got it in the back for... SMG's got it in the back for now.
Yeah, a big win for Vince and a good save there. Cypher is just thanking him probably on the side. If only we had the player cams or the mic check being like, oh, thank you, Vince, thank you for the save.
Yep, indeed. Hanif now going to be playing a little bit safe, expecting the Harpist is going to be going for the dives, and yes, he is in the vicinity. We'll be focusing on the jungle, whereas Irfan is having a very, very difficult time against Smooth, knowing that Smooth is going to be able to beat him down in a 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with Uranus. There's not a lot of matchups that actually win against it, but Uranus never really quote-unquote dominates, and that's the problem. The big problem with the EXP lane as of right now. But now when we're talking about HomeBois, right, when are we going to see Chibi look for that 1v1? Who is that priority target here? Oh, wait. He tried.
Yeah, that's going to be tough, right? I think the only 1v1 he should be able to win is going to be the Lolita or maybe the Uranus, which if he's very, very lucky, but Smooth does have the Purify, so that's going to be a different question. However, Harp is now going to be forcing out the Turtle. Here comes the Farsa Ultimate coming in to isolate wins for fight. So HomeBois, they are going to be a little bit far split off as well. Irfan comes in from the Black Dragon to isolate fight, but looks like the Turtle will be superior from Harpies and they back out of the fight. HomeBois get completely snuffed out in this situation, but the Arena comes in. Do they continue with the fight? They're still fighting their way through, but Chibi seems to be losing out the fight. And SMG will somehow lose out their members. Irfan is going to be the next to fall as Harpies chips away at the backlines for HomeBois.
They trade 1 for 1 there. Smooth still will level up on Irfan. This is going to be more punishing for Irfan than it is going to be for Smooth, but you can definitely tell how this has been working out. Vince has been holding on to that yin-yang overturn for the longest of times, and once he had some relevance and some space to get in on that fight, he made all the difference here. So it's really going to come down to Stormy as well as Vince to kind of control the tempo of the fights.
I really like how time kind of stood still for everyone outside ever since they went into the domain expansion of Chibi. And everybody's like, waiting for the right moment. Come out. When is he going to come out? And somehow they got the kill, but was it worth it?
Well, honestly, I think it was more worth it for Team SMG at the very least. They get the Turtle, they trade 1 for 1, so the only real net worth is the extra EXP and gold that they got from Turtle.
But as of yet, Stormy doing a fantastic job splitting Vince in the initial fight for the team. But as of yet, the damage potential coming for him is going to be extremely risky because everyone from HomeBois does have pretty decent escape mechanics except for Chibi, who's most probably, most of the time, going to be out of position. So can he capitalize on the situation or not? That's going to be up to Team SMG to punish.
Yeah, I think at this point Team SMG is going to play a slower game, right? Because they want Stormy and Sasa to pick up their big items. And I think Sasa, he only starts having some real damage after the Berserker's Fury, and he still needs that third item to make sure he can hit really, really hard. Unlike most marksmen right now, he needs 3. Now Chibi has to unfortunately deal with the situation, right? Oh, he actually still lands it, and now the combo coming up with Stormy is more than enough, but the backline gets attacked by Vince as Adam is able to clear up Stormy just in time. They trade 1 for 1, a jungler for a mage.
Oh, that was a huge catch coming from SMG. I don't think HomeBois realized the Luminum Blast was already in its fact, as they did not have vision of the AoE, but the slow effects was there, so that definitely threw them off the mark. So overall in general, well done coming from Zyme's standpoint to set it up for the team. Stormy being patient as well, making sure that Chibi gets shut down. And once again, SMG focusing on Chibi not once but 2 games in a row.
Yeah, I mean Chibi is really struggling, and especially up against Lancelot. Lancelot generally deals more damage than Chibi at this stage of the game. However, HomeBois, Vince is really saving it for the boys.
Yeah, he's trying his best. I'm not gonna lie, he is trying his best, but there's only so much he can do. I feel like, oh my goodness, Irfan! Oh, he actually got sniped.
He should have.
Stormy.
Honestly, he wasn't expecting Stormy to be there. If not, he would have gone out of bounds to make sure that he didn't get hit by that feathered airstrike. Good play coming in from Team SMG.
Yeah, but still, SMG, they're just so good and so precise when it comes to getting kills like this. And it's insane how they're able to find opportunities like this. And now, Zyme Senpai is going to open up the map. However, he's a little bit too low to press the advantage. However, Harpist is going to press his advantage on the other side of the map.
I love it. I love it. Team SMG is utilizing all their resources well. They're like, okay, Harpist, he's good. He's very, very good early. He deals with this. Wait, GB, he's going to get Zyme Senpai and send him into the next realm.
He's dead. He's dead. There's no way Zyme Senpai survives this. That's going to be an easy kill. However, he's a little bit out of position. But Sasa, he pops the bubble. He forces Chibi to be blocked off. He's taking a little bit too much damage. He won't get focused down. And SMG, they get not one. They get the jungler again. What a great usage of the ultimate coming from Melissa.
Yeah, Sasa was making sure that the get away from me actually locks. Well, not really lock per se, but deny that space from Chibi.
You know, it's funny, right? Like, go away is used to actually push people back. But Sasa more like, I'm going to push you to my turret.
Yeah, that's why I said get away. Hey, play of words.
Home Alone.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know. Wrong game, but wrong title, but whatever.
What's next? Wrong car?
Yeah, maybe.
Wrong medium? Now, as Team SMG is playing on the top side of the map, Turtle is going to be the next big objective. But Sasa getting that Berserker's Fury is going to be huge for the team.
Anyways, back to this third turtle. A surprise now, there has been a lot of skirmishes so far. HomeBois, they haven't exactly bounced back yet. It seems like the SMG, they're always able to split up the fight, and because of the dolls coming from Melissa as well as Stormy constantly isolating the fight for the team, it makes it so much easier for them to go for pickoffs. And Saifu dropping the half health. SMG says, you know what, it's only a tank, let's not waste time with it, let's focus on objectives.
Yeah. Now, in terms of scaling, Melissa is a big question mark here because yes, she deals a lot more, she deals so much damage, but in comparison to how much Teamfight Adip's ultimates and burst brings to the table, I would say it's even to a degree. I think if the fight drags on long enough, that's when Sasa is really going to pop off.
Oh, Anip could not even get the full render up because after seeing Stormy, he just like, I'm going to stop the ultimate. I'm not going to wait here. However, Saifu getting harassed out. He's going to back up, but HomeBois getting forced out a little bit too much. Chibi waiting for the right moment to strike. Is he going to go for smooth? Nope, he will not. That is a Uranus. I do not want to mess with him at all. However, Saim Senpai. Dude, the mic, is that a mic? He's just messing around with HomeBois.
It's just confidence. He knows that they're in that brush through process of elimination, hops over it with the charge and pulls up the Guardian's Bulwark to actually help him stack up his shield. So that's pretty fun. It's pretty funny. You see it pretty often amongst pro players once they know for a fact, and you can see them build up that confidence. However, as we see on the opposite side of the map, down bot, oh man, Yuzong is laughing. Irfan, I guess he's having a fun time. This is
definitely not a fun time in Uranus. Look at this move. Is just like, hey, it's a dragon. Hey, you're not going to do anything to me. However, here comes the catch coming in from HomeBois. They isolate the fight. They try to one-shot Sasa. Sasa goes for the go away. He's going to be able to survive this all. He's going to turn the tides in the domain as well. Chibi's taking a bit too much damage, and he eventually dies, but Chibi will be able to get out of the situation with the Matilda's health. So it's going to be A-okay. So SMG, they will return the fight as well as they try to revenge against Sasa's death as they take out Vince.
Oh, that's a feels bad. Sasa actually kind of reacted a little slow to it. He wasn't able to pop the ultimate in time, and unfortunately he's still going to get hit by the stun. It does still go through. It just means that it does just still mean that Yin isn't like directly on top of you, but that annoying slow, there is a bit of delay to it.
Agreed, but nevertheless there's still a great catch coming from HomeBois because that is going to be them setting up for the Lord Pit. Chibi will regain his health. He's down towards half HP. SMG in position to contest this move, opening up the map. Black Dragon going to try and isolate the fight, but HomeBois has resetted the Lord. That means this Black Dragon will do absolutely nothing. However, Zaim Senpai on the side, they do get the catch, isolating the fight once again. Yin will take down the Farsa, but he's going to be stranded as well. But HomeBois says, hey, I don't care. You guys are dropping like flies and we will take them all out. So it's a big catch coming from Chibi.
Oh my goodness, Chibi was waiting, an absolute predator here, waiting for his birds of prey to land from its flight and immediately punishes it. Well done for the side of HomeBois.
Yep, Sasa just unable to do anything about this situation. Vince taking a little bit too much damage, but Smooth is continue to open the pressure. Can he go in for the reset? Smooth is looking to set some sort of play. They're waiting for the right moment. They're not making it easy for Chiba. It looks like he's going to go for kills instead from behind as well. Harpist looking for the fight. Can he get the snipe? No, he misses it with one pick, so that's going to be HomeBois taking the Lord. However, Smooth will kill Vince in the process. Great 50-50s with the Lord trade, but that is going to be Team SMG coming on top. But Harpist, he lives, he gets the kill on Chibi, even though he lost out the Lord. What a play coming from him.
Oh my goodness, he kills Chibi in the 1v1. That is beautiful mechanics coming in from Harpist, getting in and out, almost winning out on that 50-50 on the Lord. Oh, what a this game is just all about mechanics, isn't it?
Yep, it is definitely indeed here. Harpist still 1 HP tanking the Lord, not even afraid. Okay, confidence coming in from SMG, but they get the job done. They're still in the lead, but HomeBois, they need another miracle catch in that regard. Chibi's got to pull another big fat W if he wants to win this fight for HomeBois.
A lot of this is hanging on the hands of Harpist and as well as Sasa. Like, Stormy can only do so much, right? And I feel like now it's really between Harpist, Stormy, and Sasa. Harpist has a much smaller role to play in comparison to Stormy and Sasa being the majority of the damage dealers. Harpist can only play off of the rest of his teammates. If he forces his own play, unfortunately, people like Seifel as well as Vince can easily shut him down.
Yeah, that is going to be an important factor for them. But Chibi now very close to max level. But at this stage of the game, I don't think the levels matter that much for Chibi. He is going to be able to win his 1v1s as long as he catch the right target. In this case, Stormy is going to be most likely the priority. instead of Sasa. Sasa now going to be joining the fight. He's going to try and chunk away Saifu. He's going to go for wrap route. Eventually takes him down. Black Dragon comes in, catches SMG. SMG needs to disengage, but Smooth is going to be left all by himself. But he somehow survives it all. Harp is waiting for the right moment. He goes in for the stun. He doesn't seem to catch Vince, but he's going to be able to back out. Meanwhile, Irfan is also stranded as well. Numeron Blast comes in to try and stay Stormy, and he will eventually catch him off guard as Irfan will be left alone by HomeBois.
Nicely done coming in from both sides. Team SMG win out on that trade at the end of the day, trading only 1 for 2. Sasa just trying to play the game, man. He's trying to live.
Very, very difficult to do. Not gonna lie, Melissa is gonna have a very, very rough time in this situation. But fortunately for them, they still have Harpis, who's 5-0-2. He is gonna be the key winning factor coming from SMG as long as he takes down the back lines. In this case, that is going to be Anip, and so far, he's not died yet coming from HomeBois.
Yep, let's remember that HomeBois wants to get into the back line. Team SMG wants to play a traditional front-to-front. At the very least, they want the frontliners to stay exactly where they are. Don't jump into the back line, just keep hitting the front line, and Sasa will be able to dish out a lot of damage. But HomeBois completely trying to avoid that as much as they can. Send Irfan to dive in the back line and force Team SMG to try to get into awkward positions, off angles, as somebody would like to say, for the Numenon Blast from Zion Senpai, and Smooth wanting to bait them into it.
Exactly. While Smooth is going to be in this situation, Smooth is looking for the set as well. They catch on the Chibi once again, but they don't seem to follow up as well. Better Extra is going to chunk him out, but seems like Team SMG, they're taking a bit too much damage. Here comes a big rocket coming from HomeBois. Everybody's going to make a run for it, but guess what? While in the midst of retreat, Chibi is also going to be caught out as well as Harpis misses his combo. SMG says goodbye, we're backing out. Anip waiting for the right moment from behind. Oh no, he's waiting for it, but it's Smooth. It's Smooth. Smooth is there, but he's super tanky. Okay, he's not going to go super crazy about this, but they are going to focus on the Lord. SMG is a little bit too weak, but seems like they're not weak enough to be scared of, as HomeBois will still try to bait the Lord.
Yeah, they were very careful there. Good movements from Team SMG, and Stormy actually using his flicker to hop off. Smooth is going to open up the map, and Harpis is trying to actually get in on that fight, but they're delaying it on purpose. They're going to coin flip it. Who's going to get it? Chibi is trying to reset this, but nobody takes aggro from the side of Team SMG. They're going to go back into the mid lane, try to punish Irfan here. Zion Senpai jumps forward, but finally goes down. He's utilized all of his resources, and now HomeBois have a very open goal to kick this ball through.
That is huge coming from HomeBois. Like, they played it as perfectly as they can, and Smooth will be the one that makes the mistake. They realize that Smooth is such a huge hindrance and a meat shield for the side of SMG. Meanwhile, this Lord, nothing much is going to happen. Meanwhile, SMG will focus on the Yu-Zhao. That's going to be 40-40, 50-50s here. Can they get the Lord? Nope, they cannot. That's going to be secured from Chibi. Wow, they're going to force the fight as well. Anip goes in for the render as well, try to isolate the fight. Now, and just like that, HomeBois just comes up on top, and Chibi will take down the rest of the members as well in this 1v1. And the rest of SMG, they have to run for their lives, and Stormy and Zion Senpai is the only ones that remain.
A huge blow up, and even Vince didn't even have to use the Yin Yang overturn too early as well. Harpis unfortunately dying before he can actually play the game. Harpis needs to take out Anip, or at the very least, pose a threat to Anip. Anip is getting way too much space. Saifu is able to keep him very healthy and help him readjust his position.
Yeah, that is going to be very, very difficult now. But SMG, they have to play this very, very carefully. However, Anip is just dealing so much damage from HomeBois. And Team SMG, they need to figure a way to actually shut him down, and Sasa hasn't been able to do too much with this Melissa. Look at him, he's chunky into the Lord, but he's barely tickling down the damage here.
Yeah, Melissa is generally struggling. There's just so many heroes that can actually send it. Oh, Chibi! He's trying to do it again, but instead he takes a different target. He's bringing Smooth into the next realm, and Smooth already popping the consecration to try to live. He's going to end up dying, and now it's a 4v5. Feathered Airstrike dealing enough damage. A double kill from Chibi as he takes out Zion Senpai alongside with him. Sasa cannot get his puppet deep into the enemy lines.
Exactly, and that's going to be a big catch as well. HomeBois doing so much damage from Chibi, taking down Smooth, and that was crazy considering that Smooth is so tanky. He's able to one-shot combo, dropping him to 10%, and this is huge coming from him. However, Sasa, he's still on the line as well. He's got the puppets trying to isolate the fight, but can he do enough damage? Harpis goes going for the fight, but no, here comes the isolation coming from Chibi as well. Sasa's going to win this fight. He takes him now in towards the domain, and that is going to force HomeBois to retreat. What a big play coming from Sasa with the get. Oh, go away, my friend. Go away.
Oh boy, this is good. This is good. Team SMG managed to make a good defense here, taking out Chibi alongside, and the rest of the HomeBois are going to back away and reset. If we're talking about the gold lead so far, HomeBois has a 2.6k gold lead for now. Full items on Sasa. Almost full items for Harpis too.
This is a very, very difficult situation to be in. However, Anip going to try and slow down this aggression. SMG looking to press the advantage. They are 5v4. Chibi going to be back in 7 seconds. Not much they can do about it. SMG will be able to push out the lanes for now, but 35 seconds left before this next Lord. Sasa does have the immortality, but the rest of the teams, they need more out of this. Smooth gonna try and divert the attention from HomeBois, but HomeBois, they've got so many immortalities, and I don't think SMG can fight this at all.
I think they might, but though. However, Irfan finds Sasa initially. Shot Residue going to proc in Black Dragon form as well. There's no Numenon Blast, and Harp has already used the perfect execution. This might be good for HomeBois.
Move, he's gonna try and make a run for it as well. HomeBois trying to force the issue. Chibi waiting for the right moment to strike. Here comes a big feather airstrike as well. Anip goes for the render, scare them off. Chibi from behind tries to catch Stormy, but could not do so. He's stranded, he's got the immortality. Irfan will be the point of interest as SMG takes him out. So HomeBois overextended all their spells, and they need to full retreat. SMG, no, they are so weak. They are going to try and press the advantage, but can they do so? They still have immortality. Smooth opening up the map to try and check this. The Lord is going to be up for grabs. Looks like Chibi is going to be focused by Smooth, and he tries to bully him out of the lane, while SMG is starting to make work on towards the Lord. Here he comes. Cypher from the side to open up the map in case Chibi tries to go in for the steal.
Oh, Chibi doesn't have an air retribution. They've got 7 seconds to do this right now, so HomeBois need a stall.
Vince from the side as well, looking to one-shot people. Zion Senpai waiting for the Numenon Blast setup as well. Can they get it? He sets it up perfectly. Does he get it? No. It is going to be enough to scare them off. The Lord will be to give her SMG. So SMG will have to back up, and they're just so strong. HomeBois now taking a little bit too much damage. The domain comes in. It is not going to be enough, but they will get the kill onto a Zion Senpai. And now here, the rest of the SMG is going to try and pick off the stragglers of HomeBois. They've got immortalities, but they have to run for their life, and they will save up their immortalities as well. However, can they get the reset in time as the Lord is going to be knocking from the middle lane?
What a trade. Zion Senpai for Vince. Now it's all up to Anip here. He's got the best wave clear out of all of them. Vince is only coming back in 25 more seconds as the inhibitor is about to fall.
Yeah, the Lord is going to be coming in, but HomeBois, they're just a little bit too strong in this fight. They need Vince in this next fight, but I don't think SMG is going to take the risk considering that they have lost 2 inhibitors. Taking inhibitor is good enough for lane control. Seems like they are going to be expecting a next Lord fight coming from SMG as they try to whittle down in terms of economy for both Harpist as well as Sasa.
Yeah, and now if they can get one more inhibitor, that would be great, but look at the waves. They've already been cut down so very fast. 2 open inhibitors and 1 open inhibitor from HomeBois, but so far this is a pretty interesting area to continue the fighting, and I think that's where Team SMG is going to call it quits.
Yeah, I like how SMG is just super disciplined right now. They are going to try and have immortalities up, and Smooth does have it as of yet, likewise coming from Sasa, but they slowly need those immortalities before this next fight. And currently, HomeBois is just, you know, very, very safe right now. And 90 seconds before this next Lord, I'm not exactly sure what's going to be the game plan. It seems like it's going to be a stalemate as the item priorizations come out right now.
Okay, full build for everybody at this point of time. I think even Smooth is about to get his final item very, very soon. Stormy getting a Winter Truncheon, very much needed after his immortality does get popped here. HomeBois, on the other hand, I think at this stage of the game, how are they going to win these fights? They need to make sure that they kill Sasa as well as Stormy. I think Stormy is going to be priority number 1, with Sasa being priority number 2.
Oh, look at this positioning coming from GV. Is so unorthodox, but he's going for a big flank, catching maybe Stormy off guard again. And we've seen multiple times Stormy go in that position, but they know where he is, but they finally catch Stormy. Immediately, Winter Truncheon comes in, very quick reaction, but can he survive this? He goes for the X-Strike, chips him down in low. Can he win the fight? No, he cannot. Chibi's gonna cannot, but the Numenon Blast is there. On the tree! What a catch coming from SMG, but they have to back up. Irfan gonna separate the fight for Sasa, and they will allow to get the kill as they go for a trade. And now, here comes the big bad boys. Harpist doesn't want to let them off the hook. Zion Senpai is gonna keep them alive in case things get out of control. HomeBois, they're a little bit too low for Saifu, but looks like SMG do not want to risk this.
They need to start peeling it properly. Smooth at this point in time is getting way too deep into that back line. He needs to make sure he plays the traditional front to front, even though their team generally doesn't want to group up for the yin-yang overturn, but it's so beneficial for Sasa, and Sasa right now, as well as Stormy, are the win conditions. Stormy is doing his best.
Wow, like, HomeBois, they realize that Stormy needs to be taken out. And SMG, I'm not gonna lie, there's only so much things that Stormy can do to actually fight if he gets caught in that domain, and Chibi is really, really smart when it comes to picking up this fight. So Stormy might need an immortality to actually sustain his way through the domain. But before that things go down, the Lord is going to be up for grabs. SMG waiting for the right moment. It's like, who does it get? Retribution coming in, but from behind, Chibi, he's looking for the catch as well. Who's going to get a 50v? The big stop from Lord is going to stop SMG. And no, the Lord will be secured by Vince, and HomeBois will come over top. SMG, they've got to make a run for it as well, as the Black Dragon will slowly pick them all off. HomeBois, they will come alive. Anip will burn through the immortality, but SMG, they're on full retreat. Irfan scares them off guard, and SMG will have to back out. They lose move only.
Oh boy, immortality getting popped by off the Sasa here. This could be the final push coming in from the HomeBois. This Lord is strong.
Oh, the Lord is going to coming in. Sidestep doing a fantastic job, trying to hold down the lights as well. He's going to try to slow down it, but they're muscling their way through the crystal. They're looking for the fight as well. The Domain comes in. It will isolate the fight, and SMG will lose game number 2. But HomeBois bounce back.
Woo! What a fight that was! Well done to the HomeBois. Don't leave Cypher hanging there, GB. There we go. GG. Well played for the HomeBois.
That was an insane game coming from HomeBois. Too close to be called comfort. The 50-50 trade-off on Lord. SMG could not get it. That was so unfortunate. A big, massive storm coming from the Lord completely stopped SMG in his track to secure the Lord.
Well, unfortunately in that matchup, you do get to see the downfalls of Melissa. Yes, she's able to dish out a lot of damage when it comes with the AoE, but I don't think everybody has kind of figured out what the actual good build is for her at this stage of the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, Melissa is in a gray squad. Like, not many people know what is the best way to go. But like, personally, my opinion is like, he's really strong early to mid, but there are also people telling me that he's really strong not early to mid, but late game. And it's hard to gauge where Melissa is in right now in the current meta.
Yeah, I think it has to do with a lot of positioning. Unfortunately, Sasa's mechanics were not able to get him to that point. The distancing of the puppets as well as using your abilities is very awkward. Your dash is not exactly too long, but neither is it too short like Harry's, and it puts you in odd spaces where you're a little too far away to auto attack, but in the right position to actually throw your puppet out. So there is that still bit of what we call brand newity, I guess. What's the word?
I think the right way to actually phrase it is more like the puppet coming in kind of feels like a ZAS spawning, right? The moment you put it there, you can't exactly reposition it. But the difference between the ZAS as well as the Melissa is that ZAS still has one more way to reposition the spawning, whereas the puppet is just there.
I mean, you can reposition the puppet with his first ability, but then it also affects
yourself. Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be extremely risky to do so. But now, let's take a look at the itemization real quick here. Sasa opted to go for the Hurricane, the Windtalker, the Winds of Nature, the Malefic Raw, Berserker Fury. Not really the standard ones that we kind of see on Melissa's gameplay, as in the ranked games as well. We do kind of see Scarlet Phantoms occasionally, but I don't know. I don't think it's the perfect build coming from Sasa, nor do I think it's wrong as well.
Honestly, I think it's as good as it gets, considering what he had to go through. Like, you can tell that Cypher, he's got a little bit of armor on his side and a dominant size, and plus the Juggernaut armor, which is already making it difficult, right? And then you start looking at the rest of the members of the HomeBois. It's tough. Irfan with the anti-QRS as well as the Dominance Eyes, it's really hard to get through without a Malefic
little
Roar.
bit of a fun fact here. Seems like Anip actually sold his shoe, purchased the blade of the deadly blade halberd here actually to deal with Smooth, and that's the reason why he was able to be chunked out multiple times. And I really like this itemization from Anip. And oftentimes we kind of think about the Durance back in the days, but Durance has kind of fallen out of meta ever since that you need Mage to be more damaging to a certain degree.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Sasa might have it's tough to say. But let's look at the MVP here coming in from the HomeBois. It's going on to Chibi. He had a really rough start on this Yin, but eventually started to carry the game once he found out the priority targets that he was looking for in Stormy as well as Sasa.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's something that it was very, very difficult to do, and all the drafts coming from SMG, it was very hard to kill, but somehow he was able to find Stormy and eventually got to a stage where he could actually take down Smooth, arguably one of the tankiest, most annoying frontliners in this game.
Yep, with a 10-4 and 4 match KDA, and he does, by the way, like to use Windtalker as his 5th item. Kind of impressive coming in from Chiwi.
Yeah, the Windtalker to replace here to get a little bit more damage as well as mobility to compensate the loss of the shoes. So Chibi played it as much as he can. He got very patient in his openings, and he got what he got. So well done coming in from Chibi, considering how hard of a game he had to play in the early stage coming from hard place. However, SMG, they were definitely thrown out, caught off guard by this play, but HomeBois, they managed to bounce back in game number 2. So seems like it wasn't a fluke that HomeBois were one of the strongest contenders coming into the regular season.
No, absolutely here. And I think, Anip is doing a lot of work as that goal laner, making sure that whenever someone is initially caught, or at the very least clumped close enough together, he can look to punish Nibiru's passion. I mean, he was able to kind of save a lot of situations for the HomeBois alongside with Vin. Those pickoffs earlier, absolutely him. Anip is just staying in that back line and setting that line in the sand to say, hey, no, you cannot move further than this. I do have a lot of kill threat.
You know, the thing about having Chibi play this Yin is so high risk, high reward, in the sense that you need to win your fights in the domain as quickly as you can, and the moment you're done, you can fully use your evolved form outside of the map, which kind of makes Team SMG in an awkward position. You can see if Chibi wins his 1v1s, he comes out and he is popping off really non-stop. And like, look at even this play. If he tries to make a play, he's going to return the favor for SMG and just completely shut him out.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately for Stormy here, he didn't have a lot of mages that can actually withstand the inner workings of this domain. Like, look, even with the Winter Truncheon, Chibi made sure he delayed his first ability a little bit longer than it should. So once he's out of the Winter Truncheon, he takes the full brunt of damage.
Yeah, this was so unfortunate, because like that big storm completely messed up SMG gameplay to actually snipe the Lord. So like I said, it could have gone either ways coming from HomeBois as well as SMG. It all comes down to the 50-50 trade-offs. We've seen a lot so far coming in the final day here in week number 4, and it's crazy how teams have slowly adapt, and not only adapt in terms of gameplay, taking advantage of the transfer window.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. There's a lot that can be said about all of these teams. And I mean, even with the transfer window open, HomeBois as well as Team SMG didn't have to utilize it, and they're still playing at a very polished and a very high tier level of gameplay competitively here at the MPL MY.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how Team SMG and HomeBois is going to go in Game 3, because the crowd went crazy, the casters went crazy, and I'm looking forward to see how Game 3 is going to go. But as of yet, we are going to be taking a short break, and right after the break, we'll be back with game number 3 to see who will come up on top in this trade-off. But as of now, this is MPL MY Season 9. We'll see you guys right after this.
Wait for no man, nor girl. Monster kill! The enemy has been slain! Airgun enemy has been slain! First blood!
and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive! Ha! Ha! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Taste legendary! Taste my royal station! Taste my royal heritage under attack! Imperial justice! Imperial justice! Leave it to me! Taste the frostbite! Taste my royal station! Killing spree! Imperial justice! Taste the frostbite!
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay, ay.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY English broadcast season 9. Here with me, getting Q, as well as Icy Baby 1-2. The match is currently 1-1 between the HomeBois and Team SMG, and both sides refuse to give each other any ground. As history repeats itself once again, it's going to be interesting for game number 3. But a quick shout out to our sponsors here. Would you like to do it?
No, of course. You know, the sponsors, without our sponsors, we would not have this amazing setup here. Shout out to our official gaming chairs, Secret Lab, Partner Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, as well as EG Network, not to mention our co-organizers, ESI.
Have you seen the stage behind us? Have you seen the live audience? You guys could be here today. But to kick things off, I see Baby 1-2. What do you think about these matchups so far?
What I think, very simple. If you guys are not here in the live stage, you are missing out. But guess what? For those of you guys at home, here's a consolation prize. We've hit 1,000 share milestone. Thank you guys so much for sharing such an amazing games for today. Here's a reward. Redeem this code. You might potentially get yourself a couple of exclusive skins. I've heard rumors as well. Somebody posted it. They've got an epic skin. Not gonna lie. Not gonna mention. But yeah.
Not bad. Well, love from us at the English broadcast to you viewers at home checking us out. Now, that being said, you've already farmed the MPL, yes?
Yeah, you know, of course, you know, skins or otherwise as well. What do I think about a match? If you guys are not here today, you're missing out so much. You know what you should do?
What?
Buy the team season pass to support your teams.
Oh, that's
or maybe even buy more tickets, come over.
Well, I mean, just in case if you don't have tickets, or you're one of the few suckers who didn't take the opportunity to do so, don't worry, we got you covered. Previous match recap here, the score is 1-1, and you can see the previous draft so far. Look at how much damage Anip was able to dish out.
Yeah, okay. You know, it's undeniable that Anib's going to be dishing out damage. He's a Beatrix, right? It's kind of no-brainer. Everybody's just there. Smooth is taking a little bit too a lot of damage as well when it comes to chunking his way through. But for me, one of the biggest surprise is that how Chibi was able to find an opportunity to catch Stormy. Arguably, you kind of want Zyme Senpai to open up the map with Smooth, but the problem with Lolita is that Lolita is in a situation where it's similar to Franco, where you are looking for a setup rather than opening up and bait out fights. So that's pretty much a difference of approach compared to from the side of HomeBois, where you've got this Matilda is like, okay, I can check. If anything happens, I'm gonna back out.
Well, I mean, that's not all here. I think when it comes down to like the initial abilities coming out of Lolita, you know for a fact that she has the charge, a guaranteed way to kind of stun their opponents, right? It's about, from both teams, it's about baiting out these abilities, right? Because you don't want Anip to break open a Nibiru's Passion and Zyme Senpai just being like, okay, Guardian's Bulwark, what are you going to do now?
True. But still, I'm not gonna lie, Zyme Senpai has set up a really big Numenon Blast before as well. 3-man stout ultimates here to try and salvage things for SMG, but not gonna lie, Melissa just doesn't hit as hard apparently. It might be itemization, it might be just positioning, but what I do know was that Chibi definitely did the right thing because it was too close to be called comfort. HomeBois, they may have bounced back from game number 2, but it wasn't an easy fight as well. 2 games in a row, HomeBois as SMG has duked it out blood for blood. This next coming match here, will SMG get the revenge, or will the morale of HomeBois continue to push them forward in the regular seasons?
Harpus has a smiley face on his hand. I see everybody else have like words. Harpus is just like, just stay positive, bro. Just smile. Happy thoughts.
that kind of reminds me of Happy Tree Friends, but I'm not going to get into detail into that. It's kind of dark.
If you don't know. Anyways,
please don't.
16 seconds on the clock. Let's see how the adaptations are going to go from both of these teams, especially for Team SMG. Are they going to go back onto the blue side? Are they going to go stick onto the red side so far? Let's find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the drafts of game number 3, the deciding match for HomeBois as well as SMG. But you really know what Happy Tree Friends, huh?
Yep.
Okay.
As HomeBois already banned out. Again, they're like, Franco, too good. Way too good, Zyme Senpai. We're taking it out of your hands. SMG, they're going to be banning out the Valentina. Now, surprisingly, last game, right? Fanny was not touched at all by either side. And I think it's going to happen again this game.
It might be the case, but so far we know that Chibi can play the Fanny. I'm not exactly sure about how Harpus, whether or not he can play it. But from the reactions just now, we kind of saw how Zyme Senpai's face was like the moment the Franco banned again. It's like, hey, I won't be able to play it again. So what am I going to do this next game? Do I force out a Cho or do I force out something else? But Zyme Senpai, they have to make that next ban. What was a big threat just now? And I feel like Beatrix is highly contested between both these teams. They've just got to take it out and potentially ban Lancelot later on as well.
I would like to agree here, but then we don't know how deep Harpus' pool is so far. We've seen him so far. We've seen him play Lancelot. We've seen him play Hayabusa. Can he play Ling? Can he play anything along those lines? Because Beatrix is such a problem for the side of Team SMG, and now they're banning it out. It does mean that Harpus probably has something up his sleeve.
Yeah, this is really smart as well from SMG. Like they've got to let it go. There's no way they should let it slide. Like 2 games in a row, they were struggling because of it, and first pick is in a HomeBois' favor. It's no surprise that they will prioritize it. We kind of see SMG kind of do this as well throughout the year, throughout the weeks as well. Second pick, force people to pick Lancelot. It's okay. Pick something else that is not Beatrix, and we will pick it for themselves. But this time, HomeBois, they get a good read. This time, Phoveus, they will ban it off. Means Fanny is going to be up for grabs. HomeBois, however, has 100% ban rate so far, finally opening it up for SMG. Do they want to play it? Do they completely ignore it again?
No, instead, are they going to ban out?
Yeah, they have to ban Lancelot. Lancelot is just too annoying, too good to pass out, especially up on Chibi.
Okay, so I guess it's either whether any of these teams have made a gentleman's agreement once again to be like, yeah, we don't really want to play it or deal with Fanny in general, so we might as well not touch it. So instead, we see the Paquito first picked from the HomeBois. It looks like Irfan is just tired of these boring Uranus matchups.
Yeah, he finally gets to play what he wants later. SMG has banned it 2 games in a row, first phase rotation. They've got to respect it, but oftentimes HomeBois, they do kind of flex it up in terms of jungle or maybe even the XP lane. SMG, do they get what they want? Do they want to first pick their Popo and Koopa right from the get-go? Or do they want to secure the Uranus again? 3 games in a row, Smooth might play it all over again.
Yeah, I think so. And it looks like it's going to be Cho as well as Hayabusa this time. Looks like things are changing up a little bit. I'm okay with this. I'm okay. You know, Cho coming off of Zenpoi, he's going to be looking for those initial kicks. Hayabusa is something that we've seen Harpus play pretty consistently throughout his time here in the MPL.
I actually have no recollection of Smooth playing the Cho. I think it was the last I can remember is probably last season. Was this season 7, which didn't do too well.
I think he played it in season 8 a couple of times here and there. It's definitely been a while, but it's also something that's in his pool, right?
Yeah.
So it's flexible. It's
flexible, but that's the thing, right? When you least expect it, he plays it. This is where you throw people off. But HomeBois, they realize that, hey, you know what? You guys have been respecting my Diggy a little bit too much. I am going to pick it for themselves. This is going to mess up with Zion Zenpoi's gameplay a little bit more. And you can see SMG, they've got to figure a way to deal with this here. Do they pick the Esmeralda? No, they do not. They pick the Sicilian. Okay, not exactly sure why, but okay.
A composition that scales. That's what I'm guessing here. And in Team SMG, they're getting rid of annoying Vin's heroes like the Lilia. I wouldn't be too surprised if they also get rid of the Kagura alongside it here to try and punish him.
Nah, I think they gotta get rid of Eve. Eve is just way much more annoying compared to the Kagura as of yet. Like, you could see Vince, he was doing the right things in the previous match, but he wasn't exactly like one-shot uncontrollable. He was manageable coming from SMG. So I feel like the Yeef would be a better core, but I wouldn't be surprised that Kaneda as well. But HomeBois, they are going to say, hey, Smooth, we're had it with your Uranus. Stop playing it. You play something else.
Okay, that's fine. I think that's all right here. They just want to limit his pool. Irfan wants a good matchup, and I think, you know, Esmeralda is also okay, but SMG, they decide, yep, there we go. This is what I was talking about. They're getting rid of these mages. And now HomeBois, I think they're also going to open up the EXP lane. They could ban out things like, no, Yuzong, I don't think they
No, I think they should ban the Esmeralda. Esmeralda just benefits so much from the shields coming from Diggy. And if they decide to go for the Yeef, also shields, it's going to be an amazing time for Smooth to actually benefit from his. And it might be disastrous for them if they do not ban it now.
Okay.
If.
They ban Esmeralda, and I think Team SMG might just consider throwing Smooth, Cho, and then taking Matilda for themselves.
Yeah, it's not that bad, you know? It's not that bad, but that's the thing, right? Here comes the question. Will HomeBois play this a Mage Diggy? Nope, Esmeralda's gone.
No, it's definitely not going to be Mage Diggy. Like, Vin's, it feels super wasted if Vin's is the one who picks up the Diggy when he's so much better at other mages.
They have kind of reworked Diggy's bombs a little bit here. As long as you keep hitting heroes, you are going to be able to build stacks similarly to Aldo's, but there is, of course, a cap. And it's not easy to actually get 50 stacks as well. But all I know is that if you do not die, and you maintain all the way to more than 30 stacks, you are hitting pretty hard, and the bombs can be very, very annoying at times.
Oh, okay. Popo and Koopa to ensure that the gold lane is going to be a winning matchup no matter what. HomeBois now need to make a decision. I mean, technically, if HomeBois wanted to, they can go for the Sun. It's not the worst matchup in the world. And we've seen Anip do it before, but ideally we do want to see Anip actually play a marksman to help the team scale.
I think Brody is also something he's going to play, but not a big fan of it. Clint is something going to be a safety net for him as well to actually do something about it. But I'm more concerned on what the XP matchup is going to go against Paquito, because as of yet, I feel like Paquito is going to be most likely winning it unless they force Smooth to play a Benedetta, which is kind of off meta now.
That'll be really fun. We haven't seen Smooth play Benedetta in forever. There we go. Sun getting called out perfectly, and Yves as well from the HomeBois. They complete their composition as expected. Team SMG on the other hand, you see Seifel, he's having a bit of a laugh at himself. He's very happy with his composition.
Yeah.
SMG, what's it going to be? Are they going to get it? No.
Oh,
Fanny.
let's go!
That's why he's smiling. All right, fair enough.
Wait. Smooth playing Fanny?
EXP Fanny player?
Wait, what? Wait. This is new to me. Like, okay, Fanny has been completely ignored from both sides, and SMG gonna be playing it? Is this copying the Todak strat? Or is this a tank Fanny?
I don't know, man. Don't look at me.
Double
here.
retries?
This is
Double
out of my
SMG?
This is out of my pay grade. I'm just here to enjoy the games at this point. I don't know. When you're seeing Fanny in the EXP lane, like, what else can you say about that?
I think this is double retry strategy as well. I've seen ranked games as well where some teams actually go for it, and it's extremely annoying. Having a higher and lesser on the same team, one on the other side of farm jungle farming. I don't know whether or not is SMG going to be able to pull it off. However, what I do know, HomeBois, they are one tied between SMG. They've picked their heroes. Can they deal with this Fanny against SMG? That is going to be the bigger question. Winner takes all. Will SMG get the revenge, or will HomeBois clean sweep them in this regular season?
Well, the score is 1-1, and this is going to be the final game of this best of 3. The crowd is ready. It is going to be the HomeBois up against Team SMG. HomeBois on the blue side and SMG on the red side.
Well, all things considered here, they've got to set things up as well, and there is going to be more emphasis on Smooth right now. That is not going to be the double retry strategy that I think is going to be happening, but it is going to be the execute up on Smooth. So he is going to be having to be a little bit aggressive. We haven't seen Smooth play it. I've heard rumors about it, but how well can he do it? Because this is going to be the main stage. It is going to be, I would say, a clutch situation. Can Smooth completely shut down HomeBois? Now, talking about drops, right? The more units Fanny go through, the harder the harder it is to kill him.
The thumb, didn't he?
Yeah, I know. I was like a little bit baffled with the guy right there. I was like, oh, he's not. Yeah, you know, like. Anyways, back to the top. back to the point I was trying to say. The more units there is, the more tanky he becomes. He's going to be able to sustain through his fight. And in this case, the monkeys coming in from the Anip is not going to be able to do too much to him, because he's going to be able to soak through all that and potentially kill all people with the execute on top of it all. But we, as you can see in the crowd as well here, there are a lot of HomeBois fans here supporting and hoping that HomeBois takes the reverse sweep. And I'm not gonna lie, it's very, very difficult to do so, considering that they don't have a real answer to deal with this Fanny.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the dedication from the fans itself, but I don't think they're too concerned about this Fanny, because number one, how much is Fanny going to affect the entirety of the map, especially when you're in the EXP lane? We're not entirely sure, and we're hoping to see what Team SMG is going to do. Theory crafting, in a matter of fact. Now, Smooth, he did take execute.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. But as of now, I feel like Saifu is pretty much the only one to kind of catch Smooth in place later on. So, I don't know. This,
they're both rushing to level 2.
Without purple buff, it's just like, meh, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? They did bring a bit of energy. Oh, wait, no, this Little Wanderer fight is not looking good at all for the HomeBois in an early age, just popped by Seifel, knowing that Smooth is on his way with his early game damage.
Hey, he's got moves. Smooth is very precise as well, so he can play it really, really well. So HomeBois, they're not going to benefit out of it. SMG looking to get a little bit greedy with his plays, but not going to happen. So it's going to be a very passive game once again. Saifu looking to try and build his stacks, try and bully Stormy out of the lane. Stormy says, hey, I'm out of there.
Yeah, he doesn't really want to. He really doesn't want to keep up with this fight. And remember that for a large part of this game, Team SMG, even though they are able to force lane priority on their side, Stormy needs time to scale.
Exactly. On top of it all, in terms of late game scaling as well, Sasa is going to be able to outscale Chibi unless Chibi gets the early domination, or in this case, the early snowball. Here comes the pull. Zyme Senpai will be able to shoot pull out of there. Chibi farming his way through, eventually gets forces a retreat to actually secure the jungle. So that's going to be him not having retreat for the top turtle.
Yep, as Harpus is going to farm the top side for himself. Again, I don't know how this matchup is going, but Smooth and Irfan seem to be not very interactive in the lane so far. Harpus is going to bait out the first initial engagement on towards Irfan, but he doesn't use his ultimate, making sure that it's ready and up for this fight with the turtle.
Yep, Chibi is going to start the turtle as well. SMG in no position to actually contest this as well. They're completely ignoring it. They're calling in Smooth, but is this the right time to actually go in? Saifu does have the rewind as well. Zyme Senpai taking a little bit too much damage. He is going to back off, so that is pretty much going to be it as well. But Smooth, he's going to try and make something happen as well. He tries to harass and Chibi out of the way, but the turtle will be resetted. And SMG, they are going to try and wait for Zyme Senpai to make the plays here, but we're going for a snipe. And Smooth takes down Diggy, and that's it. Big coming from him. Irfan now going to try and pick out Stormy as well, but Stormy baits out the real moon vision and flickers out of there. Harpus now needs to make a run for his time, and Zyme Senpai goes in for the Chikundo, saves and stops Irfan in his track.
Smooth! He wants to get back in. He's got the execute, shows the target.
He doesn't have purple buff.
No, Smooth can't keep on going for it. He has the execute available, but nobody is low enough. He wanted either Chibi or Irfan, but couldn't make a decision and didn't have enough energy to change his trajectory. First blood bounty achieved by Team SMG, and nobody has taken the turtle.
Yep, super annoying here. And Smooth, he's gonna get the execute. He takes down Irfan. What a big catch as well. Who needs purple buff when you're that precise? Well done coming from Smooth.
Yeah, unfortunately for Irfan, he forgot that Smooth actually has two, quote-unquote, two executes at this stage of the game.
Yep, and now here comes the Jikun. We have the Dragon as well. Catches on Saifu. He's taking a little bit too much damage. Stormy looking for the catch as well. The Cyclone Claw will catch him off guard. Harpy is overextended and gets punished for that. And that is going to be HomeBois winning out the trades there.
What? Why did Harpist jump it? Huh, I guess you gotta have faith in. But he got the kill at the end of the day, right? So, yeah, I guess it's fine. Here. But once again, Smooth, let's see how he's gonna try and dominate this lane against Irfan. He's going pretty even against it. Well, technically, he is slightly ahead.
Anim now going to be forced to the ultimate here, try and bully out Sasa, but Sasa is just too strong at this stage of the game. Anim probably needs about level 9, level 10 before coming online. GB here going to be forcing out the fights here on the turtle pit. HomeBois, they are in some trouble. Smooth goes for a big swipe. Do they have the damage? The retribution comes in. Chibi won't get it. And this time, Zayim might be stranded as well. The real manipulation is in the vicinity. Chibi won't get the kill. They won't let him slide as SMG needs to back out.
Yep, this rotation from Team SMG was a little too late. They only found out about the turtle when it was about 60% of its HP, which is far too slow. And especially for the HomeBois Cypher, with that guarantee of the ages, making sure that his teammates are rather healthy when Smooth tries to come in for that big shot.
Oh, what is this damage? Smooth actually get caught up mid-air. Irfan tries to challenge him as well. He's dropping a little bit too low to be called comfort, but fortunately for him, he does have 2 stacks of the Festival Blood to regain himself, as long as he doesn't die. Meanwhile, another play coming down bottom as well as HomeBois tries to take a fight against Sasa. 5 minutes, almost going to be hitting the mark as well as the gold plating will wear off. But Anim now making the play and chipping away as well. Sasa taking a little bit too much damage. Chibi out of position. The kick comes in, but the time journey will send them all back off. Cyclone Claw comes in. Smooth finally comes in for the kill as well. Can he catch Saifu? Yes, he will. He will bully out the Diggy. So that's going to be SMG redeeming a little bit of points, but they call out the entire cavalry because as of now, middle lane, Irfan looking to threaten the middle tower.
Very good cross-map plays coming in from HomeBois. Even though the rest of the team is rotating down, you can see that Irfan, he can't catch up with Smooth, but he'll still make the best effort to get some gold for his team.
Yep, Smooth going to be a salvaging situation to cut off the creep waves, considering that he lost an XP lane up top. Saifu, however, won't be picked off again 2 times in a row. So that's going to be SMG getting a little bit of a space to breathe with, but can they chip the middle turret? Chibi is here to protect Smooth as well, but looks like he's gonna go for the Cyclone Claw, but the Chibi dodging with the Line Clear Pulse is not gonna be enough, as the OK Shadow Kill will be enough to finish him off.
Yep, Smooth makes it on out of there, and Irfan, you can see that he's falling behind. Smooth is just way faster with the steel cables to rotate across the map, and his wave clear is starting to become really, really effective with the number of kills he has in the bank. Irfan only getting his Bloodlust stacks now.
I'm really surprised Chibi actually opted to go in for the defense as well, considering that Saifu was like a couple more seconds before coming over online, so there was no way Saifu could actually save him. So risky play, but it still worked out for SMG's favor. Cyclone Claw comes in, catches on Saifu, taking a little bit too much damage. Real manipulation has been baited out as well. Stormy needs to make a run for it as well, but look like Chibi, he's gonna get caught up by Sasa. He's gonna try and challenge him as well, but Sasa taking a little bit too much damage as Irfan comes in to save the day, takes down both Zayim Senpai, Stormy, as well as Sasa. Unstoppable for Smooth. Smooth tries to salvage a fight, and that's gonna be A-okay. But as of yet, number-wise, HomeBois will have the numbers game.
Yep, HomeBois managed to win out that trade by 1, sacrificing 2, gaining 3 in the process. And unfortunately for Sasa, he didn't realize that he was still within the edge of the real-world manipulation. RNG?
No. There's no way he challenged that. Irfan is going to one-shot him if he decides to go for it. But nevertheless, still good defense coming in from HomeBois. SMG still going to be losing out a little bit too much in that situation. HomeBois is taking the advantage. However, big itemizations coming from Smooth. He's 5-0-1, and the Blade of Heptases has been secured. So that's going to be a lot of damage coming in from him to enable Sasa to chunk his way through. who already has the Blade of Despair.
Wow, Smooth has 2 items. Wow. He is snowballing, and if he can get his lead onto somebody else on his team, or at least affect the mid lane, I think this is going to be a huge pick. And now, they've already found that huge pick onto Irfan. A good kick from Zion Senpai to set things up for this turtle fight.
Oh, great read coming from SMG. Seeing that Saifu is down in mid lane, there's no way he's going to be able to provide the assistance. But now, HomeBois, they are going to get surrounded as well as Smooth looking to finish off Saifu. Can he go to finish? Time journey has been extended.
Use the execute.
He misses the execute, but he doesn't want to use it on Rigi. He doesn't even need it. Finally pops it off, but he's out of position. He doesn't have the energy. He might actually fall, but it's a bait, a setup once again. Harpist is going to be there to try and chunk Chibi down, but Chibi won't get the kill with the killing spree to try and get his health back. But Zion Cyrus says, no, do not kill my friend. Stormy is going to keep him alive, but Chibi, can he get the kill? No, he cannot. Gets outplayed by SMG at the finest moment. What a god coming from Zion Senpai.
Chibi almost was about to pop off there with a triple kill, to be honest with you. And unfortunately for Zion Senpai, he ended up killing Smooth on accident by shinpoing in towards his direction, which bounced the like and pounce off of himself and got Smooth killed. A little funny there, I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty funny.
Yep, but as of yet, still a big salvage fight coming from SMG. However, Irfan now, he's gotta, be a little bit careful what he needs to do next. He needs to set up his targets and priority to make sure that Sasa doesn't get super crazy or too aggressive. Like, we kind of know that Smooth is gonna be a point of interest, but at the same time, Smooth is always gonna be the bait for the team. It's not the first time that this has happened. Game 1, it worked in their favor. Game 2 as well, same thing just happened right there, right then.
Yep. And now Harpist is going to try and defend against Anup here, which is basically impossible because Anup is just going to keep making doppelgangers to God knows how long to break this tier 1. Harpist should just give this up at this point. He tries to slow it down to allow the rest of his team to get in position down on bot side, but even they don't have a wave.
This is going to be very difficult here. 30 seconds before this next Lord, and they need to pull in Anif. Smooth is trying to do a little bit of damage. He gets pushed back, but HomeBois, they are gonna respect this for now, as the Lord, they don't exactly want to lose out too much in terms of lane control. But SMG looking for the catch again. The rest of the team is here. Irfan gonna be popping up KO punch as well to clear the minions, but nothing crazy yet. Anim now go to the whole plays. I'm saying, but he can do too much damage. He actually gets caught off in the plays, and he's gonna be focused down as well. Smooth going to salvage the situation, but the damage coming from HomeBois is a little bit too much. The snap coming from Sicilian will stop them. Irfan, but like I said, it's gonna be a tank for an XP laner. SMG has to go in for the reset, but HomeBois is very happy about this.
Yep, this Lord falls into the hands of the HomeBois here. Zion Senpai trades off for Irfan's life, but Irfan was able to do significantly more damage before he goes down. Stormy, on the other hand, can't seem to walk up.
But as of yet, SMG, they're still keeping tabs on the Lord Pit, as Smooth was able to clear off the minion down bottom. So that's going to be a free tier 1 on bottom before he actually regroups with the team. Nani going to be slowly chipping away at the Lord. They're waiting for the right moment to strike. Zion Senpai opening up the map a little bit, but he needs to be careful of where Saifu is. Saifu doesn't have the time journey. He needs to be a little bit careful. He's waiting for the cooldown. It's going to be a 50-50 trades off. Smooth goes in for fight, but time journey comes in the right nick of time. Makes things alive for HomeBois, but they're taking him too much damage as SMG keeps them all in track. They lose Zion Senpai, but the damage has been done. Who got the Lord? It is going to be SMG. They lose only a tank. They got Chibi, they got Saifu, and they've got the Lord.
So worth it here. So worth it for Team SMG. And now they have to press their advantage to develop their 3K goal lead to at least the outer tier turrets, tier 2s from the HomeBois. They're going to keep on moving forward. Zion Senpai has come back up in 6 seconds. Saifu, he doesn't have to worry. He'll be back in time.
Wait, does he give the buff finally to Smooth? I guess?
He does, because he can instantly invade.
Oh no, this is gonna throw HomeBois off guard. If that is about to happen, things are gonna get crazy. Smooth is 7-1 and 3. He's got the execute. He's level 13. Now, revealing himself that he does have the purple buff. HomeBois, they've got to respect this. They managed to defend for now, but you can see in the eyes of the SMG, they're looking to party. Sasa intentionally going for the bait as well. Chibi forcing the line compounds. Might be a little bit of trouble. Smooth looking for the right moment to strike, but he gets chunked out as well. But here comes the rest of the SMG. They are going to try and force an issue. Here comes the OK Shadow kill, but he's going to try and go for a reset. But a big cycling claw connects on the Anim as well. Anim needs to go for the retreat, but Harpist overextends a little bit too much as he gets chunked off.
Unfortunate indeed. Unfortunate. Harpist can't really do too much about that, and now you see Irfan, he's waiting for the flank. He's waiting for the right moment to get into the back line and one-shot Sasa before he even realizes what even hit him. With 90 seconds on the clock so far, Team SMG Unfortunately, for them to win out on these fights, it's all about positioning, right? In HomeBois, they've got a lot of get-out-of-jail cards for free.
Yeah, this is going to be tough as well. Smooth taking a little bit too much damage, going for the turret, but fortunately for him, he does have the sustain to do so. He's going to back out. Meanwhile, Chibi, he's going to get caught up. He gets stranded by the rest of the teams, and he's going to get picked off. Great catch coming for Stormy as well as Sasa.
Wow, you don't see that happen too often for the HomeBois, but Senpai finds the initial kick onto Cypher. Hopefully Sasa and Stormy can make it just in time. The I'm Angry doesn't hit, and neither does the bad impact.
Oh, on it? Oh, okay.
No, it's just a doppelganger.
Okay. They're a little bit too close to become comfort, but as of now, you can see the trigger fingers up on Cypher. He's super disciplined. He doesn't want to waste the time journey unnecessarily. But if he popped it then and there, SMG is looking to apply even more pressure. Chibi going to be back on 5 seconds. They have to secure the purple buff, as SMG is already here to take it away from him.
Yep, they've got the timings, and more importantly, so the fact that mid lane doesn't have any more turrets other than the inhibitor, having access to that jungle, and especially the purple side of the jungle, is going to allow people like Smooth to continue applying a lot of pressure across the map.
Time standpoint now, looking to open up the map. They don't exactly have a lot of information. Smooth here just being extremely annoying as well. He forces Anip to come into his bottom side of the lane, means there is going to be top pressure from the side of SMG as Smooth is going to clear out the bottom minions as well. So HomeBois, they've got to make a choice. Bottom or top. In this case, they are going to choose top because Time Saber is going to get caught out and he's going to get burst out. No, he flickers out there, but HomeBois is in this position. Time Journey comes in real vision as well. But Sasa, he's stuck in the wall. He flickers into his lore, but he's a little bit too low in terms of health. Smooth coming from behind to take off Chibi. Can he get him off guard? Nope. Chibi goes ring around the roses and dodges Smooth.
Good movements coming in from Chibi, who now purchases a Malefic Roar. Zion Senpai ends up giving over his life and nobody able to trade for it. Look at Harpus. He's making his way down towards the bottom side of the map, knowing that the HomeBois is most likely going to clear it up and then push over towards Lord.
Oh, I like how Chibi run towards the turret remains. Oftentimes, when a turret is broken, it usually doesn't mean anything, but it's not necessarily the case for a Fanny. You can still block and dodge the cables using those remains.
And if you play Ring Around Rosies with it, it's difficult because you have to expand a lot of those steel cables to get around in a curve.
Well done to Chibi to actually get the read. However, HomeBois, they are going to start with the Lord as well. Pops the I Am Angry coming in from Sasa. Sasa getting focused on the front. Looks like they have no choice but to finish ball, but who's going to get the Lord? It is going to be none other than Chibi. HomeBois comes on the top. Real Village comes in, but they're a little bit too low to be called comfort as SMG looking for the finish. Anip is going to be stranded as well. Stormy misses his kill, his hit as well, but Anip, is he going to survive? But no, he dodges his way through it. Harpus will be there to kill him off, but SMG still coming up on top in terms of numbers game, but they only lose Smooth, but the Lord is in HomeBois' favor.
Now with the Luminous Lord on their side, oh boy, I think this game is going to drag out even longer. I don't think there's any real way for them to guarantee the push into Team SMG's base. I mean, it's a Luminous Lord and all, but getting an inhibitor doesn't seem very plausible 3v4.
Very, very difficult situation to be in as of yet. Harpus now going to be focusing on the Lord. They will finally potentially lose middle turret. Can SMG defend against this?
Yeah, they can. They
can. It's only one tick, but they just want mid control.
Exactly. It's all about having mid control so that your jungle doesn't get affected by this at the end of the day. And Team SMG, with the lead that they have, isn't going to expand anywhere further than this. We're going to go into like the late stages and arguably even the ultra late stages of the game. And it's really up to how Chibi plays this and Cypher. Though, especially when you have something like Aegis, it affects so many people around you that utilizing it at the wrong time is going to put you at a significant disadvantage against low targets once they get low, because Smooth is going to start cutting them up really, really fast. And the same goes for Harpus.
Yeah, definitely as well. And on top of it all, Smooth actually opted to hold that thought for now. Anip actually gets chain stunned as well. He might actually try to use the doppelganger to run for his life. The rest of SMG is going to be focusing his way through, but Sasa keeps him in place, finally bursts him down. Real manipulation, try and save the day, but Chibi also going to be stranded as well as he needs to make a retreat. Meanwhile, from the side, Harpus gets the 1v1 against Cypher as he takes him out. 5v2, Smooth taking a bit too low, but Sasa says, I don't care, I've got immortalities, I want to fight more, come at me, and he flickers out and baits him out.
Oh, good stuff there. Cypher and Anip end up falling. If this only happened just before the Lord, that would have been such a big win for Team SMG. But now you can see HomeBois, oh, we don't have all of our members? Let's just chill. We know that Cypher, even though that he's dead, as Diggy, you act as like a living ward. You basically walk in and give free vision for your team.
Yep, a little bit of fun fact of itemization coming from Smooth is that his final two items was a blade armor as well as an antique cuirass to give him the little bit more sustains here. And like I said, this is Smooth playing a hybrid tank Fanny, kind of annoying-ish Fanny.
hybrid tank-ish.
I don't know how to describe that. Like, that's a fighter assassin who works and plays like a tank. And look at him, he's just, I don't care. I don't come fight me, honey. I'm just gonna run and mess around.
The problem is that he's getting outscaled, right? And it's all about just finding these right opportunities. No matter how many purple buffs he does inevitably get, he's not going to be able to take on the entire team. Like, look, doppelgangers are taking not that much damage, but Smooth's main job is to get rid of Cypher and be as annoying as possible. And he's doing a good job at that. Look at the movement from his steel cables.
Yeah, it's just super on point as well. On top of it all, I like the idea of how Smooth plays it. Like, remember how we used the Uranus and Iron to kind of debuff his way through? But as long as HomeBois is trying to hit him, the anti-Kiras kind of disrupts their attack power overall in general. If you think about it, if he throws his body like this, but hold that thought for now. Zainsenpo goes for the kick, he catches on the Hane, but where's the follow-up? He needs to make a run for it as well. Immortality is there, he will burn it out through, but is this the play coming from SMG? Time journey has been expanded from inside HomeBois. Do they have enough to take him down? Yes, they do. Stormy is going to be next as well. They lose too, and they're going to be looking for more as well. The rest of SMG, they're going to cut the backlines as well, but Smooth, he's just standing there. He's not doing anything, and Sasa also gets kicked off. Smooth cannot get any kill at all, and that's going to be shut down coming from HomeBois, as HomeBois turn the tides around as SMG drop the ball.
Oh, that is just, I mean, what can you really say about that? Cypher ends up giving up his life. Irfan getting so close to dying, but the fact is, a quick destruction of the mid-tier 1 is going to be great as HomeBois now will be able to take this Lord without any issue. Nah, no way Smooth gets anywhere close, not when Irfan is on the wall.
They have to try. Smooth is looking for it as well. They're just a little bit too low. Does he get it? No, they do not. Chibi will secure it. Smooth a little bit hesitant there as Harpist is not in this vicinity. Kind of left him on his own, but Smooth, he is going to try and steal the purple buff away from Chibi, but HomeBois is very aware about that.
Oh no, now HomeBois, let's see what they can do here, because the wave clear coming up for the side of Team SMG is great. And the problem right now is that Stormy can't get his damage out, because whenever he wants to look for an engagement, Chibi, instead of running away and getting into the max range of, staying on the outside of the max range of the bad impact, he rolls inwards so that he can't get his damage off at all.
Exactly. Likewise, coming from the time journey as well, it's hard to set up for the Sanguine Claw for the Cho Way of the Dragon. Seems like here comes the traps coming in. Saifu's taking a little bit of damage. SMG looking to force up some issues. The Lord is going to be pushing from the bottom side. Meanwhile, off the other side of the map, Smooth is pushing the turrets off HomeBois. They are going to try to force a split coming from HomeBois while they try and go for the defense. SMG buying enough time. Do they have it as well? Cypher getting chipped as well. Rejuvenation trying to zone out Stormy, but he's taking a little bit too much damage. But the tower eventually falls. Zainsenpo is going to throw his body forward despite knowing that Irfan is not there. And SMG will get the defense. The mind games coming in from SMG is phenomenal, but it's not over yet. SMG, as you can see, they're trying all their best, and they've done it to defend.
Yep, they've done it. They've done a good defense here. They've only lost one inhibitor, but HomeBois, the fact is, it's still dead even. Nobody, even though the score is 21 to... no, Zainsenpo in trouble. He's trying to get on out of there as the bad impact comes on through, but now they bail away from the engagement. Even Sasa is telling him, no, stay back. Alpha Wolf already proc.
Oh my goodness. On him now, son. He's been super patient the entirety of the game. He finally comes to light, and you can see that SMG is actually also struggling to kill with him, and it's crazy how things is turn of events, and they've got all immortalities out available. SMG, they have to play this carefully as well. Zainsenpo looking for the baits, but it's not gonna happen, and what's going on? Okay. And seems like they are going to back off from HomeBois.
Yeah, the defense is done. They can't go any further, but Smooth jumps right into the middle.
Oh no!
Absorbs all that damage and ends up dying in the process.
Oh my goodness! Like, you hate to see it, man. Like, if it's not a Diggy in that situation, that would have been the perfect TikTok clip for Smooth. But because of the Diggy, you don't have a TikTok moment.
Yeah, no TikTok moments here. I mean, I don't know. You can tell that even the HomeBois thought that was like, that's a little, I'm not gonna lie, a little bit troll to jump in so deep into the enemy lines to make something like that happen. But I guess he thought maybe the spell vamp is enough. Zainsenpo now getting hit. He finds the initial kick, but it doesn't matter as they already popped the time journey. Zainsenpo gives up his life, but Cypher finally dies. Immortality, doesn't matter. Not gonna get it in time as the rest of the HomeBois now looking to try and even out the score. It's 4-3 right now, and the HomeBois very clear advantage.
Yeah, they need the damage from the side of Sasa and Stormy. As long as those two don't die, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually push up high ground, unless with this Luminous Roar. In this case, they are still having the immortality advantage. SMG, they have no choice but to force the issue. Smooth is going to be coming in. Irfan trying to isolate the fight. Stormy trying to scare them all off guard. Here comes Sangu Claw as well. Catching on Anip. Can they get him set up? The Storm comes in, connects the HomeBois. This is going to be a great time as well. Ruben comes in. They catch on towards Sasa. Sasa gets focused out. And HomeBois, they get a big fat kill. And that is going to be potentially game as the Lord will be secured by HomeBois. Smooth going to try and salvage the situation, split off the fight, but it's not going to happen. Looks like Saifu is looking to catch it. Do he catch him? Nope, he will not. That is going to be the full disengage coming from SMG.
Oh, they hate to see it, but right now, HomeBois have completely outscaled Team SMG at this stage of the game. The two Assassins unable to do any more than this, and Sasa getting hard targeted by the rest of the HomeBois.
Oh my goodness, this is so difficult coming in from SMG. I don't know how this is going to go here, but Stormy needs to pull a big W, but at the same time, the time journey is just so hard to overcome.
Exactly. They close the distance so fast that Stormy can't keep them away with the Sanguine Claw. Like, there is only a fixed distance with this bad impact, and even on the third tier of it just isn't enough.
Exactly. Now, Smooth is going to get pulled back. Does he focus his way through? But he's going to need to make a run for it as well. And fortunately for him, he's going to be A-okay, but this time he doesn't have the purple buff. Chibi is looking pretty strong as of yet. As Irfan looking to shut down maybe potentially Sasa or Stormy in this regard. They don't have immortalities, only Zyme, Senpoi, and Stormy coming from SMG. So HomeBois, they're slowly chipping away. The Lord is going to be coming in. Looks like they are going to try and dive in onto the Crystal again. They have to throw everything at them. Harp is going to go for the ultimate as well. They're chipping away, but the Lord is just going too much. HomeBois, they don't really care. They focus on the Crystal, and they go in for the reverse sweep. What revenge SMG. HomeBois takes a reverse 2-0 against SMG.
And there you have it, the HomeBois 2-1 GG. Well played, outscale Team SMG. Fanny or not, here they come.
Oh, what a game coming from HomeBois. Well done indeed. Showing them why they are one of the strongest contenders here in Season 9. Chibi made it happen, and well done to Team SMG. And I'm looking forward to see what they have to say later on.
Yeah, me too. Oh, what a beautiful game that was. Congratulations to the HomeBois. It's time for the mic check.
Lolita nggak ada flicker sih, boleh makan sih.
Sabar dulu.
Dapat ya.
Kena.
Nice-nya mana? Oke, Lolita tarik pikir. Base-nya mana sayang? Ini.
Cun aku ya. Jap, sabar dulu.
Tahan hilap. Boleh gas gak sih? Dapat metrik. Oke.
Nice.
Digas tau, boy.
Gas lagi.
Aduh, tak sempat dapat
Dia nak gas tau, Lolita nak flicker. Dia nak gas. Keting.
Ada
Oke,
saya.
dia tak ada skill lah. Nice. Gas dia tak ada.
Tutor lengah dari
Aku tahan langsung. Kau. Nice. Blah. Cibi dapat.
Leslo.
Nice, bisa mati.
Leslo.
Mati tu. Nice.
Dulu tu.
Fokus. Jangan. Ingat damage orang kuat. Mid. Nah, kita boleh flick tau. Okey, don't fokus lot. Nice. Wajah. Boleh. Jap. Boleh. Aku ada. Kau apa aku? Sini belakang. Depan aku. Backup. Oh, fokus je lot.
2.
Aku dah tahan 2 orang. Nice. Back. Tinggal dia macam ni. Diorang pancing. Lepas tu, diorang makan yang seorang tahu tak? Dia tahu adik seorang, so dia takkan makan kita. Diorang akan pergi bottom. Itu je.
Depan ni aku ada tin aku.
Bla. Bla. Ratia pul.
Ada?
Ya, mati. Wah!
HomeBois berjaya untuk memenangkan game kali ini. Game comeback untuk pasukan mereka bersama saya Syamilo dan juga pemain pasukan HomeBois sendiri iaitu Chibi. So Chibi, hai, selamat sihat ke hari ini?
Sihat, alhamdulillah.
Okay, so kita nak mulakan dengan pertanyaan yang pertama. Apa perasaan Chibi sendiri kalau tadi kita lihatkan ini adalah kemenangan kedua menewaskan pasukan SMG?
Okay, bagi saya nervous lah. So, sebab diorang terus strong. So, kita orang respect je lah. Respect.
Okay, so kita tahu semalam pasukan HomeBois tewas dan boleh dikatakan game yang pertama tadi pun sukar untuk korang semua. Game kedua dan ketiga agak panjang. Macam mana pasukan HomeBois handle mental tersebut?
Lepaskan geram je lah. Macam apa? Macam lepaskan suara je lah.
Okay. So ada siapa-siapa yang bagi kata-kata semangat dekat belakang ke? Siapa yang bagi dorongan? Ada tak?
Ada.
Siapa?
semua family Homeboys. Makdi, Daddy, Solo, siapa semua.
Oh, so ada extra buff lah guys tu.
Extra buff.
Alright, okay, so kita akan tanya sikit. Boleh katakan apa sebenarnya yang berlaku di game yang pertama sebentar tadi?
Oh, mungkin kita orang salah communicate je lah dengan salah draft.
Salah draft. So salah draft tu boleh katakan akibat yang pertama lah.
Okay, betul.
Okay, so lepas ni kita akan teruskan kepada soalan seterusnya. Apa kata-kata Chibi sendiri lah untuk penonton-penonton? Kalau kita nampak tadi ataupun kita dengar, sorakan tu memang sangat-sangat hebat daripada penonton semua. Dan apa kata-kata untuk penonton di sini dan juga di rumah?
Okay, untuk penonton di sini, terima kasih sebab datang support walaupun team dari SMG ataupun HomeBois. So, terima kasih. Kita orang appreciate sangat. So, terima kasih lah. Dan kepada penyokong-penyokong HomeBois, teruskanlah support HomeBois dan teruskan support HomeBois walaupun jatuh bangun. Dan untuk Daddy Hood, kami sayang Daddy dan semoga Daddy sihat selalu lah. Love you Daddy.
Alah, comelnya. Semua sayang Daddy lah kat sini kan. Okay. Jadi mungkin itu saja kita bersama dengan Chibi di match yang kedua. Tahniah Chibi. Jadi itu sajalah daripada kita berdua. Kita akan teruskan kepada host segmen untuk bincangkan dan analis dengan lebih lanjut. Silakan.
HomeBois menunjukkan prestasi yang luar biasa. Anda bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla, bersama saya analis Lavel dan juga tetamu undangan kita Aiman Wafi.
Cepat tadi dengar.
Oh, tapi tadi kalau kita tengok daripada permainan HomeBois, permainan daripada game yang pertama mereka kalah, pecundang. Tapi yang kedua SMG pula.
Ya, untuk game kedua, game ketiga pasukan HomeBois berjaya untuk menang. Tapi sebelum kita move on lebih jauh, I just nak cakap walaupun SMG kalah, I nak letak vote I as one of the best EXP laners. Kena letak kepada Smooth and Chibi. Lagi dekat dalam game ni, bukan situation yang senang untuk securekan retribution. Chibi mungkin the best jungler buat masa sekarang.
Wow, tapi itulah tu. Tapi sebelum itu kita akan pergi ke item build terlebih dahulu untuk teruskan perbincangan kita, Lavel.
Ya, kalau kita tengok daripada segi itemization untuk pasukan SMG, kita kena berikan fokus di mana Smooth menggunakan Fanny pada bahagian EXP lane sebenarnya agak efektif. Pada bahagian awal game, Smooth menggunakan Blade of Heptasis untuk pastikan yang dia boleh dapat initial damage yang besar, pastikan dia boleh dapat confirm kill tersebut. Tapi kita boleh nampak pada hujung-hujung game susah untuk dia securekan moment kill, jadi dia jual dia punya Blade of Heptasis dan gantikan dengan item defense kat situ Blade Armor. Untuk pasukan HomeBois, di mana kalau kita tengok Chibi dekat dalam game ni, daripada segi itemization, dia memang standard. Tetapi, apa yang buat different adalah dia punya timing menggunakan Roger. Bila dia masuk, dia akan masuk bila pasukan SMG, HP mereka rendah. Dan dekat sini boleh dikatakan, dia adalah habit. Di mana kalau kita HP kita rendah, kita akan pergi dekat dengan kawan kita. Tapi disebabkan Roger, dia punya like and pounce, dia punya tracking tu bagus. Dia akan kejar musuh tu walaupun flicker, walaupun dash macam mana sekalipun. Jadi bila pasukan SMG mereka punya HP low, mereka larikan diri, Roger tetap kejar, memberikan banyak kill kepada Chibi dengan 12-5-3. Dia punya KDA memang sangat-sangat hebat untuk Chibi.
Ya, tapi kalau mengikutkan tadi masa mic check, Chibi ni bukan saja player yang orang cakap ada skill, yang personality skill. Tapi dia juga boleh buat analis dalam game. Jadi adakah betul adakah sepatutnya setiap player patutnya ada sifat analis tu sendiri?
Memang betul, sebab untuk kesemua player dekat sini, mana-mana pasukan sekalipun, mereka ada idea sendiri apa yang mereka perlu lakukan dekat dalam game. Dan kenapa bagus untuk dapat input yang berbeza, kerana setiap player ada pandangan yang berbeza. Contohnya dekat sini Irfan, dia adalah EXP laner di mana dia punya HP dan dia punya defense lagi tinggi daripada Chibi. Jadi pada pendapat dia boleh masuk dalam bush tanpa sebarang masalah. Tetapi Chibi, HP dia sedikit, dia tak boleh nak masuk macam tu. Jadi setiap player ada pandangan yang lain. Sekarang kita akan tengok kita punya post game stats untuk tengok damage di antara kedua-dua tim. Dan pasukan SMG dekat dalam ni total heal yang sangat besar. Tapi yang paling penting adalah damage kepada tower dan damage yang dikeluarkan. Kita boleh nampak sangat-sangat seimbang antara HomeBois dan juga SMG. Damage kepada tower lebih sedikit pada pasukan HomeBois dan Chibi dekat sini. Hampir 100,000 damage yang dikeluarkan oleh Roger. Dia kuat pada bahagian early game, dia kuat pada bahagian late game. Dia berjaya untuk dapatkan Rich Guy, gold per minute yang sangat tinggi. Kemudian dia carry keluarkan damage paling besar. Zaim, Sempoi, Sandbag menerima 197,000 damage dekat dalam game ini. Dan Forgotten One, Saiful, 15 total assist. Untuk pasukan SMG, kita boleh tengok Stormy damage dah besar, 92,000. Tapi antara masalah dia dekat sini sebenar-benarnya adalah Saiful. Saiful menggunakan Digi tu kerana Team SMG mereka nak set up, semua cancel. Sangat-sangat annoying Digi ni.
Boleh tak kita nak cerita sikit pasal draft pick lah, Fel? Sebab kalau Aisyah tengok daripada draft pick, SMG sendiri ada kelainan sedikit yang dia buat untuk game yang kedua dan ketiga.
Ya, sebab kita jarang nampak Smooth menggunakan hero yang menggunakan mechanical skill yang sangat tinggi. Yes, Esmeralda dengan Uranus dia ada dia punya own skill set, tapi orang boleh katakan, oh ini kategori hero senang. Fanny antara yang paling susah nak digunakan dan Smooth menunjukkan yang dia boleh lakukan. Tapi kalau nak berbual pasal draft, HomeBois dengan masukkan Digi dekat sini yang boleh cancel crowd control, boleh cancelkan stun, boleh cancelkan displacement, menyebabkan Zaim Sempoi tak boleh main dekat dalam game ni. Stormy walaupun ada Sanguine Claw, dia tak boleh nak tarik sesiapa daripada pasukan HomeBois. Sama juga dengan Sasa, damage ada, tapi apa buat Popol Kupa ni sangat bahaya adalah dia punya stun dan dia tak boleh nak stun.
Ya, tapi sekarang ni kita nak saksikan MVP untuk game yang ketiga sebentar tadi, di mana HomeBois Chibi dengan match KDA 12.53, match KP 88%. Dan juga match GPM 820. KDA dia sangat tinggi.
Sangat tinggi. Ikut dia punya performance dekat dalam game ni, saya takkan terkejut kalau Chibi adalah MVP of the day. Kerana dekat dalam game ni, dia bukan saja tunjuk personal skill yang tinggi. Dekat dalam mic check kita boleh dengar dia punya leadership skill. Dia bagi tahu apa yang pasukan SMG nak lakukan. Dan macam mana yang saya cakap tadi, nak securekan Lord dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat hektik. Pasukan SMG cuba untuk kontes dan sebagainya. Dia tetap dapat securekan. Sememangnya wajar untuk dia menjadi MVP.
Okey, Aiman, untuk bahagian Aiman, saya ada soalan, okey. Setiap tim dia mesti ada salah seorang untuk leader the team. Jadi macam mana pemilihan leader tu daripada daripada player-player dari pasukan tersebut?
It depends sebab naturally leader or IGL dalam game usually it's the roamer or support sebab usually they are the one who set the tempo. But it depends on the team so sebab kadang-kadang ada team yang macam Todak, even yang macam HomeBois, their jungler actually make the call because sometimes it's hard. That's why Chibi and Chiku actually is a special kind of player whereby diorang bukan je boleh fokus farm but they can actually lead the whole game. It's very hard untuk fokus on the farm and lead the game. Naturally, it's a support and roamer but these are type of special players lah yang kita kata ada leadership and boleh carry the game in one dalam satu masa yang sama.
Jadi sebenarnya performance pasukan juga sebenarnya bergantung kepada leadership dan decision maker mereka. Tapi sekarang ni kita akan saksikan highlight daripada Samsung Galaxy A Series, Lafel.
Ya, dekat dalam game ni kita boleh tengok di mana pasukan SMG mereka sebenarnya pegang map quite confidently disebabkan Smooth menang dia punya lane dan Fanny dia boleh travel dengan sangat-sangat laju. Tapi pasukan HomeBois mereka dah start dapat mereka punya rentak di mana bila Chibi dah mula dapat beberapa kill atas kesilapan pasukan SMG sendiri, antaranya dekat sini. HP mereka sangat-sangat rendah tetapi mereka masih dekat dalam position yang sangat-sangat bahaya, memberikan triple kill yang percuma kepada Roger dan ini antara benda yang mungkin mereka lupa di mana mekanik Roger itu sendiri, dia punya passive design hero tersebut, dia adalah executioner. Dia memang cari sesiapa HP yang rendah dan dia akan cuba untuk dapatkan kill. Dekat sini ada kelakar sikit di mana saya sempat dia sepak belakang. Selamat Stormy dapat kill, kalau tak dia bagi lagi satu free kill kepada Chibi. Dan dekat dalam team fight kat sini juga, di mana untuk pasukan SMG yang menyebabkan mereka kuat adalah pada bahagian awal-awal game susah untuk Saiful fokus dia nak jaga siapa. Kejap dia kena di bawah, kejap dia kena di atas. Tapi bila dah masuk kepada bahagian mid game, bila dah masuk kepada bahagian late game, dia dah fokus kepada bergerak bersama dengan tim, menyebabkan pasukan SMG mereka tak boleh nak cari mana-mana angle untuk mereka jatuhkan. Dan dekat dalam klip kat sini di mana Anip dia keseorangan diri. Walaupun dia mati tapi susah untuk dibunuh. Chibi cuba untuk dapatkan kill tapi good decision making, dia cakap it's okay, just melarikan diri. Dan hujung-hujung game unfortunately Smooth tak cukup damage untuk jatuhkan sesiapa keseorangan diri. Dekat dalam game ni boleh dikatakan pasukan HomeBois mereka menang, yes, disebabkan mekanik mereka bagus. Yes, Chibi the best jungler, tetapi ada juga beberapa mistake yang dilakukan daripada Team SMG.
Terbaik sekali penerangan yang diberikan daripada Lafel. Tapi sekarang ni kita akan lihat kedudukan kumpulan untuk Group A di mana Team SMG masih mengekalkan kedudukan yang pertama dengan 13 poin. Map Esports di tempat yang kedua dengan 10 poin. SUHAZ Esports di tempat yang ketiga 9 poin. Manakala HomeBois di tempat yang keempat 5 poin. Dan Orange Esports masih lagi di tangga yang ke bawah dengan 3 poin. Jadi apa yang kita boleh dikatakan di sini, walaupun tadi tim SMG kalah di match yang kedua tetapi dia masih kekalkan di kedudukan pertama, Lafel.
Well, apa yang kita boleh katakan dekat sini adalah dia bagus untuk semua orang yang tengok MPL. Dia tak bagus untuk orang yang hanya tengok result saja. Sebab kalau tengok result macam, oh HomeBois, oh diorang kat tempat keempat, mungkin season ni diorang biasa-biasa je kot. Tapi tengok mereka punya win rate 86%, SMG nombor 1 67%. Dan kita perlu ingat, pasukan SMG top of the standing, nombor 1 dekat grup A. Tapi dua-dua kali mereka berjumpa dengan HomeBois, HomeBois menang. Dekat dalam grup ni, HomeBois hanya kalah kepada pasukan SUHAZ Esports. Dan SUHAZ Esports, mereka juga dah naik mereka punya prestasi. Tempat ketiga, tempat yang agak selamat untuk SUHAZ pada pendapat saya.
Jadi apa pendapat Aiman Wafi tentang SMG dan juga HomeBois sementara tadi game yang ketiga?
Actually, apa yang saya rasa banyak orang tak nampak tadi penggunaan Sun oleh Anip, dia punya split push. Sebab I rasa the winning condition also untuk SMG because they play a lot of fight. They really want to fight with that Fanny, with that Hayabusa, right? Betul. Dan Fanny late game usually a bit hard. So I think Chibi also dalam command dia try to delay this game. At one point that Fanny will be useless. Then you see the Fanny become useless, then you just finish the game because at the end of the day, their mental, they know they really need this win also. That's the additional benda yang saya rasa HomeBois very strong right now lah. So before session ni start, you guys tanya adakah kekalahan semalam dengan SUHAZ affected? Yeah, definitely not lah. They know their strength.
Tapi based on permainan tadi ya, Lafel Aisyah ada perasan sebenarnya bila penggunaan Fanny keluar tadi, mereka ada buat split push di mana macam lebih kurang dengan satu tim punya permainan.
Ya, banyak pasukan cuba untuk lakukan split push, tapi apa yang menyebabkan tak jadi adalah pasukan HomeBois. Mereka sentiasa aware pergerakan ke semua player daripada SMG sebab kita boleh nampak, oh mereka tengah fokus lot tapi tiba-tiba Anip gerak sini, tiba-tiba Irfan gerak sini. Jadi mereka nak split push tapi Irfan dengan Anip tak benarkan.
Ya, tapi sebelum itu jom kita saksikan key to success untuk kumpulan HomeBois. Di manakah key yang mereka utilize, Lafel?
Well, dekat sini antara yang paling penting ataupun yang betul-betul impact kat dalam game tadi adalah disiplin dalam mereka punya map control. Di mana kita nampaklah lagi pada game ketiga, walaupun mereka mengambil Lord, mereka sentiasa tengok kiri dan kanan. Kalau kita slowkan mereka punya highlight, boleh nampak Lord tengah fokus, tiba-tiba nampak Anip tengah recall, tiba-tiba nampak Irfan tengah dash pergi ke tepi untuk pastikan smooth tak dapat nak lakukan apa-apa. Dan secara tak langsung juga pasukan HomeBois mereka berjaya untuk kekalkan pressure kepada Sasa kerana kita boleh nampak dalam game ni Sasa tak boleh nak lakukan any big plays.
Pengawalan yang sangat baik daripada HomeBois, di mana kita pun dah tahu HomeBois ni permainan dia adalah objektif gaming dan mereka memang sentiasa kekalkan permainan itu. Dan yang kelainannya tadi masa game kedua dengan game ketiga, mereka menunjukkan prestasi ataupun corak permainan yang agak berbeza di mana mereka mengambil buff daripada pihak enemy dan itulah yang kita mahukan, di mana surprise and consistency daripada setiap kumpulan.
Dan lagi satu dekat sini saya cuma nak tambah sedikit adalah mereka punya mental control. Sebab tadi pun kita nampak dekat dalam interview Cibis ni cakap, kita lepas geram je lah sebab dah ke atas stage. Jadi bila macam stres tu, daripada stres tu berkumpul-kumpul, just jerit. Dia taklah jerit macam tu, tapi kita nak jerit tak kuat.
Tapi cara jeritan Lafel tu. Tapi okey, macam kita tengok pun sendiri kan. So tiap tim kalau first game kalah, mesti second game akan comeback. And sebab orang cakap paling yang best ni masa nak boost motivasi diorang adalah shout apa?
Tak, just jerit je lah.
Jerit je lah.
Cheers.
Jadi untuk RSG apa kata-kata semangat macam kalau diorang kalah macam nak boost semangat diorang?
For us, kalau tengah kalah or like kita kalah first game or second game, the reset word is always kita kena ingat. Sebab sometimes dia depends on, saya selalu tekankan, depends on what mistake. Sebab they know that the basics, if the basics they control, map control ada, then because of one or two mistakes, it might cost the game. But you just need to reset. Sebab there's always chance for comeback. And HomeBois tadi, dia bukannya just reset from the first game, tapi dalam match ketiga tu itself, definitely Chibi tadi, diorang kalah fight, then Chibi mati. Then dia reassess back. Okay, sebenarnya macam ni. Itu simulation tau. So bila simulation tu, okay guys, lepas ni kita buat macam ni. It's a reset punya benda. So kalau you boleh buat benda tu dalam game juga, then definitely you're gonna win the match.
Aisyah paling suka ayat dia, reset your mind, there's a chance for you guys to success. But kita nak move kepada third match, iaitu Red versus RSG. Ada debat-debat tak Aiman? Tim sendiri main ni Aiman. Okay, mengikut sejarahnya di mana minggu yang kedua Red Esports berjumpa dengan RSG dan di mana kat situ RSG kecundang. Tapi pada hari ini berjumpa lagi sekali. Apakah preparation daripada pihak RSG?
Definitely masa second week hari tu kita macam mana cakap, it's not like we are underestimating them sebab kita tahu kita dah main dengan Red banyak kali. So we know, kita tahu capability diorang. It's just that I think Sora made some adjustment in the draft that we might overlook some of the things. So kali ni I think we are more prepared to face Red lah this time around.
So apa you punya expectation untuk the next match?
Expectation for us, okay, so if we win this, kita orang akan pergi nombor 1 tau. So we really want this. Kita memang nak match ni 2-0, but given the performance of Red, it's gonna be a good fight because it's still, I don't know, Red now on form, so we'll see how lah.
Kerahkan tenaga dan menang untuk perlawanan yang seterusnya. Itulah impian setiap pasukan. Tapi itulah tu, kita akan pergi ke Learning Q&A Campaign. Siapakah coach untuk Red Esports? Rexvin, Sora Payung ataupun Skadaga? Jadi scan QR code anda dan dapatkan random one skin kalau anda menang. Ada clue ke?
Just mention the best.
Tadi kita dah cakap kalau
tak tahu soalan, tahu-tahu tersebut nama.
Itulah, Sora dapat adjust.
Bukan jawapan dia.
Rewind balik.
Ya. Ya, dia jangan risau, Abang Payung.
Abang Payung.
Oh.
Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Yes, betul juga.
Okey, kita pun dah dengar permainan tadi di mana match yang pertama pun kita dah saksikan siapa yang pemenang. Yang kedua pun baru saja habis kan. HomeBois menang secara cakap mendominasi permainan. Jadi itulah tu, kita tengah tertunggu-tunggu untuk match yang ketiga antara Red Esports dan juga RSG. Dan kita mahukan permainan ini lebih menarik dan makin panas dan intens. Segala kemenangan perlu ada di dalam tangan. Tapi sekarang ni kita akan break sebentar.
I love you, cutie, kitty, best party, happy journey. Hello, hello, we are bodies, cutie, friendly, we are bodies. It's kitty and bodies, be together, be forever. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, cutie, friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, happy cutie, happy journey. Heidi, Heidi, Bryce, Heidi, 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 come to kitty. Higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, higher bodies. Then to the Heidi, Heidi, Bryce, Heidi, Heidi, journey. Come to kitty. Higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, happy cutie, happy journey.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree.
Second skill, go Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra cursed needle at Muddles and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go Muddles is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including models and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move models flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by go models.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to needles.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to muddles using go muddles and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells, Inspire is a great choice to further boost Melissa's burst damage. Finally, one friendly reminder for all Saber, Hayabusa, and Layla players. Always keep an eye out for Melissa's position and do not try to barge into her field of protection. You just can't. Well, that's all for our new hero, Melissa, the Cursed Needle. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Hey, hey, I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Hey, 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 I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Red Esports versus RSG di match yang ketiga. Assalamualaikum dan selamat kembali di MPL musim yang ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita dan diraikan bersama Nescafe. Saya Siti Gozilas.
Dan saya Syamilo. Kita bukan berdua saja.
Ya.
Kita masih lagi berempat di mana kita ada Aiman Lafel dan juga Aiman Wafi.
Selamat you guys kenalkan. I kadang-kadang lupa juga apa nama I. Tapi kalau kita tengok game yang sebelum ni, game yang sangat intense di antara HomeBois lawan dengan SMG. So, Red lawan dengan RSG. Macam mana, Man?
Macam mana, Man?
Nervous tak?
Cuba jawab sikit.
Nervous tak?
Actually, kalau I nervous, it's a good sign lah. Because I think we should respect more to Red. Sebab I think coming into the season, banyak, I don't know, for me it's like, kita buat power ranking tau, team. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't expect them to perform this good. But now I think dia dah dapat sikit demi sikit rentak dia and they just gonna roll. So someone have to stop them lah. So,
Mantap lah.
Hopefully it's RSG. Hopefully
RSG akan take over match pada petang ini. Tapi itulah tu, semalam kita ada tengok dalam Meet the Team video. Di dalam Meet the Team video tu Aiman ada cakap pasal sistem RSG. Jadi boleh terangkan tak apa maksud sistem RSG kat dalam video tu?
I mean system culture is more about I think macam mana to explain it a little bit detail is gonna take time, but I would say that proses dan sistem daripada mula kita mengambil player sampai mereka menjadi player RSG dan continuously berada dalam orang kata program kita. Sebab I think the system yang kita build kali ni is long term plan, which is kita nak pergi M series. Aim RSG tahun ini ialah untuk make sure semua 3 team Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia pergi ke M4. Jadi dengan pengalaman yang orang kata daripada Singapore side, mereka dah ada sistem, they haven't missed any M series if I'm not mistaken. Ya, kita percayalah dengan numbers statistic analyst and kita nak bawa benda tu throughout the region. Sebab I think Indonesia banyak menggunakan fakta-fakta dan information yang diorang dapat masa scrim dan perlawanan. Jadi kita nak masukkan information yang kita dah dapat sepanjang kita dah join MPL ni and apply dekat Malaysia.
So kita tahu macam mana dekat RSG ada dekat 3 negara. Kita ada Filipin, kita ada Singapura dan juga Malaysia. Adakah sistem yang Aiman Wafi katakan sebentar tadi, sistem kepada 3 negara tu sama ataupun dia sebenarnya ada perbezaan daripada setiap negara?
Setiap negara ada perbezaan because setiap negara ada their own play style. I would say that antara coach-coach yang terhebat dekat sejarah MPL, I would say that kita ada orang macam Ziz, kita ada orang macam Jason, kita ada coach macam James. All of them came from Singapore. So we know that they are the brains of the team. So kita cuba untuk menggunakan that facts and kita tengok because Malaysia ada raw talent. Jadi what make us so successful masa season 7 ialah we managed to combine these two. So kita tengoklah season ni dengan season depan macam mana. Yep.
Ya, kita tunggu dan lihat daripada Aiman Wafi. Tapi kepada Lafel pula, sebab game pada petang ini sebenarnya orang cakap menjadi tumpuan untuk viewer kita di mana RSG versus Red Esports. Dan kita pun tahu kedua-dua tim ini adanya jungler yang hebat. Iaitu untuk tim Red Esports ada Zaid, manakala untuk RSG kita ada Kuza. Jadi mereka ada kekuatan tersendiri, tetapi apakah yang akan menunjukkan diri mereka sebagai jungler?
Ya, kalau kita tengok perbezaan dan juga persamaan mereka daripada segi jungling. Persamaan boleh katakan mereka punya hero pool roughly the same walaupun Kuza kita ada nampak alteration sikit pada bahagian fighter. Fighter Kuza is actually very very good. Tapi perbezaan yang paling besar adalah Zaid, dia suka untuk dapatkan turtle. As of right now, kalau tak silap saya, in terms of statistic, dia yang paling banyak securekan turtle buat masa sekarang ini. Dan in terms of Kuza, macam mana dia bermain, kita kena tengok. The captain untuk pasukan RSG adalah Izanami. Jadi kita boleh nampak the playmakers untuk pasukan RSG adalah Zakus dan juga Izanami. Jadi Kuza dekat situ akan follow mereka punya tempo. Kalau mereka nak control pada bahagian jungle, kita akan nampak Kuza akan lakukan benda yang sama. Jadi in terms of perbezaan kedua-dua player dekat sini ialah Zaid, dia punya tempo akan mengikut objektif dekat kawasan jungle. Kuza punya tempo akan ikut pergerakan Izanami dan juga Zakus. Kalau mereka boleh set out untuk kill, kita kena percaya yang Kuza memang akan kejar kill.
Okay, so tu maknanya untuk seorang jungler ataupun pemain jungler. Kerana kita nak tanya sikit kepada Aiman Wafi sendiri, di mana kita tahu duo di bahagian tengah tu adalah Izanami dan juga Zakus. Berdasarkan pemerhatian Aiman Wafi sendiri, sekarang ni kita nak nampak Izanami Zakus akan berlawan Ash dengan Mam. Jadi berdasarkan gameplay lah, apa yang membezakan sebenarnya dua ni?
Untuk mereka dua ni, okay, Mam is a transition from jungler to roam, but I think dia memang menunjukkan improvement lah. That flexibility, that shows how good he is. And then for us, Izanami dengan Zakus is just the chemistry daripada season 7 until now. So I wouldn't say that perbezaan because saya tak tahu rate macam mana tempo dia, siapa yang set the call. But for us it's like we trying to learn untuk the macro stuff, map awareness and whatnot, rotation. So this is the thing that you would see a variety of things that we do. But untuk compare those two, I'm not so sure on rate side because the way I see it lebih kurang sama je. Cuma because our aggression, right, sometimes we might be punished because of over aggression. So we want to try untuk reducekan benda tu, and I think daripada side rate they've been executing benda tu so well lah. So that's why they keep winning.
So boleh katakan kedua-dua duo ni ada perbezaan, ada kelebihan masing-masing. Itu boleh kita lihatkan. Dan sebab tu juga match yang ketiga ni, yang terakhir ni adalah match yang paling ditunggu-tunggu.
Ya, lagi satu benda yang saya nak kena make aware dekat sini kepada semua penonton ialah satu benda yang kita nampak daripada Red, boleh katakan mereka punya signature juga. Pada bahagian hujung-hujung game, bila dah masuk lot kedua ataupun lot ketiga, mereka akan gunakan conceal untuk wrap around. Jadi ini antara rotation daripada pasukan Red yang kita kena be aware of. Dan bila dah masuk kepada that stage, I would say Red antara the best team fight teams yang ada. Jadi untuk pasukan RSG, kalau dah masuk pada bahagian late game, memang kena check semua tempat sebab tiba-tiba mungkin Red ada kat belakang.
Oh, jadi mereka kena faham dan be aware sentiasa di dalam permainan. Tapi Aisyah ada soalan untuk Lafel sebab macam yang Aisyah tahu untuk setakat ini, Aisyah tahu yang sekarang ni mereka menggunakan fighter meta, assassin meta. Tapi mungkinkah akan mereka yang berdua ni, Red Esports dan juga RSG akan membawa kelainan untuk match yang ketiga pada hari ini?
Seperti kita nampak, kalau ada fokus ban kepada junglers, baru kita akan nampak alteration sedikit. Disebabkan kalau ikut dengan ban yang kita ada, maksimum 10 untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Kalau ada banyak sangat jungler kena ban, baru kita akan nampak fighter akan diutamakan. Kita akan dapat kelainan sikit seperti macam Yi Shin, some of the marksman punya jungler dekat situ. But as of right now, mungkin tak banyak perubahan. Paling-paling pun kita nampak Yin. Selain daripada Yin, I tak predict apa-apa yang terlampau out of meta. Kalau kita nak paling out of meta pun Harif jungle, tapi I tak sure Red ataupun RSG ada practice ke tidak Harif jungle.
Sebelum ni kita nampak macam mana pasukan Red langsung tak membenarkan Yin dekat tangan RSG. Ni mereka berjumpa untuk kali kedua. Adakah Red akan melepaskan hero tersebut ataupun boleh dikatakan mereka akan berwaspada lagi dengan penggunaan Yin daripada Kuza? Kalau sebut pasal penggunaan daripada hero ataupun pemain-pemain, kita akan tanya kepada manager dia sendirilah, lebih memahami. So, macam mana persediaan pemain-pemain pasukan RSG ni daripada segi nak training hero-hero ni?
Depends on fokus apa kita minggu tu. So let's say for example minggu ni kita lawan Todak dengan lawan Red, there are specific hero yang kita nak paksa sometimes sebab kita tahu dia punya hero pool banyak ni, dan kita try and see whether we can counter directly or not sebab they have a good drafter even for Todak, even for Sora. Even for Todak and for Red. Yeah. So persediaan tu of course on our hero pool dengan kita punya make awareness lah, because dua-dua team Todak dengan Red minggu ni ada individual skill yang sangat-sangat orang kata bagus lah. Jadi persediaan tu ada, hero pool kita cuba orang kata reaktif lah. Jadi kita tengoklah macam mana nanti.
Aisyah terlampau ada curious kat dalam kepala otak Aisyah ni.
Apa dia tu?
Sebab apa? Macam ada persoalan yang sangat besar. Walaupun tak besar sangat untuk orang lain, tapi besar untuk saya. Tapi macam mana untuk setiap pasukan menentukan player itu pegang role apa? Adakah mereka akan test satu-satu role ataupun mereka akan berlatih ke semua role dalam satu masa ke macam mana? Aiman? Oh
tidak, itu depends masa selection process. So kita tahu dia akan datang dengan saya boleh main role-role tertentu. And then kita tengok, kita try dan kita tengoklah sebab kadang-kadang coach ada different idea. Macam contoh kita dah ubah TikTok from jungler to gold lane. So because we see the potential there. Then sama Flex, Hakim also can play gold and jungle. So itu actually bergantung kepada coach, tapi kita perlu ada budi bicara juga dengan player sebab tengok kesesaan. Kadang-kadang bila mereka selesa di satu role tu, dan untuk kita reassess, double confirm is he really good at that role, dan kita punya orang kata KPI yang kita tengok lah. So rotation mid macam mana, KPI dia jungle macam mana, KDA timing. So itulah kita tentukan macam.
Terbaik daripada Aiman. Aisyah suka betul tanya soalan dekat Aiman. Tapi itulah tu, kita akan teruskan kepada kita victory untuk Team Red Esports terlebih dahulu, di mana yang pertama Optimize Moms Aggression, yang kedua Ben Selina dan Matilda, ketiga Stop Kuza from Snowballing, yang keempat More Kadita Please.
Kat sini saya nak tanya Lafel. Kenapa More Kadita Please, Lafel?
Itulah.
Syah suka Kadita.
Saya benci Kadita.
Sebab itulah kita punya kita sukses ni nak letak Kadita dekat situ. Sebab kalau kita tengok untuk kedua-dua pasukan, mereka punya perlawanan dekat pada bahagian mid itu adalah sangat penting, dan Ash dengan dia punya Kadita, dia boleh slowkan rotation enemy lagi kalau Iznami tak berhati-hati. Tapi untuk kita punya kita sukses, saya akan tekan sikit pada nombor 3 kerana masih ramai orang yang contact saya di mana tanya, bang, snowball tu apa lah? Snowballing tu apalah? And untuk kat sini, untuk semua penonton, snowball adalah di mana kita dapat advantage yang kecil ataupun kelebihan yang kecil, kemudian kita tambah sikit sampai letak dalam situasi pasukan lawan tak boleh nak lawan balik, iaitu mengambil satu benda yang kecil dan kita jadikan benda itu sebagai satu benda yang besar. Dan kenapa kena hentikan Kuza daripada snowballing? Kuza dia punya playstyle adalah kalau ada tempo, dia jenis yang macam tak fikir sangat dia punya KDA. Dia nampak peluang, dia akan ke depan, dia akan dapatkan kill. Walaupun kita nampak so far dia punya KDA sebenarnya quite good disebabkan dia pair up dengan Zakus. And Zakus so far, especially kalau dia ada Matilda, walaupun personally saya suka Zakus pakai hero yang tangkap, tapi dia pakai Matilda, dia boleh selamatkan kawan-kawan dia.
Ya, tapi sekarang ni kita akan pergi ke next team, iaitu RSG Malaysia. Focus on own draft, playmaking heroes for Zakus, prepare for 9 Massman Gold Lane, dan keempat Battle Lord Execution.
Okay, saya ada soalan dekat sini. Prepare for non Marksman Gold Lane. Kita tahu bagaimana TikTok dia punya role adalah di bahagian Gold Lane dan sebelum ni kat jungle, dan dia punya boleh dikatakan banyak hero dia adalah hero Marksman. Dan kat sini prepare for non-marksman Gold Lane. Apa pendapat awak, Afan?
Dia senang sebab kita pernah nampak Mal dia menggunakan Yuzong, dia menggunakan Yin. Jadi dekat sini kita tahu Mal very gifted player. Saya rasa semua orang yang tengok MPL terpaksa setuju di mana Mal, kita semua macam Mal hanya bisa marksman, hanya bisa ni sebab kita cakap Mal hero pool tak besar. Sekali dia bawa dia punya Yuzong, Yin, sekali dia bawa dia punya Yin. Kita boleh tengok yang dia boleh menang the 1v1. Jadi dekat situ untuk pasukan RSG MY, kalau mereka nampak kalau mereka dah nampak ada fighter dari Yuzong, tak boleh automatically assume yang ni confirm EXP ni kan. Tiba-tiba pergi gold lane, dah terkejut.
Faham? So kalau kat sini kita nampak better lot execution. Kalau pandangan daripada awak sendiri, Aiman Wafi, ada banyak kesilapan yang dilakukan oleh pasukan RSG sendiri dekat cara untuk mereka dapatkan lot sebenarnya?
Betul. So itu adalah satu benda yang kita perlu and actually focus. Even semalam kita nampak the comms. I would say that Mutalala dia masih cuba untuk belajar, but I think it's something yang the team as a whole pun kena improve lah. Sebab lot execution, we love to fight, we really love to fight, but sometimes kita tahu orang kata objektif tu lebih penting. And Mobile Legends is an objective game. You fight macam mana pun, if you didn't get the objective, you lose. So it's a learning process. Like I said, we are preparing the long season untuk improve dekat mana yang kita boleh improve. Jadi saya rasa itu salah satu. Lot execution adalah salah satu yang kita perlu improve. Jadi it's a benda yang kita dah acknowledge, dan we'll see how the execution for today.
It's a good thing bila kita tahu kita di mana kehebatan kita dan di mana kelemahan kita. Jadi daripada situ kita boleh memperbaiki diri kita. Tapi itulah tu. Saya punya perut lapar lah. Macam mana
Lapar? Nak saya order McD ke?
Nak. Boleh tak?
Boleh. Ini asalkan kita order minimum RM50 je, tapi rasanya ni dah lebih dah RM50. Asalkan kita letak MPL rewards kat situ, kita boleh dapat 6 ketul McNugget dan juga exclusive skin. Ya, rasanya lebih RM50. Rasanya 3 kali kita order McDelivery.
Betul.
2 untuk Milo je.
Wow.
Boleh.
Saya
McDelivery dia provide breakfast, lunch set and dinner. So ketiga-tiga tu sebenarnya Milo dah ambil semuanya.
Sebab tadi kita baru makan nugget. Sedap nugget McD sebenarnya tadi. Kalau kita lihat kan
macam ni.
Aduh, saya
actually kita orang pun baru beli.
Tapi
tadi.
Okey, sudah jom kita ke coin toss untuk saksikan siapa tim yang mendapatkan first pick dan juga second pick, dan kita invite Head Marshal kita Lim Yanzar, dan juga di mana di bahagian kiri kita ada Mal Red Esports, bahagian kanan kita ada Hakim RSG MY, dan headnya adalah untuk Red Esports untuk membuat pemilihan adakah dia akan mengambil belum lagi. Sorry, maafkan saya.
Teruja.
Ya, teruja sangat. Tails RSG dia memilih second pick lah.
Okey, second pick untuk pasukan RSG, sebab kita nampak macam mana banyak pasukan yang kalau dapatkan second pick, mereka lebih kepada untuk counter pasukan lawan. Betul tak, Imam?
Ya, itu antara yang saya cakap tadi, reactive draft. And tadi saya tengok win condition untuk kita orang ialah we focus on our own draft, which is true also. It's something that we are trying to learn throughout the season. Sebab saya rasa untuk player saya, dia dah kenal dengan player-player MPL lain. So Hakim is trying to play that reactive part, in the same time trust on our own strength.
Saya kan kalau dia berkata-kata macam tak ada ayat dah saya nak bercakap. Tapi itulah tu lagi sekali kita nak saksikan highlight of the match, di mana kita akan saksikan perlawanan ini dan pergi ke caster kita. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Sleepy Godzillas. And an interesting fact coming in from our manager coming from RSG, Aiman Wafi, sharing us a little bit of a humble thoughts, keeping a little bit secrets, giving a lot of information, but not too much to review their strategy. So I'm looking forward whether or not is RSG ready to take down Red Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL MY Season 9. And you guys are watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBB12 and he is Getting Cute. And all this is brought to you by our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partner in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Chart, EG Network, as well as our co-organizer, ESI. Without these people, we will not have all this amazing setup and also introduction of topics for you guys to listen throughout the entire MPL.
Absolutely, and more importantly so, we've got a live audience here with us today as the players are about to head up on screen, on stage, and I'm excited to see how this is going to play out because, again, Red is on the rise, you know? People and even Aiman Wafi, admittedly, like, you know, Red, they can't be too high up on the list, but the results tell us otherwise.
You know, they definitely caught off got to a certain degree to a point that, hey, we were expecting maybe Red Esports might not make it. They didn't exactly had a very good start coming from Season 7 as well as Season 8. This time, they look pretty strong, and it definitely wowed us as well as all the talents who kind of underestimated as well. I believe we had a little bit of flex from Uncle as well during Friday, mentioning that, hey, whoever voted against Red Esports, yeah, shame to be you.
Only natural from Uncle Chicken Knock as usual. But you know, I think it's exciting to see how much are they going to develop and how far they're actually going to make it into the league, especially with this quote-unquote started from scratch lineup from RSG. They're even learning, you know, the ropes around how this competitive play is actually moving out, especially for the newer players like Mortalalala, for example.
Yeah, I liked how smooth they became. Like Mortalalala, thanks Sif, thanks Lafel, thanks. Anyways, talking about the games here, yeah, I want to talk about how whether or not RSG, are they prepared or not? Is Izanami going to be playing this game? Because over the weeks here, RSG, they have been experimenting by trying out a couple players here and there. Whether or not do they fit their style, or are they still saving for the strategy? We tried to pry a little bit information courtesy of Lafel, but I like for a fact that, you know, Ayman Wafi is just keeping it down low, especially when it came down to this particular match. You know, earlier first few series, a lot of information though.
I mean, come on. He can't reveal everything about his team. He can't reveal all those juicy secrets he keeps locked away in a locker somewhere down in RSG headquarters. But I think especially, looks like the cheers from the teams are starting to pile up here. But when we're looking at Red, right, it's surprising. It really is shocking that they're able to get some big wins against some of the biggest teams here at the MPL so far, and really proving why Group B is such a competitive area.
Exactly. Speaking of competition here, let's get the show on the road, because this is going to be Red Esports as well as RSG as they walk in the aisle.
Red Esports.
Now, Red is looking red hot right now with their players comfortably showcasing their flexibility and still continue to experiment and expand the meta under Sora Bayong's draft.
Yep, with Mom taking a lead as the tank role as well, pretty much giving us some really sick plays over the weekends, and I'm looking forward to see more stuff coming from this boys, because he has bared his fangs with his Franco plays, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not is this going to be the trend coming in from Red Esports.
I mean, have you seen how tall Zaid stands? He's feeling comfortable and proud wearing that red jersey here today.
Yep.
RSG MY.
Well, their opponents, RSG, with Zakas as well as Izanami, going to be playing today, is proving to be extremely difficult to pronounce, apparently, as all their opponents are going to be figuring out the strategy on how to take this duo combo out. All they need to do right now is for Kuza to restart his engine and probably bounce back from their earlier losses over the weeks.
Personally, I don't think that's going to be too difficult for him after yesterday's performance. Unfortunately, they weren't able to win it out, but you can definitely see Kuza. He's revving up. He's building up momentum. He's just warming up for this match.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see whether or not Izanami is going to be able to do it with Zakas. And there you have it. RSG is going to be up for the grabs. Can they make it work against Red Esports? We saw a couple of very interesting fights yesterday, but all things considered, today's match is going to be very important for them. But before that, let's take a look at some stats for you guys to give you guys a little bit more insight on how things have gone well for them, in case you just tune in with the MPL. Red Esports here, we have Mao, Mom, Zaid, Ash, as well as Ren QT.
Yep, I mean, when we're talking about them, we got to look at obviously Mom and as well as Ash, who has been up on the rise, especially Ash. I mean, we expect Mom's talented flexibility and coming down to playing any role. It's an expectation after last season. But Ash, on the other hand, with this Kadita, we saw in the keys to victory, has really made a name for himself. Look at that KP and look at that average assists.
Yeah, he's been helping us set up for a lot of amazing kills for the team here. But what's really a big wow factor for me is actually Ren QT, who previously known as Aaron, usually plays on the gold lane. For him to transition to the XP lane, he hasn't been participating in a lot of fights so far, but he gets the job done by split pushing most of the time for the team to make sure that they have the perfect lane control for the teams to take a fight.
Well, let's have a look at RSG MY. It's TikTok Izanami, Zakas Kuza, as well as Mortalalala. Kuza has been quite an outstanding jungler, right? And we have to obviously compare him with Zaid, because both of these guys, Zaid obviously a little bit fresher, Kuza has a little bit of experience playing previously under Iblis, but but now under the RSG banner, it seems like he's really spreading his wings.
Yeah, I like for a fact that Kuza has kind of demonstrated that he has the mechanical skills. We always talk about mechanicals coming from these teams, but when it comes to experience, Kuza is definitely lacking when it comes to discipline to a certain degree. But always, every single team, they do have the tendency to be aware of what Kuza is capable of most of the time.
Yep. Now, if we're comparing both, Aaron, as you mentioned before, Rank QT, as well as Mortalalala, they do generally like to join team fights once they gain priority over their lane. Like, you're expecting to see them to a degree in the middle of the mix once it gets nice, hot, and heavy.
Yep, let's talk about the head-to-head stats coming from both these teams here. Both are pretty much up there in terms of unique hero counts, coming with Red having 36 unique heroes, ranking number 2, followed by RSG's also 34, ranking number 3. And I'm not gonna lie, Red Esports RSG, they are one of the most unique teams out there to be playing so many different kind of hero pools in this entire regular season.
Yeah, I mean, look, in terms of their stats, it's almost identical in terms of average DPM and as well as DTM at the same time. I mean, when it comes down to objectives, that's where RSG kind of take the cake here. First tower rates as well as first lord rates are a lot higher than Red Esports.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But now, speaking of contestment of the drafts here, seems like Mortalala as well as Aaron has, even though they're playing the similar roles, but in terms of contesting of heroes here, Esmeralda is going to be a priority for both these players, whereas from the only unique one here is going to be Yu Jong for Rank QT, and what's that hero again that has a war chief that you really like? I can't seem to remember.
Allus?
No. Mortalala's signature hero.
Lapu.
Yes, Lapu. That's your favorite hero. See, the amount of last though.
More like the steps it takes to get to that point. It's rather shocking in terms of the path. But now, looking at what everyone believes is going to take this game away, it feels like RSG does have a little bit of our favorites here at the talent pool so far. Not a single one of us voting for Red. And yes, Red, I still think this is a relatively difficult decision because the cleanliness of RSG's gameplay compared to the messiness of Red, at the end of the day, they have talented players on Red.
I'm not gonna lie, Gideon. You hate to see it. I know. That's we'll just leave it at there. All right. Maybe because Ayman's been giving us some really good info on the pre-show. I like it. But now let's take a look at what the audience thinks. Seems like it is kind of 50-50. It's not that bad for Red Esports. Maybe just the talents, but overall in general, it's a pretty good fight, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that it would have been a little bit more skewed in either side's favors, but it looks like RSG is mainly going to take the cake of the audience pie. With that being said, guys, don't forget about our Samsung here. You want to play Mobile Legends Bang Bang using the brand new smartphone with a sleek design? Then, with MPL Malaysia Season 9's official smartphone, Samsung, you can get an awesome gaming experience with a brand new Samsung Galaxy A52 S5G.
Yep, be sure to check it out if you want to test out a couple good games so far. It will give you that very immersive experience, definitely. However, speaking of games here, 30 seconds before we quick drafts here, I'm looking forward to see what can we expect coming in from up. Is Franco going to be the priority? Because in today's games so far, we've seen the final days in this MPL weekend, Franco seems to be the biggest threat of them all.
Well, we do think Franco is going to come up a lot, and especially with both of these teams, right? I mean, we have seen Zackus pull it off once in a while, but generally he's looking for those bigger team fights. But let's jump into the draft here and find out. With Red Esports on the blue side, RSG on the red side, we're seeing the Beatrix and Fanny banned out straight away.
I really like how the meta has kind of shifted to a point where, hey, Beatrix is first banned material. It is one of very few marksmen that kind of pops off after you hit level 4 rather early.
Yeah, and not to mention that Selena has barely seen pro play at this stage. This far down into the league, consistently banned out, and when it does slip through, people immediately gobble it up.
Now, seems like it's only the first game. It's a bench warmer coming from sorry, I would say a warming match coming from both Red Esports. RSG, I don't think they would want to take a very drastic measure in just banning off Franco from the get-go. They might let it off a little bit before. If things get out of game 1, hopefully they will be able to redeem themselves from game 2. But now, standard bans coming in. Lancelot is going to go. What is up for grabs? Maybe the glue? I don't think the glue. Or are they?
I don't. Well, personally, I think that especially when you're up against Red, they have a number of options. They have signature picks like Glue from Mom and Kadita coming in from Ash. And it really depends on what they want to deal with first. Both of them have very high win rates on Glue as well as the Kadita, respectively.
They're hovering on towards the mage role as well. It seems like maybe you are right. Kadita might be a force to be focus on towards Ash or maybe even the Lilia. They are still debating on towards the Lilia pick coming from RSG. Are they going to go for it? Nope. Looks like they are going to back off, but seems like nope, they're a little bit uncertain as well. So based on that movements right there, they were debating or banning off the marksman or just force up denying the Lilia.
Yeah, they're just doubling down on it. And I think getting rid of the Lilia does kind of say, hey, you know what, Red Esports, if you want to whip out that Kadita, that's totally fine with us. At least it's not a direct counter pick to this Lilia, making her black shoes absolutely useless.
Now, speaking of marksman, Popo and Koopa is going to be up for grabs, considering if and only if RSG has a good read saying that, hey, maybe there is going to be a couple of OP marksmen. But as of yet, Franco up for grabs. Do they want to pick it, or will Zayed take the Hayabusa as a first pick and then look to respond later on?
I don't think it's going to be Hayabusa first pick. I think for Red Esports, and especially when it comes down to the first game of the day, they like to go for these flexes. And Cho instantly going to get picked up. Ren QT as well as Mom both are capable of playing it. But I'm very curious to what the gold lane is going to be from, from Mal. We've seen like Yin in the gold lane happen before. We've seen Red traditional marksmen as well. And I think that variation is a very interesting development in the meta.
If I do recall, he did play one game of 1-1 in the earlier weekends, but didn't exactly go too well for Red Esports. So yes, I guess you can put it that way as well. And RSG, the manager did mention as well, they are going to be responding to this. So they want to look for it, whether or not is this going to be a Franco. Seems like they are not going to go for it. However, there is the option of going for the Franco-Selena... No, sorry, not Selena. Franco combo, but they will go for the Esmeralda and Ling instead. So that's going to be a specialty coming from Kuza and also Mortal Lala playing the Esmeralda.
Yeah, it's great to see that, Ling finally gets through and Kuza can really flex, because even during his time in Iblis during Season 8, Ling was something that was consistently banned out against this team. So now coming into RSG, half the time you get to see him play Ling. The other half is the coach being like, okay, so I'm sorry, man. We've got a draft already set up and Ling doesn't fit in it.
Yeah, and currently in the situation, we saw how earlier today, how SMG dealt with HomeBois. They had the Franco to actually deal with Ling. So maybe RSG is trying to bait Red Esports into forcing the Franco or pick something else, or maybe even force the Cho matchup against the Esmeralda, which arguably isn't exactly favorable. But Red Esports, they will respond with the Olas. Nope, okay, never mind. I take it back. They are going to force the Cho on the XP lane.
Yep.
As or Red Esports, they have no choice, I guess.
I don't think they don't have a choice. I think it's fine if they want to go in this direction, because at the end of the day, like Cho, even though his shields can be stolen away by the Esmeralda, he can still push the wave. And it's about contesting for priority and catching up in rotations. Now, Kadita gets picked up for the side of RSG, denying Ash his favorite hero as of yet. As we move on to the second ban phase, we're going to be starting off with priority to RSG.
Yeah, considering how the drafts the opening bans coming from RSG has kind of set up in this way, it's pretty much a great time to actually catch off Red Esports. And I must say, there was a good read coming in. They can forcefully just take off all of Hash's heroes from the get-go. But now, speaking of XP laners here, what else can Ren QT play? I feel like Yu Zhong needs to go on top of the Eve as well for Ash.
I think Eve is understandable for sure. I'm not so sure about the Yuzong just yet, because they've already technically got their EXP laner. Unless Mal all of a sudden gets to pick up Cho, then I think that's a different story. Yeah, that's the thing. You don't know.
Yeah, you're right.
With the gold lane, that's the hard part. But Cecilion gets banned out for the side of RSG. At the end of the day, it's still a mage. Fair enough. Take away their scaling, even though they already have an Aulus.
Okay, speaking of marksmen, pretty much I think Popo and Koopa is something that they have to take out as well. However, what is TikTok gonna play? Wait, if I do recall, TikTok does play the Link as well. Maybe they are gonna be flexing it up. I don't think so, right? I don't think they would.
We'll see. Johnson.
Wait, what?
bans out.
Oh, okay, Johnson Kadita. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, Johnson Kadita. I mean, Johnson gets banned out for the side of Red Esports. I don't know whether RSG would have actually liked to pick that up. The only team who has ever shown Johnson is Red Esports. It could be like an internal thing where it's just like, no, this is really good. We don't want to give other people. We want to be the only team that plays Johnson, and that's fair. And it's okay, understandable. But now RSG have choices to make. Are they going to get rid of another mage? I think the gold lane matchup is generally 50-50 at this point, and I think that it's fine for RSG because they are on the red side, but it looks like they're hovering over marksmen and they are going to get rid of Clint.
Yeah, currently based on what I'm seeing right now, Red Esports, they don't exactly have a strong split push potential considering how quickly HomeBois is going to be able to rotate between lanes. And RSG, taking away the Clint means that Red Esports, they are in a very peculiar situation where they have to try and match the split push potential or somehow figure out a way to stop this Link's rotation. So far, we've seen players like Zyme Sempoi kind of be very disruptive with his Franco. Can Mom do the same? I think he can, definitely, right?
I mean, he's done it before. He's done it time and time again. I have no doubt in my mind that at some point he's going to land an Iron Hook here. But with priority coming back over to Red, it feels weird. Like the Johnson they're getting rid of, okay, sure. If they get rid of Matilda, that's also understandable, but it looks like they're hovering over the marksmen and getting rid of that Popo and Koopa to make sure that, you know, now you're very limited on what you have in that gold lane. Brody comes up straight away into mine. Mal could easily play Wan into that matchup if they want to. So I think RSG at this point of time, if they want to pick up Wan, sure. I'm not sure whether TikTok is capable of playing it. No. Actually, I've heard that he is capable of playing it since Season 8.
Yeah, okay. So if they decide to go for 1-1, Red Esports, they do have a very, very strong physical-oriented drafts, whereas RSG, they are very magic-oriented, except for the Link. But if you are talking about marksmen here, if they decide to go for the Kimi, like I said, it's going to be triple mages all the way through. So if RSG decides to go for the risk, it is going to be, they've got to close up as quickly as they can. They've got to steamroll and invade all the way through. It's the best time to do so, but it looks like they are going to secure the Yu Zhong instead. So this is going to be a gold lane Esmeralda, which is arguably very, very strong if you get those early items.
Yeah, sure. Okay, fair enough. So that means it's going to be Yu Zhong in the gold lane, I think?
No, Yu Zhong XP, gold lane Esmeralda.
Gold lane Esmeralda. All right, so therefore,
like, if you think about it, right? A match, regardless is Yu Zhong or the Esmeralda, it's still an okay trade against a Cho.
I mean, sure, but that's not what I'm concerned about. The Cho goes in either of these lanes are totally fine. Ideally, would like to go against the Yu Zhong. At least then, if you build full damage, you have a good chance of actually going for the 1v1 and winning it. But I think in terms of the gold lane, right, this does open up a couple of options for Red Esports. If they wanted to go for Claude, technically they can. 1-1, a great matchup, and now you can just start farming with the average, or better yet, just regular weakness finder. This Esmeralda or Yu Zhong will generally struggle in this lane without the help of their support, and that's what RSG's last pick is going to be.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of the, I would say, Purify-ish coming from Kagura as well as the 1-1. So they don't exactly need more Purifies, but it's good enough to go for this play. But RSG, they're taking back a page off Season 7. The Flying Dragon strat is going to be really good to go for RSG. But seems like you are right. It is going to be a gold lane Yu Zhong as TikTok will be playing it, whereas Mortal La is going to go on the XP.
Yep, that's understandable. At the very least, you have the Furious Dive to get you in and out of tough situations, but it's still not an easy matchup and you're expected to get bullied. Angela will make life slightly easier.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see the Flying Dog strategy once again. Is it going to happen? Or is it going to be the Ling and Angela combo coming in from RSG? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading in towards the Land of Dawn for Game 1 between both Red Esports and RSG. The drafts has been set. Mao's famed 1-1 is going to be in play, followed up by Zaid's, Alles, and also Mom's Franco going up against the legendary RSG from Season 7, who used the Angela, Yu Zhong, and Ling to take out the competition and secure their victory. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into game number 1 between RSG versus Red Esports.
Let's jump right into it. Our final best of 3 here today, and the crowd is happy to be here alongside you guys watching from home on the English broadcast. We've got Red Esports on the blue side up against RSG on the red side.
Yeah, seeing how the invades are coming in, Mom is going to be RSG immediately denied by Zakas, knowing how annoying he can get. A couple of harassments here, nothing super crazy considering the sustains is going to be in his favor. However, fun fact enough is that Kuza is opted to go for the jungle emblem instead of killing spree to try and match Zayed's rotations.
Yeah, no, I think this is important because at the end of the day, it's about how fast you can kind of like clear your jungle, take it away, and more importantly, punish your opponents by being ahead in that rotation.
Izanami gonna get harassed as well. Here comes the hook. Izanami, is it gonna be an escape? No, he does not. So that's gonna be a big catch coming from Red Esports to capitalize on that situation. Mom perfectly understanding the situation that RSG was in.
Yep, unfortunately for Izanami, his Ocean Oddity only sends him in one direction, and more importantly, so he doesn't have a flicker. It's just a Petrify. So now Mom will continue to apply pressure along the river line.
Yeah, interesting enough, RSG MY going for double Petrifies to go in for the setup. And to my surprise, Red Esports doesn't have Purify, but fortunately for them, they do have the Kagura and 1-1 to escape the grasp of it all. The rest of the teammates not going to be too happy about it though.
Yeah, interestingly, Mal decided to go for Electro Flash instead of Weakness Finder. He's expecting his opponent to actually try and come down to his side of the lane, so he would rather the extra movement speed and heals instead of just obliterating this lane. But Kuza shoves Ashe out of lane, doesn't get to steal a camp away, unfortunately, but that does mean that it gets to sit on top of the turtle for free.
Yeah, but as of now, Mom making a attempt with the hook, doesn't seem to connect, but yeah, I know where you're getting at as well, the Electro Flash coming from Mao. Interesting enough is that, is he going for a shoe or not in the early stage of the game? If not, then probably the Electro Flash will help him a little bit more compared to the Weakness Finder without the shoes.
Yep, with the help of Mom and Ashe, Zayed is able to get this turtle for free, forcing Ling away from it. He was a little too low, and I don't think he had the extra support. I think they're just waiting for Zakas to hit level 4 before they start getting a little aggressive.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It seems like that's going to be the case because right now, Mom is also going to be close to the 4. I was expecting maybe they want to pick a fight before Mom actually has it. So, I don't know. It seems like they just want to farm a little bit more, and it seems like Kuza is just going for the objectives games.
Yep, Kuza is just focused on his farm, but he's a level down on Zayed right now, and he's right in front. He's literally right in front of his face. Mom, he is just waiting for an opportunity, but lands the hook onto what's as forcing out the blade attempt. Is Yin Yang overturn coming out of... Ooh, coming out of Ashe just in time, but Zakas saves Kuza's life. I definitely thought Kuza was instantly going to die there. Well played.
That was a pretty sick play, but now Zakas is going to focus down. There's no way he's going to escape this. Petrify is not going to be able to save his life as well. Izanami a little bit late to actually provide the assistance. Here comes the Ocean LDC coming in. The ultimate comes in, but not going to be able to burst anyone. RSG a little bit late to respond. Red Esports will get a free pickoff just like that.
Yep, and now RSG MY. This early game naturally was not going to fall into their favor, but not like this. At the end of the day, Red Esports is only slightly ahead, only having 2 kills. They're not losing out anywhere in particular, but you do realize that the game plan coming in from Red Esports is speeding up a lot faster than it should. Zayed is level 7 compared to Kuza's level 6, and if this keeps on going with this upcoming turtle, Zayed might just be 2 levels ahead of Kuza.
It's kind of surprising, right, considering how they're playing this. Like, I was expecting RSG may actually win this team fight, but as of yet, Zayed is somehow out-farming a Ling, which is kind of scary, and I must say, it must be courtesy of Mom.
Yeah, I think, Mom's been landing some really good hooks here. They've got a very good game plan, and Zakas and TikTok are looking for opportunities to get on top of Mal, but Mal playing the lane extremely well, knowing that as long as he goes 50-50 in this lane, he doesn't mind stacking up his items rather than trying to dominate TikTok.
Well, seems like Zakas is going to be looking for opportunity, go for the hard guard. Looks like they are going to force the issue. It will enter towards Kuza, eventually pops it out. Do they get the little turtle? No, they do not, but they are still going to force the fight anyway. RSG MY. Here comes the kick from Red QD to stop Kuza in his track, but they don't get the ultimate from the Kadita to shut them out. Can they get more out of it? Yes, they can. Zayed and Red QD will be the sacrificial lamb from Red Esports.
Very clean play coming out from RSG MY. They sacrifice a wave down bot side, knowing that 1-1 doesn't deal as much damage compared to 3 members of RSG wailing away at that top tier 1. A good decision being made, and you can see TikTok, he's back just in time and making sure that he clears that wave to absorb that EXP.
On normal circumstances, like if you lose the first turtle, you tentatively lose the second turtle. But based on the power spike coming from Red Esports, even though Zayed was winning the first one, Aulus doesn't exactly hit as hard as other junglers. So they kind of risked it to get away with it. But fortunately for Zackers, they were able to actually go for the wombo combos.
Yeah, I mean, Ollis is only really a hero once he hits level 12. So until then, he's basically just kind of there.
Pseudo minion.
I guess. I mean, his ultimate is still really useful,
Okay.
but other than that, he's just a farming machine. He's just,
a minion with slows.
Yeah,
before he hits hard.
Basically. Oh no, TikTok, he's got locked down here. He's definitely dead. 3 ultimates instantly coming out straight away. Oh wait, no, Yin Yang overturn from Ash, but more than enough damage to take out TikTok.
Well, looks like it does do a little bit more damage. Rank UT will get the Wave Dragon to stop Kuza, trying to delay the purple buff push. Mom also going to looking for the resets as well, and he will get the reset. But Kuza will say, hey, I'm going to turn the tide. Temple Blaze comes in. He's going to try and pick off Red UT, and he gets the job done. Well done to both Kuza as well as Zackers. And he's taunting them as well, as Red Esports needs to secure this. But looks like RSG will give it to him for now, but he's looking to jeopardize the tier 2 up top, and that is going to be objective gaming coming from Kuza.
Yeah, really nice wave management, but now here we go. Mortalalala as well as Izanami on top of Mal, and he's ready. He just needs a couple more procs. Oh, doesn't even get the crossbow of Tang. I think Mal would have been able to turn that around, but RSG MY sticking to their guns, sticking to the game plan. Fight for these turtles, fight for the neutral objective.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, they need Ren QT or as well as Mom to actually go out ahead to actually set up the fight. And interesting enough, Ren QT actually going for a tank choice instead. So it's a smart move considering that they actually need more frontliners than damage in this regards. Kuza now gonna try and harass Mao. He pops the hot guard coming from Zackers, but looks like they are not gonna get anything out of it. Meanwhile, Zaid on top is gonna be all by himself.
Yeah, the two major lockdowns for Kuza are down on the bottom side with Ren QT and as well as Mom. I think that's a good decision from Kuza to say, hey, I don't need to greed out here. I just need to kind of hover around this side of the map and not really commit to anything.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a slow grind. RSG MY, their win condition is slowly fading away if they do not start their fights anytime soon, because Zayed is level 11, very close to level 12. However, Izanami says, hey, I'm going to bully Mom. Instead, he gets the job done. Here comes Kuza. He's going to try and pick a fight with Ren QT as well. But like I said, these are just tank units coming from Red Esports.
Yep, but now RSG MY have claimed the gold lead back into their favor and even got ahead in terms of the kill score with 52 seconds for the next upcoming Lord. RSG seem to be winning on all fronts. I mean, they're a tower ahead. Unfortunately, they didn't get another turtle, but looking at the first item power spikes here, we are seeing them come through. Kuza at 2 items right now. Mortalalala finishing off his dominance. Ice is really going to help out.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very long one as well. Enchanted Talisman going to be up for Mortalalala as well. Here comes the hook, but doesn't seem to connect. Here comes a flicker kick as well. He kicks on the TikTok. TikTok immediately gets bursted down. Big chunk, big damage coming from Zai, getting a double kill. Looking for the triple. Can Kuza try and salvage the situation? The hard guy comes in, but Mom saves his ultimate, catches him off. Triple kill coming from Zai, looking for a maniac, and he gets the job done. RSG MY, they get completely flushed out.
Absolutely. After the first kill, Zai was able to get a lot of EXP, hitting his level 12 and instantly starts to shred down Kuza. A power spike that RSG was not expecting Zai to get in the midst of that fight. So now they claim the gold lead and are going to break even as they're going to pop that ult from Aulus, get a Berserker's Fury, now dealing 2k worth of crits on top of a Lord. This is so worth it for Red Esports.
That is crazy amount of damage. RSG MY, they have to realize they don't exactly have the strongest late game compared to Red Esports, who's already hit their timings. Mao has been super underrated as of yet, but looks like there is going to be a little bit of pause coming in from Red. Maybe even Red, sorry, both sides, okay? I don't know who's going to be paused on this regards, but it seems like there might be a little bit of issues, but RSG, it feels like they look really, really disoriented, or is it because they are really afraid? Maybe Ayman Wafi feeling nervous is going to come true to them.
It's translating over the screen. I don't know. Possibly, maybe. Could be one of those situations for sure. But I don't know. For RSG, what an unfortunate situation that one kill given over to Zaid got him his level 12. And he absolutely obliterated the rest of the members when he got that upgrade. He took it so fast as well. I don't think the RSG members were ready for it.
Yeah, it was really insane considering that, you know, I did not expect them to actually get away with it, considering they kind of messed up the first engagements, right? The hook kind of missed, the setup was a big flop, but you know, Ren QT comes out of nowhere, gets a really sick chicken dough, catches up not one but two heroes to set up for the wombo combo. So that was good enough of an XP to allow Zai to just pop off.
Yep. Now, back to the situation we were currently at for RSG. It's about to hit critical mass here as Red Esports, now with the Lord and Lord-empowered minions, are looking to take out the rest of the Tier 2 inhibitors and maybe, just maybe, crack open an inhibitor at the same time.
Yeah, not gonna lie, Kuza is having a very difficult time. They're putting all their eggs in his basket. However, Mom's got a good lockdown on him. Same goes for the Way of the Dragon. So if he's in the wrong side, the wrong place, he is gonna get bursted down. TikTok needs to set up for the team with the Black Dragon anytime soon, but looks like he will force it finally, and they are gonna try and slow down Red Esports, but he's taking a little bit too much damage, but the Flying Duck will be able to help him, or in this case, the Flying Hello Kitty.
Good defense here coming in from RSG MY. TikTok utilizing this ultimate to push away the members from Red Esports. And Kuza by himself split pushing as Red Esports are running down to this bottom side to hopefully catch him. The recall is going to come through, but he needs to hop away. And now that's the Iron Hook, and they don't even get the umbrella. But a good kick from Red QT in the wrong direction means that Kuza gets to walk away.
Well, great positioning from Ren QT to actually catch him off guard. So that's a very interesting angle to go. Mortalala going to be opening up the map, but he's not going to be able to do too much. The Franco completely shuts him out. Any wrong moves means you are going to get bitten regardless. Mom, just an overwhelmingly sick hooker.
Yeah, he is just... He's been landing these important hooks, and I think especially with his ultimate, it's really tough for RSG to get caught out of position like that. So Mortalala has to be way more careful in terms of where he stands, because Red Esports working together as a team, their chain CC is extremely good.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult spot for RSG MY right now. Like, what's the fallback plan? They need a marksman. Izanami trying to go for the setup, but instead gets kited out midway. Immediately, the suppress comes in from Mom saying that you kind of one-hit combo me. The Franco is going to be... I'm going to be always faster than you, brother.
Yep. And with Red Esports, 32 seconds until the next Lord is coming up. And if they wait, and actually no, off of that 29 seconds, they wait a little bit longer. Should be fine here. Luminous Lord will proc straight away. And RSG MY really need to contest this. But Kuza scraping off some golden EXP in the side lanes to make sure that his team stays in shape. But it's a 5k gold lead so far.
Yeah. Red Esports, I don't know. It seems like the Lord control is something that they definitely have all the advantage of over RSG MY. It's up to Kuza to actually go for the split push, and you can see Ren QT is just always making sure that he doesn't have an easy time, trying to get information for the team. Zai going to be starting off with the Lord as well, but seems like the bite comes in. They won't know where he is. Here comes the hard guys. The Lord keeps him alive. Tempest of Blade is going to be there to actually disengage, but takedown from the sides. But they won't get a great chop on towards Mao. However, can he survive the whistle at all? Here comes the ultimate coming is Izanami, but he's taking a little bit too much damage. The Chris coming from Zai will scare him off, and he's going to be backing out. And RSG, they bounce back, trying to stall out the tempo, and they finally found an opening against Red Esports.
Oh boy, alright, okay, a good bounce back. First TikTok trades live for Mal, which is pretty good for RSG MY, but they don't have their initial engage tool. Izanami doesn't have the rough waves either. A lot of resources have been expanded, but Mom, he's gonna open up the map first, even flickering out of the way to make sure he doesn't get hit. Falling Star Moon is down, and here comes the Unyielding Fury. Immediately the hard card comes out on Kuza's side. They need to kill Zai as soon as possible so they don't steal away the Lord, but the auto attacks is dishing out just enough damage. Angela saves Kuza's life, and Izanami turns this around, finds the kill onto Franco, and here comes TikTok on the Black Dragon form to make sure that they push their momentum forward. Ash, he's trying to run away, force that flicker, and no Shao residue procced.
Oh, that was a very sick play coming from TikTok, as well as Izanami to salvage the situation. Oh my goodness, I thought that would have been over. Likewise coming from Kuza as well, but Red Esports is not over yet. Mao is going to be in the vicinity, but as of now, Zai is pretty much dead. He's nowhere to go for retribution unless he steals it now. Nah, no way.
No way they can actually steal it, especially from a retribution user. The jungler from RSG MY confidently taking it away, not even breaking a sweat at this point, and hopefully RSG is able to flip that gold lead back to their side.
No, I'm a little bit curious here. What was going through RSG MY's mind? Like, why would you want to try and play this late game? But let's take a look at the itemization real quick. Ice Cream one up on Zakas instead of Mortalala means he is going to be focusing on Mortalala making the space for the team. Early games, 3 items is not going to be enough. They need him on 4, and I think it's kind of worked out for now, but for how long? we saw how much damage Zide is actually doing to his team fights.
Well,
it's kind of scary.
It's about peel, right? I mean, look at this. Angela gets picked off here as Ren QT gets the third hit of G Kundo onto the right targets. He's looking for opportunities to try and punish RSG MY through pickoffs. And, you know, Red Esports, their entire composition is based off whether an Iron Hook or even the Way of a Dragon can catch somebody out.
Exactly, but as of yet, I like how Kuza is constantly going for the pressure as well. Double man, Ren QT stunned, but he's not going to go in for the Way of the Dragon as the rest of RSG is gonna back out. Hook comes in, nope, not gonna do anything as well. Kuza also gonna be off the map as well. Very interesting position he is gonna be locating himself as he tries to potentially steal a split push potentially, but I don't know. Seems like you can see Zakas is making sure that he doesn't get caught out as well, but they do scout out this movement, so Red Esports, I don't think they realize that this is happening. And hopefully things are going to be okay. Izanami as well going to be on the sides.
Oh no, it's not a potential catch. Oh, the little bit of a knockback was not enough. The Breath of the Ocean comes out, but it's a little too late. He should have gone for the Petrify as the engagement now starts. As TikTok's looking for an opportunity. It's going to be the Kagura who goes down first, but it doesn't matter at all as Zide single-handedly takes out 2 and Mal to back him up with a triple kill with the help of the crossbow of Tang. It's a wipeout for RSG. Red Esports now looking to crack open inhibitors.
Oh my god, it looked like a winnable fight for RSG MY as soon as they glooped up. Zide went for a big fat slap and everyone was so low, allowing Mao for the taking. Ladies and gentlemen, very clean game coming from Red Esports against RSG. Izanami is going to be there to stop this track. He's got a 3-man knockout, but Mao doesn't really care. I'm gonna take game number 1, bro.
A good job coming in from Red Esports, turning that fight around, creating that space and making people forget about Mal until it mattered the most in that fight. Well done. GG, well played to Red Esports.
Wow, it's back to the drawing board coming from RSG as Red Esports had that game a little bit too easy. Is it the Franco? Is it the overall team play? But I feel that Kuza just had a very difficult time throughout the entire game.
Oh boy, what a game that was coming in from Red Esports. Now, RSG has a lot of things to start reconsidering.
Oh yeah.
Because you could tell that by the draft alone, we're seeing that Mortalala, he's getting a pretty decent matchup. But at the end of the day, he's not really able to make that much of an impact on this Esmeralda. He's playing with the team, but he hasn't reached that point where he can absorb all the damage. And even if he does, there is still a Demon Hunter sword and probably even a Malefic Roar, I'm pretty sure, coming out from Mal.
Now, I think when it comes to the playstyle, it was a little bit different between both Mortalala and TikTok, right? Like, I was expecting, hey, maybe they are going to send the Esmeralda on the gold lane, which arguably, if you have those items, Esmeralda will come up a little bit more earlier compared to a Yuzhong. But for this to work, for their composition to work, it's pretty much TikTok needs to start a fight and then the cleanup crew coming from Mortalala. So I feel like in terms of the positioning, it was a little bit off coming from RSG. You can feel like they are a little bit uncomfortable as well, considering that they are putting all their main damage coming from Kuza, going for the Angela strategy, which almost worked out, but Red Esports, they just don't really care.
Yeah, I will admit though that Izanami on this Kadita, it feels really awkward when half the time Zakas can't sit around with him to help him push out this lane, because Kadita, as we all know, doesn't have the best wave clear in the world. But Zayed having a great game with 13k gold in his pocket, full item build as well. And we look over to Mal, yep, traditional build, he already had full items by the end of it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see whether or not are they going to bounce back coming from RSG, because that was a little bit too easy coming from Red Esports. Nevertheless, you know, Zayed, he was able to get his items really quickly as well. RSG gave away too much of their control, but itemizations here, I don't know. I feel like there's only so much Zakas can do. It all comes down to whether or not are they going to go out of control, which unfortunately, heroes like Esmeralda, heroes like Yuzhong can't do anything to a Franco if you get bitten mid-air.
And if you get locked down, I think that's the biggest issue, right? And I think, you know, RSG MY might need to consider getting rid of this Franco, because it's causing them a lot of problems, especially if they want to go for something along the lines of Angela as well as Ling. Yes, it's a very classic idea, supercharge your carry and then start plowing through your enemies, but with the Bloody Hunt and as well as the Yin Yang Overturn on top of the damage, there's nothing you can do. Now, MVP of this game going over to Red Esports is Zayed himself, 7-2 and 8 KDA with an 88% KP.
Yeah, overall in general, he's been really, really on point in Aulus as well. Who would have thought he would be doing so much damage? And we were here saying that, hey, Aulus won't be able to be online until he hits level 2. Proves us wrong, gets 2 very, very early jungles against RSG MY. Sorry, very, very early turtles in that regards. First and second one in his bag. So well done to him to actually turn the tides for the team.
He turned the tide so well. There's nothing much you can really say about this matchup. It really came down to like that one big fight in the mid lane and a complete wipeout of RSG for Red to take full control. And I think it really comes down to the draft. Izanami, I really hope he doesn't need to have to go for Kadita again. Because yes, he gets on top of the right target, sure, but it's about that lane priority. Mid lane had no control.
I think it's extremely difficult considering how well Red Esports kind of drafted in the final phase where they picked the Kagura as well as the 1-1, right? These are 2 heroes that can easily just walk out of a Kadita's Petrify or even Yuzhong's Petrify as well, which is something kind of threw them off guard. Oftentimes, people expect that, hey, when we pick these heroes, we are gonna force people to pick Purify, but in this case, that didn't exactly work out. However, let's take a look at the highlights here, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. As you can see, starting in this fight as well, even though Red Esports were winning in terms of objectives, but if they group up, RSG MY is going to be able to shut them down. As long as Zayed doesn't reach to the later stage of the game, they logically should have won the fight. But all things considered, Red Esports, they just, somehow figured a way to just buy time.
I mean, Red Esports, what's great about them is the fact that Unyielding Fury is such a powerful spell, right? If you're looking for the engagement, lay it down in front of him, and the slow and dot damage should be more than enough. But at this stage, when they're up against people like Mom, that Bloody Hunt is always going to be relevant. Even though he was 3 levels down on Kuza, he locks him down. He locks Kuza down in place for the rest of his team to completely burst him through.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Mortal Lala is just in a position where he can't exactly be in the front lines at this stage of the game as well. And you can see he was so afraid of being in front. And by the time TikTok was going to do something about it, it was a little bit too late. Likewise, coming from Izanami as well, couldn't exactly find the perfect catch. There were a lot of nail-biting close calls coming from RSG MY, but Red Esports just said, I've got a big bad damage. But I'm looking forward to see how this actually works out, because it looks like Zai is about to die, turns the tide, boom, everyone just gets taken out.
And they do. I mean, Mal playing the best of his capabilities on top of it all. I think it's just a tough game. It's just a tough game for RSG MY. None of their lanes were really technically quote-unquote winning. And by the time any rotations were made, Franco was either mirroring them or kind of leading the charge for these bigger dives. But that's just game 1.
Yeah, seems like the nervousness coming from Ayman Wafi on the panel here is going to be true as well, because Red Esports, they are a force to be reckoned with. It seems like it might be swaying the hearts as well here on the audience as well as all the casters potentially. Okay, maybe not all the casters, me in particular, might be swayed a little bit. But can RSG bounce back from game 2? I'm not exactly sure. But as of now, Red Esports, they're 1 game ahead. If they continue to have what they have right now in game 1, or in this case, they Franco again, which kind of helped out throughout this entire week so far, it's going to be easy to go. Unless they ban it.
I don't think it's going to be easy as they say. I do think that Cho is still a pretty good pick against the Franco at the end of the day. You can do a lot of work with it, especially if you've got the mechanics to back yourself up with it. But I think Ash and that Kadita, sure, it's decent, but I don't think it's I also don't think it's worthy to be banned unless you have you want that Lilia. So I think when it comes down to how RSG is going to draft, right? They're going to be thinking, Franco, do we get rid of it? Yes or no? I'm guessing this time, most likely, but it depends on which side that they're on.
Yeah, I like for a fact that I was expecting this Cho to be a damage Cho on the sides, right? In my mind was like, okay, this is going to be a damage Cho. This is going to be a very rough game for Red Esports, but for Red QT to play a tank Cho, which kind of helped them become a meat shield to soak it up, is pretty good. However, you know what I want to know is that, are we going to be celebrating more games right after this? Yes, we are. And I would like you guys to celebrate moments with Nescafe with us by scanning the QR code right below and get yourself 30% off with no minimum spending, capped at 20 ringgit for a pretty sweet deal of caffeine for you guys.
Don't miss out. So claim it while you still can, because we don't forget that we still have the lucky draws at the very end of the show where your names get popped up. I mean, if you've watched this before, you know what's going to happen. But in case you don't, there is lucky draw. So stick around until the end. Now, what do you think are some of the adaptations coming into this game? We've talked about the support section here, but now Mal, right? We see this 1-1, we see this 1-1, and we also see the fact that TikTok is deciding to go for these fighter style. Like, I don't need the lane, I want to play for the team with this Yu Zhong. Do you think he's going to revert back into going into these marksmen once again?
I feel like it's kind of difficult based on the drafts and the situations here, but with this drafts coming in for the recap from game number 1, like, I feel like the fighter style was a little bit more forceful. They wanted to sync up, like, hey, maybe they want to win opposite ends of their fights. Maybe even hope that Kuza makes a lot of space with this Angela combo. But it was almost nearly impossible to do in the mid-stage game. But early stage game, it felt like they were looking a little bit too lost to a certain degree, if you think about it.
I guess I'm not even 100% sure, right? Like, if we're talking about loss, is it just a lack of direction, or is it because of like the
lack of direction?
I feel like it's not entirely a lack of direction. I feel like it's indecision on top of the fact that you're limited in your draft. Like, what options do you have here that you could actually utilize other than like, oh, you know, you flying duck strat with the Yu Zhong? Angela just isn't as good as it used to be. I think that's number one. And it's great that Kuza can get it, but if you're losing out on these early trades, and I think that's where the biggest mistakes came from RSG, if they didn't lose that early game as hard as they did and kind of went 50-50, eventually level 4 would have been at a perfect moment where they can actually take full advantage of Angela's ult on top of not being behind.
You know, based on the drafts coming from RSG, it's just straight up very clear-cut that RSG just don't have range damage. If you think about it, get it, Kadita, he needs to be right in your face. Yu Zhong, he's gotta be in your face. The Ling, he's gotta be in your face. Esmeralda, he wants to be in your face. Whereas from the side of Red Esports, I've got a 1-1, I can poke. I've got an Aulus, I can ult you. I've got a Kagura, I can still poke you over RSG.
Yeah, I would make an argument that personally you might even want to go for Diggy. That might have been slightly better in that matchup.
Against a Franco ult, a little bit hard. But I mean, yes, I agree. I agree.
At least then, at least then you might be able to like cancel the ult midway or something, or buy that extra bit of time that the team needs. They had double petrifies on top of it all, so I don't know. I think, you know, RSG, as you mentioned, this is that warm-up game. They're not exactly feeling too hot, but hopefully they warmed up enough for this second draft.
Yeah, hopefully things will be a little bit better. But 20 seconds left into the drop. Is the Franco going to be a priority? What we do know, Mom's Franco has been making waves from the side of Red Esports. And on top of it all, Mom has played with RSG, so he's pretty sure he knows the ins and outs of what they do know and what they can do throughout his past experience when he was with RSG.
Yeah, hopefully RSG isn't feeling too cold here in the arena as we move on to our second draft. Red is still going to be on the blue side with RSG still going to be on the red side. Expect to see the same bans coming out from both sides. Yep, there we go. It's Selena, the Beatrix, RSG, they ban on the Fanny. This should be Valentina, and then the big questions will appear.
Franco. No. Okay. No, looks like they are not gonna be worried about Franco, and I'm surprised RSG once again going for second pick instead of first pick. So I don't know. Is this a repeat, or is it just, you know?
I think it's a repeat. Personally, I think it's a repeat. The only things we're really going to see is towards like the second half of, well, maybe not the second half, but basically this third ban here, right? I think for RSG, they don't mind if Lancelot goes through because Zaid seems to be very comfortable on these late game style, and actually the entirety of Red, this late game style of composition that generally just wants to focus on that team fight and playing the mechanics of the team fight. Red Esports, they ban out the Lancelot. RSG, big question here, are they going to get rid of Franco this time?
Yeah, I think they should. Like, straight up, they just need to take it out in full, but at the same time, I think at this phase in game number 1, they ban off the Lilia, which is a little bit of an overstatement, but as of yet, they're hovering to tanks. They are still thinking about it as well. They're still thinking, whether is it going to be Aulus, is it going to be the tanks, is it going to be a silent there, and 25 seconds left on the clock. RSG MY, they've got a pretty clear cut. Do they want to just give away the Franco, or they just straight up ban a Cho? Because considering that both teams play a Cho, Zakas wants to play it. Likewise coming for Red Esports.
Yep, with 10 more seconds on the clock, RSG, their final ban of the very first phase here. What's it gonna be? Hovering over Assassins, Fighters, Tank, and there we go. The Franco finally gets banned out.
Took them long enough.
Yep. I mean,
took them very, very long.
I guess they were really deliberating. It's like, do we really want to get rid of this? Is this worth it? It's just, how about we just don't get hit by the hook, right? What about that strat?
Yeah, it seems like this. Okay, it seems like all the plan is going to be going according to Red Esports as well, but that means there is going to be Lilia up for grabs as well as the Cho. Do they want to take the Lilia or do they want to take the Cho? Seems like Red Esports will take the Cho. RSG, Lilia for Izanami?
I think it would be better compared to Kadita because it clearly just means that, you know, Izanami, he is to a degree comfortable, but it seems that we found the limitations of his hero pool, right? Now, I don't think Lilia is going to be the answer, mainly because Red Esports is very comfortable in that matchup with the Kadita of their own. So I'm guessing maybe we're not going to see the mages just yet.
You know, we had this debate, I think, over the days as well, where Marksman mid has been not really popular. He's been popping out to other ranked games as well. And so far, RSG is one of those teams that actually play a Beatrix mid instead of gold lane. So Izanami does play it, but considering that Red Esports is they just don't want to deal with this Beatrix, just straight up ban it up. But RSG, they open up with Paquito and Ling.
Okay. RSG is making a hard read here, and I think it can be punishable because right now, we're talking about Red here. They're extremely flexible, and they could easily decide, you know what, I want to play Edith. I want to play Esmeralda up for Ren QT, and then throw Cho into the support section. And I feel like RSG is kind of tunnel visioning during the draft. I could be wrong here first. Let's see if Red Esports is still going to follow the exact same pattern as they did in Game 1, or identify the fact that, okay, they've already shown Ling as well as Paquito, so we know Paquito's going into EXP lane. We can essentially get a 50-50 lane, or at the very least, focus on getting oppressive matchups, and that's what they're going to do. Oppressive matchup for gold lane, and Yuzong, a pretty decent lane at the very least against something of the likes of a Paquito.
No, that's the thing about Red Esports, right? Like, you did mention as well, they can still flex out potentially XP as well as a tank role, but Mom is very comfortable playing Cho as well as the Franco. And in this regard, now it makes a little bit more sense why RSG decided to pick the Yuzong, expecting maybe Ren QT would pick it up in the earlier first game, but I don't know, it's a little bit iffy for RSG to still pick it up later on. But nevertheless, it's still favorable for Red Esports. Kadita once again up on RSG.
I think this is one of the few matchups that Red Esports, I really hope that they ban out Diggy here, because this is looking like a pretty good Diggy composition, especially since Yuzong won't be able to do too much. Popo and Koopa is going to get run down, and the I'm Angry or Alpha Wolf is not going to help it, and Cho, you can just walk away for the Black Dragon form.
Don't get me wrong, like, RSG, they're doubling down on their first game strat. They just want to be all in your face again, but this time with a little bit of improvisation. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Angela again, but I don't know. I feel like Red Esports, if they pick the Diggy for themselves, pretty good. They pick the Diggy for RSG, also pretty good. Ish, I guess. I don't know.
I personally don't think it matters. If they get Diggy or not, as long as they have somebody who generally has some hard CC, then whoever Angela decides to get into, you can just lock them down for basically forever.
This is tough. Like, okay, seems like they are harboring onto the Matilda coming from Red Esports. They will ban it out. Okay, melee compositions, yeah, makes a lot of sense. You know, the Matilda is going to give them that additional advantage to actually back out of the situation. I can see where it's coming from as well. Barats, and they're not going to play Barats.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know what RSG is thinking this draft. This is a little bit suspicious for me.
Nah, I think it's all right. They're just focusing on counter matchups and countering the compositions that they saw during Game 1 against Red Esports. See, they're banning out the Kagura as well at this point of time, knowing that Ash can play Kagura. Let's make him feel really, really uncomfortable. Now, Ash could easily go for Lilia if he really wanted to, but does he want to get one shot by Izanami on this Kadita? Probably not, so he's going to have to think outside of the box.
Yeah, Purify, I think Purify Lilia is great up on Ash, not gonna lie, but I feel like RSG, they're forcefully denying the Kadita pick against Ash for 2 games in a row. Like, I don't think Izanami only plays Kadita. He's got a really big hero pool, so I feel like this is intentional just to deny it against Ashe.
Here we go. It's Angela that gets banned
know.
out for the
They
side
know.
of Red Esports. I like it. Personally, I like the way that they're thinking right now. Very, very smart, in a matter of fact. And I want to see how RSG kind of pieces together this composition. They have no Cho at this stage of the game. They could go for Kufra if they wanted to. Raphaelia is also available. Lilia gets picked up.
What?
Okay, so yeah, TikTok is going to be playing the Lilia. He's done it before, and especially against a Popo and Koopa, that's not bad. Popo and Koopa tries to harass. Lilia's like, I don't care, I'm just going to wave clear.
Double mages again. Seems like they are doubling down with no marksman coming from RSG. Okay, not a big fan of it, but hopefully it will work out. They are looking to make space across the map so that Kuza can go for the split push, I guess, but Red Esports. Second time, I would like to see Ashe play something else. In this case, Yeef looks pretty good in this composition. I don't know, maybe Lunox? Nah, Lunox is not that great, but I really like that Yeef would be in his favor, in his pocket for now.
Honestly, I think even if it was Lunox, it would be technically better than Kadita, because at least you have a lot more counterplay and you can push out the waves. But Yeef works out perfectly, sets up that kill box. Hayabusa gets locked in for the side of Red Esports, and finally we see Zakas on a playmaking tank, a hard engaging tank. And that's going to be the Kufra. Generally, I think it's okay.
Yeah, this comfort pick is coming from Zakas, but I really like what Red is thinking as well. But the only problem for Ashe right now is literally that he needs to be very worried about where Izanami may or may not be and prevented to be one shot. Is he going to go for a flicker? Is he going to go for the Purify? I don't exactly know, but what I do know is we are going to be preparing for game number 3. That's what I know.
All right, let's head on over to the tunnel as we make our way towards the land of Dawn, the battlefield where legends are made and only champions are born. Red Esports, this time their composition has changed a little bit. Very traditional style of gameplay. Lock them in a box, team fight to no end. RSG, on the other hand, has a little bit more flexibility with their counter matchups, strong engagements, and fast rotations.
Yep, and ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2 between RSG versus Red Esports. Will RSG be able to bounce back? Oh, will Red Esports take the clean 2-0? Now, this is going to be a very important moment for RSG. Can they get the setup in time? Mortalala already playing the Paquito. We know him to be extremely aggressive in the earlier weeks of the regular season. However, we are going to be seeing how Mom plays this. He is going to try and harass and trade with Zakas, but I don't think this is what Mom wants, because Zakas does have the passibility later on and also the damage to kind of stop Mom and preventing him from getting out of sticky situations.
Yep, Mom, obviously he's again trying to get into the faces of RSG MY, condition them. Mortalala takes quite a bad trade against that Yuzong, which is not good. Paquito is going to take an early recall as Ashe losing a large chunk of his HP as we see the Little Wanderer being taken away by the Ling. Faster rotations equal to faster movements. And notice that we are seeing a little bit of a change, right? Now both sides are taking the killing spree. Kuza is extremely aware of the matchups and will change his emblems according to the playstyle that is required.
Yeah, I like the decision making. Meanwhile, Zakas is going to catch Mom. Can he get the bounce ball and cut him up? Yep, he will. And that's going to be Mom die. No, wait, what? He flickers out of there. Izanami just doesn't have the damage, and Zakas not opting to go for the passive ability as well. Oh my goodness.
He didn't want to trade flickers for flickers. He thought he was going to get that kill, but unfortunately it just was not enough. Izanami unfortunately didn't have his ultimate or any cooldowns to finish him off, and more importantly so, he's not going to have Petrify for this upcoming turtle fight.
That's really, really unfortunate for RSG MY. Meanwhile, we do see Kuza going to try and invade Zai, knowing that he got the mobility. Here comes the bouncing ball as well, stopping Rank QT from disengaging. He doesn't have the Black Dragon, means he won't fall. No way of disengagement. So first blood for RSG MY.
Well, that's what was Rank QT's thought process there. He goes into the middle of all 4 and expecting not to see the rest of the mid lane show up. And Paquito as well. Not exactly the best decision he's made before. But hey, everybody makes mistakes. That's first blood bounty going over to RSG MY. And more importantly so, Rank QT still hits his level 4, so he can still be a part of this turtle fight.
Yep, Mom just having insane reactions here shouldn't pose out of the dangerous waters as well. As the turtle going to be completely ignored from both sides, and seems like Zakus is going to be here to set up for the kill. Does he go it? Nope, he does not. Kuza tried to bait it up for the team. Unfortunately, a little bit slow. Ash gonna try and go for a pokes, but seems like they will get the reset instead. RenQT forces the Black Dragon. RSG says, you know what? We're resetting this fight. We are gonna try and bait out this situation. Zakus gonna get knocked up, but he's gonna be A-okay. Baiting out major ultimates against Red Esports.
Yeah, no, honestly, this is pretty good here. Ooh, shot.
Oh, Zakus is gonna die.
Dies the shot residue here as Mortalala is a little late to that fight, but they do find that return kill. Real world manipulation is on top of him. He ends up, going down to the real world manipulation as Zai trying to get this kill onto Izanami, dodging very well. The Petrify comes out as well. Mom is looking for a kick. He finds it onto Kuza to save his jungler's life, but he ends up trading. It's a triple kill coming out of Ash.
Oh, sick plays coming from him. And while that's actually happening, the Tower Shredder Mao is going to take out the tier 1s up top. Not even 5 minutes into the game. Triple kill for Ash means Red Esports is going to have a very, very fun time in next upcoming fights.
Zai played that perfectly. He was baiting out everything out of Izanami and dodges the big abilities. He only got hit by that Petrify, and even then, he was still looking for the big outplays. Mom playing well with his jungler.
Yep, definitely. Now, Clock of Destiny up on Izanami means he is gonna need a little bit more time before some serious damage comes out. Mom gonna be using the turtle as a bait to set up for Red Esports, but the rest of Red Esports is just not there. Mortalala looking to chunk him down. He does the damage, he gets the job done, but it's not gonna be enough to force any reaction as Red Esports is gonna try and farm his way through. Meanwhile, top side, Mao, quick reactions, flickers out of position.
Just in time as well, but look at this. Zakus opens up the doors, opens up the map. He sees RenQT. They're going to bait this out, but instead, they're going to focus on Zakus as RenQT zones out Kuza as much as he can. Mom is going to give his life as the Blade Tempest comes on through, and that's 1-for-1 trade. Mortalala has to flicker over the wall as he goes a little too ham here. They need to communicate better for the side of RSG. It feels like some of the members on RSG is just a second, not even a second, 0.5 seconds off the call.
Yep, seems like before that happens, Kuza tries to make a little play on Mao, doesn't seem to connect the dot. But yeah, I definitely agree where you're coming from. RSG MY, they feels like a little bit slow. You can even see Mortalala, he thought he was going to make a play, but his team doesn't seem to want to engage at all, considering that Ash is 4-0-1. This Eve is actually going to hit a little bit too hard, so as of yet, hopefully RSG is going to be able to do something. Catch comes in, shoot ball coming from Mom. He immediately kicks him out of position. Zakus going to be in an awkward situation, but he will lose his life coming in from Mom. So things could have been spicy coming from Red Esports, but nevertheless, RSG MY, they will get a very nice redemption kill.
Yeah, that was some beautiful mechanics coming out of Mom. I mean, he was able to, initiate, it stopped the initiation with the Shunpo, but he still gets caught by the ultimate from Kufra. A little sad there, but very nice layering coming out of Zakus, expecting Mom just in case he's able to Shunpo in time.
Yeah, that's a little bit difficult situation right now, but as of yet, Red Esports, they're not too far behind yet. Zakus opening up the mat, Izanami finding an opportunity to go in for the one-hit combo. We haven't seen that yet. Lightning Trunk is going to be the next purchase yet as the itemization coming from Izanami. Those are coming in. Zai going to go for the OK Shadow Kill. Izanami forced to use a very, very defensive ultimate, and he's going to back out. Is he going to survive it? Yes, he will. But the reset is going to be on his way. Mortalala taking a little bit too slow. Meanwhile, RenQT is going to force the Black Dragon on down bottom to try and stall things out. But Mortalala will lose his life from middle lanes.
Oh no, he is playing very poorly right now as Zai is able to trade a turret up on the top side as well. The score is slightly in Red Esports' favor in terms of kills as well as
Kuza.
Only, but now Kuza is going to get kicked here, and the lockdown from Mal. It seems like Red Esports is all over RSG.
Oh my goodness, that was just coincidence or what, but that was a sick catch coming from Mom. Izanami now forced to pop the ultimate, doesn't seem to hit Zai as well. Tried to time it with OK Shadow Kill, did not happen. TikTok now gonna be caught out, he's getting chunked away. Forced to go for the black shoe, but they will get Mao on the contrary, so a little bit of redemption points. Meanwhile, Zakus taking it a bit too low. Mom looking to set up for play. Zai also looking for the baits as well. And they don't even need Zai, all they need is Ash just completely chipping away at his damage.
RSG is playing terribly right now. It feels like they're so disconnected, mechanically making mistakes as well. And against Red Esports, who easily punish them, they are just getting rolled right now for literally no reason.
Very, very hard games coming in from Red Esports as well as RSG. But feels like Red Esports, they've got a clear objective of what they need things to get done. Whereas RSG, their win condition is Izanami set up to this one big combo. Mortal Lala gonna be back off. Did they re-engage? No, Mom's gonna get harassed his way through. Lilia needs that Ice Queen 1 before he matches the slow of Ash as of yet. But Ash says, I don't care. I'm gonna continue to harass and annoy you guys.
See, here's the big problem, right? Red Esports, they don't really want the turtle because if they give it over to RSG, then they can kind of set up for that big attack with Ren QT to start the engagement off. RSG, on the other hand, also don't really want to take the turtle because then Red Esports can sit on top of it and they can engage with ZACUS.
Oh, Mom is going to get dived on. Here comes the Black Dragon coming from Red Esports to actually stop them now. RSG overextended. They are going to be disoriented as well. Mortalala going to be next to fall. Kuza also going to be slowed down by Ash, and Ash didn't even die, and they're looking to re-engage. TikTok not even in a position to help set up for those Shadow Ball combo as he was a wall away from actually doing some serious damage.
Yeah, now Ash is gigantic. He's 6-0-4. He's absolute monster right now. And even Zayed is flexing on Izanami as well as TikTok, knowing that he's a full 2 levels ahead of both of them. There's nothing they can really do. Now, even though that Red Esports is 1.5k ahead, right? It doesn't mean that RSG MY is completely out of the game. But as you can tell, they're losing map control. And Red Esports, they love this sort of space because it gives more angles for Ren QT to get in on these neutral objective fights.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Meanwhile, Ren QT looking for the settles. He's got a very, very cheeky play. He can go in for the Petrify, but the rest of Red Esports is not there. So he's gonna say, you know what, I'll save it for a different fight. Meanwhile, Izanami also gonna be on the other side of the map, so all by himself looking to make a play. And they know he's there. Oh no, he needs to make a run for it, and Mob will immediately go for the wraparound, forces out the ultimate, and that is what big ultimate is going in as well. Zaka is going to be stopping Ash in the vicinity, trying to slow him down, but he's going to be caught out all by himself. The rest of RSG MY are disoriented. They cannot set up for this play, and they get punished for their disposition. They manage to save Izanami, but at what cost? Losing Zakas and Mortal Lala.
Mortal Lala comes in to try and...
Oh no, TikTok.
TikTok is going to take the black shoes and now gets locked. Oh, almost getting locked down. As a matter of fact, Kuza needs to get this retribution kill onto Mob. He finds it initially. He manages to get off the Blade of Tempest in time, but then gets locked down by Mal. He goes down. Izanami is almost so close to dying, manages to get the rough waves in time. And now RSG is just a donation hedge fund, and Red Esports is happily just taking these free checks.
Oh my goodness. Red Esports just completely outplay there, and then RSG MY took one of the riskiest gamble of their lives, and they get completely flushed out. Are they going to be bankrupted? I don't exactly know yet, but what I do know is that Red Esports, they will take the Lord for now. RSG MY, they've got a couple items here. Ice Cream was finding out on TikTok means he is going to be extremely slow in this team fights, but is it enough to save the team? They need a big fat, I don't know, 3-man Tyrus Rage setup in the KO punch, I guess?
Yeah, I guess that is one of their bigger win conditions, but I think at the end of the day, like, Red Esports are very comfortable with this style of siege composition. If they stick as 5 and leave a little bit of a gap between each other, like Ash, most importantly, cannot get caught out, but he's got Purified to ensure that if he does, he still is able to kind of walk away from the situation and then drop down the real world manipulation. Zakas, he does get that radiant armor, which he so desperately needs, but these tier 2s are essentially gone, and Red Esports are guaranteed a 5k gold lead ahead of RSG MY.
Yeah, you can see TikTok has to use all his Shadow Ball just to clear the minions. So that means when the fight is about to break down, this Lilia is not going to be able to do too much in most of these team fights. Red Esports, however, as long as they don't group up as much as they can and just get one-shotted, they're good. They're okay with just trading RSG MYs because the ultimates on RSG MY is extremely costly. Zach now, he's going to go for the dive. Mom knows that this is about to happen and he immediately catches him off guard. Now, they're pretty much grouped up. Izanami looking for a big fat catch. Ultimate comes in, but it's not enough damage straight through. As Red Esports look to bully the back lines and everyone from RSG have to run away.
Mom is so good. He purposely baits Zakas, and I think Zakas just went on autopilot. It's like, yeah, I can go in. I'm not going to get punished for this, but the lack of understanding that Red Esports are all positioned for that top side of the jungle makes it so good for Mom to kick him back into the team. A perfectly timed Shunpo. Well done to Mom, continuing to mess with the heads of RSG MY.
Oh, that is insane reactions coming in from him as well. And right before the bouncing ball even lands, he dodges the initial stun. That's sick. Rotolala now going to be caught up as well. Goes over the KO cut, immediately gets chucked away. But a big damage coming from Izanami. Looks good, but is not good enough. Mao will be the sacrificial lamb for Red Esports, but as long as Kuza is alive, can he pick up the pieces? No, he cannot, because Zaid is picking off his teammates. Now, he's going to be the last man to start surviving as well. Red QT going to chase his life as well. Can he find his loot? Yes, he can, but Zaid is waiting. Zaid is coming. Kuza, where are you going to run? He's going to man fight with him, and he gets a monster kill up on Zaid as Red Esports completely flushes them out.
Red Esports need to end this on RSG MY, put them out of their misery at this point. This is just sloppy play from RSG MY. There's no telling how far it's going to go and hurt them in the long run. Red Esports now, they've already... Now, here's the thing that I've noticed about Red Esports. They don't like to press the advantage, and they understand RSG MY's comp. So every single time they hit them hard, okay, look, we take what we can from the jungle, reset, and after that, come back to fight around a neutral objective, because they know that the death timers are generally quite short, and the re-engagement from RSG MY is so high that if they're low and they get caught out of position, it's over. Zakas?
Oh, Zamam also catching Izanami as well. Izanami easily gets bursted down before he can do anything of the fight as well. And now Red Esports is looking to bully them all out. RSG has no way of escaping. Winter Trucker comes in, but it doesn't even matter because no one's going to be there to help you. Kuza, last man standing for RSG MY. What can you do? The Lord is coming in. This is going to be a very, very difficult moment for RSG MY. I think the game's over. Red Esports, they are looking to close it up.
They're going to muscle it. Now Kuza, he needs to make sure he doesn't get caught. Petrify's already come out. Blade Tempest is here, but the wave is done. GG. Well played. That's game for Red Esports.
What a game. What a game. Convincing 2-0 coming in from Red Esports. Undeniably the better team in this final series in this week 4 here at MPL MY. And Mom is just swimming in them. Oh my goodness.
Oh, red is my blood, and boy was this an absolute massacre from them. They completely demolished RSG MY in convincing fashion. RSG have to come back for a better day. GG, well played to Red Esports. Mic check, take it away.
Aaron, buka Aaron biar. Ah, ni. Okey, mantap. Mantap. Kadita. Tolong Zek. Aku sepak Kadita. Dapat. Tu. Aku sepak Kadita. Sepak. Link aku Kaiting. Boleh bantai. Boleh. Menang. Menang. Jangan manja-manja sayang, please. Jangan manja. Belakang dia begitu. Mati aku frau. Nice, Ren. Link. Ada link. Lilia tu. Ada Lilia. Free. Give. Lepas aku frau ni. Aku tak ada nyawa. Okey. Boleh ni, boleh tak? Boleh. Kaiting. Tengok Kadita. Tengok Kadita. Tolong cik. Aku purify. Tu link. Lilia seorang. Bagi dalti. Dah. Link ada apa? Boleh. Lock. Naga bila mid masuk aku tak lama. Ambil tahu mid lu. Dah. Kita aku tak lama. Kita ambil semua tahu dulu. Ambil tahu mid lu, tahu bawah lu. Kita ambil tahu side. Kadita. Anjay kurinjai. Lock keluar boleh.
Perlawanan yang sangat menakjubkan, prestasi konsistennya pasukan Red Esports berjaya untuk menewaskan pasukan RSG 2 berbalas kosong di sini. Jadi saya bersama saya Syamilo dan juga kita punya pemenang pasukan Red Esports, dan kita ada coach mereka Sora Payung. Jadi macam mana hari ini, sihat?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Okey, kita teruskan dengan soalan kita. Apakah perasaan Sora sendiri bila melihatkan prestasi Red yang sangat membanggakan di grup B?
Saya happy lah sebab dia orang boleh adapt dengan cepat dengan meta sekarang. Baguslah dia orang. Dia orang punya progress tu terlampau cepat lah bagi saya. Saya happy lah untuk dia orang. Okey,
tu kata-kata seorang coach. Kita akan teruskan dengan soalan kedua sendiri, di mana kita tahu sebagai seorang coach banyak peranan dia. Jadi boleh sharekan sikit tak tips-tips untuk menjadi seorang coach yang baik?
Tips adalah, benda pertama sekali adalah kena hard work lah. Kena bagi masa yang sangat banyak untuk kaji dan tengok MPL dan bincang dengan player. Itu antara benda-benda yang sangat penting lah untuk jadi coach. Bukan setakat scrim 3 kali sehari, tapi kena ada satu session yang bincang bersama dan boleh kata kelas teori lah.
Maknanya ada hubungan dengan pemain-pemain pun kena rapat lah.
Rapat.
Okey, faham. Jadi kita akan teruskan dengan soalan yang ketiga, di mana kita akan tahu lepas ni Grup B akan menentang dengan pasukan Grup A. Jadi bagaimana persediaan pasukan Red Esports sendiri untuk berhadapan dengan pasukan Grup A?
Untuk Grup A, bagi saya ada tim yang sangat kuat, terutamanya SMG. Saya sebenarnya hormat dekat James sebab draft dia yang sangat bagus. Saya tak sabarlah untuk jumpa dengan SMG terutamanya.
Ya, kita tahu bagaimana James sangat berpengalaman di dalam bidang Professional League MLBB. Jadi kita akan bagi suatu kata-kata daripada Sora lah kepada peminat-peminat yang hadir di sini menyokong pasukan Red Esports dan juga di mana yang berada di rumah. Jadi ada sikit kata-kata untuk mereka.
Untuk fans, harap tetap support kita orang walaupun saya tahu fans Red agak average, tapi harap korang still support kita orang walaupun kami kalah ataupun menang. Harap support kita orang lah. Terima kasih.
Okay. Itu dia sorakan daripada penonton-penonton di sini. Satu kata-kata yang baik daripada Sora sendiri. Jadi boleh kita lihatkan, teruskan konsisten tersebut untuk pasukan Red Esports. Jadi kita akan melihatkan selepas ni untuk analisis yang lebih lanjut, kita akan pass kepada host dan juga analis. Jadi you guys take it away.
Red Esports mendominasi match yang ketiga pada hari ini. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan juga analis saya Lafel dan juga tetamu undangan saya Aiman Wafi. Sebelum kita pergi ke Aiman Wafi, Aisyah nak tanya dulu apa pandangan Lafel sendiri tentang game yang kedua seperti tadi?
Ini a little bit unfortunate, tapi kita memang kena straight to the point di mana kesilapan besar untuk pasukan RSG tadi dengan hanya satu ayat nampak seperti autopilot kerana daripada segi mechanics, mereka punya mechanics sangat bagus, tapi bila nampak player masuk satu persatu, mereka dah lost daripada segi communication. Jadi dekat situ mungkin shot caller dia dah tak pasti nak lakukan apa dalam game tadi.
Jadi untuk Aiman sendiri, apa bagi Aiman lah prestasi RSG pada petang ni macam mana?
I don't think the draft is a problem. Draft tak ada masalah, is still 50-50, but I think a better team win today, which is Red. Mom performance, Ash performance, definitely today they are better than our players lah. So congrats to Red lah. So for us, kita orang just need to go back to the whiteboard and just reset things lah.
Ya, itu kebaikannya. Bila kita nampak kelemahan kita, kita perlukan improvement. Tapi sekarang ni kita akan saksikan item build untuk kedua-dua tim ini, iaitu RSG dan juga Red Esports.
Ya, dekat sini kalau kita tengok daripada segi itemization dan juga pemilihan hero, seperti mana yang Aiman Hafiz ni cakap, saya pun rasa tak ada masalah daripada segi draft. Dan kalau daripada segi itemization untuk pasukan Red Esports dekat sini, di mana kita tengok Ash dengan cepatnya dia berjaya untuk keluarkan damage yang besar. Dan itu disebabkan dia dah ada Ice Queen 1, dapat slowkan pergerakan pasukan RSG MY. Tapi lagi penting adalah dia siapkan Genius 1 terlebih dahulu, kerana kalau kita tengok untuk pasukan RSG, ada Mage, ada assassin dan hanya ada satu fighter. Dan satu fighter tu pada bahagian awal-awal game dia fokus kepada damage, dia nak siapkan dia punya Bloodless Axe, dia tak fokus untuk naikkan dia punya own HP. Jadi pada bahagian awal-awal game lagi bagus untuk siapkan Genius 1, rendahkan lagi Magic Resist daripada pasukan RSG MY, jadi senang untuk dia initiate pada bahagian depan, untuk senang dia keluarkan damage yang besar. Kemudian bila dia dah ada Brute Force Breastplate, ini yang jadi problem di mana pasukan RSG MY, kalau mereka berjaya untuk tangkap Ash sekalipun dengan shield yang besar di muka Real Manipulation, dengan ada added armor dan juga Magic Resist, mereka punya damage memang tak cukup untuk membunuh dia.
Pemilihan item yang sangat tepat dan penggunaannya adalah penting untuk satu permainan. Tetapi macam kita lihat permainan game yang kedua tadi, kebanyakan serangan RSG dapat ditangkas oleh Red Esports. Jadi apakah daripada situ orang cakap secret weapon Red Esports dalam permainan game yang kedua?
Boleh katakan secret weapon Red Esports dekat sini, di mana Aiman Wafi sendiri cakap di mana Mam main dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Dia berjaya untuk cari kedudukan pasukan RSG MY, kerana untuk game kedua apa yang mereka cuba lakukan, especially Izanami, adalah dia cuba untuk flank, dia cuba untuk pegang bush yang dia boleh dapatkan a very good combo untuk membunuh Zaid dengan cepat. Tapi disebabkan Mam sentiasa jumpa semua orang kat mana, Mal juga menggunakan Purple Kupa letak dia punya trap, jadi pasukan RSG MY mereka cuba untuk invade, mereka cuba untuk catch Red Esports by surprise. Tapi disebabkan Red Esports sentiasa tahu position pasukan RSG, itu menyebabkan mereka punya strategi ataupun mereka punya win condition gagal.
Jadi saya faham daripada situ. Jadi kepada Aiman Wafi sendiri kan, di mana strategi dan movement RSG akan senang dibaca oleh Red Esports. Jadi apa pembaikan daripada keadaan itu?
I mean we have to go back to the basics sebab basic untuk Red Esports hari ni sangat-sangatlah on top level lah. They check their bush, kita ada idea untuk flank, it didn't happen. So I think for us we need to check back kita punya basics. We need to decide whether when we want to fight and when actually we want to go for the objective. And today actually Red Esports execute benda tu sangat-sangat ni lah on top level lah I would say.
Tapi macam yang Lafil cakap tadi, draft pick tak ada masalah, mechanical yang terbaik. Tapi sekarang ni kita saksikan dulu item statistik untuk pemain-pemain ini.
Ya, dan kalau kita tengok daripada segi perbezaan besar, kita kena tengok damage dealt dan juga damage kepada bahagian tower, di mana pasukan Red Esports dan juga RSG MY, kalau kita tengok perbezaan 35,000 damage kepada tower dan 6,000 sahaja daripada pasukan RSG. Bila kita tengok perbezaan yang besar daripada damage kepada tower, dia menunjukkan dua benda. Nombor satu adalah mereka tidak berjaya untuk menang lane, jadi mereka tak berjaya untuk dapatkan gold plating, mereka tak berjaya untuk dapatkan turrets kat situ untuk dapat the control of the map. Itu nombor satu. Dan nombor dua menunjukkan RSG MY, mereka punya setup. Sebab bila kita rotate bersebab. Apa sebabnya? Kita nak kill, kita nak turtle, kita nak apa? Untuk pasukan RSG MY, mereka nak fokus untuk dapatkan kill, untuk pick off sesiapa. Tetapi nampak gaya dekat dalam game ni, mereka tak berjaya dapat apa-apa pick off, dan bila pick off tu dah tak tercapai, mereka punya damage kepada tower telah dirosak dekat situ. So untuk pasukan RSG MY, seperti mana yang Aiman Wafi cerita, apa yang mereka perlu betulkan dekat sini adalah mereka punya rotation. Sebab rotation mereka perlu bersebab, dan sebab tu kena jadi sebab yang betul.
Ya, itu explanation yang paling tepat. Tapi sekarang ni kita akan saksikan MVP untuk game yang sebentar tadi, iaitu dimenangi oleh Red Esports Zai dengan match KDA 70-13, match KP 83%, manakala match GPM 770 masih lagi tinggi, setinggi badan dia.
Ya, kita boleh tengok dekat sini, Zaid sangat-sangat fast hand. Susah untuk sesiapa daripada pasukan RSG MY untuk tangkap dia. Unofficial Mania, dia berjaya untuk dapatkan triple kill. Kalau laju sedikit, dia sempat untuk securekan dia punya Mania yang kedua untuk hari ini. Seperti mana yang Aiman juga cakap, hari ini Red Esports ke semua player, bukan Zaid seorang. Walaupun Zaid dia adalah MVP, tapi kita kena bagi pujian kepada everyone from the team sebab semua sekali main bukan saja dengan disiplin yang sangat-sangat bagus, tetapi mekanik yang amazing.
Ya, okey, kita berbalik kepada soalan yang Aisyah nak tanya tadi sebenarnya. Di mana tadi Lafel cakap draft pick RSG tak ada masalah. Mechanical mereka sangat terbaik. Tetapi apa masalah yang sebenarnya di mana Red Esports ada peluang untuk memenangi pertandingan tadi?
Okey, dekat sini bila kita berbual pasal setiap perlawanan, dia ada win condition. Untuk pasukan Red, boleh dikatakan setiap game, dua game, mereka punya win condition jauh lebih mudah berbanding dengan pasukan RSG MY, di mana RSG MY perlu ABC untuk terjadi baru mereka boleh dapatkan kemenangan. Antara win condition yang susah adalah Izanami yang menggunakan Karita, dia perlu dapatkan pick off. Sekarang kalau kita tengok daripada segi highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Samsung, kita akan nampak di mana Izanami dia cuba banyak kali tapi dia tidak berjaya. Kita tengok daripada segi team fight mereka, pasukan RSG MY, mereka tak ada setup yang okey. Pada bahagian awal, mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan kill. Tapi selepas tu, kita boleh tengok di mana pasukan Red Esports, mereka yang dictate apa yang perlu dilakukan. Ash juga, kalau kita tengok daripada segi dia punya positioning, yang attack dia hanyalah TikTok yang menggunakan Lilia. Once dia dah realise, saya kena attack, dia akan stop and dia akan gerak bersama dengan dia punya team. Huza dekat dalam game ni main dengan cukup bagus, tapi ada banyak sangat crowd control daripada pasukan Red Esports yang menyebabkan dia tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa. Bila dah masuk kepada bahagian mid game sangat-sangat penting kerana untuk kedua-dua pasukan mereka akan gerak bersama, mereka akan start lebih kepada kawasan pick off, dan kita boleh tengok pasukan RSG MY start moment ni mereka dah mula lakukan kesilapan. Mereka punya position masing-masing jauh daripada apa yang mereka cuba lakukan. Mereka cuba untuk pick off, tapi once pick off tu dah terjadi, kita boleh tengok dekat sekarang highlight, seorang dekat bawah, seorang ke atas, seorang dekat tepi. Ini yang menyebabkan pasukan Red Esports senang untuk mereka capitalize, sebab 5 lawan dengan 1, sememangnya 5 tu akan menang. Kemudian bila satu datang, dan bila mereka datang, cooldown dah habis, mereka dah boleh menggunakan mereka punya skill. Dekat dalam game ni, seperti mana Aiman Wafi cakap, ini adalah kekalahan daripada mereka punya basic sendiri. Kalau mereka revise balik mereka punya basic, mereka mereka kembali kepada apa yang buat mereka ni kuat, sepatutnya tak ada masalah. So unfortunately dekat dalam game ni Red Esports mereka kekalkan mereka punya fokus lagi bagus daripada RSG MY.
Ya, jadi sekarang ni sebelum kita teruskan perbincangan kita, let's go kita tengok standing untuk hari ini di mana kedudukan kumpulan grup B. Yang pertama Red Esports dengan 14 poin, yang kedua adalah Todak dengan 11 poin, RSG MY 10 poin, manakala Team Karakal di tempat yang keempat 9 poin, kelima Gifam dengan 4 poin.
Ya, dekat sini walaupun Sora Payung dia cakap, oh tak apalah kita punya fans average je. Tapi tengok dekat sini match win rate 71%. Sekarang ni top of the standings 14 point lebih tinggi daripada Todak. Jadi dekat sini pada semua orang dekat luar sana, percaya cakap I, make sure you guys support Team Red Esports dekat sini. Beli dorang punya team season pass cause it's worth it.
Ya, tapi tadi kita tengok pun memang dia Sora Payung tu sangat humble.
Ya,
sangat humble walaupun dia menang sebentar tadi, tapi sifat humble dia tu. Jadi kepada Aiman Wafi, jadi apa expectation Aiman Wafi untuk kedudukan RSG MY?
So Red Esports dengan RSG dah main lebih satu game compared to others. So kita akan play catch up, which is I would say benda yang quite pressure. But for us, since now kita tahu dekat mana silap kita, I think we should be able to come back lah from this week. Yeah.
Jangan risau Aiman, masih lagi ada chances untuk pembaikan. Tapi Lafel kan, di sepanjang game kali ini, Asha nak tanyalah, sebab Asha selalu tengok permainan di mana bila ada satu tim tengah mencuba mencuri lot, tiba-tiba ada tim lain KS begitu saja. Tapi player mana yang paling banyak KS sebenarnya sepanjang permainan MPL ni?
Kalau daripada segi KS, kalau tak silap saya, kalau nak sebut player adalah Irfan. Saya rasa Irfan yang paling banyak mencuri lot dan juga turtle. Itu ke soalan dia?
Ya, lebih kurang.
This season I don't see any banyak KS slot.
Asha nampak banyak
Yeah.
Ya, tapi memang I rasa kalau macam kalau nak ada sebab dia punya, kita pun selalu cerita Irfan ni dia macam dia ada spell kedua. Dia macam dalam dia punya penumbuk tu ada retribution.
Okey. Jadi Asha nak tanya Aiman sendiri. Okey, untuk untuk seorang player, berapa lama untuk mereka mengadaptasi hero baru dan memasukkan hero tu ke dalam tournament?
Itu terpulang kepada player, tapi untuk orang kata 50 to 100 games might be okay, but it depends on the player punya adaptability. Sebab ada player they will play 50 games and then they dah okay dengan that hero. But some of them it will go to 100 to 150 per week. Sometimes they try to farm and even that kita belum tahu whether itu akan, orang kata, sebab coach lalu okay, you need to win this way, this hero. So kalau kita bercakap pasal number saja is 50 to 100 lah.
50 to 100 lah. Jadi untuk Lafel pula kan, sebab kita sekarang ni sepanjang minggu MPL kita baru nampak kehadiran Melissa 2 kali sahaja.
Oh yes.
Yes, dan dan performance tidak berapa nak menyerlah. Adakah disebabkan itu skill ataupun sukar untuk mengawal hero tu sendiri?
Dia sama macam Yin, di mana Yin adalah hero baru. Hero baru dia ada mechanics baru yang kita kena master. Sebab bila kita dapat hero tersebut, kita boleh baca, oh, kita faham apa hero ni nak lakukan. Tetapi dia ada setiap hero dia ada macam this hidden ataupun secret mechanic. Bila kita dah tahu, baru kita betul-betul boleh master hero tersebut. Sebab tu macam mana Aiman cakap, dalam 50 sampai 100 game, kalau kita dah jumpa that secret sauce, baru kita betul-betul boleh perform pakai hero tu.
Practice dan terus practice untuk memahirkan sesuatu hero. Tapi kita pergi ke key to victory terlebih dahulu, di mana Red Esports punya key victory, yang mana satu yang mereka fully utilize dan mendapatkan kemenangan pada petang ini, Lafel.
Okay, so more Kadita please tu dah memang tak, sebab pergi kepada bahagian RSG dan pasukan Red Esports sebab mereka sendiri suka menggunakan Kadita, jadi mereka tahu macam mana nak counter. Dekat sini dia memang lebih kepada optimize Mom punya aggression. Nombor satu dekat sini sebab kat mana-mana Mom pergi. Game pertama kita nampak bila dia menggunakan Franco, even hook yang kita ingatkan takkan hit, dia tetap berjaya untuk hit. Walaupun link dekat atas dinding pun dia berjaya untuk hook juga. So dekat dalam game ni Red Esports, Zaid main dengan sangat-sangat baik. Tetapi kalau kita tengok key to success, pasukan Red mereka bermain dengan sangat-sangat bagus dengan Mom punya aggression.
Mom punya aggression, kita pun nampak tadi permainan dia macam mana di game pertama dan juga kedua. Tapi untuk Aiman Wafi kan, more Kadita please. Dia supposedly dekat Red Esport. Tapi dalam tiba-tiba RSG pula yang aplikasikan Kadita di dalam permainan mereka.
Kalau ikut stats pun kita tengok Izanami pun play quite a lot of Kadita. Tapi satu lagi, condition number 2, they ban Selena both games. Because I think yesterday Izanami played quite well. So yeah, I think they made the first and second condition lah. So yeah, it's definitely a win for them.
Oh, saya rasa macam Aiman okey
Okey.
Ada sebab Aiman punya mungkin keletihan lah kot rasa. Dah makan lepas saya makan. Okey, tapi sekarang ni kita nak saksikan next week schedule di mana jadual minggu depan Orange Esports akan bertemu HomeBois pada match yang pertama, match yang kedua Todak versus Geek Fam. Level mana satu menjadi tumpuan untuk minggu depan?
Saya rasa ramai orang akan setuju di mana tumpuan sebenarnya adalah pasukan Todak menentang dengan Geek Fam, di mana Todak sekarang on the rise. Diorang punya performance sangat-sangat kuat walaupun nampak seperti mereka kalah, mereka boleh comeback. Manakala Geek Fam sekarang dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat kritikal, dan kalau kekal macam ni, saya pun tak pasti mereka boleh pergi ke playoffs ataupun tidak.
Kalau bagi Aiman pula, mana satu yang tertunggu-tunggu?
Oh, definitely Todak and Geek Fam. I think Zon wants to prove something also for next week, and I think out of all the time they really need him the most next week, because kalau tak akan susah lagi nak kejar. Ya.
Saya pasti viewer-viewer di luar sana pasti tertunggu-tunggu permainan pada minggu hadapan. Dan yang penting kan, bila kita support sesuatu tim, kita tak boleh terlampau macam
jangan layang-layang.
Betul, jangan layang-layang. Sebab setiap tim dia ada kenaikan dan kejatuhannya sendiri. Tapi tak, bila dia jatuh tak semestinya kita kena tosik atau jatuhkan dia. Tapi sekarang ni lah yang kita mahukan, di mana lucky draw announcement. Ini dia 1000 share. 1000 share anda tonton, share pun dapat hadiah daripada MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9. Tahniah kepada pemenang-pemenang. Kenapa lah, Fel?
Familiar.
Adakah Matthew Chan ni Matthew Chan yang kita kenal?
Tak ada siapa Matthew Chan.
Mungkin tanya kepada Matthew Chan. Dengan
kalau you kenal tu baguslah, kira dia ada contribution.
dia memang bagi banyak contribution kepada dunia MLBB. Shout out kepada Matthew Chan. Dengan juga Harris Jaffrey, Mike Tam, Roxas Lai and Hafizul Ikhwan. Tapi lebih lagi Matthew Chan.
Siapa sebenarnya Matthew Chan ni? Saya tertanya-tanya.
Dia adalah seorang manager yang agak besar jugalah. Kita boleh berbual lepas show ni.
Kita selepas ini. Okey. Okey, tahniah kepada pemenang-pemenang. Tapi sebelum tu, kita nak tanya juga kepada Lafel. Berikan final statement untuk match sebentar tadi.
Okey, dekat sini sebelum kita end live, I just nak bagi tahu awal. Saya dah berbual kepada semua kita punya fans, and nampaknya diorang sendiri dah tekan-tekan. Mereka cuba untuk beli match punya tiket dan dah banyak dah mula sold out dekat sini. So pastikan anda beli tiket awal. Dan sebelum kita end the show juga, Aiman, sebagai seorang Aiman juga, saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kerana sudi datang dekat sini. Terima kasih layan kerana kita orang. Kita tahu kita memang memenatkan, jadi terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih sekali lagi Aiman Wafi dan juga Aiman Lafel. Tapi ya, itulah tu, kita dah sampai ke penghujung program kita, di mana kita baru saja menghabiskan match yang ketiga. Dan anda di luar sana jangan lupa terus sokong MPL musim yang ke-9 ini. Jumpa anda minggu depan.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game.